History of Egypt, 3 in 1. Great Pharaohs, Pyramids, Ancient Gods and Egyptian Mythology, written by A.J.Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Introduction. Egypt is a land of fascinating history and rich culture that has captivated people from all over the world for centuries. From the bustling streets of Cairo to the serene temples of Luxor, the cities of Egypt are home to some of the most stunning architecture, art, and artifacts in the world. In this book bundle, we will explore the cities of Cairo, Giza, Luxor, and Alexandria, and delve into the history of Egypt and the great pharaohs who ruled this ancient land. We will also explore the mythology of Egypt and the fascinating stories of its gods and goddesses, from the powerful Ra and Horus to the fierce Anubis and Bastet. In the first book called Cities of Egypt, we will explore Cairo, Giza, Luxor, and Alexandria. We will delve into the fascinating history of each city, exploring the architecture, art, and culture that make them unique. From the ancient pyramids of Giza to the modern streets of Cairo, we will take a journey through time to discover the hidden gems of each city. In the second book called History of Egypt, we will delve into the Egyptian history and explore the great pharaohs, pyramids, and sphinx of ancient Egypt. We will take a journey through time, from the early dynasties to the height of Egyptian power, and discover the incredible achievements of this ancient civilization. From the mysterious tombs of the pharaohs to the awe-inspiring monuments they built, we will explore the fascinating history of Egypt. In the third book, called Egyptian Mythology, we will explore the mythology of Egypt and the fascinating stories of its gods and goddesses. From Ra, the powerful god of the sun, to Horus, the protector of the pharaohs, we will discover the myths and legends that shaped ancient Egyptian culture. We will also explore the roles of Anubis, the god of mummification, and Bastet, the goddess of cats and domestication, in Egyptian mythology. These 3 books together will provide a comprehensive overview of the history, culture, and mythology of Egypt. Whether you are a history buff, a mythology enthusiast, or simply curious about this fascinating land, this book bundle will take you on a journey through time and immerse you in the wonders of ancient Egypt. Book 1, Cities of Egypt. History of Cairo, Giza, Luxor, and Alexandria, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1. The importance of Egypt's cities. The Nile Valley, the birthplace of civilization, is a region of immeasurable historical significance. This stretch of land, which spans from modern-day Egypt to Sudan, has long been regarded as one of the most fertile and resource-rich areas in the world. The Nile, the world's longest river, has been the lifeblood of this region for thousands of years, providing food, water, and transportation for the inhabitants of this area. The importance of the Nile Valley cannot be overstated, as it has been the site of some of the most significant human achievements in history. The Nile River, which originates in the highlands of Ethiopia, has been the source of life for the people of the Nile Valley for thousands of years. The annual flooding of the river, which is caused by the seasonal rains in Ethiopia, has created a fertile floodplain that is ideal for agriculture. The ancient Egyptians, who inhabited the Nile Valley over 5,000 years ago, were able to take advantage of this fertile land and develop an agricultural system that was the envy of the ancient world. They built an extensive system of canals and irrigation channels to distribute the water from the Nile to their fields, which allowed them to grow crops year-round. The importance of the Nile Valley to the ancient Egyptians cannot be overstated. The river was not only the source of their livelihood, but it was also central to their religion and culture. The ancient Egyptians believed that the Nile was a gift from the gods, and that it was the key to their prosperity. They worshipped the river as a deity, and built temples and monuments along its banks to honor it. The Nile Valley was the site of some of the most magnificent architectural achievements of the ancient world, such as the pyramids of Giza and the Temple of Karnak. The Nile Valley was not only important to the ancient Egyptians, but it was also significant to other ancient civilizations in the region. The Nubians, who inhabited the southern part of the Nile Valley, developed their own civilization based on the river. They built extensive irrigation systems and were able to grow crops such as wheat, barley, and dates. The Nubians also had a rich culture and built impressive monuments such as the pyramids at Meroe. The Nile Valley was also the site of one of the most significant conflicts in ancient history. The ancient Egyptians and the Nubians engaged in a series of wars that lasted for centuries. These conflicts were not only fought over control of the Nile and its resources, but were also fueled by cultural and religious differences between the two civilizations. Despite the long history of conflict, the ancient Egyptians and Nubians also had significant cultural exchange, which can be seen in the art, architecture, and religion of both civilizations. The importance of the Nile Valley did not end with the ancient civilizations that inhabited it. The region continued to play a significant role in history during the Middle Ages and the modern era. The Islamic conquest of Egypt in the 7th century brought a new culture and religion to the Nile Valley, which had a significant impact on the region's history. The Islamic rulers of Egypt built impressive monuments such as the Mosque of Ibn Tulun and the Al-Azhar Mosque, which continue to be important landmarks in Cairo today. The Nile Valley also played a significant role in the history of European exploration and colonialism. The Nile was the site of some of the most significant expeditions in history, such as the search for the source of the river by European explorers in the 19th century. The Nile Valley was also the site of significant European colonialism, as European powers sought to control the resources of the region. This led to significant conflicts, such as the Mahdist War in Sudan in the late 19th century. Egypt, the land of the pharaohs and the pyramids, was not only a hub of political power but also a center of religious devotion. The ancient Egyptians had a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses who played a significant role in their lives, and religious centers were established throughout the land to honor and worship these deities. Among the many cities that emerged as centers of religion, the cities of Memphis, Thebes, and Heliopolis stand out as the most significant. In this essay, we will examine the role of these cities in ancient religion. Memphis, the first capital of Egypt, was a city of great religious significance. It was the home of the god Ptah, the patron of craftsmen and artisans, and was believed to be the place where he created the universe. The Temple of Ptah, located in Memphis, was one of the most important religious sites in ancient Egypt. It was believed that the god himself resided in the temple, and that his power radiated from it. The temple was the center of a great festival called the Opet Festival, which was held annually to celebrate the god's birthday. During the festival, the statue of Ptah was carried in a procession from his temple to the temple of his consort, the goddess Sekhmet, who was also worshipped in Memphis. Memphis was also home to other important gods, including the goddess Hathor, who was associated with love and fertility, and the god Apis, who was worshipped as a bull. The Apis bull was believed to be an incarnation of the god Ptah, and was kept in a special temple in Memphis. When the bull died, it was mummified and given a royal burial. Thebes, the capital of the New Kingdom, was another important religious center in ancient Egypt. It was the home of the god Amun, who was believed to be the king of the gods. The Temple of Amun, located in Thebes, was the largest religious building in ancient Egypt and was considered the most important temple in the land. It was said that the god himself resided in the temple and that his power radiated from it. The city of Thebes was also home to other important gods, including the goddess Mut, who was the consort of Amun, and the god Khonsu, who was associated with the moon. The Temple of Mut was located within the precincts of the Temple of Amun, and was considered to be the home of the goddess. The Temple of Khonsu was also located in Thebes, and was believed to be the place where the god could be worshipped and his power accessed. Heliopolis, located near modern-day Cairo, was another important religious center in ancient Egypt. It was the home of the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to be the creator of the universe. The Temple of Ra, located in Heliopolis, was one of the oldest and most important religious sites in ancient Egypt. It was believed that the god himself resided in the temple, and that his power radiated from it. Heliopolis was also home to other important gods, including the god Atum, who was believed to be the creator of the universe before Ra, and the goddess Tefnut, who was associated with moisture and rain. The Temple of Atum was located in Heliopolis, and was believed to be the place where the god could be worshipped and his power accessed. The Temple of Tefnut was also located in Heliopolis and was associated with the annual flooding of the Nile, which was essential to the fertility of the land. The history of Egypt is a rich tapestry woven from the threads of many centuries. It is a story of great pharaohs, monumental architecture, and a civilization that stood the test of time. But perhaps one of the most intriguing aspects of ancient Egyptian society was the role of its cities in the political landscape. Egyptian cities were centers of power, where the complex machinery of governance operated. From Memphis to Thebes, from Alexandria to Amarna, these urban centers played a crucial role in shaping the course of Egypt's history. In this essay, we will examine the role of Egyptian cities in ancient politics and explore the ways in which they exerted their influence on the wider world. At the heart of ancient Egyptian politics was the pharaoh, who ruled from the royal palace in the capital city. Memphis, located near the modern-day city of Cairo, was the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom period, and it remained an important political and cultural center throughout much of Egyptian history. From here, the pharaoh wielded power over his subjects and oversaw the administration of the country. But Memphis was not the only city of importance in ancient Egypt. Thebes, located further south along the Nile, was another important center of power. It was the capital of Egypt during the New Kingdom period, when the empire was at its height. Thebes was home to the magnificent Temple of Amun, which was the center of the powerful religious cult of the god Amun. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom sought to associate themselves closely with this cult, and the wealth and influence of Thebes grew accordingly. Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE, was another significant Egyptian city. It was strategically located on the Mediterranean coast and quickly became an important center of trade and commerce. Under the Ptolemaic dynasty, which ruled Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE, Alexandria became a center of Hellenistic culture and learning. Its famous library was one of the largest and most important in the ancient world, and it attracted scholars and thinkers from across the Mediterranean. But the role of Egyptian cities in ancient politics was not limited to the major urban centers. Smaller cities and towns also played an important role in shaping the political landscape. These local centers of power were often home to influential elites, who wielded significant influence over the affairs of their respective regions. The governors of these cities and towns, appointed by the pharaoh, were responsible for maintaining order and collecting taxes. They also acted as intermediaries between the local population and the central government. In addition to their political importance, Egyptian cities were also centers of culture and learning. The great temples and tombs of Egypt were not just places of worship and burial, they were also centers of artistic expression and scholarship. The walls of these structures were adorned with hieroglyphics and beautiful artwork, depicting scenes from daily life, mythology, and religious rituals. Egyptian scribes, who were highly trained in the art of writing, produced a wealth of literature and scientific treatises, covering topics as diverse as medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. Perhaps one of the most remarkable aspects of ancient Egyptian cities was their longevity. Many of these urban centers existed for thousands of years, through periods of political upheaval and social change. Despite wars, invasions, and natural disasters, the cities of Egypt endured. They were the beating heart of a civilization that was both resilient and enduring. In summary, the role of Egyptian cities in ancient politics was multifaceted and complex. These urban centers were not just administrative hubs, but also centers of culture, learning, and religious power. From the great temples of Thebes to the Library of Alexandria, the cities of Egypt left an indelible mark on history. The history of Egypt is a rich tapestry woven from the threads of many centuries. It is a story of great pharaohs, monumental architecture, and a civilization that stood the test of time. But perhaps one of the most intriguing aspects of ancient Egyptian society was the role of its cities as economic hubs. From Memphis to Thebes, from Alexandria to Amarna, these urban centers played a crucial role in shaping the course of Egypt's economic history. In this essay, we will examine the importance of Egyptian cities for trade and commerce, and explore the ways in which they contributed to the growth and prosperity of the ancient Egyptian economy. At the heart of ancient Egyptian commerce was the Nile River, which served as the lifeblood of the country. The river provided a crucial means of transportation, allowing goods to be moved from one end of the country to the other. But it was the cities along the Nile that served as the primary centers of economic activity. Memphis, located near the delta of the Nile, was a major port and a hub for the trade of goods from both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. From here, goods were transported along the river to other cities and towns throughout Egypt. Thebes, located further south along the Nile, was another important center of commerce. It was the hub of the gold trade, with the precious metal being brought from the mines of Nubia and traded in Thebes. The city was also home to a thriving textile industry, with linen and other fabrics being produced and traded throughout the country. The wealth generated by these industries contributed to the city's growth and prosperity. Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE, was another significant Egyptian city for trade and commerce. It was strategically located on the Mediterranean coast and quickly became an important center of international trade. Goods from across the Mediterranean were brought to Alexandria, including spices, textiles, and precious metals. The city's famous lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, served as a beacon for ships entering the harbor. But the importance of Egyptian cities for trade and commerce was not limited to the major urban centers. Smaller cities and towns also played a crucial role in the economic landscape of ancient Egypt. These local centers of commerce were often home to specialized industries, such as pottery or jewelry making. They were also important agricultural centers, producing crops such as wheat, barley, and dates. The goods produced in these smaller towns and cities were traded with other regions of Egypt, contributing to the country's overall economic growth. In addition to their role in domestic trade, Egyptian cities also played a key role in international trade. The country's strategic location at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe made it an important hub for trade between these regions. Goods from across the ancient world passed through Egypt, including spices from India, incense from Arabia, and silk from China. Egyptian cities served as key intermediaries in these trade routes, facilitating the exchange of goods between different regions. Perhaps one of the most remarkable aspects of Egyptian cities as economic hubs was their longevity. Many of these urban centers existed for thousands of years, through periods of political upheaval and social change. Despite wars, invasions, and natural disasters, the cities of Egypt continued to thrive. They were the beating heart of a civilization that was both resilient and enduring. In summary, the importance of Egyptian cities for trade and commerce cannot be overstated. From Memphis to Thebes, from Alexandria to Amarna, these urban centers served as the primary hubs of economic activity in ancient Egypt. They were the conduits through which goods flowed, both within the country and between different regions of the ancient world. The legacy of these cities endures to this day, a testament to the enduring power of commerce and trade. The history of Egypt is a tapestry woven from the threads of many cultures and civilizations. Among the most significant of these were the Greeks and Romans, who ruled over Egypt at different times in its history. The influence of these 2 great empires on the cities of Egypt was profound, shaping the course of their development and leaving an indelible mark on their culture and architecture. In this essay, we will examine the influence of Greek and Roman rule on Egyptian cities, and explore the ways in which these ancient empires contributed to the rich tapestry of Egypt's cultural heritage. Greek rule over Egypt began with the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332 BCE. Under the Ptolemaic dynasty, which ruled Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE, Greek influence on Egyptian cities was pervasive. The city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great, was a center of Hellenistic culture and learning. The city's famous library was one of the largest and most important in the ancient world, and it attracted scholars and thinkers from across the Mediterranean. The library was not just a repository of books, but also a center for scientific research and scholarship. Greek philosophy, mathematics, and astronomy flourished in Alexandria, leaving an enduring legacy on Egyptian culture. The Ptolemaic rulers also left their mark on Egyptian cities through their patronage of the arts. Greek artists and architects were employed to build magnificent temples and palaces, fusing Greek and Egyptian styles into a unique hybrid. The Temple of Edfu, built during the Ptolemaic period, is a testament to the skill and ingenuity of these craftsmen. The temple is decorated with intricate reliefs and carvings, depicting scenes from Egyptian mythology and Greek history. Roman rule over Egypt began with the conquest of the country by Augustus in 30 BCE. Under Roman rule, Egyptian cities continued to thrive and develop. The city of Alexandria remained an important center of trade and commerce, with goods from across the Mediterranean flowing through its port. The Romans also left their mark on Egyptian cities through their impressive public works projects. The city of Taposiris Magna, located on the Mediterranean coast, was home to a massive Roman-era aqueduct that supplied water to the surrounding countryside. The Romans also continued the tradition of fusing Greek and Egyptian architectural styles, as seen in the Temple of Dendera. This magnificent temple, located near the city of Luxor, is a testament to the enduring influence of both Greek and Egyptian cultures. The temple's columns are adorned with intricate reliefs, depicting scenes from Egyptian mythology and Roman history. The temple is a living testament to the cultural hybridity that characterized the Roman era in Egypt. But the influence of Greek and Roman rule on Egyptian cities was not limited to the realm of culture and architecture. The Romans brought with them a system of governance and administration that transformed the country. The city of Oxyrhynchus, located in central Egypt, was home to one of the largest collections of papyri in the ancient world. These documents provide a glimpse into the workings of the Roman administration in Egypt, revealing the extent of their influence on the country's infrastructure and governance. In summary, the influence of Greek and Roman rule on Egyptian cities was profound, shaping the course of their development and leaving an indelible mark on their culture and architecture. From the magnificent Library of Alexandria to the Temple of Edfu, the legacy of these two great empires endures to this day. Their cultural hybridity, evident in the Temple of Dendera and the reliefs of Oxyrhynchus, is a testament to the enduring power of cultural exchange and the rich tapestry of Egypt's cultural heritage. The history of Egypt is a tapestry woven from the threads of many cultures and civilizations. Among the most significant of these was the Islamic conquest, which brought with it a new religion and a new way of life. The impact of Islamic rule on Egyptian cities was profound, shaping the course of their development and leaving an indelible mark on their culture and architecture. In this essay, we will examine the impact of the Islamic conquest on Egyptian cities and explore the ways in which this great event contributed to the rich tapestry of Egypt's cultural heritage. The Islamic conquest of Egypt began in 639 CE, when an Arab army led by Amr ibn al-As marched into the country. The conquest was swift and decisive, with the Arabs establishing their rule over Egypt within a matter of years. Under Islamic rule, Egyptian cities experienced a cultural and intellectual flowering, with the country becoming a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The city of Fustat, located near modern-day Cairo, was the first Arab capital of Egypt. It was here that the Arab conquerors established their headquarters and began the process of governing the country. The city quickly became a center of Islamic culture and learning, with scholars and thinkers from across the Islamic world coming to study in its schools and universities. The impact of Islamic rule on Egyptian cities was most visible in their architecture. Islamic architects and craftsmen were employed to build magnificent mosques and palaces, fusing Islamic and Egyptian styles into a unique hybrid. The Mosque of Ibn Tulun, built during the Abbasid period in the 9th century, is a testament to the skill and ingenuity of these craftsmen. The mosque is decorated with intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy, evocative of the Islamic art of the time. The impact of Islamic rule on Egyptian cities was also felt in their economy. The Islamic conquest opened up new trade routes between Egypt and the rest of the Islamic world, leading to a growth in commerce and industry. The city of Alexandria, which had been in decline since the Roman era, experienced a renaissance under Islamic rule, with the city becoming a center of trade and commerce once again. But the impact of Islamic rule on Egyptian cities was not limited to the realm of culture and economics. The new rulers also brought with them a system of governance and administration that transformed the country. The city of Fustat became the administrative center of the country, with the Arab conquerors establishing a system of taxation and governance that was modeled on Islamic principles. Islamic rule also had a profound impact on the religion and culture of Egypt. The country quickly embraced Islam, with the new religion becoming the dominant faith of the country within a matter of decades. The Islamic faith also had a profound impact on Egyptian culture, with new religious practices and traditions being adopted by the population. The Islamic calendar, which is based on the lunar cycle, became the official calendar of Egypt, replacing the older Egyptian calendar that had been in use for millennia. In summary, the impact of Islamic conquest on Egyptian cities was profound, shaping the course of their development and leaving an indelible mark on their culture and architecture. From the magnificent Mosque of Ibn Tulun to the Renaissance of Alexandria, the legacy of this great event endures to this day. Its cultural hybridity, evident in the fusion of Islamic and Egyptian styles in architecture, is a testament to the enduring power of cultural exchange and the rich tapestry of Egypt's cultural heritage. The history of Egypt is a tapestry woven from the threads of many cultures and civilizations. Among the most significant of these was the ancient Egyptian civilization, which produced some of the most remarkable architectural achievements in human history. From the Great Pyramids of Giza to the magnificent temples of Karnak and Luxor, architecture played a central role in shaping the cities of ancient Egypt. In this essay, we will examine the importance of architecture in Egyptian cities and explore the ways in which it contributed to the rich tapestry of Egypt's cultural heritage. At the heart of ancient Egyptian architecture was the temple. These magnificent structures were not just places of worship, but also centers of cultural and economic activity. The temples were often built on a grand scale, with imposing facades and intricate interior spaces. The Temple of Karnak, located near the city of Luxor, is perhaps the most impressive of these structures. The temple complex covers an area of over 200 acres and contains a labyrinthine series of halls and courtyards, adorned with intricate reliefs and carvings. The temples of ancient Egypt were not just remarkable for their size and scale, but also for their engineering ingenuity. The ancient Egyptians were master engineers, and their temples were built to withstand the test of time. The Temple of Abu Simbel, located near the southern border of Egypt, is a testament to their skill and ingenuity. The temple was carved directly into a mountain, with 4 massive statues of Ramses II standing guard at the entrance. The temple's interior is adorned with intricate reliefs and carvings, depicting scenes from the pharaoh's life and the mythology of ancient Egypt. But the importance of architecture in Egyptian cities was not limited to the realm of religion. The ancient Egyptians were also remarkable builders of civic structures, including palaces, fortresses, and administrative buildings. The city of Amarna, built by the pharaoh Akhenaten in the 14th century BCE, is a remarkable example of ancient Egyptian urban planning. The city was laid out on a grid, with carefully planned streets and residential areas. The city's administrative buildings were located in the center, while the residential areas were located on the outskirts. The ancient Egyptians were also skilled builders of public works projects. The Pyramids of Giza, one of the most famous architectural achievements in human history, were not just symbols of the pharaoh's power and wealth, but also remarkable engineering feats. The pyramids were built over a period of several decades, using millions of blocks of limestone and granite. The largest of the 3 pyramids, known as the Great Pyramid, is a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptian architects and engineers. But the importance of architecture in Egyptian cities was not just limited to the realm of engineering and design. Architecture also played a central role in shaping the culture and identity of ancient Egypt. The intricate reliefs and carvings that adorned the temples and palaces of Egypt were not just decorative elements, they were also expressions of the pharaoh's power and divine authority. The motifs and iconography of ancient Egyptian architecture were closely tied to the country's mythology and religious beliefs, reflecting the people's deep connection to their gods and their history. In summary, the importance of architecture in Egyptian cities cannot be overstated. From the grand temples of Karnak and Luxor to the pyramids of Giza, architecture played a central role in shaping the cities of ancient Egypt. It was not just a means of engineering and design, but also an expression of the country's culture and identity. The legacy of ancient Egyptian architecture endures to this day, a testament to the enduring power of human creativity and ingenuity. The history of Egypt is a tapestry woven from the threads of many cultures and civilizations. Among the most significant of these in recent times has been the role of tourism in the development of Egyptian cities. The country's rich cultural heritage and breathtaking landscapes have made it one of the most popular tourist destinations in the world, with millions of visitors coming to Egypt every year. In this essay, we will examine the role of tourism in the development of Egyptian cities and explore the ways in which it has contributed to the country's cultural heritage. Tourism has been a significant driver of economic growth in Egypt in recent times. The industry provides employment opportunities for millions of people and generates billions of dollars in revenue every year. The city of Cairo, which is home to many of the country's most famous landmarks, including the pyramids of Giza and the Egyptian Museum, has been a major beneficiary of the tourism industry. The city's infrastructure has been modernized with the introduction of new hotels, restaurants, and transportation options. The city of Luxor, located on the banks of the Nile River, is another major tourist destination in Egypt. The city is home to some of the country's most impressive ancient landmarks, including the temples of Karnak and Luxor. The city's tourism industry has led to the development of new infrastructure and services, including the construction of new hotels and the expansion of the city's airport. The city of Sharm el-Sheikh, located on the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula, has emerged as a major tourist destination in recent years. The city is renowned for its beautiful beaches and crystal-clear waters, and has become a popular destination for scuba diving and snorkeling. The city's tourism industry has led to the development of new infrastructure, including the construction of new hotels and resorts. But the impact of tourism on Egyptian cities goes beyond just the economic benefits. The industry has also had a significant impact on the country's cultural heritage. The influx of tourists has led to a renewed interest in the country's history and culture, with many visitors coming to Egypt to explore its ancient landmarks and learn about its rich heritage. The tourism industry has also led to the preservation and restoration of many of the country's most important landmarks. The restoration of the Sphinx and the temples of Luxor and Karnak, for example, was made possible in part by the revenue generated by tourism. The industry has also led to the development of new cultural institutions, including museums and art galleries, which help to preserve and showcase the country's cultural heritage. But the role of tourism in the development of Egyptian cities is not without its challenges. The industry is vulnerable to external factors, such as political instability and security concerns, which can have a significant impact on visitor numbers. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, has had a devastating impact on the tourism industry in Egypt, with many hotels and attractions forced to close their doors. In summary, the role of tourism in the development of Egyptian cities has been significant, shaping the course of their development and leaving an indelible mark on their culture and heritage. From the modernization of Cairo's infrastructure to the preservation of Luxor's ancient temples, the legacy of the tourism industry endures to this day. Its impact on the country's economy and cultural heritage has been profound, and its continued success will be vital to the future development of Egyptian cities. The history of Egypt is a tapestry woven from the threads of many cultures and civilizations. Among the most significant of these is the legacy of Egyptian cities in modern society. The country's ancient landmarks, rich cultural heritage, and remarkable architectural achievements continue to inspire and captivate people around the world. In this essay, we will examine the enduring legacy of Egyptian cities in modern society and explore the ways in which their influence can be felt in contemporary culture and society. One of the most significant aspects of the enduring legacy of Egyptian cities is their impact on modern architecture. The ancient Egyptians were master architects, and their innovative engineering techniques and artistic sensibilities continue to influence modern architects and designers. The use of massive columns and grand facades, for example, can be seen in many contemporary buildings, such as government buildings and museums. The legacy of Egyptian cities can also be seen in modern art and design. The intricate reliefs and carvings that adorned ancient Egyptian temples and palaces continue to inspire artists and designers today. The motifs and iconography of ancient Egyptian art have also been incorporated into contemporary fashion and design, with designers such as Alexander McQueen and Marc Jacobs drawing inspiration from the country's rich cultural heritage. But the impact of Egyptian cities in modern society is not limited to the realm of art and architecture. The country's ancient landmarks and cultural heritage continue to be a major draw for tourists from around the world. Millions of people come to Egypt every year to explore the country's pyramids, temples, and museums, contributing to the country's economy and cultural heritage. The influence of Egyptian cities can also be felt in contemporary politics and governance. The ancient Egyptians were skilled administrators and bureaucrats, and their approach to governance continues to influence modern political systems. The concept of rule of law, for example, can be traced back to ancient Egyptian legal codes, which were among the most advanced in the ancient world. The legacy of Egyptian cities can also be seen in modern religion and spirituality. The ancient Egyptians were deeply spiritual, and their religion and mythology continue to inspire people around the world. The concept of the afterlife, for example, can be traced back to ancient Egyptian beliefs, which held that the soul could continue to exist after death. The ancient Egyptian pantheon of gods and goddesses also continues to be a source of inspiration for many modern spiritual traditions. In summary, the enduring legacy of Egyptian cities in modern society is a testament to the enduring power of human creativity and ingenuity. From the country's magnificent pyramids and temples to its rich cultural heritage, the influence of Egyptian cities can be felt in many aspects of contemporary culture and society. Its impact on modern art, architecture, politics, and religion is profound, and its legacy continues to inspire and captivate people around the world. Chapter 2. The Ancient City of Memphis, From Mythology to Reality. The city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, is one of the most historically significant cities in human history. The city was once the capital of Egypt and served as the cultural and political center of the ancient world for centuries. At the heart of Memphis' rich cultural heritage is its mythology, which played a central role in shaping the city's identity and shaping the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. In this essay, we will examine the mythology of Memphis and explore its enduring legacy in the history of Egypt. At the heart of Memphis mythology was the worship of the god Ptah. Ptah was believed to be the creator of the universe and the patron of craftsmen and artisans. He was depicted as a mummified figure, wearing a skullcap and holding a staff and an ankh. The worship of Ptah was central to the cultural and religious life of Memphis, with many temples and shrines dedicated to his worship. The mythology of Memphis also included the worship of other gods and goddesses. The goddess Hathor, for example, was worshipped as the goddess of love, music, and dance. She was often depicted as a cow or as a woman with cow's horns and was believed to protect women and children. The god Anubis, on the other hand, was worshipped as the god of the dead and was responsible for guiding souls to the afterlife. The mythology of Memphis was not just a collection of stories and beliefs. It was also a means of expressing the city's cultural and political identity. The pharaohs of Memphis often used mythology to legitimize their rule and establish their authority. The myth of Osiris, for example, was used to reinforce the pharaoh's role as a mediator between the gods and the people. The pharaohs also built many temples and monuments dedicated to the worship of the gods, which served as symbols of their power and authority. But the mythology of Memphis was not limited to the realm of religion and politics. It also played a significant role in shaping the culture and identity of the ancient Egyptians. The stories and beliefs associated with the gods and goddesses of Memphis were passed down from generation to generation, shaping the way the people viewed themselves and their place in the world. The mythology of Memphis was also a source of inspiration for artists and writers who used its themes and motifs in their work. In summary, the mythology of Memphis is a significant aspect of the city's cultural heritage, shaping its identity and beliefs for centuries. Its influence can be seen in the worship of the god Ptah and other deities, as well as in the cultural and political life of the ancient Egyptians. Its enduring legacy is a testament to the power of myth and storytelling, and to the enduring significance of Memphis in the history of Egypt. The city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, is one of the most historically significant cities in human history. The city served as the capital of Egypt for centuries and was home to some of the most important landmarks in the ancient world. In this essay, we will explore the founding of Memphis and examine its early history as a city of the White Walls. According to ancient Egyptian mythology, Memphis was founded by the god Ptah. The god was believed to have created the city by speaking it into existence, using the power of his words to shape the land and the people who would live there. The city was known as Inbu Hedge, which means the White Walls, and was believed to be a sacred and protected place. The city's white walls were a defining feature of its early history. The walls were made of white limestone and were believed to represent the purity and sanctity of the city. They were also a symbol of the city's strength and were meant to protect it from invaders and enemies. Memphis was founded during the early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, around 3100 BCE. The city quickly became a center of trade and commerce, due to its strategic location on the Nile River. The city's port was a major hub for trade, with ships coming from as far away as the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. The city's strategic location also made it a center of political and cultural life. Memphis was home to the pharaohs of Egypt and served as the capital of the country for centuries. The city was also a center of religious life, with many temples and shrines dedicated to the worship of the gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt. The city's white walls also played a significant role in its early history. The walls were not just a symbol of the city's strength, they were also a source of inspiration for artists and writers. The white walls of Memphis were often used as a metaphor for purity and perfection, and they inspired many artists to create works of art that celebrated the city's beauty and grandeur. But the city's white walls were not invincible. The city was conquered by a series of invaders over the centuries, including the Assyrians, the Persians, and the Greeks. The city's walls were breached and destroyed, and many of its temples and shrines were looted and damaged. Despite its turbulent history, the legacy of Memphis and its white walls endures to this day. The city's ancient landmarks, including the pyramids of Giza and the Sphinx, continue to captivate and inspire people from around the world. The city's white walls, though long gone, remain a symbol of the city's early history and its enduring legacy in the history of Egypt. In summary, the founding of Memphis as a city of the White Walls was a significant event in the history of Egypt. The city's strategic location, political and cultural significance, and beautiful architecture made it a center of trade, commerce, and cultural exchange for centuries. The legacy of the city and its white walls endures to this day, inspiring artists, writers, and visitors from around the world. The city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, was once a center of trade, culture, and political power in the ancient world. However, over the centuries, the city suffered from political upheaval and conquest, leading to its decline and eventual abandonment. In this essay, we will examine the decline of Memphis and the political and social factors that contributed to its downfall. One of the primary factors contributing to the decline of Memphis was political instability. The city was often the site of political conflict and power struggles, with different factions vying for control. This instability weakened the city's defenses and made it vulnerable to invasion and conquest. The city also suffered from economic decline. As trade routes shifted and new centers of commerce emerged, Memphis lost its position as a major hub of trade and commerce. The city's population declined, and its infrastructure fell into disrepair. Memphis also suffered from repeated invasions and conquests. The city was conquered by a series of invaders over the centuries, including the Assyrians, the Persians, and the Greeks. These invasions brought destruction and devastation to the city, with many of its temples and shrines looted and damaged. One of the most significant invasions was the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE. Alexander's conquest of Egypt marked the end of the Pharaonic era and the beginning of the Hellenistic period. The city of Memphis, like much of Egypt, was heavily influenced by Greek culture and civilization during this period. However, the Hellenistic period was also a time of decline for Memphis. The city lost much of its political and cultural significance, and its population continued to decline. The city was eventually abandoned and fell into ruin. The decline of Memphis was not just a result of external factors. The city also suffered from internal social and cultural factors. The rigid social hierarchy of ancient Egypt, with the pharaohs and the priesthood at the top, limited social mobility and innovation. This lack of social and cultural progress contributed to the decline of the city and the country as a whole. In summary, the decline of Memphis was a result of a complex interplay of political, economic, and social factors. The city's instability, economic decline, and repeated invasions weakened its defenses and contributed to its eventual downfall. The city's abandonment marked the end of an era in Egyptian history and the beginning of a new period of cultural and political change. The legacy of Memphis endures to this day, serving as a reminder of the rich cultural heritage of ancient Egypt and the enduring power of human civilization. The city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, was one of the most important religious centers in the ancient world. The city was home to many temples and shrines, dedicated to the worship of the gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt. In this essay, we will examine the religious significance of Memphis and explore the myths and legends associated with its gods and goddesses. At the heart of Memphis' religious significance was the worship of the god Ptah. Ptah was the patron of craftsmen and artisans, and was believed to have created the universe with his words. He was depicted as a mummified figure, wearing a skull cap and holding a staff and an ankh. The worship of Ptah was central to the cultural and religious life of Memphis, with many temples and shrines dedicated to his worship. Another important god of Memphis was the goddess Hathor. Hathor was the goddess of love, music, and dance, and was often depicted as a cow or as a woman with cow's horns. She was believed to protect women and children, and was associated with fertility and childbirth. The worship of Hathor was an important part of the cultural and religious life of Memphis, with many temples and shrines dedicated to her worship. The city was also home to the god Anubis, who was worshipped as the god of the dead. Anubis was responsible for guiding souls to the afterlife, and was often depicted as a jackal-headed figure. The worship of Anubis was an important part of Egyptian funerary rites, and many of the tombs and burial chambers in Memphis were dedicated to his worship. But the gods of Memphis were not just figures of worship, they were also a means of expressing the city's cultural and political identity. The pharaohs of Memphis often used religion to legitimize their rule and establish their authority. The myth of Osiris, for example, was used to reinforce the pharaoh's role as a mediator between the gods and the people. The pharaohs also built many temples and monuments dedicated to the worship of the gods, which served as symbols of their power and authority. The gods of Memphis also played a significant role in shaping the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The stories and myths associated with the gods were passed down from generation to generation, shaping the way the people viewed themselves and their place in the world. The worship of the gods was also a source of inspiration for artists and writers, who created works of art that celebrated their beauty and power. In summary, the gods of Memphis were a significant aspect of the city's cultural and religious heritage. The worship of Ptah, Hathor, Anubis, and other gods and goddesses shaped the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, and served as a means of expressing the city's cultural and political identity. The enduring legacy of these gods can still be seen in the many temples and shrines dedicated to their worship, as well as in the myths and legends that continue to inspire and captivate people around the world. The pyramid complex of Saqqara, located near the city of Memphis in Egypt, is one of the most impressive and significant architectural achievements of the ancient world. The complex was built as a tribute to the god Ptah, the patron of craftsmen and artisans, and served as a symbol of the power and authority of the pharaohs of Egypt. In this essay, we will examine the pyramid complex of Saqqara and explore its significance in the cultural and political life of ancient Egypt. The pyramid complex of Saqqara was built during the Old Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, around 2700 BCE. The complex was built as a series of structures, including the step pyramid of Djoser, which is considered to be the oldest pyramid in Egypt. The complex was designed by the architect Imhotep, who is considered to be one of the most important figures in the history of Egyptian architecture. At the center of the pyramid complex of Saqqara was the step pyramid of Djoser. The pyramid was built as a series of stacked mastabas, or flat-roofed rectangular structures, and was designed to serve as the final resting place of the pharaoh Djoser. The pyramid was a significant departure from earlier burial structures, which were simple tombs or mastabas. The step pyramid of Djoser represented a major innovation in Egyptian architecture and set the standard for future pyramid construction. The pyramid complex of Saqqara also included many other structures, including temples and shrines dedicated to the worship of Ptah and other gods and goddesses. These structures were built to serve both religious and political functions, serving as symbols of the pharaoh's power and authority. The complex was also home to many statues and artworks, which celebrated the beauty and grandeur of ancient Egypt. The pyramid complex of Saqqara was not just a tribute to the god Ptah, it was also a symbol of the power and authority of the pharaohs of Egypt. The construction of such a monumental structure required a great deal of resources and manpower, and it served as a testament to the pharaoh's ability to organize and control these resources. The pyramid also served as a symbol of the pharaoh's divine authority, with the pharaoh being viewed as a mediator between the gods and the people. The pyramid complex of Saqqara also played a significant role in the cultural and intellectual life of ancient Egypt. The complex was a hub of artistic and intellectual activity, with many artists and writers inspired by its beauty and grandeur. The complex was also a center of learning, with many scholars and philosophers gathering there to exchange ideas and knowledge. In summary, the pyramid complex of Saqqara is a testament to the power and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians. The complex served as a tribute to the god Ptah and as a symbol of the pharaoh's power and authority. The complex's enduring legacy is a testament to the enduring significance of ancient Egypt and its rich cultural heritage. The step pyramid of Djoser, located in the pyramid complex of Saqqara near the city of Memphis in Egypt, is one of the most impressive and important architectural achievements of the ancient world. The pyramid was built during the Old Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, around 2700 BCE, and served as a monument to the power and wealth of the city of Memphis. In this essay, we will examine the step pyramid of Djoser and explore its significance in the cultural and political life of ancient Egypt. The step pyramid of Djoser was built as the final resting place of the pharaoh Djoser, who ruled Egypt during the 27th century BCE. The pyramid was designed by the architect Imhotep, who is considered to be one of the most important figures in the history of Egyptian architecture. The pyramid was a significant departure from earlier burial structures, which were simple tombs or mastabas. The step pyramid of Djoser represented a major innovation in Egyptian architecture and set the standard for future pyramid construction. The pyramid was built as a series of stacked mastabas, or flat-roofed rectangular structures, which gave it its distinctive stepped appearance. The pyramid was originally about 62 meters high and was surrounded by a complex of buildings and structures, including courtyards, temples, and shrines. The complex was designed to serve both religious and political functions, with the pyramid serving as a symbol of the pharaoh's power and authority. The construction of the step pyramid of Djoser required a great deal of resources and manpower, and it served as a testament to the wealth and power of the city of Memphis. The construction of such a monumental structure required a great deal of organization and control over resources, which would have been a major undertaking for any civilization at the time. The step pyramid of Djoser also played a significant role in the religious and cultural life of ancient Egypt. The pyramid was dedicated to the worship of the god Ptah, the patron of craftsmen and artisans. The pyramid was believed to serve as a gateway to the afterlife, with the pharaoh being buried with his treasures and possessions which he would need in the afterlife. The step pyramid of Djoser was not just a monument to the power and wealth of the city of Memphis. It was also a source of inspiration for artists and writers. The pyramid and its surrounding complex of buildings and structures served as a symbol of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt. Many artists and writers were inspired by the pyramid's stepped appearance and the intricate details of its architecture. In summary, the step pyramid of Djoser is a testament to the power and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramid served as a monument to the wealth and power of the city of Memphis, and set the standard for future pyramid construction. The pyramid's enduring legacy is a testament to the enduring significance of ancient Egypt and its rich cultural heritage. The pyramid and its surrounding complex of buildings and structures continue to captivate and inspire people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power of human civilization. The Colossus of Ramses II, located in the ancient city of Memphis in Egypt, is one of the most impressive and important monuments of the ancient world. The statue, which depicts the pharaoh Ramses II seated on his throne, served as a symbol of the military might and power of the city of Memphis. In this essay, we will examine the Colossus of Ramses II and explore its significance in the cultural and political life of ancient Egypt. The Colossus of Ramses II was built during the New Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, around 1250 BCE. The statue was carved from a single block of red granite and stood over 20 meters tall. The statue was originally located in the Temple of Ptah in Memphis, and was designed to serve as a symbol of the pharaoh's power and authority. The statue depicts Ramses II seated on his throne, with his hands resting on his knees and a regal expression on his face. The statue was designed to be an imposing and awe-inspiring presence, dominating the landscape of Memphis and inspiring fear and admiration in those who saw it. The Colossus of Ramses II served as a testament to the military might and power of the city of Memphis. Ramses II was one of the most powerful and successful pharaohs in the history of Egypt, and his military conquests helped to establish Egypt as a dominant power in the ancient world. The statue was designed to celebrate his military achievements and to inspire loyalty and allegiance among his subjects. The construction of the Colossus of Ramses II required a great deal of resources and manpower, which would have been a major undertaking for any civilization at the time. The construction of such a monumental statue required a great deal of organization and control over resources, which serves as a testament to the wealth and power of the city of Memphis. The Colossus of Ramses II also played a significant role in the religious and cultural life of ancient Egypt. The statue was located in the Temple of Ptah, the patron of craftsmen and artisans. The statue was believed to serve as a representation of the pharaoh's divine authority, with Ramses II being viewed as a mediator between the gods and the people. The Colossus of Ramses II was not just a monument to the military might and power of the city of Memphis. It was also a source of inspiration for artists and writers. The statue and its imposing presence served as a symbol of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt. Many artists and writers were inspired by the statue's regal appearance and the intricate details of its construction. In summary, the Colossus of Ramses II is a testament to the power and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians. The statue served as a monument to the military might and power of the city of Memphis, and celebrated the achievements of one of the most powerful pharaohs in the history of Egypt. The statue's enduring legacy is a testament to the enduring significance of ancient Egypt and its rich cultural heritage. The Colossus of Ramses II continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power of human civilization. The city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, was one of the most important cities in the ancient world. The city was the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom period and served as a hub of cultural, religious, and political activity for thousands of years. However, the city was eventually abandoned and fell into obscurity, with its ruins becoming buried under the sands of time. In this essay, we will examine the excavation of Memphis and explore the rediscovery of this lost city. The rediscovery of Memphis began in the 19th century with the arrival of European archaeologists in Egypt. These archaeologists were fascinated by the ancient ruins scattered throughout the country and were determined to uncover the secrets of ancient Egypt. Among these ruins were the ruins of Memphis, which had been buried under the sand for thousands of years. The excavation of Memphis was a painstaking process, requiring a great deal of resources and expertise. The archaeologists had to carefully remove the layers of sand and debris that had accumulated over the centuries, revealing the ruins of the city underneath. The excavation was a slow and arduous process, with the archaeologists working for years to uncover the secrets of this lost city. The excavation of Memphis revealed a wealth of information about the ancient world. The ruins of the city contained many important artifacts, including statues, pottery, and other objects of historical and cultural significance. These artifacts provided valuable insights into the daily life, customs, and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The excavation of Memphis also revealed many important architectural achievements. The ruins of the city contained many temples, palaces, and other structures that were marvels of ancient engineering. These structures served as a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians, who were able to build these monumental structures without the aid of modern technology. The excavation of Memphis also played a significant role in the cultural and intellectual life of the time. The discovery of the city sparked a renewed interest in ancient Egypt and inspired many artists, writers, and thinkers. The ruins of Memphis and other ancient cities served as a source of inspiration for many artists who were inspired by the beauty and grandeur of ancient Egyptian art and architecture. In summary, the excavation of Memphis was a significant event in the history of archaeology and played an important role in the rediscovery of the lost city. The excavation revealed a wealth of information about the ancient world and provided valuable insights into the daily life, customs, and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The ruins of Memphis continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring significance of ancient Egypt and its rich cultural heritage. The excavation of Memphis was a triumph of human ingenuity and resourcefulness, and it stands as a testament to the power of human curiosity and the enduring quest for knowledge. The ancient city of Memphis, located on the banks of the Nile River in Egypt, was one of the most important cities in the ancient world. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom period and was a hub of cultural, religious, and political activity for thousands of years. The legacy of Memphis can still be felt in modern Egypt, with the city's influence on the country's culture and history enduring to this day. In this essay, we will examine the legacy of Memphis and explore the influence of the city on ancient and modern Egypt. The legacy of Memphis is most evident in the cultural and intellectual life of ancient Egypt. The city was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The city was also home to many important cultural and artistic achievements, including the pyramid complex of Saqqara and the Colossus of Ramses II. These structures served as symbols of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt and continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. The city of Memphis was also an important center of political and economic activity. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom period and played a significant role in the country's political life. The city was also an important center of trade and commerce, with goods and products from all over the country passing through its markets and bazaars. The influence of Memphis can still be felt in modern Egypt, with the city's cultural and historical significance enduring to this day. Many of the country's most important cultural institutions, such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, are dedicated to preserving the legacy of ancient Egypt and the city of Memphis. The ruins of Memphis and other ancient cities continue to attract tourists and scholars from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and significance of ancient Egypt. The legacy of Memphis is also evident in the country's modern architecture and urban planning. The city's influence can be seen in the design of many modern cities and buildings, with architects and urban planners drawing inspiration from the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egyptian architecture. The city's influence can also be seen in the country's modern infrastructure and transportation systems, which serve as a testament to the country's modernization and development. In summary, the legacy of Memphis is a testament to the enduring significance of ancient Egypt and its rich cultural heritage. The city's influence on the country's culture, history, and architecture is still felt to this day, with its grandeur and beauty continuing to inspire and captivate people from around the world. The legacy of Memphis is a testament to the enduring power of human civilization and the enduring quest for knowledge and understanding. In summary, the ancient city of Memphis holds a special place in the history of Egypt and the world. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom period and was a hub of cultural, religious, and political activity for thousands of years. The legacy of Memphis can still be felt in modern Egypt, with the city's influence on the country's culture and history enduring to this day. The city of Memphis was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The city was also home to many important cultural and artistic achievements, including the pyramid complex of Saqqara and the Colossus of Ramses II. These structures served as symbols of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt and continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. The city of Memphis was also an important center of political and economic activity. The city played a significant role in the country's political life and was an important center of trade and commerce. Goods and products from all over the country passed through the city's markets and bazaars, making it a vital hub of economic activity. The legacy of Memphis is most evident in the country's cultural and intellectual life. The ruins of Memphis and other ancient cities continue to attract tourists and scholars from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and significance of ancient Egypt. Many of the country's most important cultural institutions, such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, are dedicated to preserving the legacy of ancient Egypt and the city of Memphis. The city's influence can also be seen in the country's modern architecture and urban planning. The design of many modern cities and buildings draws inspiration from the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egyptian architecture. The city's influence can also be seen in the country's modern infrastructure and transportation systems, which serve as a testament to the country's modernization and development. The enduring significance of Memphis in Egyptian history is a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The city's legacy continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the beauty and grandeur of the ancient world. The study of Memphis and other ancient cities provides valuable insights into the history and culture of ancient Egypt, helping us to better understand our shared human heritage. In summary, the city of Memphis is a testament to the enduring power of human civilization and the enduring quest for knowledge and understanding. The legacy of Memphis serves as a reminder of the beauty and grandeur of the ancient world, inspiring us to continue to explore and discover the wonders of human history and culture. Chapter 3. The Rise of Thebes, capital of ancient Egypt. The city of Thebes, located on the banks of the Nile River in Upper Egypt, was one of the most important cities in the ancient world. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the New Kingdom period and was a hub of cultural, religious, and political activity for thousands of years. In this essay, we will explore the historical significance of Thebes and examine the city's enduring legacy in the history and culture of ancient Egypt. Thebes was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The city was also home to many important cultural and artistic achievements, including the Temple of Karnak and the Valley of the Kings. These structures served as symbols of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt, and continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. The city of Thebes was also an important center of political and economic activity. The city played a significant role in the country's political life, and was an important center of trade and commerce. Goods and products from all over the country passed through the city's markets and bazaars, making it a vital hub of economic activity. The legacy of Thebes is most evident in the country's cultural and intellectual life. The ruins of Thebes and other ancient cities continue to attract tourists and scholars from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and significance of ancient Egypt. Many of the country's most important cultural institutions, such as the Luxor Museum and the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities in Cairo, are dedicated to preserving the legacy of Thebes and other ancient cities. The city's influence can also be seen in the country's modern architecture and urban planning. The design of many modern cities and buildings draws inspiration from the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egyptian architecture. The city's influence can also be seen in the country's modern infrastructure and transportation systems, which serve as a testament to the country's modernization and development. In summary, the city of Thebes holds a special place in the history of Egypt and the world. The city served as the capital of Egypt during the New Kingdom period, and was a hub of cultural, religious, and political activity for thousands of years. The legacy of Thebes continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the beauty and grandeur of the ancient world. The study of Thebes and other ancient cities provides valuable insights into the history and culture of ancient Egypt, helping us to better understand our shared human heritage. The city of Thebes, located on the banks of the Nile River in Upper Egypt, has a rich and fascinating history that dates back to the early dynastic period of ancient Egypt. The city rose to prominence during the Middle Kingdom period under the 11th dynasty, when it served as the capital of Egypt and the center of political, economic, and cultural activity. Under the 11th dynasty, Thebes became a thriving city, with a bustling market and a thriving artistic and intellectual community. The city was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The Temple of Karnak, located in the heart of Thebes, was one of the largest and most impressive religious complexes in the ancient world, attracting pilgrims and worshippers from all over the country. The city of Thebes was also an important center of political and economic activity. The city played a significant role in the country's political life, serving as the capital of Egypt and the center of royal power. The city was also an important center of trade and commerce, with goods and products from all over the country passing through its markets and bazaars. The early years of Thebes were marked by a period of great prosperity and growth. The city was home to many important artistic and intellectual achievements, including the development of the Middle Egyptian language and the creation of many important works of literature, such as the Tale of Sanu and the Story of the Shipwrecked Sailor. Despite its prosperity, the city of Thebes was not without its challenges. The city was located in a region that was prone to drought and famine, and the city's rulers had to manage these challenges in order to maintain the city's prosperity. In addition, the city faced challenges from neighboring regions and rival powers, which sought to challenge the city's dominance in the region. Despite these challenges, the city of Thebes continued to thrive and grow throughout the Middle Kingdom period. The city's influence and power continued to expand, and it remained one of the most important cities in Egypt for centuries to come. In summary, the early years of Thebes were marked by a period of great prosperity and growth. The city served as the center of political, economic, and cultural activity in ancient Egypt, and was home to many important artistic and intellectual achievements. The city's influence and power continued to expand throughout the Middle Kingdom period, laying the foundation for its enduring legacy in the history and culture of ancient Egypt. The Middle Kingdom period of ancient Egypt was a time of great transformation and growth, marked by the rise of Thebes as a religious and cultural center. During this time, the city of Thebes played a significant role in the religious life of ancient Egypt, serving as the center of the worship of the god Amun and home to many important religious sites and temples. The city of Thebes was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The Temple of Karnak, located in the heart of Thebes, was one of the largest and most impressive religious complexes in the ancient world, attracting pilgrims and worshippers from all over the country. The temple complex was dedicated to the god Amun, who was seen as the most powerful and important of all the Egyptian gods. Under the Middle Kingdom, the worship of Amun became increasingly important, with the god seen as the patron of kingship and the protector of the royal family. The city of Thebes became the center of this cult, with the priesthood of Amun playing a significant role in the city's religious and political life. The rise of Thebes as a religious center was closely tied to the city's growing economic and political power. The city's rulers were able to use the wealth generated by the city's trade and commerce to fund the construction of new temples and religious sites, cementing the city's status as the center of the Amun cult. The city of Thebes was also an important center of artistic and intellectual activity. The city was home to many important literary and artistic achievements, including the creation of many important works of literature, such as the story of Sanu and the story of the shipwrecked sailor. The city's artistic and intellectual achievements were closely tied to its religious life, with many of the city's great works of art and literature dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. The rise of Thebes as a religious center was not without its challenges. The city faced competition from other religious centers in Egypt, such as Heliopolis and Memphis, and the city's rulers had to work hard to maintain the city's dominance in the region. In addition, the city faced challenges from neighboring regions and rival powers, which sought to challenge the city's influence and power. Despite these challenges, the city of Thebes continued to thrive and grow throughout the Middle Kingdom period. The city's influence and power continued to expand, and it remained one of the most important cities in Egypt for centuries to come. In summary, the Middle Kingdom period of ancient Egypt marked the rise of Thebes as a religious and cultural center. The city played a significant role in the religious life of ancient Egypt, serving as the center of the worship of the god Amun and home to many important religious sites and temples. The city's rise as a religious center was closely tied to its growing economic and political power, and the city's artistic and intellectual achievements were closely tied to its religious life. The city's legacy as a center of religious and cultural significance endures to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Second Intermediate period of ancient Egypt was a time of political and social upheaval, marked by the struggle for control of Thebes and the country as a whole. During this period, the city of Thebes played a significant role in the political and cultural life of ancient Egypt, serving as a hub of power and influence. The Second Intermediate period was marked by a series of invasions and wars, which left the country weakened and vulnerable to outside influence. During this time, the Hyksos, a group of foreign invaders from the Levant, gained control of Lower Egypt and established their own capital at Avaris. The rise of the Hyksos threatened the power and influence of Thebes, which had long been one of the most important cities in Egypt. The city's rulers struggled to maintain their hold on power, facing challenges from both the Hyksos and other rival powers within Egypt. Despite these challenges, Thebes continued to play a significant role in the political and cultural life of Egypt. The city's rulers were able to use their economic and political power to maintain their influence and to fund the construction of new temples and religious sites. The struggle for control of Thebes was closely tied to the city's religious life. The city was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The city's rulers worked hard to maintain the worship of the god Amun, who was seen as the most powerful and important of all the Egyptian gods. The Second Intermediate Period was also marked by the rise of new religious movements, which challenged the dominance of the Amun cult. The cult of the god Seth, for example, gained popularity during this time, and many Egyptians turned to this cult as a way of challenging the power and influence of Thebes. Despite these challenges, Thebes remained a center of power and influence throughout the Second Intermediate Period. The city's rulers continued to invest in the city's economic and political infrastructure, maintaining their hold on power and influence. In summary, the Second Intermediate Period was a time of political and social upheaval in ancient Egypt, marked by the struggle for control of Thebes and the country as a whole. The city played a significant role in the political and cultural life of Egypt, serving as a hub of power and influence. Despite the challenges of the period, Thebes remained a center of religious and cultural significance, with the worship of the god Amun remaining an important part of the city's identity. The city's legacy as a center of power and influence endures to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring power and resilience of human civilization. The New Kingdom period of ancient Egypt was a time of great transformation and growth, marked by the rise of Thebes as the capital of Egypt and the center of political, economic, and cultural activity. The city of Thebes played a significant role in the country's history during this time, serving as the center of the worship of the god Amun and home to many important temples and religious sites. Under the New Kingdom, Thebes became a thriving city, with a bustling market and a thriving artistic and intellectual community. The city was home to many important temples and religious sites, which served as the focal point of the country's religious life. The Temple of Karnak, located in the heart of Thebes, was one of the largest and most impressive religious complexes in the ancient world, attracting pilgrims and worshippers from all over the country. The city of Thebes was also an important center of political and economic activity. The city played a significant role in the country's political life, serving as the capital of Egypt and the center of royal power. The city was also an important center of trade and commerce, with goods and products from all over the country passing through its markets and bazaars. During the New Kingdom period, Thebes became known as the City of the Pharaohs, with many of the country's most important rulers making the city their home. The city's rulers were able to use their economic and political power to maintain their influence and to fund the construction of new temples and religious sites, cementing the city's status as the center of the Amun cult. The city of Thebes was also an important center of artistic and intellectual activity. The city was home to many important literary and artistic achievements, including the creation of many important works of literature, such as the Book of the Dead and the Story of Wenamun. The city's artistic and intellectual achievements were closely tied to its religious life, with many of the city's great works of art and literature dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. The New Kingdom period was also marked by the construction of many important architectural and engineering projects in Thebes, including the construction of many important tombs and temples in the nearby Valley of the Kings. These structures served as symbols of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt, and continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. Despite its prosperity, the city of Thebes faced challenges during the New Kingdom period, including invasions from neighboring regions and rival powers. The city's rulers were able to maintain their hold on power, however, through a combination of military might, economic power, and diplomatic skill. In summary, the New Kingdom period of ancient Egypt was a time of great prosperity and growth, marked by the rise of Thebes as the capital of Egypt and the center of political, economic, and cultural activity. The city played a significant role in the country's history during this time, serving as the center of the worship of the god Amun and home to many important temples and religious sites. The city's legacy as a center of power, influence, and cultural significance endures to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Temple of Karnak, located in the heart of Thebes, was one of the largest and most impressive religious complexes in the ancient world. The temple complex was dedicated to the god Amun, who was seen as the most powerful and important of all the Egyptian gods. The Temple of Karnak was the focal point of the country's religious life, attracting pilgrims and worshippers from all over the country. The Temple of Karnak was built over a period of several centuries, with construction beginning during the Middle Kingdom period and continuing through the New Kingdom period. The temple complex was made up of a series of interconnected buildings, including the Great Temple of Amun, the Temple of Khonsu, and the Temple of Ptah. The Great Temple of Amun was the largest and most important building in the temple complex, and it was dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. The temple was designed to be a grand and imposing structure, with massive columns and intricate carvings covering every surface. The Temple of Karnak was also home to many important statues and monuments, including the famous Great Hypostyle Hall. This hall, which was built during the reign of Seti I and completed during the reign of his son Ramesses II, was one of the largest rooms in the world at the time, with 134 massive columns towering above the heads of the worshippers. The Temple of Karnak was not just a place of worship, but also a center of political and economic activity. The temple complex was home to many important administrative buildings, which were used to manage the temple's vast wealth and resources. The temple also served as a hub of trade and commerce, with goods and products from all over the country passing through its markets and bazaars. The Temple of Karnak was also an important center of artistic and intellectual activity. The temple was home to many important literary and artistic achievements, including the creation of many important works of literature, such as the Book of the Dead and the Story of Wenamun. The temple's artistic and intellectual achievements were closely tied to its religious life, with many of the temple's great works of art and literature dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. Despite its grandeur and beauty, the Temple of Karnak faced many challenges throughout its long history. The temple was damaged and looted during various periods of political and social upheaval, and it faced competition from other religious centers in Egypt, such as Heliopolis and Memphis. Despite these challenges, the Temple of Karnak remained an important center of religious and cultural life in ancient Egypt for centuries, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The temple complex continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a symbol of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile River near the city of Thebes, was one of the most important and impressive archaeological sites in the ancient world. The valley was the final resting place of many of Egypt's most powerful and important pharaohs, who were buried there in elaborate and ornate tombs. The Valley of the Kings was used as a burial site for over 500 years, beginning during the New Kingdom period and continuing through the Third Intermediate period. During this time, many of Egypt's most important rulers were buried in the valley, including Tutankhamun, Ramesses II, and Seti I. The tombs in the Valley of the Kings were elaborate and ornate, reflecting the power and wealth of the pharaohs who were buried there. The tombs were filled with intricate carvings, paintings, and sculptures, depicting scenes from the pharaoh's life and the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, which was discovered by archaeologist Howard Carter in 1922, was one of the most famous and impressive tombs in the valley. The tomb was filled with a wealth of treasures and artifacts, including the famous golden mask of Tutankhamun, which has become one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. Despite their grandeur and beauty, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings faced many challenges throughout history. The tombs were often looted and damaged by grave robbers and thieves, who were looking for the valuable treasures and artifacts that were buried with the pharaohs. In addition to these challenges, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were also subject to the wear and tear of time and the elements. Many of the tombs were damaged by flooding, erosion, and other natural disasters, which have caused significant damage to the delicate carvings and paintings that decorate the walls. Despite these challenges, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings remain one of the most important and impressive archaeological sites in the world. The tombs serve as a testament to the power and wealth of the pharaohs who were buried there, and they continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. In summary, the Valley of the Kings was one of the most important and impressive archaeological sites in the ancient world, serving as the final resting place of many of Egypt's most powerful and important pharaohs. The tombs in the valley were elaborate and ornate, reflecting the power and wealth of the pharaohs who were buried there. Despite facing many challenges throughout history, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Ramesseum, located on the west bank of the Nile River near the city of Thebes, was one of the most impressive and important temples in ancient Egypt. The temple was built by Pharaoh Ramses II, one of the most powerful and influential pharaohs in Egyptian history, and served as a symbol of his power and wealth. The Ramesseum was built during the New Kingdom period, and it was designed to be a grand and imposing structure, with massive columns and intricate carvings covering every surface. The temple was dedicated to the god Amun, who was seen as the most powerful and important of all the Egyptian gods. The Ramesseum was not just a place of worship, but also a center of political and economic activity. The temple complex was home to many important administrative buildings, which were used to manage the temple's vast wealth and resources. The temple also served as a hub of trade and commerce, with goods and products from all over the country passing through its markets and bazaars. The Ramesseum was also an important center of artistic and intellectual activity. The temple was home to many important literary and artistic achievements, including the creation of many important works of literature, such as the story of Wenamun. The temple's artistic and intellectual achievements were closely tied to its religious life, with many of the temple's great works of art and literature dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. The Ramesseum was also home to many important statues and monuments, including the famous Colossus of Ramses II. This statue, which was over 20 meters tall, was one of the largest and most impressive statues in the ancient world, serving as a testament to the power and wealth of Ramses II and the importance of the Ramesseum. Despite its grandeur and beauty, the Ramesseum faced many challenges throughout its long history. The temple was damaged and looted during various periods of political and social upheaval, and it faced competition from other religious centers in Egypt, such as Heliopolis and Memphis. Despite these challenges, the Ramesseum remained an important center of religious and cultural life in ancient Egypt for centuries, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The temple complex continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a symbol of the grandeur and beauty of ancient Egypt. In summary, the Ramesseum was one of the most impressive and important temples in ancient Egypt, serving as a symbol of the power and wealth of Pharaoh Ramses II and the importance of the worship of the god Amun. The temple complex was a hub of political, economic, and cultural activity, and it played a significant role in the country's history and development. Despite facing many challenges throughout its long history, the Ramesseum remains an important symbol of the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The city of Thebes, located on the west bank of the Nile River in Upper Egypt, was one of the most important and influential cities in ancient Egypt. The city played a central role in the country's political, cultural, and religious life for centuries, but it ultimately fell into decline and obscurity. The decline of Thebes began during the Third Intermediate Period, a time of political and social upheaval in Egypt. During this period, the country was divided into several smaller kingdoms, each vying for power and influence. Thebes was no exception, and the city found itself embroiled in a series of power struggles and conflicts. One of the most significant events in the decline of Thebes was the invasion of the city by the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BC. The Assyrians sacked the city and looted its treasures, causing significant damage to the city's infrastructure and economy. Thebes never fully recovered from this devastating blow, and it struggled to maintain its status as a major city in the region. Despite its decline, Thebes remained an important religious center throughout the Late Period and the Ptolemaic period. The city was home to many important temples and cult centers, including the famous Temple of Karnak and the Temple of Luxor. These temples continued to attract pilgrims and worshippers from all over the country, but they could not prevent the city's ultimate decline. The final blow to Thebes came during the Roman period, when the city was largely abandoned and left to decay. The Roman rulers of Egypt focused their attention on the development of new cities and ports along the Mediterranean coast, leaving Thebes to languish in obscurity. Despite its decline, Thebes remains an important symbol of Egypt's ancient history and culture. The city's ruins continue to captivate and inspire people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. In summary, the decline of Thebes was a complex and multifaceted process, marked by political upheaval, economic struggles, and social turmoil. Despite its decline, the city remained an important religious and cultural center throughout much of Egyptian history, and its ruins continue to serve as a symbol of the country's rich and diverse past. The fall of Thebes serves as a reminder of the fragility of human civilizations and the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. The city of Thebes, located on the west bank of the Nile River in Upper Egypt, was one of the most important and influential cities in ancient Egypt. The city played a central role in the country's political, cultural, and religious life for centuries, and its legacy continues to be felt in modern Egypt and throughout the world. The legacy of Thebes can be seen in many aspects of Egyptian culture and history. The city was home to many important temples and cult centers, including the famous Temple of Karnak and the Temple of Luxor. These temples were not only centers of religious worship, but also important sites of artistic and intellectual activity, serving as the birthplace of many important works of literature, art, and architecture. The city was also home to many important pharaohs, including Tutankhamun, Ramesses II, and Hatshepsut. These rulers left behind a wealth of artistic and architectural treasures, including the famous tomb of Tutankhamun, the Grand Temple of Ramesses II at Abu Simbel, and the beautiful mortuary temple of Hatshepsut. The legacy of Thebes is not just limited to ancient history and culture, however. The city continues to play an important role in modern Egypt, serving as a hub of tourism and cultural heritage. The city's ruins and artifacts continue to attract visitors from around the world, who come to marvel at the grandeur and beauty of this once great city. The influence of Thebes can also be seen in the wider world of art, literature, and culture. The city has been the inspiration for countless works of literature, including the famous novels of Agatha Christie and the poetry of Percy Bysshe Shelley. The city's ruins have also been featured in many films and television shows, serving as a symbol of the grandeur and mystery of ancient Egypt. In summary, the legacy of Thebes is a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The city's ruins, artifacts, and cultural treasures continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a symbol of Egypt's rich and diverse history and culture. The city's legacy serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations, and of the enduring power and influence of human civilization. Chapter 4. Alexandria, the Pearl of the Mediterranean. Alexandria, located on the Mediterranean coast of Egypt, is one of the most significant cities in human history. Founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BC, the city served as a center of learning, culture, and trade for centuries, and it played an important role in shaping the course of human civilization. Throughout its long history, Alexandria has been home to many important thinkers, artists, and rulers, each leaving their mark on the city's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Great Library of Alexandria to the Lighthouse of Alexandria, the city's monuments and landmarks continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world. Despite facing many challenges throughout its long history, including invasions, natural disasters, and political upheaval, Alexandria remains an important symbol of human civilization and a testament to the enduring power and influence of human culture. In this essay, we will explore the history of Alexandria, from its founding by Alexander the Great to its current status as an important center of culture, trade, and tourism. We will examine the city's rich and diverse cultural heritage, including its role in the development of philosophy, art, and literature, and we will explore the enduring legacy of this great city in modern times. The city of Alexandria was founded in 331 BC by Alexander the Great, one of the most famous and influential military leaders in human history. Alexander envisioned the city as a center of culture and trade, a place where people from all over the world could come together to exchange ideas, goods, and knowledge. To realize his vision, Alexander selected a strategic location on the Mediterranean coast of Egypt, near the mouth of the Nile River. The location was chosen for its proximity to important trade routes and its potential as a hub of maritime trade and commerce. Alexander entrusted the task of designing and building the city to the architect Dinocrates, who was given free rein to create a city that would embody the ideals of Hellenistic culture. Dinocrates designed the city in a grid pattern, with wide streets and open public spaces, creating a sense of order and harmony that was characteristic of Hellenistic urban planning. To further enhance the city's cultural significance, Alexander ordered the construction of a grand library, which would become one of the most famous and influential institutions of learning in human history. The library was designed to house the world's greatest works of literature, philosophy, and science, and it quickly became a magnet for scholars and intellectuals from around the world. Under Alexander's leadership, Alexandria quickly grew into a major center of culture, trade, and power. The city became a hub of maritime trade and commerce, with ships from all over the Mediterranean world arriving at its bustling ports to exchange goods and products. The city also became a center of learning and intellectual activity, attracting some of the greatest minds of the ancient world, including Euclid, Archimedes, and Eratosthenes. The Library of Alexandria became the intellectual center of the Hellenistic world, and it played a major role in the development of philosophy, science, and literature. In summary, the founding of Alexandria was a bold and visionary move by Alexander the Great, one that would have a profound impact on the course of human history. Alexander's vision of a city that would serve as a center of culture and trade was realized through the careful planning and design of the city's layout and infrastructure. The Grand Library and other cultural institutions that Alexander ordered to be built would have a lasting impact on the world of learning and intellectual activity, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, also known as the Pharos of Alexandria, was one of the most famous and impressive structures of the ancient world. Built in the 3rd century BC, under the reign of Ptolemy II, the lighthouse served as a beacon for sailors navigating the treacherous waters off the coast of Alexandria, guiding ships safely into the city's harbor. The lighthouse stood at a height of over 130 meters, making it one of the tallest man-made structures in the world at the time. The structure was built on the island of Pharos, which was connected to the mainland by a causeway. The lighthouse was constructed of white marble and limestone, and it was adorned with intricate carvings and sculptures. The lighthouse was designed by the architect Sostratus of Cnidus, who was known for his innovative use of materials and his mastery of engineering. The structure was built in 3 tiers, with the bottom 2 tiers serving as the base for the lighthouse's powerful beacon. The top tier was a small temple dedicated to the goddess Isis, who was widely worshipped in ancient Egypt. The lighthouse's beacon was fueled by a combination of wood and dried animal dung, which was set alight to produce a bright and steady flame. The light was visible for over 50 kilometers, guiding ships safely into the city's harbor and protecting them from the dangerous reefs and sandbars that surrounded the coast. The lighthouse remained a symbol of Alexandria's power and wealth for centuries, and it was regarded as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The structure inspired countless works of literature, art, and architecture, and it became a symbol of human ingenuity and technological innovation. Unfortunately, the lighthouse was eventually destroyed by a series of earthquakes that struck the region in the 14th century AD. Today, all that remains of the lighthouse is a small ruined tower, a testament to the enduring power and influence of this once great structure. In summary, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was one of the most impressive and iconic structures of the ancient world, serving as a beacon of hope and safety for sailors navigating the treacherous waters off the coast of Alexandria. The lighthouse's innovative design and engineering, combined with its powerful symbolism and cultural significance, continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Great Library of Alexandria, founded in the 3rd century BC under the reign of Ptolemy I, was one of the most important institutions of learning and scholarship in the ancient world. The library was designed to be a repository of knowledge and learning, housing the world's greatest works of literature, philosophy, and science. The library was built in the heart of Alexandria, adjacent to the royal palace and the Temple of Serapis. The library's collection grew rapidly over the centuries, thanks to the efforts of the Ptolemaic dynasty and other wealthy patrons who funded its acquisition of books and manuscripts. The library was home to a vast collection of books, manuscripts, and scrolls, representing the greatest works of literature, philosophy, and science of the ancient world. The collection included works by Homer, Aristotle, Plato, and many other great thinkers and writers of the time. The library also served as a center of research and scholarship, attracting some of the greatest minds of the ancient world. The library's scholars and scribes were responsible for translating and preserving many important works of literature and philosophy, helping to ensure their survival for future generations. The Great Library of Alexandria played a crucial role in the development of human knowledge and scholarship, serving as a symbol of the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The library's collection was a testament to the importance of preserving knowledge and learning, and its legacy continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world. Unfortunately, the library was destroyed by a series of fires and invasions over the centuries, and much of its collection was lost forever. The exact details of the library's destruction are unclear, but it is believed that the library was sacked by Roman soldiers in 48 BC and burned down by Christian zealots in the 4th century AD. Despite its eventual destruction, the Great Library of Alexandria remains an important symbol of the enduring power and influence of human culture and knowledge. The library's legacy continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. The Serapeum was a famous temple located in Alexandria, Egypt, dedicated to the god Serapis. The temple was built during the reign of Ptolemy I, and it served as an important religious and cultural center for centuries. The temple was designed to be a fusion of Egyptian and Hellenistic styles, reflecting the diverse and cosmopolitan nature of Alexandria. The temple was built on the site of an earlier temple dedicated to the god Osiris, and it was constructed using a mix of Egyptian and Greek architectural elements. The temple's design was innovative and unique, featuring a large central courtyard surrounded by a series of colonnaded halls and chambers. The temple's most famous feature was its underground crypt, which housed a series of catacombs containing the mummified remains of sacred bulls. The temple also housed a famous library, which contained a vast collection of works on religion, philosophy, and science. The library was known for its innovative and scholarly approach to the study of religion, and it attracted many famous scholars and philosophers from around the world. The Serapeum was an important center of religious and cultural life in Alexandria, serving as a symbol of the city's cosmopolitan nature and its blending of diverse cultural influences. The temple was an important site of pilgrimage for both Egyptians and Greeks, and it played a major role in the spread of Hellenistic culture throughout the region. Despite its importance, the Serapeum was not immune to the political upheavals that characterized ancient Egypt. The temple was sacked and burned by Christian zealots in the 4th century AD, marking the end of its long and illustrious history. Despite its eventual destruction, the Serapeum remains an important symbol of the enduring power and influence of human culture and religion. The temple's innovative and unique design, its vast library, and its blending of diverse cultural influences continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. The Roman period in Alexandria began in 30 BC, when the city was conquered by Julius Caesar's adopted son, Octavian, who later became known as Augustus. The city's famous library and other cultural institutions continued to flourish under Roman rule, but the city also underwent significant changes as a result of Roman influence. One of the most important changes brought about by Roman rule was the expansion of the city's infrastructure. The Romans built a series of new roads, aqueducts, and public buildings, which helped to modernize the city and make it more accessible to its inhabitants. The Romans also introduced new forms of architecture and engineering to Alexandria, which helped to transform the city's skyline. One of the most famous examples of Roman architecture in Alexandria is the Pompey's Pillar, a towering column built in honor of the Roman general Pompey. The Romans also had a significant impact on the city's religious and cultural life. They introduced new religious practices and traditions, including the worship of the emperor as a god, which gradually supplanted the traditional Egyptian and Greek religious practices. Under Roman rule, Alexandria continued to be an important center of trade and commerce. The city's port was expanded and modernized, and it became a hub of maritime trade and commerce between the Mediterranean world and the East. The Romans also played a major role in the intellectual and cultural life of Alexandria. The city's famous library continued to be an important center of learning, and it attracted many famous Roman scholars and philosophers, including Strabo, Plutarch, and Philo of Alexandria. Despite the many changes brought about by Roman rule, Alexandria remained a cosmopolitan and multicultural city, reflecting the diverse and heterogeneous nature of the Roman Empire. The city continued to be a hub of trade and commerce, a center of learning and scholarship, and a melting pot of different cultures and traditions. In summary, the Roman period in Alexandria was a time of significant change and transformation, as the city was modernized and transformed under the influence of Roman culture and architecture. Despite these changes, however, the city remained a hub of trade, commerce, and culture, reflecting the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Arab conquest of Alexandria in the 7th century AD marked a significant turning point in the city's history, as it brought about a new era of cultural and religious transformation under Islamic rule. Under Arab rule, Alexandria became an important center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The city's famous library, which had been partially destroyed in earlier conflicts, was reopened and expanded, and it became an important center of Islamic theology and philosophy. The Arab conquerors also introduced new forms of architecture and engineering to Alexandria, which helped to transform the city's skyline. One of the most famous examples of Arab architecture in Alexandria is the Qaitbay Citadel, a fortress built in the 15th century AD to defend the city against foreign invaders. The Arab conquerors also had a significant impact on the city's religious and cultural life. They introduced new religious practices and traditions, including the building of mosques and the establishment of Islamic schools, which gradually supplanted the traditional Egyptian and Greek religious practices. Under Arab rule, Alexandria continued to be an important center of trade and commerce. The city's port was expanded and modernized, and it became a hub of maritime trade and commerce between the Mediterranean world and the Middle East. The Arab conquerors also played a major role in the intellectual and cultural life of Alexandria. The city's famous library continued to be an important center of learning, and it attracted many famous Islamic scholars and philosophers, including Ibn Khaldun, al-Farabi, and al-Farghani. Despite the many changes brought about by Arab rule, Alexandria remained a cosmopolitan and multicultural city, reflecting the diverse and heterogeneous nature of the Islamic world. The city continued to be a hub of trade and commerce, a center of learning and scholarship, and a melting pot of different cultures and traditions. In summary, the Arab conquest of Alexandria marked a significant turning point in the city's history, as it brought about a new era of cultural and religious transformation under Islamic rule. Despite these changes, however, the city remained a hub of trade, commerce, and culture, reflecting the enduring power and influence of human civilization. The Crusades were a series of religious and military conflicts between Christians and Muslims that took place in the Middle East during the 11th to 13th centuries AD. The impact of the Crusades was felt far beyond the borders of the Holy Land, and one of the cities that suffered greatly during this period was Alexandria. In the 12th century AD, the Crusaders, led by the King of Jerusalem Baldwin III, launched an attack on Alexandria. The city, which had been under the control of the Fatimid Caliphate, was ill-prepared to withstand the siege, and the Crusaders were eventually able to breach its walls. The Crusaders proceeded to sack the city, pillaging and burning its mosques, palaces, and libraries. Many of the city's inhabitants were killed or enslaved, and the city's famous library, which had been a symbol of learning and scholarship for centuries, was destroyed. The sacking of Alexandria by the Crusaders was a tragedy of immense proportions, representing a significant loss of human knowledge and culture. The city's destruction was particularly devastating for the Islamic world, as it represented a major blow to Islamic scholarship and culture. Despite the devastation wrought by the Crusaders, however, Alexandria was able to recover from its losses and rebuild itself over time. The city continued to be an important center of trade and commerce, and it played a major role in the economic and cultural life of the Islamic world. In summary, the Crusades represented a period of great violence and upheaval for Alexandria, as the city was sacked and pillaged by Christian armies. The loss of the city's cultural and intellectual treasures was a tragic loss for human civilization, but Alexandria was able to recover from its losses and continue to thrive in the centuries that followed. The legacy of Alexandria's resilience and endurance in the face of adversity continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of human culture and civilization. The Renaissance was a period of great cultural and intellectual rebirth that took place in Europe during the 14th to 17th centuries AD. One of the key features of the Renaissance was a renewed interest in the art, literature, and philosophy of the ancient world, and this interest led to a rediscovery of many of Alexandria's ancient treasures. During the Renaissance, scholars and intellectuals in Europe began to take a renewed interest in the works of the ancient Greeks and Romans. This interest led to a renewed focus on the city of Alexandria, which had been a major center of learning and scholarship in the ancient world. Many Renaissance scholars became fascinated by the ancient libraries of Alexandria, which had been largely destroyed during the city's turbulent history. The rediscovery of ancient texts, such as the works of Aristotle and Plato, fueled a renewed interest in philosophy and science, and helped to shape the intellectual landscape of the Renaissance. One of the most famous Renaissance figures associated with Alexandria was the Italian scholar and humanist Giovanni Battista Belzoni. Belzoni was a pioneer of Egyptology, and he was responsible for the discovery and excavation of many of the city's ancient treasures, including the statue of Pompey's Pillar and the Temple of Serapis. Belzoni's discoveries helped to spark a renewed interest in ancient Egypt and its culture, and they helped to shape the popular imagination of the period. The rediscovery of Alexandria's ancient treasures also helped to fuel a renewed interest in architecture and engineering, as Renaissance architects sought to imitate and incorporate the city's ancient designs into their own works. The rediscovery of Alexandria's ancient treasures was a major turning point in the cultural and intellectual history of the West, helping to shape the Renaissance and laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment that followed. The city's ancient libraries and works of art continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the enduring power and influence of human culture and civilization. In summary, the rediscovery of Alexandria's ancient treasures during the Renaissance was a pivotal moment in the history of human civilization. The works of ancient Greek and Roman scholars, as well as the city's art and architecture, helped to shape the intellectual and cultural landscape of the Renaissance, and continue to inspire and captivate people today. The legacy of Alexandria's ancient treasures is a testament to the enduring power and influence of human culture and civilization, and serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. Throughout its long and storied history, Alexandria has played a central role in shaping the cultural and intellectual landscape of the world. From its ancient roots as a center of learning and scholarship to its modern-day status as a hub of trade and commerce, Alexandria has been a city of great significance and influence. Today, Alexandria continues to be an important cultural and economic center, reflecting its long and diverse history. The city is home to a thriving art and cultural scene, with numerous museums and galleries showcasing its rich artistic heritage. It is also a hub of trade and commerce, with its port and airport serving as major transportation hubs for the region. Despite the many changes that have taken place over the centuries, Alexandria remains a city of great cultural and historical significance, a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. Its ancient libraries and works of art continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, serving as a reminder of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. In addition to its cultural and historical significance, Alexandria also plays an important role in the political and economic life of the Middle East. As the second largest city in Egypt, it is a major center of political and economic power, and it plays a crucial role in shaping the country's future. In recent years, Alexandria has also become an important center of innovation and entrepreneurship, as new businesses and startups continue to emerge in the city. This innovation and entrepreneurial spirit reflects the city's long history of creativity and ingenuity, and it serves as a reminder of the enduring power of human ingenuity and determination. In summary, the enduring legacy of Alexandria in modern society is a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization. Its ancient libraries, works of art, and architectural wonders continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, while its thriving cultural and economic scene reflects the city's diverse and heterogeneous history. As we look to the future, we can take inspiration from the enduring legacy of Alexandria and continue to build upon its rich cultural heritage to create a better and more prosperous world for future generations. Chapter 5. The Pyramids and Sphinx of Giza, the Legacy of the Pharaohs. The Pyramids and Sphinx of Giza are among the most iconic and recognizable landmarks in the world. These ancient structures, located on the outskirts of modern-day Cairo, have captured the imagination of people from around the world for thousands of years and continue to inspire awe and wonder to this day. The significance of the Pyramids and Sphinx of Giza lies not only in their immense size and impressive construction, but also in the cultural and historical context in which they were built. These structures were constructed during a time of great upheaval and transformation in ancient Egypt, and they played a crucial role in shaping the country's cultural and political landscape for centuries to come. As we explore the history and significance of the Pyramids and Sphinx of Giza, we will gain a deeper understanding of the enduring power and influence of these ancient structures and the cultural and historical legacy that they represent. The construction of the Pyramids of Giza is a feat of engineering and architecture that has fascinated people for thousands of years. These monumental structures, which were built during the Old Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise to construct. The building techniques and methods used to construct the pyramids were highly sophisticated and innovative, and they reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The pyramids were built using massive blocks of limestone and granite, which were quarried from nearby sources and transported to the construction site by a system of ramps and sledges. One of the most remarkable features of the pyramids is their precise and symmetrical shape, which was achieved through the use of advanced surveying techniques and mathematical calculations. The sides of the pyramids were carefully aligned with the cardinal points of the compass, and the angles of the slopes were precisely calculated to create the desired shape. The construction of the pyramids also required a massive workforce, comprised of thousands of laborers and skilled craftsmen. These workers were organized into teams and overseen by a team of architects and supervisors, who were responsible for ensuring that the construction proceeded according to plan. The workers used a variety of tools and techniques to cut and shape the blocks of stone, including copper chisels, saws, and hammers. The blocks were then transported to the construction site using a system of ramps and sledges, which were designed to reduce the amount of force required to move the blocks. The construction of the pyramids was a complex and highly organized process that required an enormous amount of resources and expertise. The success of this monumental undertaking is a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians, and it continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world to this day. In summary, the construction of the pyramids of Giza represents a remarkable achievement in the history of engineering and architecture. The sophisticated building techniques and methods used to construct these structures reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt, and they continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world to this day. The pyramids of Giza are a testament to the enduring power and influence of human civilization, and serve as a reminder of the incredible things that can be achieved through hard work, determination, and innovation. The Great Pyramid of Khufu is the largest and most impressive of the three pyramids located at Giza. It is one of the most iconic and recognizable structures in the world, and its construction represents one of the most remarkable achievements in the history of human civilization. The Great Pyramid was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it is estimated that it took more than 20 years to complete. One of the most remarkable features of the Great Pyramid is its size. It stands at a height of 147 meters, and it was originally covered in a layer of smooth white limestone that has since been eroded away. The pyramid consists of more than 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing between 2 and 70 tons. The construction of the Great Pyramid required an enormous amount of manpower, and it is estimated that as many as 100,000 laborers and craftsmen were involved in its construction. These workers were organized into teams and overseen by a team of architects and supervisors, who were responsible for ensuring that the construction proceeded according to plan. The building techniques and methods used to construct the Great Pyramid were highly sophisticated and innovative, and they reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The blocks of stone used to construct the pyramid were carefully cut and shaped using copper tools, and they were transported to the construction site using a system of ramps and sledges. Despite the many challenges involved in its construction, the Great Pyramid was completed to an incredibly high level of precision and accuracy. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with the cardinal points of the compass, and the angles of the slopes are precisely calculated to create the desired shape. The Great Pyramid has captivated and inspired people for thousands of years, and it continues to be a source of fascination and wonder to this day. Its remarkable size, intricate design, and complex construction techniques represent a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization and serve as a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egypt. In summary, the Great Pyramid of Khufu is one of the most remarkable structures in the world, and represents a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, and its enduring legacy serves as a reminder of the incredible things that can be achieved through hard work, determination, and innovation. The Pyramid of Khafra is the second largest of the three pyramids located at Giza, and is located just a short distance from the Great Pyramid of Khufu. It is one of the most impressive structures in the world, and its construction represents a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. The Pyramid of Khafra was built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it is estimated that it took more than 20 years to complete. One of the most remarkable features of the Pyramid of Khafra is its size. It stands at a height of 143 meters and is slightly smaller than the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramid consists of more than 2 million blocks of stone, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons. The Pyramid of Khafra is also home to the Sphinx, one of the most recognizable and iconic landmarks in the world. The Sphinx is a massive statue of a lion with a human head, and is located just in front of the Pyramid of Khafra. It is believed to have been built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra, and was originally designed to guard the entrance to the pyramid. The construction of the Pyramid of Khafra required an enormous amount of manpower, and it is estimated that as many as 50,000 laborers and craftsmen were involved in its construction. These workers were organized into teams and overseen by a team of architects and supervisors, who were responsible for ensuring that the construction proceeded according to plan. The building techniques and methods used to construct the Pyramid of Khafra were highly sophisticated and innovative, and they reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The blocks of stone used to construct the pyramid were carefully cut and shaped using copper tools, and they were transported to the construction site using a system of ramps and sledges. Despite the many challenges involved in its construction, the Pyramid of Khafra was completed to an incredibly high level of precision and accuracy. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with the cardinal points of the compass, and the angles of the slopes are precisely calculated to create the desired shape. The Pyramid of Khafra and the Sphinx have captivated and inspired people for thousands of years, and they continue to be a source of fascination and wonder to this day. Their remarkable size, intricate design, and complex construction techniques represent a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization, and serve as a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egypt. In summary, the Pyramid of Khafra and the Sphinx are two of the most remarkable structures in the world, and represent a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. Their construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and they stand as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Pyramid of Khafra and the Sphinx continue to inspire and captivate people from around the world, and their enduring legacy serves as a reminder of the incredible things that can be achieved through hard work, determination, and innovation. The Pyramid of Menkaure is the smallest of the three pyramids located at Giza, but it is nonetheless an impressive structure that represents a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. The Pyramid of Menkaure was built during the reign of Pharaoh Menkaure, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it is estimated that it took more than 10 years to complete. One of the most remarkable features of the Pyramid of Menkaure is its size. It stands at a height of just 65 meters and is significantly smaller than both the Great Pyramid of Khufu and the Pyramid of Khafra. The pyramid consists of more than 100,000 blocks of stone, each weighing between 2 and 10 tons. The construction of the Pyramid of Menkaure required an enormous amount of manpower, and it is estimated that as many as 20,000 laborers and craftsmen were involved in its construction. These workers were organized into teams and overseen by a team of architects and supervisors, who were responsible for ensuring that the construction proceeded according to plan. The building techniques and methods used to construct the Pyramid of Menkaure were highly sophisticated and innovative, and they reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The blocks of stone used to construct the pyramid were carefully cut and shaped using copper tools, and they were transported to the construction site using a system of ramps and sledges. Despite its smaller size, the Pyramid of Menkaure was completed to an incredibly high level of precision and accuracy. The sides of the pyramid are aligned with the cardinal points of the compass, and the angles of the slopes are precisely calculated to create the desired shape. The Pyramid of Menkaure is located in close proximity to the other two pyramids at Giza, and it is believed that it was originally intended to be a smaller and more modest version of these structures. Despite its smaller size, however, the Pyramid of Menkaure remains a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization, and serves as a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egypt. In summary, the Pyramid of Menkaure may be the smallest of the three pyramids located at Giza, but it nonetheless represents a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Pyramid of Menkaure continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, and its enduring legacy serves as a reminder of the incredible things that can be achieved through hard work, determination, and innovation. The Sphinx is one of the most iconic and enigmatic structures in the world, and has captured the imagination of people for thousands of years. Located at the Giza Plateau in Egypt, the Sphinx is a massive statue of a lion with a human head, and is believed to date back to the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC. The Sphinx is an impressive structure, standing at a height of over 20 meters and measuring more than 70 meters in length. It is made out of limestone and has a remarkable level of detail and sophistication, with intricate carvings and hieroglyphics covering its surface. One of the most remarkable features of the Sphinx is its position, which is located at the edge of the Giza Plateau and directly in front of the Pyramid of Khafre. This positioning has led many scholars and historians to believe that the Sphinx was intended to serve as a guardian of the pyramid, protecting it from evil spirits and other threats. The construction of the Sphinx required an enormous amount of manpower and resources, and it is estimated that as many as 100 laborers and craftsmen were involved in its construction. These workers were organized into teams and overseen by a team of architects and supervisors, who were responsible for ensuring that the construction proceeded according to plan. The building techniques and methods used to construct the Sphinx were highly sophisticated and innovative, and they reflect the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The limestone used to construct the Sphinx was carefully quarried and shaped using copper tools, and it was transported to the construction site using a system of ramps and sledges. Despite the many challenges involved in its construction, the Sphinx was completed to an incredibly high level of precision and accuracy. The proportions of the statue are carefully calculated to create a sense of harmony and balance, and the details of the facial features and clothing are meticulously crafted. The Sphinx continues to be a source of fascination and intrigue to this day, and scholars and historians continue to study and analyze it in order to better understand its significance and meaning. Some have suggested that the Sphinx was intended to represent the pharaoh himself, while others believe that it was meant to symbolize the power and authority of the gods. In summary, the Sphinx is one of the most iconic and enigmatic structures in the world, and represents a remarkable achievement in the history of human civilization. Its construction required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Sphinx continues to inspire and captivate people from around the world, and its enduring legacy serves as a reminder of the incredible things that can be achieved through hard work, determination, and innovation. The Solar Boat Museum, located near the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, is home to one of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries in the history of ancient Egypt, the royal boat buried near the Pyramid of Khufu. The discovery of the royal boat was a major event in the history of Egyptology, and provided important insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The boat was buried as part of the funeral rites of Pharaoh Khufu, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC, and was intended to transport the pharaoh's soul to the afterlife. The boat is an impressive structure, measuring over 40 meters in length and made out of cedar wood. It is believed to have been constructed in the 26th century BC, and is one of the oldest and most well-preserved boats from ancient Egypt. The discovery of the royal boat was a major breakthrough in the field of Egyptology, and provided important insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The boat was buried as part of the funeral rites of Pharaoh Khufu, who ruled over ancient Egypt during the 26th century BC, and was intended to transport the pharaoh's soul to the afterlife. The Solar Boat Museum was built in order to house and display the royal boat, and has become a major tourist attraction in Egypt. The museum provides visitors with an opportunity to view the boat up close, and learn more about its construction, purpose, and significance. The boat itself is an impressive structure, and provides important insights into the advanced level of knowledge and technology that existed in ancient Egypt. The boat was constructed using sophisticated building techniques and methods, and reflects the remarkable level of expertise and skill possessed by the ancient Egyptians. In addition to its historical and archaeological significance, the Solar Boat Museum is also notable for its architectural design. The museum was built using modern architectural techniques and features a modernist design that reflects the contemporary cultural and artistic trends of the time. The Solar Boat Museum continues to be a major attraction in Egypt and attracts thousands of visitors each year. The museum serves as a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egypt and provides important insights into the religious beliefs and practices of this remarkable civilization. In summary, the Solar Boat Museum is one of the most remarkable and important archaeological discoveries in the history of ancient Egypt. The discovery of the royal boat provides important insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, and reflects the remarkable level of knowledge and technology possessed by this remarkable civilization. The Solar Boat Museum serves as a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egypt, and provides important insights into the rich and complex history of this remarkable civilization. The Valley Temple is one of the most important structures in the history of ancient Egypt, and represents a remarkable achievement in the field of architecture and engineering. Located near the pyramids at Giza, the Valley Temple served as a mortuary temple where the mummification of pharaohs took place. The construction of the Valley Temple required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The temple is made out of limestone and is characterized by its impressive size and the intricate carvings and hieroglyphics that cover its surface. The Valley Temple was built as part of a complex of mortuary temples that were intended to serve as the final resting place of pharaohs. These temples were designed to provide the pharaohs with everything they would need in the afterlife, including food, water, and other supplies. One of the most remarkable features of the Valley Temple is its location, which is situated at the edge of the Nile River and directly in front of the Pyramid of Khafra. This positioning reflects the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, who believed that the pharaohs needed to be close to the Nile in order to ensure their safe passage to the afterlife. The Valley Temple was also a center of religious life in ancient Egypt, and was the site of important religious ceremonies and rituals. It was here that the mummification of pharaohs took place, a process that was carefully orchestrated and involved a wide range of specialists and craftsmen. The mummification process was a highly sophisticated and complex undertaking, and required an enormous amount of knowledge and expertise. The process involved the removal of the internal organs, the application of special oils and resins, and the wrapping of the body in linen bandages. The Valley Temple also played an important role in the political and economic life of ancient Egypt, and was a hub of trade and commerce. The temple served as a center of administration and bureaucracy, and was the site of important negotiations and agreements between the pharaohs and their subjects. The Valley Temple continued to be an important site of religious and political life in ancient Egypt for many centuries, and it remains a source of fascination and intrigue to this day. Scholars and historians continue to study and analyze the temple in order to better understand its significance and meaning, and to gain insights into the rich and complex history of ancient Egypt. In summary, the Valley Temple is one of the most important and remarkable structures in the history of ancient Egypt. The temple served as a center of religious and political life, and played an important role in the mummification of pharaohs. The construction of the temple required an enormous amount of resources, labor, and expertise, and it stands as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. The Valley Temple continues to be a source of fascination and intrigue, and serves as an enduring reminder of the remarkable achievements of this remarkable civilization. The pyramids of Egypt are some of the most recognizable and iconic structures in the world, and their enduring popularity is a testament to the incredible impact they have had on human history and culture. Over the years, the pyramids have been featured in countless works of art, literature, and media, and have inspired countless artists, writers, and filmmakers. One of the earliest examples of the pyramids in popular culture is the famous poem, Ozymandias, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. The poem describes the ruins of a colossal statue of an ancient pharaoh and reflects on the fleeting nature of power and the inevitability of decline and decay. The poem has become an enduring classic of English literature and is often cited as an example of the enduring influence of the pyramids on human culture. In the world of cinema, the pyramids have been featured in numerous films over the years, including classic films like The Mummy and Raiders of the Lost Ark. These films have helped to popularize the pyramids and have introduced them to new audiences around the world. In recent years, the pyramids have also become a popular subject in video games, with titles like Assassin's Creed Origins and Civilization VI featuring them prominently in their storylines and gameplay. These games have helped to introduce a new generation of gamers to the pyramids and to the rich and complex history of ancient Egypt. The pyramids have also been a popular subject in visual art, with countless artists drawing inspiration from their iconic shapes and intricate designs. From paintings and sculptures to photographs and digital art, the pyramids have been featured in countless works of art over the years and continue to inspire artists around the world. Perhaps most significantly, the pyramids have become a symbol of human achievement and ambition, and serve as a powerful reminder of the incredible things that human beings are capable of achieving when they work together and pursue their dreams. As such, they continue to capture the imaginations of people around the world, and to inspire new generations of artists, writers, and filmmakers to explore their enduring legacy. In summary, the pyramids of Egypt are more than just impressive structures. They are symbols of human ingenuity, ambition, and creativity, and have had an enduring impact on human culture and history. From classic works of literature and cinema to modern video games and digital art, the pyramids continue to inspire and captivate people around the world and serve as a powerful testament to the incredible achievements of ancient Egypt. In summary, the pyramids and Sphinx of Giza remain some of the most remarkable and enduring symbols of human achievement in the history of civilization. These remarkable structures have stood the test of time and continue to inspire and captivate people from all over the world. Despite the passage of millennia and the many changes that have occurred in human history, the pyramids and Sphinx remain as powerful and evocative today as they were when they were first built. They continue to attract visitors from around the world, and their legacy has been celebrated in countless works of art, literature, and media. One of the most remarkable things about the pyramids and Sphinx is their ability to inspire wonder and awe in people of all ages and backgrounds. Whether viewed up close or from a distance, these structures are truly awe-inspiring and serve as a powerful reminder of the incredible potential of human creativity and ingenuity. The pyramids and Sphinx also continue to serve as important symbols of the rich and complex history of ancient Egypt, and remind us of the remarkable achievements of this remarkable civilization. They stand as a testament to the power and sophistication of ancient Egyptian culture, and offer valuable insights into the beliefs, values, and practices of this fascinating society. Moreover, the pyramids and Sphinx have also had a significant impact on modern society, serving as powerful symbols of human ambition and achievement. They inspire us to reach for the stars and to strive for greatness, and remind us of the incredible things that we are capable of achieving when we work together and pursue our dreams. In summary, the pyramids and Sphinx of Giza remain some of the most remarkable and enduring structures in the world, and continue to inspire and captivate people from all over the world. They serve as a powerful reminder of the incredible achievements of ancient Egypt, and offer valuable insights into the rich and complex history of this remarkable civilization. Above all, they serve as a powerful symbol of human potential and ambition, and inspire us to dream big and to strive for greatness in all that we do. Chapter 6. The Valley of the Kings, the Tombs of Ancient Pharaohs. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile River in Luxor, Egypt, is one of the most important and historically significant archaeological sites in the world. It is the final resting place of many of ancient Egypt's most powerful and influential pharaohs, and has played a critical role in shaping our understanding of this remarkable civilization. For centuries, the Valley of the Kings was shrouded in mystery and legend, and it was not until the early 20th century that its true significance began to be fully understood. Today, it is recognized as one of the most important archaeological sites in the world, and attracts thousands of visitors each year, who come to marvel at the stunning tombs and artifacts that have been uncovered within its walls. In this essay, we will explore the historical significance of the Valley of the Kings, examining its role in ancient Egyptian history and its enduring legacy in modern society. We will examine the stunning tombs and artifacts that have been discovered within its walls, and explore the remarkable achievements of the pharaohs who are buried there. Through our exploration of this remarkable site, we will gain a deeper understanding of the rich and complex history of ancient Egypt, and of the remarkable achievements of this remarkable civilization. The Valley of the Kings was first used as a burial site during the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, around 1500 BC. The pharaohs of this period, including Thutmose I, Thutmose II, and Hatshepsut, were some of the most powerful and influential rulers in Egyptian history, and their tombs in the Valley of the Kings were some of the most remarkable and complex structures ever built. The early tombs in the Valley of the Kings were relatively simple in design, consisting of a long corridor leading to a burial chamber deep within the mountain. However, over time the tombs became more elaborate, with the pharaohs commissioning increasingly complex and intricate designs to be carved into the rock. One of the most remarkable tombs from this period is that of Hatshepsut, the famous female pharaoh who ruled Egypt for over 20 years in the 15th century BC. Her tomb, which was discovered in the early 20th century, is notable for its intricate carvings and stunning design, and is considered one of the most important archaeological finds in the history of Egyptology. Other notable tombs from this period include those of Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, and Seti I, all of which feature stunning designs and intricate carvings that offer valuable insights into the religious beliefs and cultural practices of ancient Egypt. Despite their beauty and complexity, however, the early tombs in the Valley of the Kings were not immune to the ravages of time and the elements. Over the centuries, many of the tombs were looted and vandalized, and many of the artifacts and treasures that were once housed within their walls were lost forever. Nevertheless, the early tombs in the Valley of the Kings remain an important part of Egyptian history, and offer valuable insights into the remarkable achievements of the pharaohs of the 18th and 19th dynasties. Through their stunning designs and intricate carvings, they offer a glimpse into the rich and complex culture of ancient Egypt, and remind us of the incredible achievements of this remarkable civilization. The New Kingdom of ancient Egypt, which began around 1550 BC, was a time of great cultural and artistic achievement, and saw the construction of some of the most magnificent and complex tombs in the history of the Valley of the Kings. During this period, the pharaohs of Egypt were more powerful and influential than ever before, and they spared no expense in creating elaborate and stunning tombs that would serve as a lasting testament to their greatness and power. One of the most remarkable tombs from this period is that of Tutankhamun, the young pharaoh who ruled Egypt during the 14th century BC. His tomb, which was discovered in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter, is one of the most famous and well-preserved tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and offers a remarkable glimpse into the opulence and luxury of life in ancient Egypt. The tomb of Tutankhamun is notable for its stunning designs and intricate carvings, which depict scenes from his life and reign, as well as for the incredible treasures and artifacts that were discovered within its walls. Among the most famous of these treasures is the solid gold funerary mask of Tutankhamun, which has become one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. Other notable tombs from this period include those of Ramses II, Amenhotep III, and Thutmose IV, all of which feature stunning designs and intricate carvings that offer valuable insights into the religious beliefs and cultural practices of ancient Egypt. Despite their beauty and complexity, however, the tombs of the New Kingdom were not immune to the ravages of time and the elements. Over the centuries, many of the tombs were looted and vandalized, and many of the artifacts and treasures that were once housed within their walls were lost forever. Nevertheless, the tombs of the New Kingdom remain some of the most remarkable and enduring symbols of ancient Egypt's cultural and artistic achievements. They serve as a testament to the power and sophistication of this remarkable civilization, and offer valuable insights into the beliefs, values, and practices of the people who lived and thrived in this part of the world so many centuries ago. In summary, the tombs of the New Kingdom represent a golden age in the history of the Valley of the Kings, and offer a fascinating glimpse into the remarkable achievements of ancient Egypt. They continue to inspire and captivate people from all over the world, and serve as a powerful symbol of the enduring legacy of this remarkable civilization. The tombs of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt are among the most remarkable and enduring structures in the history of human civilization. These magnificent tombs were constructed with incredible precision and skill, and their designs and decorations offer valuable insights into the religious beliefs, cultural practices, and social hierarchies of this remarkable civilization. The construction and design of the tombs of the pharaohs were governed by strict rules and conventions that were carefully observed and adhered to by the architects, builders, and artists who were responsible for their creation. These rules and conventions reflected the deep religious beliefs and cultural values of ancient Egypt, and were designed to ensure that the pharaohs were properly honored and protected in the afterlife. One of the most important considerations in the construction of the tombs was their location. The pharaohs believed that the tombs should be located on the west bank of the Nile, where the sun set and where the god of the underworld, Osiris, was believed to reside. The tombs were also constructed in the form of a pyramid or a mastaba, a flat-topped rectangular structure with sloping sides, which symbolized the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. The construction of the tombs was a complex and time-consuming process that involved a large number of skilled craftsmen and laborers. The work was typically carried out over a period of many years, with the pharaohs often starting construction on their tombs as soon as they ascended to the throne. Once the location and design of the tomb had been decided upon, the builders would begin excavating the site and carving out the chambers and corridors that would form the basis of the tomb. The walls and ceilings of the tomb were then covered with intricate carvings and decorations that depicted scenes from the pharaoh's life, as well as from Egyptian mythology and religion. The pharaohs were also buried with a vast array of treasures and artifacts, including jewelry, furniture, and food, that they believed would be necessary in the afterlife. These treasures were carefully placed in the tomb alongside the pharaoh's body, and were intended to ensure that the pharaoh would be properly honored and provided for in the next world. Despite their impressive size and complexity, however, the tombs of the pharaohs were not always successful in protecting their occupants from tomb robbers and looters. Many of the tombs were plundered in ancient times, with the treasures and artifacts that they contained being lost forever. Nevertheless, the tombs of the pharaohs remain some of the most remarkable and enduring structures in the history of human civilization. They serve as a testament to the power and sophistication of ancient Egypt, and offer valuable insights into the beliefs, values, and practices of this remarkable civilization. The decorations and art that adorn the tombs of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt are among the most remarkable and enduring works of art in the history of human civilization. These intricate and stunning carvings and paintings offer valuable insights into the religious beliefs, cultural practices, and social hierarchies of this remarkable civilization, and serve as a testament to the skill and creativity of the artists who created them. One of the most striking features of the decorations and art in the tombs is the depiction of the pharaohs themselves. These powerful and revered figures were often portrayed as larger than life, with imposing stature and regal demeanor that emphasized their power and prestige. The pharaohs were typically depicted wearing elaborate headdresses and ceremonial garments that symbolized their royal status, and were often shown in the act of performing important religious or ceremonial duties. Many of the carvings and paintings also depict the pharaohs interacting with the gods and goddesses of the Egyptian pantheon, emphasizing their divine status and the close relationship between the pharaohs and the gods. Alongside the pharaohs, the gods and goddesses of the Egyptian pantheon also feature prominently in the decorations and art of the tombs. These deities were depicted in a variety of forms and roles, with each god or goddess representing a different aspect of Egyptian mythology and religion. The most prominent of these deities were Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis, who were often depicted together in carvings and paintings that emphasized their role in guiding the pharaohs on their journey to the afterlife. Other important gods and goddesses that feature prominently in the decorations and art of the tombs include Ra, the sun god, Horus, the god of the sky, and Anubis, the god of mummification. The decorations and art of the tombs were not just limited to the pharaohs and the gods, however. They also included depictions of the daily life and activities of the people of ancient Egypt, including scenes of farming, hunting, and fishing, as well as depictions of artisans and craftsmen at work. Overall, the decorations and art of the tombs offer a remarkable insight into the beliefs, values, and practices of ancient Egypt. They serve as a testament to the creativity and skill of the artists who created them, and offer valuable insights into the religious and cultural beliefs of this remarkable civilization. The Curse of the Pharaohs is a legend that has captured the imagination of people for centuries. According to this legend, anyone who disturbs the tombs of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt will suffer a terrible curse that will bring them misfortune, illness, or even death. The curse has been the subject of countless stories, books, and movies, and has contributed to the enduring fascination with the mysteries and wonders of ancient Egypt. The legend of the Curse of the Pharaohs can be traced back to the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter. The discovery of the tomb, which had remained undisturbed for over 3,000 years, was a major sensation and captured the attention of the world. However, within weeks of the discovery, stories began to emerge of a curse that had been placed on the tomb by the pharaoh himself, warning that anyone who entered the tomb would suffer a terrible fate. The curse was soon linked to the mysterious deaths of several people associated with the discovery of the tomb, including Lord Carnarvon, the financier who had sponsored the expedition. Carnarvon died shortly after the tomb was opened, and it was rumored that he had been bitten by a mosquito that had entered the tomb and been infected with a deadly disease. Other members of the expedition also suffered from illness and misfortune, leading many to believe that the curse was real and had been unleashed upon them by the pharaoh. Despite the apparent evidence of the curse, many experts dismissed the idea as superstitious nonsense, and pointed out that many people associated with other archaeological expeditions in Egypt had not suffered any ill effects. Some even suggested that the curse had been invented by Carter himself, as a way of generating publicity and interest in his discovery. Nevertheless, the idea of the Curse of the Pharaohs persisted, and continued to capture the popular imagination. The curse was further popularized by the various books, movies, and other media that depicted the supposed power of the curse, and helped to cement its place in popular culture. In recent years, however, there has been a growing recognition that the Curse of the Pharaohs was largely a myth, and that the supposed evidence of the curse was largely based on coincidence and rumor. Many modern experts point out that the deaths and misfortunes associated with the discovery of the tomb can be attributed to a variety of factors, including the presence of dangerous bacteria and fungi in the tomb, as well as the stresses and strains of working in a hot and difficult environment. In summary, the Curse of the Pharaohs remains one of the most enduring and fascinating legends of ancient Egypt. Despite the lack of scientific evidence for the curse, the idea of a supernatural force protecting the tombs of the pharaohs continues to captivate the popular imagination, and is likely to do so for many years to come. The discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter was one of the most significant and exciting discoveries in the history of archaeology. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, had remained hidden and undisturbed for over 3,000 years, and contained a wealth of treasure and artifacts that shed light on the life and times of the young pharaoh who had been buried there. The discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun was the result of years of dedicated work by Carter, who had been employed by the wealthy aristocrat Lord Carnarvon to search for the tomb. The two men had been working together for several years, but had so far failed to find any significant discoveries. However, in November 1922, Carter and his team made a breakthrough when they discovered a step leading down into the ground, which they believed could be the entrance to a tomb. After weeks of careful excavation, the team uncovered the entrance to the tomb of Tutankhamun, which was marked with a seal bearing the name of the pharaoh. The tomb was located in a deep underground chamber, and was filled with a wealth of treasure and artifacts, including jewelry, furniture, and even a chariot. As the discovery of the tomb was reported around the world, it captured the public imagination and became the subject of intense interest and fascination. People were amazed by the beauty and intricacy of the treasures that had been uncovered, and were eager to learn more about the life and reign of Tutankhamun. One of the most significant aspects of the discovery of the tomb was the fact that it provided new insights into the life and times of Tutankhamun, who had been a relatively minor pharaoh who had reigned for only a short period of time. The treasures and artifacts found in the tomb showed that Tutankhamun had been a wealthy and powerful ruler, with a keen interest in art and culture. The discovery of the tomb also provided important information about the burial practices and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The tomb was filled with a variety of objects and artifacts that had been placed there to accompany the pharaoh on his journey to the afterlife, and which shed light on the complex rituals and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. However, the discovery of the tomb was not without controversy. The fact that the tomb had been looted and robbed in antiquity meant that some of the treasures had been removed or damaged, and there were concerns about the impact of the excavation on the delicate and fragile artifacts. Despite these controversies, the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun remains one of the most significant and exciting discoveries in the history of archaeology. The treasures and artifacts found in the tomb have provided important insights into the life and times of one of the most fascinating figures in ancient history, and have helped to deepen our understanding of the culture and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. Moreover, the discovery of the tomb has captured the public imagination and inspired a new generation of scholars and archaeologists to explore the mysteries and wonders of ancient Egypt. The legacy of Tutankhamun and the treasures of his tomb continue to fascinate and inspire people around the world, and are likely to do so for many years to come. Throughout the history of Egypt, the tombs of the pharaohs have been among the most sought-after and highly prized treasures in the world. From the pyramids of Giza to the Valley of the Kings, archaeologists have spent countless years and resources searching for these tombs and the treasures they contain. Despite these efforts, however, there are still many royal tombs that remain undiscovered, and which are believed to contain a wealth of treasure and artifacts that could shed new light on the culture and history of ancient Egypt. One of the most intriguing of these tombs is the tomb of the legendary queen Nefertiti. Nefertiti was the wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten, and was known for her beauty and her powerful influence over her husband's rule. Despite her prominence and importance, however, the location of her tomb has remained a mystery for centuries. Some scholars believe that Nefertiti's tomb may be located in the Valley of the Kings, while others believe that it may be located in the Amarna region, where Akhenaten and Nefertiti ruled during the 18th dynasty. Despite extensive searching and excavation in both regions, however, the tomb of Nefertiti has yet to be found. Another royal tomb that has remained elusive is the tomb of the pharaoh Ramesses VIII. Ramesses VIII was a relatively obscure pharaoh who ruled for only a short period of time, but his tomb is believed to contain a wealth of treasures and artifacts that could provide important insights into the culture and history of ancient Egypt. Despite extensive searching and excavation in the Valley of the Kings, however, the tomb of Ramesses VIII has yet to be discovered, and its location remains a mystery to this day. Other royal tombs that are yet to be discovered include the tomb of the pharaoh Tutankhamun's wife, Ankhesenamun, and the tomb of the pharaoh Ramesses VI. Ankhesenamun was a powerful queen who played a key role in the reign of Tutankhamun, but her tomb has never been found despite extensive searching in the Valley of the Kings and other regions. Similarly, the tomb of Ramesses VI, who was a powerful and influential pharaoh who ruled during the 20th dynasty, has never been discovered, despite the fact that he was known for his grand building projects and his love of gold and precious jewels. Despite the fact that these tombs remain undiscovered, however, many scholars and archaeologists remain hopeful that they will one day be found, and that they will contain a wealth of treasures and artifacts that could provide new insights into the culture and history of ancient Egypt. Moreover, the fact that these tombs remain hidden and mysterious adds to their allure and fascination, and ensures that they will continue to capture the public imagination and inspire new generations of scholars and explorers for many years to come. In summary, the search for the royal tombs of Egypt is a fascinating and ongoing endeavor, one that has captivated the imagination of people around the world for centuries. While many of these tombs remain undiscovered, the fact that they are still out there waiting to be found is a testament to the enduring mysteries and wonders of ancient Egypt, and to the enduring human fascination with the treasures of the past. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile in Luxor, Egypt, is one of the most important and well-known archaeological sites in the world. The valley is home to dozens of tombs of pharaohs and other important figures from ancient Egypt, including Tutankhamun, Ramesses II, and Hatshepsut. Over the centuries, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings have been subject to a number of natural and man-made hazards, including flooding, erosion, and theft. In order to protect these precious artifacts and ensure that they remain accessible to future generations, a number of efforts have been made to excavate and preserve the tombs in the valley. The first efforts to excavate and preserve the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were undertaken in the 18th and 19th centuries by a number of European archaeologists and adventurers, including Giovanni Belzoni and Howard Carter. These early excavations were often conducted haphazardly and were not always done with the best interests of the tombs and their contents in mind. In the early 20th century, however, more systematic and scientific approaches were taken to the excavation and preservation of the Valley of the Kings. One of the key figures in this movement was the British archaeologist Howard Carter, who discovered the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922. Carter's discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun was one of the most important archaeological finds of the 20th century, and sparked a renewed interest in the excavation and preservation of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. In the years that followed, a number of important discoveries were made in the valley, including the tombs of Ramesses II and Seti I. Despite these important discoveries, however, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings remained under threat from a number of natural and man-made hazards. In the early 20th century, for example, the valley was subject to a number of devastating floods, which damaged a number of the tombs and their contents. In response to these threats, a number of efforts were made to protect the tombs in the valley from further damage. One of the most important of these efforts was the construction of a series of dams and canals along the Nile, which helped to control the flow of water into the valley and prevent future floods. In addition to these efforts, a number of measures were also taken to protect the tombs from theft and vandalism. In the early 20th century, for example, a number of security measures were put in place to prevent the theft of artifacts from the tombs, including the use of metal doors and locks. Today, the Valley of the Kings remains an important archaeological site, and efforts continue to be made to excavate and preserve the tombs for future generations. In recent years, a number of important discoveries have been made in the valley, including the tombs of several previously unknown pharaohs. Despite these important discoveries, however, the tombs in the Valley of the Kings remain under threat from a number of natural and man-made hazards, including erosion, flooding, and theft. In order to protect these precious artifacts, it is essential that ongoing efforts be made to excavate and preserve the tombs, and to ensure that they remain accessible to future generations. The Valley of the Kings is an enduring symbol of the power and majesty of ancient Egypt, and is one of the most important and well-known archaeological sites in the world. The tombs in the valley offer a unique glimpse into the lives of pharaohs and other important figures from ancient Egyptian history, and have captivated the imaginations of people around the world for centuries. The legacy of the Valley of the Kings can be seen in a number of different ways. For one, the tombs in the valley are a testament to the incredible achievements of ancient Egyptian civilization, and serve as a reminder of the tremendous technological, artistic, and architectural skills that were possessed by the people of this ancient culture. In addition, the Valley of the Kings has played an important role in the development of modern Egypt, serving as a major tourist attraction and contributing significantly to the country's economy. Millions of people from around the world visit the valley each year, drawn by the allure of its ancient tombs and the mysteries they contain. At the same time, the Valley of the Kings has also faced a number of challenges and threats over the years, from natural hazards like flooding and erosion to man-made threats like theft and vandalism. In order to protect the tombs and ensure their preservation for future generations, a number of efforts have been made to excavate and preserve the valley, and to ensure that it remains accessible to visitors from around the world. Despite these challenges, however, the legacy of the Valley of the Kings endures, and the tombs in the valley continue to inspire awe and wonder in those who visit them. The valley is a testament to the remarkable achievements of ancient Egypt, and serves as a reminder of the power and majesty of this great civilization. For many, the Valley of the Kings represents a link between the past and the present, connecting modern-day Egypt with its ancient heritage and helping to keep the memory of this great civilization alive for generations to come. And while the future of the valley remains uncertain, there is no doubt that it will continue to play an important role in the cultural and historical legacy of Egypt, and in the imaginations of people around the world. Chapter 7. Luxor, the city of ancient Thebes revisited. Luxor, also known as Thebes, is one of the most historically significant cities in Egypt. Situated on the banks of the Nile, Luxor was once the capital of ancient Egypt during the New Kingdom period, and served as a hub of political, economic, and religious activity. Today, the city is known for its impressive array of ancient ruins and monuments, including the Karnak Temple complex, the Luxor Temple, and the Valley of the Kings. The history of Luxor is inextricably linked with the rise and fall of ancient Egyptian civilization, and the city played a pivotal role in shaping the culture and traditions of this great civilization. Over the centuries, Luxor has served as a center of power and influence, attracting rulers and leaders from all over Egypt and beyond. In this essay, we will explore the rich history of Luxor, from its early days as a small settlement on the banks of the Nile, to its rise as a major cultural and religious center during the New Kingdom period. We will examine the various monuments and ruins that can be found in and around the city, and discuss the enduring legacy of Luxor in modern Egypt and the wider world. Through our exploration of this ancient city, we will gain a deeper understanding of the cultural and historical significance of Luxor, and the role that it played in shaping the course of ancient Egyptian history. The story of Luxor is one that spans thousands of years, and has been shaped by countless political, social, and economic factors. Through our examination of this city, we will come to understand the complexities of ancient Egyptian civilization, and the remarkable achievements of this great culture. The history of Luxor can be traced back to the early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, when the city was known as Waset. At this time, Waset was a small settlement located on the east bank of the Nile, and was ruled by local chieftains who were subject to the authority of the rulers of Upper Egypt. As time went on, Waset grew in importance and began to serve as a center of trade and commerce between Upper and Lower Egypt. This brought the city to the attention of the rulers of Lower Egypt, who sought to bring it under their control. In the early part of the Middle Kingdom period, Waset was conquered by the rulers of Lower Egypt, and was incorporated into the larger Kingdom of Egypt. Despite this, the city continued to retain its distinct identity, and served as a hub of political and religious activity. During the New Kingdom period, Waset experienced a period of unprecedented growth and prosperity. The pharaohs of this period saw the city as a symbol of their power and authority, and spared no expense in constructing impressive monuments and temples throughout the city. One of the most famous of these monuments is the Karnak Temple complex, which was built over a period of several centuries, and served as a center of religious life and worship for the people of Waset. The complex was dedicated to the god Amun, who was revered as the king of the gods in ancient Egyptian religion. Another important monument from this period is the Luxor Temple, which was built during the reign of Amenhotep III. The temple was dedicated to the god Amun-Ra, and served as a center of political and religious activity during the New Kingdom period. As the city grew in importance, it began to attract scholars, artists, and craftsmen from all over Egypt and beyond. This led to the development of a thriving cultural scene in Waset, which saw the creation of some of the most iconic artworks and architectural marvels of ancient Egypt. The decline of Waset began in the Third Intermediate period, when the city was invaded by the Assyrians, who sacked and looted many of its temples and monuments. Despite this, the city continued to be an important cultural and religious center throughout the late period and the Ptolemaic period, and was an important center of trade and commerce. Today, the legacy of Waset can still be seen in the impressive array of ruins and monuments that can be found in and around Luxor. From the Karnak Temple complex and the Luxor Temple, to the Valley of the Kings and the Colossi of Memnon, these monuments serve as a testament to the power and influence of this ancient city. The New Kingdom, spanning from approximately 1550 to 1070 BC, was a remarkable era in the history of ancient Egypt. This was a time of great prosperity and power, as well as artistic and architectural achievements. It was during this period that the city of Luxor, then known as Thebes, emerged as the capital of Egypt and the center of culture and religion. The Golden Age of Luxor was a time of great splendor and sophistication, marked by the construction of magnificent temples, tombs, and palaces, as well as the establishment of the empire that would come to dominate the region. The New Kingdom was born out of the ashes of the Second Intermediate Period, a time of political instability and foreign invasions that had weakened the pharaonic authority. The founder of the New Kingdom was Ahmose I, a powerful ruler who expelled the Hyksos, a group of foreign invaders who had taken control of Lower Egypt. With the expulsion of the Hyksos, Ahmose I established a new dynasty, the 18th dynasty, which would rule Egypt for more than 200 years. Under the reign of Thutmose III, Egypt experienced a period of unprecedented expansion and wealth. Thutmose III was a military genius who led more than 17 successful military campaigns and conquered vast territories in the Near East, including Syria and Palestine. The spoils of war brought enormous wealth to Egypt, which was used to fund the construction of magnificent temples and palaces, as well as the expansion of the administrative and bureaucratic system. One of the most remarkable achievements of the New Kingdom was the construction of the Temple of Karnak, the largest religious building ever built. The Temple of Karnak was dedicated to the worship of the god Amun, and it was a center of pilgrimage and religious festivals. The temple complex consisted of numerous temples, halls, and shrines, each dedicated to a different god or goddess. The most impressive structure in the complex was the Great Hypostyle Hall, which contained 134 massive columns, some of which were 70 feet tall. Another remarkable temple complex was the Temple of Luxor, which was built by Amenhotep III and Ramses II. The Temple of Luxor was dedicated to the god Amun, but it also housed chapels dedicated to other gods and goddesses. The temple was famous for its colossal statues of Ramses II, which stood at the entrance and guarded the temple. The Temple of Luxor was also the site of the annual Opet Festival, a religious celebration that involved the procession of the statues of the gods from Karnak to Luxor. The New Kingdom was also a time of great artistic achievements. The art of the New Kingdom was characterized by a realism and naturalism that had not been seen before in Egyptian art. The art of this period was also marked by a high level of technical skill and attention to detail. The most famous examples of New Kingdom art are the tomb paintings found in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. These paintings depicted scenes from the daily life of the pharaohs, as well as scenes from the afterlife. The New Kingdom was also a time of great literary achievements. The Egyptians wrote a vast amount of literature during this period, including epic poetry, hymns, love poems, and religious texts. The most famous literary work of the New Kingdom is the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers that were believed to help the deceased in the afterlife. The Book of the Dead was written on papyrus and placed in the tombs of the wealthy and powerful. The city of Thebes, known as Waset in ancient times, was the religious center of ancient Egypt. It was home to some of the most magnificent temples ever built, including the Temple of Karnak and the Temple of Luxor. Of these two temples, the Temple of Luxor was perhaps the most important, as it was the heart of religious life in Thebes. The Temple of Luxor was built on the east bank of the Nile, facing the city of Karnak. It was dedicated to the god Amun, his consort Mut, and their son Khonsu. The temple was built over a period of several centuries, starting in the reign of Amenhotep III and ending in the reign of Ramses II. The Temple of Luxor was not only a place of worship, but also a center of political and economic activity. The temple housed a large number of priests, who were responsible for conducting the daily rituals and ceremonies. The priests also managed the temple's vast estates, which included agricultural land, mines, and fishing rights. The Temple of Luxor was also the site of many important festivals and ceremonies. The most important of these was the Opet Festival, which was held annually in the second month of the flood season. The Opet Festival was a celebration of the fertility of the Nile, and it involved the procession of the statues of Amen, Mut, and Khonsu from Karnak to Luxor. The festival lasted for several weeks, and it was attended by people from all over Egypt. The Temple of Luxor was a massive complex, covering an area of more than 20 hectares. The complex was surrounded by a wall, which was built in the reign of Amenhotep III and extended in the reign of Ramses II. The wall was decorated with scenes from the life of the pharaohs, as well as with depictions of the gods and goddesses. The main entrance to the temple was through a massive gateway, known as the first pylon. The first pylon was built by Ramses II, and it was decorated with scenes of his military victories. Beyond the first pylon was a courtyard, which was surrounded by a colonnade of 14 columns on each side. The columns were decorated with scenes of Ramses II and his family, as well as with scenes from the life of the gods. The second courtyard was even more impressive than the first. It was surrounded by a double row of columns, each of which was carved with the likeness of Ramses II. The columns were topped with lotus and papyrus capitals, which were symbols of Upper and Lower Egypt. At the center of the courtyard was a large open-air shrine, which was dedicated to the god Amen. Beyond the second courtyard was the hypostyle hall, which was the most impressive part of the temple. The hypostyle hall was a vast room, supported by 32 columns, each of which was more than 20 meters high. The columns were decorated with scenes of the gods, and the ceiling was painted with stars and constellations. At the back of the hypostyle hall was the sanctuary, which housed the sacred bark of Amen. The Temple of Luxor was also home to a number of chapels, which were dedicated to the other gods and goddesses. The most important of these chapels was the Chapel of the Sacred Boat, which was dedicated to the god Khonsu. The Chapel of the Sacred Boat was built by Amenhotep III, and it was decorated with scenes of the king and his family. The city of Thebes, the religious capital of ancient Egypt, was home to some of the most magnificent temples ever built. Among these temples, the Temple of Karnak stands out as the largest religious complex in the world. This sprawling complex, which covers an area of over 100 hectares, was the center of religious life in Thebes for more than 2,000 years. The Temple of Karnak was dedicated to the god Amen, one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. The temple was built over a period of more than 2,000 years, starting in the Middle Kingdom and ending in the Ptolemaic era. The temple complex was continually expanded and renovated by successive pharaohs, resulting in a vast collection of temples, chapels, shrines, and pylons. The main entrance to the Temple of Karnak was through a massive gateway known as the first pylon. The first pylon was built by the pharaoh Ramses II, and it was decorated with scenes of his military victories. Beyond the first pylon was a vast courtyard, which was surrounded by a double row of columns. The columns were carved with scenes of the pharaohs, as well as with depictions of the gods and goddesses. Beyond the courtyard was the great hypostyle hall, the most impressive part of the Temple of Karnak. The Great Hypostyle Hall is a vast room, supported by 134 columns, some of which are more than 70 feet tall. The columns are decorated with scenes of the gods and goddesses, as well as with hieroglyphics and inscriptions. The ceiling of the Great Hypostyle Hall was originally covered in gold leaf, which would have given the room a warm and luminous glow. At the back of the Great Hypostyle Hall was the sanctuary, which housed the sacred bark of Amen. The sanctuary was the holiest part of the Temple of Karnak, and only the priests were allowed to enter. The walls of the sanctuary were decorated with scenes of the pharaohs making offerings to the gods and goddesses. Beyond the sanctuary was the sacred lake, which was used for ritual purification. The lake was fed by a channel that brought water from the Nile, and it was surrounded by colonnades and shrines. The sacred lake was a place of great importance in the religious life of the Egyptians, and it was used for various ceremonies and festivals. The Temple of Karnak was not just a religious complex, but also a center of political and economic activity. The temple complex was surrounded by a wall, which was built by the pharaohs to protect the temple from enemies and thieves. Inside the temple complex, there were numerous administrative buildings, granaries, workshops, and storerooms. The Temple of Karnak was also the site of many important festivals and ceremonies. The most important of these was the Opet Festival, which was held annually in the second month of the flood season. The Opet Festival was a celebration of the fertility of the Nile, and it involved the procession of the statues of Amen, Mut, and Khonsu from Karnak to Luxor. The festival lasted for several weeks, and it was attended by people from all over Egypt. The Temple of Karnak was a remarkable achievement of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. It was a testament to the power and wealth of the pharaohs, as well as to the skill and dedication of the architects and artisans who built it. The Temple of Karnak was not just a religious complex, but also a reflection of the culture and beliefs of ancient Egypt. It was a place of great beauty and grandeur, and it continues to inspire awe and wonder in visitors to this day. The Luxor Museum, located on the east bank of the Nile, is one of the most important museums in Egypt. The museum was opened in 1975, and it is dedicated to the artifacts and treasures of ancient Luxor. The Luxor Museum is home to some of the most important and valuable objects from ancient Egyptian history, including statues, reliefs, sarcophagi, and jewelry. The Luxor Museum is divided into several galleries, each dedicated to a different period in Egyptian history. The galleries are arranged chronologically, starting with the Old Kingdom and ending with the Greco-Roman period. The museum's collections are displayed in a modern and well-lit setting, which allows visitors to appreciate the beauty and detail of the objects. The first gallery of the Luxor Museum is dedicated to the Old Kingdom. This gallery contains a number of important statues and reliefs from the period, including a statue of King Djoser and a relief of King Pepi II. The gallery also contains a number of smaller objects, such as jewelry, pottery, and cosmetic containers. The second gallery of the Luxor Museum is dedicated to the Middle Kingdom. This gallery contains a number of impressive statues and reliefs, including a statue of Amenemhat III and a relief of King Senusret III. The gallery also contains a number of sarcophagi and funerary objects, which give visitors an insight into the religious beliefs and practices of the period. The third gallery of the Luxor Museum is dedicated to the New Kingdom. This gallery contains some of the museum's most impressive objects, including a statue of the goddess Sekhmet and a relief of Queen Hatshepsut. The gallery also contains a number of objects from the reign of Tutankhamun, including his famous gold mask. The fourth gallery of the Luxor Museum is dedicated to the Amarna period. This gallery contains a number of objects from the reign of Akhenaten, including a statue of the king and a relief of his wife, Queen Nefertiti. The gallery also contains a number of smaller objects, such as pottery and amulets. The fifth gallery of the Luxor Museum is dedicated to the late period. This gallery contains a number of impressive statues and reliefs, including a statue of the god Osiris and a relief of the goddess Isis. The gallery also contains a number of objects from the reign of Alexander the Great, who conquered Egypt in 332 BC. One of the most impressive objects in the Luxor Museum is the statue of Thutmose III, which is located in the central hall of the museum. The statue is made of red granite and it stands more than 6 meters tall. The statue is one of the largest and most impressive statues from ancient Egypt, and it is a testament to the power and prestige of the pharaohs. Another impressive object in the Luxor Museum is the statue of Amenhotep III and his wife Queen Tiye. The statue is made of black granite, and it shows the king and queen seated side by side. The statue is notable for its high level of detail and realism, which was a hallmark of the art of the New Kingdom. The Luxor Museum is not just a repository of artifacts and treasures, but also a reflection of the culture and history of ancient Egypt. The museum allows visitors to experience the beauty and grandeur of ancient Luxor, and it provides a glimpse into the daily life and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The Luxor Museum is a testament to the skill and dedication of the archaeologists, curators, and museum staff who have worked to preserve and showcase the treasures of ancient Luxor. The Colossi of Memnon, two massive statues of the pharaoh Amenhotep III, stand guard at the entrance to Luxor on the west bank of the Nile. These legendary statues, which have stood for more than 3,000 years, are a testament to the power and prestige of the pharaohs, as well as to the skill and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptian architects and artisans. The Colossi of Memnon were originally part of a larger temple complex, known as the Temple of Amenhotep III. The temple was built on the west bank of the Nile, opposite the city of Thebes, and it was dedicated to the worship of the god Amen. The Colossi of Memnon were located at the entrance to the temple, and they served as a symbol of the pharaoh's power and authority. The Colossi of Memnon are made of quartzite, a hard and durable stone that was quarried from the mountains of Gebel el Silsila, located about 300 kilometers to the south of Thebes. The statues stand more than 18 meters tall, and each weighs more than 720 tons. The statues were originally placed on massive pedestals, which were also made of quartzite. The Colossi of Memnon were famous in ancient times for the sound that they produced. According to legend, the statues would sing at dawn when the first rays of sunlight hit them. The sound was said to be the voice of Memnon, a hero of the Trojan War who was believed to be buried nearby. The sound was so famous that it attracted visitors from all over the world, including the Roman Emperor Hadrian. The sound of the Colossi of Memnon was actually caused by a natural phenomenon. The statues were damaged by an earthquake in 27 BC, which caused cracks to appear in the stone. When the statues were heated by the morning sun, the air inside the cracks would expand, causing a sound to be emitted. The sound was not always present, and it could only be heard during certain times of the year. The Colossi of Memnon were restored and repaired several times throughout their history. The first major restoration was carried out by the pharaoh Ramses II, who added inscriptions and reliefs to the statues. The statues were also repaired and re-erected by the Roman Emperor Septimius Severus, who visited Egypt in the 3rd century AD. Today, the Colossi of Memnon are one of the most popular tourist attractions in Luxor. The statues are a symbol of the grandeur and power of the pharaohs, as well as a reminder of the rich cultural heritage of ancient Egypt. Visitors to the Colossi of Memnon can appreciate the beauty and detail of the statues, as well as the impressive engineering and craftsmanship that went into their creation. The Colossi of Memnon are not just a tourist attraction, but also a reflection of the culture and history of ancient Egypt. The statues are a testament to the skill and dedication of the architects and artisans who built them, as well as to the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The Colossi of Memnon stand as a symbol of the enduring legacy of the pharaohs, and they continue to inspire awe and wonder in visitors to this day. The tombs of the nobles, located on the west bank of the Nile in Luxor, are a testament to the wealth and power of the elite of ancient Egypt. These tombs, which date back to the New Kingdom period, 1550 to 1070 BCE, are the final resting place of the nobles and officials who served the pharaohs. The tombs are decorated with elaborate scenes of daily life, religious beliefs, and funerary rituals, providing a glimpse into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The tombs of the nobles are located in the hills behind the Valley of the Kings, and they are spread out over a large area. The tombs are carved into the cliffs, and they are accessible by a series of narrow paths and staircases. The tombs are named after their owners, who were often high-ranking officials or members of the royal family. The tombs of the nobles are decorated with elaborate scenes of daily life, showing the nobles engaged in various activities such as hunting, fishing, and farming. The scenes also depict the nobles' families, servants, and pets, providing a glimpse into the social and domestic life of the elite of ancient Egypt. The scenes are often accompanied by hieroglyphic inscriptions, which provide information about the nobles' life and achievements. The tombs of the nobles also contain scenes of religious beliefs and funerary rituals. The nobles believed in an afterlife, and they took great care to ensure that their tombs were well prepared for their journey to the afterlife. The scenes in the tombs depict the gods and goddesses, as well as the rituals that were performed to ensure the nobles' safe passage to the afterlife. One of the most impressive tombs in the tombs of the nobles is the tomb of Userhat. Userhat was a high-ranking official in the court of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, and his tomb is one of the most elaborately decorated tombs in Luxor. The tomb contains scenes of Userhat and his family, as well as scenes of religious beliefs and funerary rituals. The tomb is notable for its vivid colors and intricate details, which give visitors a sense of the wealth and status of the elite of ancient Egypt. Another impressive tomb in the tombs of the nobles is the tomb of Senefer. Senefer was a mayor of Thebes during the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, and his tomb is decorated with scenes of the vineyards and gardens that he oversaw. The tomb is notable for its impressive paintings and reliefs, which depict the beauty and abundance of the natural world. The tombs of the nobles are not just a collection of tombs, but also a reflection of the culture and history of ancient Egypt. The tombs provide a glimpse into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, as well as a record of the lives and achievements of the elite. The tombs are a testament to the skill and dedication of the artisans who decorated them, as well as to the power and wealth of the pharaohs and their courtiers. Visitors to the tombs of the nobles can appreciate the beauty and detail of the tombs, as well as the impressive engineering and craftsmanship that went into their creation. The tombs of the nobles stand as a reminder of the enduring legacy of the elite of ancient Egypt, and they continue to inspire awe and wonder in visitors to this day. The Luxor obelisk, located in the center of Place de la Concorde in Paris, is a magnificent monument that is shrouded in history and mystery. This ancient obelisk was originally erected more than 3,000 years ago in the temple complex of Luxor, on the east bank of the Nile in Egypt. The obelisk, which stands more than 23 meters tall and weighs more than 250 tons, was transported to Paris in the 19th century as a gift from the Egyptian government to the people of France. The Luxor obelisk was commissioned by Pharaoh Ramses II, one of the most powerful and influential pharaohs of ancient Egypt. The obelisk was carved from a single piece of red granite, and it was decorated with hieroglyphics and reliefs that depicted the achievements and glory of the pharaoh. The obelisk was erected in front of the Temple of Luxor, where it stood for more than 3,000 years. In the 19th century, the Luxor obelisk became the subject of a great controversy. The obelisk was coveted by many European countries, who saw it as a symbol of the grandeur and power of ancient Egypt. In 1829, the French government secured permission from the Egyptian government to transport the obelisk to Paris. The obelisk was dismantled and transported by ship to France, where it was reassembled in Place de la Concorde. The transportation of the Luxor obelisk was a remarkable achievement of engineering and logistics. The obelisk was transported on a specially designed ship, which had to navigate the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. The obelisk was then transported through the streets of Paris on a specially designed cart, which was pulled by horses. The Luxor obelisk was re-erected in Place de la Concorde in 1836, where it has stood ever since. The obelisk is now one of the most famous monuments in Paris, and it is a symbol of the close ties between France and Egypt. The Luxor obelisk is not just a monument, but also a reflection of the culture and history of ancient Egypt. The obelisk is covered with hieroglyphics and reliefs, which provide a glimpse into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The obelisk is also a testament to the power and prestige of the pharaohs, who were able to commission and build such magnificent structures. The Luxor obelisk is not the only obelisk to have been transported from Egypt to Europe. In fact, there are several other obelisks that were transported from Egypt to various European cities in the 19th century. However, the Luxor obelisk is the most famous and the most well-preserved of these obelisks. The Luxor obelisk is also a symbol of the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. The obelisk has survived for more than 3,000 years, and it continues to inspire awe and wonder in visitors to this day. The obelisk is a reminder of the skill and dedication of the ancient Egyptian architects and artisans, as well as of the power and wealth of the pharaohs and their courtiers. The Luxor obelisk stands as a testament to the close ties between France and Egypt, and it is a reminder of the rich cultural heritage that both countries share. The obelisk continues to attract visitors from all over the world, who come to marvel at its beauty and to appreciate its historical significance. Luxor, the ancient city on the east bank of the Nile, is a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. For thousands of years, Luxor was the religious and cultural center of Egypt, and it was home to some of the most magnificent and impressive structures in the world. Today, Luxor continues to attract visitors from all over the world, who come to marvel at its beauty and to appreciate its historical significance. The history of Luxor dates back more than 5,000 years, to the time of the Old Kingdom. The city was known as Thebes, and it was the capital of Egypt during the New Kingdom period, 1550 to 1070 BCE. During this time, Luxor was the center of Egyptian civilization, and it was home to some of the most impressive structures in the world, including the Temple of Luxor and the Temple of Karnak. The Temple of Luxor was the religious center of Thebes, and it was dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. The temple was built over a period of more than 1,500 years, and it contains a number of impressive structures, including the colonnade of Amenhotep III and the Great Hypostyle Hall. The temple is decorated with elaborate scenes of religious beliefs and practices, providing a glimpse into the beliefs and values of the ancient Egyptians. The Temple of Karnak is the largest religious complex in the world, and it covers an area of more than 100 hectares. The temple was built over a period of more than 2,000 years, and it contains a number of impressive structures, including the Hypostyle Hall, the obelisk of Hatshepsut, and the sacred lake. The temple is decorated with elaborate scenes of religious beliefs and practices, providing a glimpse into the complexity and diversity of ancient Egyptian religion. The tombs of the nobles, located on the west bank of the Nile, are another important part of the legacy of Luxor. These tombs, which date back to the New Kingdom period, are the final resting place of the nobles and officials who served the pharaohs. The tombs are decorated with elaborate scenes of daily life, religious beliefs, and funerary rituals, providing a glimpse into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The Luxor Museum is home to some of the most important and valuable objects from ancient Egyptian history, including statues, reliefs, sarcophagi, and jewelry. The museum allows visitors to experience the beauty and grandeur of ancient Luxor, and it provides a glimpse into the daily life and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The Luxor obelisk, located in the center of Place de la Concorde in Paris, is another testament to the enduring legacy of Luxor. This ancient obelisk was originally erected more than 3,000 years ago in the temple complex of Luxor, and it was transported to Paris in the 19th century as a gift from the Egyptian government to the people of France. The enduring legacy of Luxor can be seen not just in the ancient structures and artifacts, but also in the culture and society of modern Egypt. Luxor continues to be a center of tourism, and it provides a vital source of income for the people of the city. The legacy of Luxor is also reflected in the language, literature, and art of modern Egypt, which are heavily influenced by the culture and history of ancient Egypt. The enduring legacy of Luxor is a testament to the skill, dedication, and creativity of the architects, artisans, and workers who built the structures and created the artifacts. The legacy of Luxor is also a testament to the power and influence of the pharaohs, who were able to commission and build such magnificent structures. Chapter 8. Cairo Through the Ages, From Islamic City to Modern Metropolis. Cairo, the capital of Egypt, is one of the oldest and most historically significant cities in the world. For thousands of years, Cairo has been a center of culture, commerce, and politics, and it has played a vital role in shaping the history of Egypt and the Middle East. The history of Cairo dates back more than 4,000 years, to the time of the Old Kingdom. The city was known as Memphis, and it was the capital of Egypt during the Old Kingdom and the first half of the Middle Kingdom. During this time, Memphis was a center of culture and learning, and it was home to some of the most impressive and influential structures in the world. The significance of Cairo can be seen not just in its ancient history, but also in its role in shaping the modern Middle East. Cairo played a pivotal role in the Arab Spring, which saw the overthrow of authoritarian regimes in several countries in the Middle East and North Africa. Cairo continues to be a center of political and cultural influence, and it is home to some of the most important institutions in the Arab world. Cairo is also a city of great beauty and diversity. The city is home to some of the most impressive and beautiful structures in the world, including the pyramids of Giza, the Sphinx, and the Egyptian Museum. Cairo is also a city of contrasts, with modern skyscrapers standing alongside ancient temples and mosques. The pyramids of Giza, located on the outskirts of Cairo, are one of the most iconic and recognizable structures in the world. The pyramids were built more than 4,500 years ago, and they were the tombs of the pharaohs Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. The pyramids are a testament to the skill and dedication of the ancient Egyptian architects and workers, and they continue to inspire awe and wonder in visitors to this day. The Sphinx, located near the pyramids of Giza, is another impressive and iconic structure. The Sphinx is a statue of a mythical creature with the head of a human and the body of a lion. The statue is more than 4,500 years old, and it is a testament to the skill and creativity of the ancient Egyptian sculptors. The Egyptian Museum, located in the heart of Cairo, is home to some of the most important and valuable artifacts from ancient Egyptian history. The museum contains more than 120,000 objects, including statues, reliefs, sarcophagi, and jewelry. The museum provides a glimpse into the daily life and beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, and it is a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. Cairo is also home to some of the most impressive and beautiful mosques in the world. The Al-Azhar Mosque, located in the heart of Islamic Cairo, is one of the oldest and most important mosques in the world. The mosque was founded more than 1,000 years ago, and it continues to be a center of learning and scholarship in the Islamic world. The significance of Cairo can also be seen in its role in shaping the modern Middle East. Cairo was a center of anti-colonialism and nationalism in the 20th century, and it played a pivotal role in the formation of the Arab League and the non-aligned movement. Cairo continues to be a center of political and cultural influence, and it is home to some of the most important institutions in the Arab world, including the Arab League headquarters and Al-Azhar University. In summary, Cairo is a city of great significance and importance in the history of the world. The city has been a center of culture, commerce, and politics for thousands of years, and it continues to be a center of influence and power in the modern Middle East. The founding of Cairo, the capital city of Egypt, is a story of ambition, innovation, and vision. The city was founded in 969 AD by the Fatimid Caliphate, a Shia Muslim dynasty that ruled over a vast empire that included parts of North Africa, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean. The Fatimid Caliphate was known for its innovative and progressive policies, and the founding of Cairo was a reflection of this vision. The Fatimid Caliphate was founded in 909 AD by Abdullah al-Mahdi, who claimed to be a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad through his daughter Fatima. The Fatimids were known for their support of Shia Islam, which was a minority sect at the time. The Fatimids were also known for their progressive policies, including their support for education, science, and the arts. In the 10th century, the Fatimids decided to build a new capital city that would reflect their vision and values. The city would be designed to be a center of culture, commerce, and innovation, and it would be a showcase of the Fatimid Caliphate's power and influence. The site chosen for the new city was on the east bank of the Nile, near the ancient city of Fustat. The new city was called Al-Qahira, which means the victorious in Arabic, and it would later become known as Cairo. The design of Cairo was revolutionary and innovative. The city was designed to be a walled city with gates and towers for defense. The streets were laid out in a grid pattern, with major thoroughfares leading to public squares and markets. The city was also designed to be a center of learning and culture, with libraries, mosques, and schools. One of the most impressive structures in Cairo was the Mosque of Al-Azhar, which was founded in 970 AD. The mosque was built to be a center of learning and scholarship, and it quickly became one of the most important institutions of higher education in the Islamic world. The mosque was also known for its progressive and inclusive policies, which welcomed students and scholars from all over the world, regardless of their background or sect. Another important structure in Cairo was the citadel, a massive fortress built in the 12th century to protect the city from invaders. The citadel was also home to the rulers of Egypt for many centuries, and it was a symbol of the power and authority of the Fatimid Caliphate. Cairo quickly became one of the most important and influential cities in the Islamic world. The city was a center of trade and commerce, and it was home to some of the most important institutions of learning and culture in the world. Cairo was also a center of innovation and creativity, and it was home to some of the most important thinkers, artists, and scientists of the time. The Fatimid Caliphate ruled over Egypt for more than 200 years, and the city of Cairo remained the capital of Egypt even after the Fatimids were overthrown by the Ayyubid dynasty in the 12th century. Cairo continued to be a center of power and influence throughout the medieval period, and it played a vital role in the history of the Islamic world. Today, Cairo is a city of contrasts and contradictions. The city is home to some of the most impressive and important structures in the world, including the pyramids of Giza and the Egyptian Museum. Cairo is also a city of poverty and overcrowding, with many of its residents struggling to make ends meet. The Citadel of Cairo, located in the heart of the city, is one of the most impressive and important structures in the Islamic world. The citadel was built in the 12th century by the Ayyubid dynasty, and it was designed to be a fortress and a symbol of Islamic power and might. The Ayyubid dynasty was founded by Saladin, one of the most famous and influential Muslim leaders in history. Saladin was a skilled military commander and a devout Muslim, and he was determined to unify the Islamic world and to defend it from the Crusaders, who were attempting to invade and conquer the Muslim lands. The citadel was built on a hill overlooking the city, and it was designed to be a massive fortress and a center of government. The walls of the citadel were made of stone and were up to 6 meters thick in some places, making it almost impenetrable to attackers. The citadel was also home to the rulers of Egypt for many centuries, and it was a symbol of the power and authority of the Islamic rulers. One of the most impressive structures in the citadel is the Mosque of Muhammad Ali, also known as the Alabaster Mosque. The mosque was built in the early 19th century by Muhammad Ali, the founder of the modern Egyptian state, and it is one of the most beautiful and impressive mosques in the world. The mosque is made of white marble and is decorated with intricate patterns and designs. The interior of the mosque is equally impressive, with a large central dome and 4 smaller domes, all decorated with colorful and intricate designs. The Mosque of Muhammad Ali is also home to a number of important relics and artifacts, including the tomb of Muhammad Ali and the wooden pulpit used by Saladin during his conquest of Jerusalem. The citadel also contains a number of other important structures and buildings, including the National Military Museum, which houses a collection of weapons, armor, and other artifacts from Egypt's military history. The citadel also contains a number of gardens and courtyards, which provide a peaceful and relaxing escape from the busy streets of Cairo. The significance of the citadel can be seen not just in its impressive structures and buildings, but also in its role in shaping the history of the Islamic world. The citadel played a vital role in the defense of Cairo and the Islamic world, and it was home to some of the most important rulers and leaders in the Islamic world. The citadel was also a center of culture and learning, and it was home to some of the most important thinkers and scholars in the Islamic world. The citadel was home to a number of schools and libraries, which housed important texts and manuscripts on a variety of subjects, including religion, science, and philosophy. Today, the citadel continues to be a symbol of Islamic power and might, and it is a popular destination for tourists from all over the world. The citadel is a testament to the skill, creativity, and dedication of the architects, artisans, and workers who built it, and it is a reminder of the enduring legacy of the Islamic world. The Al-Azhar Mosque, located in the heart of Islamic Cairo, is one of the most important and influential mosques in the Islamic world. The mosque was founded in 970 AD by the Fatimid Caliphate, and it was designed to be a center of learning and scholarship for the Islamic world. The Fatimid Caliphate was known for its innovative and progressive policies, and the founding of Al-Azhar was a reflection of this vision. The mosque was designed to be a center of education, science, and the arts, and it quickly became one of the most important institutions of higher education in the Islamic world. The design of Al-Azhar was revolutionary and innovative. The mosque was built to be a center of learning and scholarship, and it was designed to be accessible to all, regardless of their background or sect. The mosque was also designed to be a center of culture and innovation, and it was home to some of the most important thinkers and scholars in the Islamic world. The mosque was named after Fatima al-Zahra, the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, and it quickly became known as a center of Sunni Islamic learning and scholarship. The mosque was home to a number of important institutions, including a madrasa, school, and a library. The madrasa at Al-Azhar was one of the most important institutions of higher education in the Islamic world. The school was open to all, regardless of their background or sect, and it taught a wide range of subjects, including theology, law, philosophy, and science. The school was known for its rigorous and comprehensive curriculum, and it produced some of the most important scholars and thinkers in the Islamic world. The library at Al-Azhar was also one of the most important libraries in the Islamic world. The library housed a vast collection of manuscripts and texts on a wide range of subjects, including religion, science, philosophy, and literature. The library was open to scholars and students from all over the world, and it was a center of learning and research for the Islamic world. The mosque was also known for its progressive and inclusive policies. The mosque welcomed students and scholars from all over the world, regardless of their background or sect, and it was home to a diverse and vibrant community of thinkers and scholars. The mosque was also known for its support of women's education, and it provided opportunities for women to study and pursue higher education. The significance of Al-Azhar can be seen not just in its role in Islamic learning and scholarship, but also in its impact on the wider Islamic world. The mosque played a vital role in the development of Islamic thought and culture, and it helped to shape the history and identity of the Islamic world. Today, Al-Azhar continues to be a center of Islamic learning and scholarship, and it remains one of the most important institutions of higher education in the Islamic world. The mosque is a testament to the vision and innovation of the Fatimid Caliphate, and it is a reminder of the enduring legacy of the Islamic world. The Mamluk era, which lasted from the 13th to the 16th century, was a golden age for Cairo's architecture and arts. The Mamluks were a slave dynasty that ruled over Egypt and Syria, and they were known for their patronage of the arts and their innovative and creative architecture. The Mamluk era saw the construction of some of Cairo's most impressive and important structures, including the Madrasa of Sultan Hassan and the Mosque of Ibn Tulun. These structures were designed to be not only beautiful and impressive, but also functional and practical, and they continue to be some of the most important and influential structures in the Islamic world. The Madrasa of Sultan Hassan, which was built in the mid-14th century, is one of the most impressive and important structures in Cairo. The madrasa was built to be a center of learning and scholarship, and it was one of the most important institutions of higher education in the Islamic world. The madrasa was also a masterpiece of Mamluk architecture. The building was designed to be symmetrical and balanced, with a central courtyard surrounded by 4 iwans or vaulted halls. The walls of the madrasa were decorated with intricate carvings and designs, and the central dome was covered with colorful and intricate patterns. The Mosque of Ibn Tulun, which was built in the 9th century, is another important and impressive structure in Cairo. The mosque is one of the oldest and largest mosques in the city, and it is a masterpiece of Islamic architecture. The mosque was designed to be simple and functional, with a large central courtyard surrounded by a covered prayer hall. The walls of the mosque were decorated with carved stucco and intricate geometric patterns, and the minaret was covered with colorful and intricate designs. The Mamluk era was also a time of great artistic and cultural achievement. The Mamluks were known for their patronage of the arts, and they supported some of the most important artists and artisans of the time. One of the most important artistic achievements of the Mamluk era was the development of Islamic calligraphy. The Mamluks were great patrons of calligraphy, and they commissioned some of the most important calligraphers of the time to create beautiful and intricate works of art. The Mamluk era was also a time of great literary achievement. The Mamluks were known for their support of literature and poetry, and they supported some of the most important poets and writers of the time. The Mamluk era saw the development of some of the most important works of Arabic literature, including the works of Ibn Khaldun, the famous historian and philosopher. The Mamluk era was also a time of great scientific and intellectual achievement. The Mamluks were known for their support of science and medicine, and they supported some of the most important scientists and thinkers of the time. The Mamluk era saw the development of important scientific and mathematical works, as well as the translation of important works from Greek and Persian into Arabic. The Mamluk era was a time of great innovation and creativity, and it left an enduring legacy in the history of Cairo and the Islamic world. The Mamluk era saw the construction of some of the most important and influential structures in the Islamic world, as well as the development of important artistic, cultural, and intellectual achievements. The Mamluk era was truly a golden age for Cairo's architecture and arts. The Ottoman era, which lasted from the 16th to the 19th century, was a period of great change and transformation in Cairo's history. The Ottomans were a powerful and influential Turkish dynasty that ruled over a vast empire that included much of the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe. The Ottoman era began in Cairo in 1517, when the Ottomans conquered Egypt and made it a part of their empire. The Ottomans were known for their military prowess and their efficient administration, and they quickly set about transforming Cairo into a center of Ottoman power and influence. One of the most important structures built by the Ottomans in Cairo was the Mosque of Muhammad Ali, also known as the Alabaster Mosque. The mosque was built in the early 19th century by Muhammad Ali, the founder of the modern Egyptian state, and it is one of the most beautiful and impressive mosques in the world. The mosque is made of white marble and is decorated with intricate patterns and designs. The interior of the mosque is equally impressive, with a large central dome and 4 smaller domes, all decorated with colorful and intricate designs. The Mosque of Muhammad Ali is also home to a number of important relics and artifacts, including the tomb of Muhammad Ali and the wooden pulpit used by Saladin during his conquest of Jerusalem. The Ottoman era also saw the construction of a number of other important structures and buildings in Cairo, including the Cairo Citadel and the Khan al-Khalili Bazaar. The Cairo Citadel was originally built in the 12th century by the Ayyubids, but it was expanded and renovated by the Ottomans in the 16th century. The citadel was used as a military barracks and a center of government, and it was a symbol of Ottoman power and influence in Egypt. The Khan al-Khalili Bazaar, which was built in the 14th century, was also expanded and renovated by the Ottomans. The bazaar was a center of commerce and trade, and it was known for its bustling streets, colorful shops, and exotic goods. The Ottoman era also had a profound influence on the culture and society of Cairo. The Ottomans introduced many aspects of Turkish culture to Cairo, including Turkish music, literature, and cuisine. The Ottomans also introduced the use of Turkish baths, or hammams, which became popular throughout the city. The Ottomans also had a profound influence on the religious life of Cairo. The Ottomans were Sunni Muslims, and they introduced many aspects of Sunni Islamic theology and practice to Cairo. The Ottomans also introduced the use of the Arabic language in religious texts and education, which helped to standardize the language and make it the dominant language of the Islamic world. The Ottoman era was a time of great change and transformation in Cairo's history, and it left an enduring legacy in the city's architecture, culture, and society. The Ottomans introduced many important structures and buildings to Cairo, and they also had a profound influence on the city's artistic, cultural, and religious life. The Ottoman era was truly a transformative period in Cairo's history, and its influence can still be seen and felt in the city today. The French occupation of Cairo, which lasted from 1798 to 1801, was a period of great change and transformation in the city's history. The French were led by Napoleon Bonaparte, and they had a profound impact on the city's culture, society, and infrastructure. One of the most important legacies of the French occupation was the modernization of Cairo's infrastructure. The French introduced many new ideas and technologies to the city, including modern sewage systems, gas lighting, and a postal service. They also introduced new modes of transportation, including horse-drawn carriages and the first public transportation system in the city. The French also introduced new architectural styles and designs to the city. They built a number of new structures, including the Cairo Opera House, which was modeled after the Paris Opera House, and the Muhammad Ali Mosque, which was inspired by French architectural styles. The French also renovated many existing structures, including the Cairo Citadel and the Khan al-Khalili Bazaar. The French occupation also had a profound impact on the cultural and artistic life of Cairo. The French introduced many new ideas and styles to the city, including French literature, art, and music. They also established the Institut d'Egypte, which was a center of scientific research and cultural exchange. The Institut d'Egypte was home to many important scholars and thinkers, including the French Egyptologist Jean-François Champollion, who deciphered the hieroglyphics on the Rosetta Stone. The institute also housed a vast collection of Egyptian artifacts and manuscripts, which were studied and translated by scholars from all over the world. The French occupation also had a significant impact on the political and social life of Cairo. The French introduced new ideas about democracy and freedom, which had a profound impact on the city's intellectual and political elite. The French also abolished the traditional system of government in Egypt, which was based on the rule of the Mamluk elite, and established a new system based on European models. The French occupation of Cairo was not without its challenges and controversies. The French were seen by many Egyptians as invaders and occupiers, and there were many instances of resistance and rebellion against French rule. The French also had a complex relationship with Egypt's Muslim population, which saw the French as a threat to their way of life and their religious traditions. Despite these challenges, the French occupation of Cairo had a profound and lasting impact on the city's history and identity. The French introduced many new ideas and technologies to the city, and they helped to modernize and transform Cairo into a modern city. The French also introduced new cultural and artistic styles, and they established institutions of learning and research that helped to shape the city's intellectual and cultural life. The French occupation of Cairo was truly a transformative period in the city's history, and its legacy can still be seen and felt in the city today. The British occupation of Cairo, which began in 1882 and lasted until 1922, was a period of significant change and transformation in the city's history. The British were drawn to Cairo because of its strategic location, which provided access to the Nile River and the Suez Canal, a vital shipping route between Europe and Asia. The British initially occupied Cairo as part of a larger campaign to protect their interests in the region, including the Suez Canal. They established a military presence in the city and implemented a series of reforms aimed at modernizing the city's infrastructure and institutions. One of the most important legacies of the British occupation was the construction of the Suez Canal. The canal was built between 1859 and 1869 and was a major engineering feat, cutting the travel time between Europe and Asia significantly. The British recognized the strategic importance of the canal and worked to secure their interests in the region, including establishing a military presence in Cairo. The British also introduced many new ideas and technologies to the city, including modern transportation systems, new architectural styles, and new forms of government. They built a number of new structures, including the Cairo Tower and the Gezira Palace Hotel, which helped to modernize the city's skyline. The British also introduced new forms of government and political institutions to Cairo. They established a new system of government based on British models, which included a parliament and a judicial system. They also introduced new forms of education and social welfare, which helped to improve the lives of many Egyptians. However, the British occupation was not without its challenges and controversies. The British were seen by many Egyptians as invaders and occupiers, and there were many instances of resistance and rebellion against British rule. The British also had a complex relationship with Egypt's Muslim population, which saw the British as a threat to their way of life and their religious traditions. Despite these challenges, the British occupation of Cairo had a significant and lasting impact on the city's history and identity. The British helped to modernize and transform the city into a modern metropolis, and they established institutions and infrastructure that helped to shape the city's intellectual, cultural, and economic life. Today, the legacy of the British occupation can still be seen and felt in Cairo. The Suez Canal remains a vital shipping route, and the city's skyline is dominated by modern buildings and structures. The British occupation was a transformative period in the city's history, and its legacy continues to shape Cairo's identity and place in the world. The Cairo Renaissance, which began in the early 20th century and lasted until the mid-20th century, was a period of great cultural and artistic achievement in the city's history. The Renaissance was marked by a flowering of artistic and cultural expression, and it helped to establish Cairo as a center of modern art and culture in the Arab world. One of the most important figures of the Cairo Renaissance was the Egyptian artist Mahmoud Mokhtar. Mokhtar was a sculptor who was known for his innovative and modernist approach to sculpture. He created a number of important works, including the Sphinx of Giza and the sculpture of the Egyptian feminist Huda Sha'arawi. Mokhtar was also a leader in the cultural and artistic scene in Cairo during the Renaissance. He founded the Egyptian School of Fine Arts, which helped to train a new generation of Egyptian artists and establish modern art in the country. The Cairo Renaissance was also marked by a flowering of literature and poetry. The poet Ahmed Shawki was one of the most important literary figures of the Renaissance. Shawki was known for his poetry that celebrated Egyptian culture and identity, and he played an important role in establishing modern Arabic poetry. The Cairo Renaissance was also a time of great musical achievement. The composer Sayed Darwish was one of the most important figures of the Renaissance. He created a number of important works, including the song By Lady, By Lady, By Lady, which became the national anthem of Egypt. The Cairo Renaissance was not without its challenges and controversies. The Renaissance was marked by a struggle between traditionalists and modernists, with many traditionalists seeing the new art and culture as a threat to their way of life and traditions. The Renaissance was also marked by political instability and economic hardship, which made it difficult for artists and cultural figures to thrive. Despite these challenges, the Cairo Renaissance left an enduring legacy in the city's history and identity. The Renaissance helped to establish Cairo as a center of modern art and culture in the Arab world, and it helped to shape the city's intellectual and cultural life. Today, the legacy of the Cairo Renaissance can still be seen and felt in the city. Cairo is home to a thriving artistic and cultural scene, with museums, galleries, and cultural institutions that continue to promote modern art and culture in the city. The Cairo Renaissance was a transformative period in the city's history, and its legacy continues to shape Cairo's identity and place in the world. In summary, Cairo has played a vital role in the history and development of Egypt. From its founding by the Fatimid Caliphate to the modern day, Cairo has been a center of culture, art, and politics. Throughout its history, Cairo has undergone numerous transformations and has been influenced by various cultures and empires. The city has been home to powerful dynasties, from the Mamluks to the Ottomans, and has been occupied by European powers, including the French and British. Each of these periods of history has left a lasting impact on Cairo's architecture, culture, and society. The city's landmarks, including the Citadel, the Mosque of Muhammad Ali, and the Khan al-Khalili Bazaar, serve as reminders of the city's rich history and cultural heritage. In modern times, Cairo continues to be a vital center of Egyptian culture and politics. The city is home to a thriving artistic and cultural scene, with museums, galleries, and cultural institutions that continue to promote modern art and culture in the city. Cairo is also a center of political power in Egypt. The city is home to the Egyptian parliament and many government institutions, and it continues to play an important role in shaping the country's political and economic future. Despite the challenges and controversies that have marked Cairo's history, the city's enduring legacy remains. Cairo's rich cultural heritage, architectural landmarks, and political importance have made it a vital and enduring center of Egyptian culture and identity. As we look to the future, it is clear that Cairo will continue to play an important role in shaping the future of Egypt. The city's enduring legacy and cultural importance will continue to inspire future generations of Egyptians and serve as a symbol of the country's rich history and vibrant culture. Chapter 9. The Mamluk Era, a golden age for Cairo's architecture and arts. The Mamluk era, which lasted from the 13th to the 16th centuries, was a period of great significance in the history of Cairo. The Mamluks were a military caste of slaves who rose to power in Egypt and established a dynasty that lasted for over 250 years. During this time, Cairo became a center of Islamic learning, culture, and architecture. The Mamluk era was marked by significant achievements in art, architecture, and culture. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they commissioned many important works, including the construction of magnificent mosques, madrasas, and public buildings. One of the most important architectural achievements of the Mamluk era was the construction of the Cairo citadel. The citadel was built in the 12th century and served as a fortress and palace for the Mamluk sultans. The citadel is one of the most important landmarks in Cairo and is a symbol of the city's rich history and cultural heritage. The Mamluk era was also marked by significant achievements in Islamic scholarship and learning. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of education, and they established many important madrasas and universities in Cairo. These institutions attracted scholars from all over the Islamic world and helped to establish Cairo as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The Mamluk era was not without its challenges and controversies. The Mamluks were a military caste of slaves who rose to power through force and violence, and their rule was often marked by political instability and conflict. There were also many instances of rebellion and resistance against Mamluk rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the Mamluk era left a lasting legacy in Cairo's history and identity. The Mamluk sultans were responsible for many of Cairo's most magnificent architectural landmarks, including the Cairo citadel and the Mosque of Sultan Hassan. They also established institutions of learning and scholarship that helped to shape the city's intellectual and cultural life. Today, the legacy of the Mamluk era can still be seen and felt in Cairo. The city's skyline is dominated by magnificent examples of Mamluk architecture, and the city's cultural and intellectual heritage is rooted in the achievements of the Mamluk sultans. The Mamluk era was a transformative period in Cairo's history, and its legacy continues to shape the city's identity and place in the world. The origins of the Mamluk Sultanate can be traced back to the 13th century, when the Ayyubid dynasty that ruled Egypt was weakened by internal strife and external threats. The Ayyubid Sultan, Al-Kamil, relied on slave soldiers known as Mamluks to protect his empire. The Mamluks were soldiers who were captured in wars and brought to Egypt as slaves. They were trained in military tactics and given a high level of education, which allowed them to rise through the ranks of the military and eventually gain power and influence in Egyptian society. As the Ayyubid dynasty weakened, the Mamluks gained more power and influence in Egyptian society. They formed their own military caste and began to assert their authority over the Ayyubid Sultan. In 1250, the Mamluks seized power in Egypt and established their own dynasty, which lasted for over 250 years. The Mamluk Sultanate was marked by a period of stability and prosperity in Egypt. The Mamluk sultans were skilled administrators and military leaders, and they established a strong central government that was able to maintain control over a vast empire. The Mamluk Sultanate was also marked by significant achievements in art, architecture, and culture. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they commissioned many important works, including the construction of magnificent mosques, madrasas, and public buildings. One of the most important architectural achievements of the Mamluk Sultanate was the construction of the Cairo citadel. The citadel was built in the 12th century and served as a fortress and palace for the Mamluk sultans. The citadel is one of the most important landmarks in Cairo and is a symbol of the city's rich history and cultural heritage. The Mamluk Sultanate was also marked by significant achievements in Islamic scholarship and learning. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of education, and they established many important madrasas and universities in Cairo. These institutions attracted scholars from all over the Islamic world and helped to establish Cairo as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The Mamluk Sultanate was not without its challenges and controversies. The Mamluks were a military caste of slaves who rose to power through force and violence, and their rule was often marked by political instability and conflict. There were also many instances of rebellion and resistance against Mamluk rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the Mamluk Sultanate left a lasting legacy in Cairo's history and identity. The Mamluk sultans were responsible for many of Cairo's most magnificent architectural landmarks, including the Cairo Citadel and the Mosque of Sultan Hassan. They also established institutions of learning and scholarship that helped to shape the city's intellectual and cultural life. Today, the legacy of the Mamluk Sultanate can still be seen and felt in Cairo. The city's skyline is dominated by magnificent examples of Mamluk architecture, and the city's cultural and intellectual heritage is rooted in the achievements of the Mamluk sultans. The rise of the Mamluks was a transformative period in Cairo's history, and its legacy continues to shape the city's identity and place in the world. The Mamluk Sultanate, which lasted from the 13th to the 16th centuries, was a period of great significance in the history of Islamic art and architecture. During this time, Cairo became a center of Islamic learning, culture, and architecture. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they commissioned many important works, including the construction of magnificent mosques, madrasas, and public buildings. The architecture of the Mamluk period was characterized by a unique blend of Islamic, Persian, and Byzantine styles. One of the most important examples of Mamluk architecture is the Mosque of Sultan Hassan. The mosque was built in the 14th century and is one of the largest and most impressive mosques in Cairo. The mosque is characterized by its massive size, intricate decorations, and beautiful calligraphy. Another important example of Mamluk architecture is the Madrasa of Sultan Qalawun. The madrasa was built in the 13th century and served as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The madrasa is characterized by its intricate decorations, including beautiful calligraphy and geometric patterns. The Mamluk sultans were also responsible for the construction of many public buildings and monuments. The Cairo Citadel is one of the most important examples of Mamluk public architecture. The citadel was built in the 12th century and served as a fortress and palace for the Mamluk sultans. The Mamluk architecture was characterized by its use of intricate decorations and beautiful calligraphy. The Mamluks were skilled artisans, and they developed a unique style of calligraphy that is still admired today. The use of intricate decorations and calligraphy was a way of expressing the Mamluks' devotion to Islam and their desire to create beautiful and inspiring works of art. The Mamluk architecture was not without its challenges and controversies. The Mamluk sultans were often criticized for their extravagant spending on public works, and there were many instances of rebellion and resistance against Mamluk rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the Mamluk architecture left a lasting legacy in Islamic art and design. The Mamluk sultans were responsible for many of Cairo's most magnificent architectural landmarks, including the Cairo Citadel and the Mosque of Sultan Hassan. They also established institutions of learning and scholarship that helped to shape the city's intellectual and cultural life. Today, the legacy of the Mamluk architecture can still be seen and felt in Cairo. The city's skyline is dominated by magnificent examples of Mamluk architecture, and the city's cultural and intellectual heritage is rooted in the achievements of the Mamluk sultans. The flourishing of Islamic art and design during the Mamluk period was a transformative period in Cairo's history, and its legacy continues to shape the city's identity and place in the world. The Citadel of Cairo is one of the most important landmarks in the city, and it is a symbol of the rich history and cultural heritage of Cairo. The citadel was built in the 12th century and it served as a fortress and palace for the Mamluk sultans. The construction of the citadel was a monumental feat of engineering and architecture. The citadel was built on a hill overlooking the city of Cairo, which made it an ideal location for a fortress. The construction of the citadel required the use of a massive amount of materials and labor, including stone, timber, and manpower. The design of the citadel was inspired by the military fortresses of the Crusaders, who had recently been defeated by the Muslims in the Holy Land. The citadel was designed to be a formidable fortress that would protect the city from external threats. The citadel is characterized by its massive size, its strong walls and towers, and its beautiful architectural features. The citadel was designed to be a functional fortress, but it was also a palace for the Mamluk sultans. The interior of the citadel was decorated with beautiful tiles and carvings, and it served as a symbol of the power and wealth of the Mamluk dynasty. One of the most important architectural features of the citadel is the Mosque of Muhammad Ali. The mosque was built in the 19th century and is one of the most important mosques in Cairo. The mosque is characterized by its massive size, its beautiful domes and minarets, and its intricate decorations. The construction of the Mosque of Muhammad Ali was a monumental feat of engineering and architecture. The mosque required the use of a massive amount of materials and labor, including stone, timber, and manpower. The mosque was designed to be a symbol of the power and wealth of the Mamluk dynasty, and it served as a center of Islamic worship and scholarship. The citadel of Cairo was not without its challenges and controversies. The citadel was often the site of political conflict and rebellion, and it was the site of many battles and sieges throughout its history. The citadel was also criticized for its extravagant spending on public works, and there were many instances of rebellion and resistance against Mamluk rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the citadel of Cairo left a lasting legacy in the history and architecture of Cairo. The citadel is a symbol of the power and wealth of the Mamluk sultans, and it is a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and builders who constructed it. Today, the Citadel of Cairo is a popular tourist attraction, and it continues to serve as a symbol of the rich history and cultural heritage of Cairo. The Al-Azhar Mosque is one of the most important landmarks in the city of Cairo, and it is a symbol of the city's rich history and cultural heritage. The mosque was founded in the 10th century, and it has played a central role in Islamic scholarship and learning for over 1,000 years. The Al-Azhar Mosque was originally a small mosque that was built in the 10th century by the Fatimid caliphs. Over the centuries, the mosque underwent a number of renovations and expansions, as it became a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. One of the most important renovations of the Al-Azhar Mosque took place in the 13th century during the Mamluk era. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of Islamic scholarship and learning, and they recognized the importance of the Al-Azhar Mosque as a center of education and scholarship. The Mamluk sultans commissioned a major expansion and renovation of the Al-Azhar Mosque, which included the construction of new classrooms, libraries, and lecture halls. The expansion and renovation of the Al-Azhar Mosque was a monumental feat of engineering and architecture, and it required the use of a massive amount of materials and labor. The renovation of the Al-Azhar Mosque was a major success, and it helped to establish the mosque as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The mosque became a magnet for scholars from all over the Islamic world, and it attracted students and teachers from as far away as Persia and India. Over the centuries, the Al-Azhar Mosque has undergone many more renovations and expansions. The mosque has been expanded to accommodate the growing number of students and scholars, and it has been renovated to restore its architectural and cultural heritage. One of the most important renovations of the Al-Azhar Mosque took place in the 19th century during the Ottoman era. The Ottoman sultans recognized the importance of the Al-Azhar Mosque as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship, and they commissioned a major renovation of the mosque. The renovation of the Al-Azhar Mosque during the Ottoman era was a major success, and it helped to establish the mosque as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship. The mosque was expanded and renovated to include new classrooms, libraries, and lecture halls, and it became a magnet for scholars from all over the Islamic world. Today, the Al-Azhar Mosque is one of the most important centers of Islamic learning and scholarship in the world. The mosque continues to attract students and scholars from all over the Islamic world, and it continues to serve as a symbol of the rich history and cultural heritage of Cairo. The expansion and renovation of the Al-Azhar Mosque is a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and builders who constructed it. The mosque is a symbol of the power and wealth of the Mamluk and Ottoman sultans, and it is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic scholarship and learning. The Al-Azhar Mosque is a symbol of the rich cultural heritage of Cairo, and it continues to inspire and enlighten students and scholars from all over the world. The madrasas of Cairo are some of the most important landmarks in the city, and they are a testament to the rich history and cultural heritage of Islamic learning and scholarship. The madrasas were institutions of higher learning that were established in the Islamic world during the Middle Ages, and they played a central role in the intellectual and cultural life of the Islamic world. The madrasas of Cairo were established in the 10th century, and they were initially small institutions of learning that were attached to mosques. Over time, however, the madrasas grew in size and importance, and they became centers of Islamic learning and scholarship that attracted students and scholars from all over the Islamic world. The madrasas of Cairo were typically funded by wealthy patrons, including the Mamluk sultans, who recognized the importance of education and scholarship in the Islamic world. The madrasas were staffed by scholars who were experts in Islamic law, theology, and philosophy, and they provided students with a rigorous education in these subjects. One of the most important madrasas in Cairo is the Madrasa of Sultan Hassan. The madrasa was built in the 14th century and is one of the largest and most impressive madrasas in Cairo. The madrasa is characterized by its massive size, intricate decorations, and beautiful calligraphy. The Madrasa of Sultan Hassan served as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship for centuries, and it attracted students and scholars from all over the Islamic world. The madrasa was staffed by renowned scholars who were experts in Islamic law, theology, and philosophy, and it provided students with a rigorous education in these subjects. Another important madrasa in Cairo is the Madrasa of Al-Azhar. The madrasa was founded in the 10th century and is one of the oldest and most prestigious madrasas in the Islamic world. The madrasa is characterized by its beautiful architecture, intricate decorations, and beautiful calligraphy. The Madrasa of Al-Azhar served as a center of Islamic learning and scholarship for centuries, and it attracted students and scholars from all over the Islamic world. The madrasa was staffed by renowned scholars who were experts in Islamic law, theology, and philosophy, and it provided students with a rigorous education in these subjects. The madrasas of Cairo were not without their challenges and controversies. The madrasas were often criticized for their conservative and traditionalist approach to education, and there were many instances of rebellion and resistance against madrasa rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the madrasas of Cairo left a lasting legacy in the history and culture of the Islamic world. The madrasas served as centers of Islamic learning and scholarship, and they played a central role in shaping the intellectual and cultural life of the Islamic world. Today, the legacy of the madrasas of Cairo can still be seen and felt in the city. The madrasas continue to serve as centers of Islamic learning and scholarship, and they continue to attract students and scholars from all over the Islamic world. The madrasas are a symbol of the rich cultural heritage of Cairo, and they continue to inspire and enlighten students and scholars from all over the world. The Kalawan complex is one of the most important landmarks in the city of Cairo, and it is a testament to the rich history and cultural heritage of Islamic architecture and design. The complex was built in the 13th century by Sultan al-Mansur Kalawan, and it served as a symbol of his power and wealth. The Kalawan complex is characterized by its massive size, its intricate decorations, and its beautiful architectural features. The complex was built on a massive scale, and it required the use of a massive amount of materials and labor, including stone, timber, and manpower. The Kalawan complex includes a number of important architectural features, including a mosque, a madrasa, a mausoleum, and a hospital. The mosque is characterized by its massive size, its beautiful domes and minarets, and its intricate decorations. The madrasa is characterized by its beautiful calligraphy, its intricate decorations, and its classrooms and lecture halls. The mausoleum is the resting place of Sultan al-Mansur Kalawan and his family, and it is characterized by its beautiful calligraphy, its intricate decorations, and its peaceful atmosphere. The hospital is characterized by its innovative design, which included separate wards for men and women, and its commitment to providing medical care to the poor and needy. The Kalawan complex is a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and builders who constructed it. The complex is a symbol of the power and wealth of Sultan al-Mansur Kalawan, and it is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic architecture and design. The Kalawan complex was not without its challenges and controversies. The complex was often the site of political conflict and rebellion, and it was the site of many battles and sieges throughout its history. The complex was also criticized for its extravagant spending on public works, and there were many instances of rebellion and resistance against Kalawan rule, particularly from the city's population of artisans and merchants. Despite these challenges, the Kalawan complex left a lasting legacy in the history and architecture of Cairo. The complex is a symbol of the power and wealth of Sultan al-Mansur Kalawan, and it is a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and builders who constructed it. Today, the Kalawan complex is a popular tourist attraction, and it continues to serve as a symbol of the rich history and cultural heritage of Cairo. The Mamluk era is considered to be the golden age of Islamic art and culture in Cairo, and it is characterized by a rich and vibrant tradition of illumination and calligraphy. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they recognized the importance of art and culture in Islamic society. Illumination and calligraphy were two of the most important forms of art in the Mamluk era, and they were used to decorate a wide variety of objects, including Qurans, manuscripts, textiles, ceramics, and metalwork. The Mamluk illuminators and calligraphers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. The Mamluk illuminators used a wide variety of techniques and materials to create their beautiful and intricate designs. They used gold leaf, silver leaf, and other precious materials to create the backgrounds of their designs, and they used a wide variety of pigments to create the intricate patterns and motifs that adorned the surfaces of their objects. One of the most important Mamluk illuminators was Yahya ibn Mahmud al-Wasiti, who lived in the 13th century. Al-Wasiti was renowned for his skill and artistry, and his work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. Al-Wasiti's work is characterized by its intricate patterns, its vibrant colors, and its beautiful calligraphy. Calligraphy was another important form of art in the Mamluk era, and it was used to decorate a wide variety of objects, including Qurans, manuscripts, ceramics, and metalwork. The Mamluk calligraphers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. One of the most important Mamluk calligraphers was Ahmad ibn Muhammad al-Badr, who lived in the 14th century. Al-Badr was renowned for his skill and artistry, and his work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. Al-Badr's work is characterized by its intricate designs, its beautiful calligraphy, and its attention to detail. The Mamluk era left a lasting legacy in the history and culture of Islamic art and culture. The Mamluk illuminators and calligraphers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. Today, the legacy of the Mamluk era can still be seen and felt in the city of Cairo. The city is home to a number of important museums and galleries that showcase the work of the Mamluk illuminators and calligraphers, and the city continues to be a center of Islamic art and culture. The Mamluk era is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic art and culture, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of art and culture in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The Mamluk era in Cairo is considered to be one of the most important periods in the history of Arabic literature, and it is characterized by a rich and vibrant tradition of poetry, prose, and historical writing. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they recognized the importance of literature in Islamic society. The Mamluk era produced a number of important poets and writers who continue to be celebrated and studied today. Some of the most important poets of the Mamluk era include Ibn al-Farid, Ibn al-Khatib, and al-Makrizi. These poets were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and literature lovers around the world. Ibn al-Farid was one of the most important poets of the Mamluk era, and his work is considered to be one of the masterpieces of Arabic literature. Ibn al-Farid's poetry is characterized by its mystical themes and its use of Sufi imagery, and it continues to be studied and admired by scholars and literature lovers around the world. Ibn al-Khatib was another important poet and writer of the Mamluk era. He was known for his skill as a poet and historian, and his work continues to be admired and studied today. Ibn al-Khatib's poetry is characterized by its lyrical quality and its use of classical Arabic forms, and his historical writing is considered to be one of the most important sources for the history of the Mamluk era. Al-Makrizi was another important writer of the Mamluk era, and he is considered to be one of the most important historians of the Islamic world. Al-Makrizi's work is characterized by its attention to detail and its use of primary sources, and it continues to be studied and admired by scholars and historians around the world. The Mamluk era left a lasting legacy in the history and culture of Arabic literature. The Mamluk poets and writers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and literature lovers around the world. Today, the legacy of the Mamluk era can still be seen and felt in the city of Cairo. The city is home to a number of important libraries and museums that showcase the work of the Mamluk poets and writers, and the city continues to be a center of Arabic literature and culture. The Mamluk era is a testament to the enduring legacy of Arabic literature, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of literature in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The Mamluk era in Cairo was a period of great creativity and innovation in the fields of art, architecture, and literature. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they recognized the importance of art and culture in Islamic society. As a result, the Mamluk era produced a rich and vibrant tradition of art and culture that continues to be celebrated and studied today. In architecture, the Mamluk era produced some of the most important and enduring monuments in Cairo. The Mamluk architects were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and architects around the world. The Mamluk buildings are characterized by their massive size, their intricate decorations, and their beautiful architectural features. In art, the Mamluk era produced a rich and vibrant tradition of illumination, calligraphy, and painting. The Mamluk illuminators and calligraphers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. The Mamluk painters were also renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art lovers around the world. In literature, the Mamluk era produced some of the most important and enduring works in Arabic literature. The Mamluk poets and writers were renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and literature lovers around the world. The Mamluk historians were also renowned for their skill and artistry, and their work continues to be studied and admired by scholars and historians around the world. The legacy of the Mamluk era can still be seen and felt in the city of Cairo today. The city is home to a number of important museums and galleries that showcase the work of the Mamluk artists, architects, and writers, and the city continues to be a center of Islamic art, architecture, and culture. The Mamluk era is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic art and culture, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of art and culture in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. In summary, The Mamluk era in Cairo was a period of great creativity and innovation in the fields of art, architecture, and literature. The Mamluk sultans were patrons of the arts, and they recognized the importance of art and culture in Islamic society. The Mamluk era produced a rich and vibrant tradition of art and culture that continues to be celebrated and studied today, and its legacy can still be seen and felt in the city of Cairo. The Mamluk era is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic art and culture, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of art and culture in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. Chapter 10. The Ottoman Era, the Influence of Turkish Rule on Egypt's Cities. The Ottoman era in Egypt is one of the most significant periods in the country's history, and it is characterized by a number of important political, social, and cultural developments. The Ottoman Empire ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years, and its influence on the country's history and culture is still felt today. During the Ottoman era, Egypt underwent a period of significant transformation and modernization. The Ottomans introduced a number of important political and social reforms that had a lasting impact on the country, and they also left behind a rich and vibrant cultural legacy that continues to be celebrated and studied today. The Ottoman era was a period of great significance for Egypt, and it continues to be studied and celebrated by scholars and historians around the world. The legacy of the Ottoman era can still be seen and felt in the country today, and it serves as a reminder of the enduring impact of this important period in Egypt's history. The Ottoman era in Egypt began with the conquest of the country by the Ottoman Empire in 1517. The Ottoman Empire, which was one of the most powerful and influential empires in the world at the time, was looking to expand its territory and influence, and Egypt presented a prime target for expansion. The Ottoman conquest of Egypt was led by Selim I, who defeated the Mamluk Sultanate and established the Ottoman presence in the country. The conquest of Egypt was significant for the Ottoman Empire, as it gave the empire control over one of the most important and strategic regions in the world. The Ottoman occupation of Egypt was marked by a number of significant political, social, and cultural developments. The Ottomans introduced a number of important political and social reforms that had a lasting impact on the country. They established a new system of government in Egypt, which was based on the Ottoman model, and they appointed governors to oversee the administration of the country. The Ottomans also introduced a number of important social reforms that had a significant impact on the lives of ordinary Egyptians. They abolished the institution of slavery, which had been a significant part of Egyptian society for centuries, and they introduced new laws and regulations that improved the status of women and minorities in the country. The Ottoman occupation of Egypt was also marked by a number of important cultural developments. The Ottomans brought with them a rich and vibrant cultural tradition that had a significant impact on Egyptian art, architecture, and literature. They introduced new styles of architecture and decorative arts, and they also introduced new forms of literature, such as the Ottoman-style poetry that became popular in Egypt during this time. The legacy of the Ottoman occupation of Egypt is still felt in the country today. The Ottoman influence can still be seen in the country's architecture, art, and culture, and it continues to be celebrated and studied by scholars and historians around the world. The Ottoman occupation of Egypt was a significant event in the country's history, and it had a lasting impact on the political, social, and cultural landscape of the country. The Ottoman era in Egypt is marked by a number of significant political, social, and cultural developments, and one of the most important of these was the reign of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was an Ottoman Albanian who rose to power in Egypt in the early 19th century, and his reign was marked by a series of significant reforms that had a lasting impact on the country. One of the most important of Muhammad Ali's reforms was the modernization of the Egyptian economy. Muhammad Ali recognized the importance of economic development in the modern world, and he introduced a number of reforms that helped to modernize and develop the Egyptian economy. He established new industries, such as textiles and sugar production, and he introduced new technologies that helped to improve the efficiency and productivity of the country's industries. Another important reform introduced by Muhammad Ali was the modernization of the Egyptian military. Muhammad Ali recognized the importance of a strong and modern military in the modern world, and he introduced a number of reforms that helped to modernize and strengthen the Egyptian military. He introduced new training programs and tactics, and he established new military academies that helped to produce a new generation of highly skilled and trained soldiers. Muhammad Ali's reforms also extended to the social and cultural spheres. He introduced new educational programs that helped to improve literacy rates in the country, and he established new schools and universities that helped to produce a new generation of educated and skilled Egyptians. He also introduced new legal reforms that helped to improve the status of women and minorities in the country. Perhaps one of the most significant of Muhammad Ali's reforms was his infrastructure development program. Muhammad Ali recognized the importance of infrastructure development in the modern world, and he introduced a number of reforms that helped to modernize and develop the country's infrastructure. He established new roads and bridges, he improved the country's irrigation systems, and he introduced new technologies that helped to improve the efficiency and productivity of the country's infrastructure. The reforms of Muhammad Ali had a lasting impact on the country, and they helped to transform Egypt into a modern and prosperous nation. Muhammad Ali's reforms introduced new industries, technologies, and ideas that helped to modernize and develop the country, and they also helped to establish Egypt as a leader in the region. Today, the legacy of Muhammad Ali's reforms can still be seen and felt in the country. The infrastructure, educational, and military reforms introduced by Muhammad Ali continue to be a major part of the country's development and progress, and his legacy serves as a reminder of the importance of modernization and development in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The Ottoman Empire was one of the most powerful and influential empires in the world, and it left behind a rich and vibrant cultural legacy that continues to be celebrated and studied today. One of the most important aspects of Ottoman culture was its architecture, which blended Islamic and Ottoman design to create a unique and distinctive style. Ottoman architecture is characterized by its use of bold and elaborate decoration, its massive size, and its emphasis on symmetry and balance. The Ottomans were renowned for their skill and artistry in the field of architecture, and their work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and architects around the world. One of the most important examples of Ottoman architecture can be seen in the mosques of Istanbul, which are some of the most beautiful and impressive mosques in the world. The Ottoman mosques are characterized by their large central domes, their intricate decorations, and their beautiful calligraphy. The mosques also feature beautiful courtyards, fountains, and gardens, which are designed to create a sense of tranquility and serenity. Another important aspect of Ottoman architecture is its use of the arch, which is a key element of Islamic architecture. The Ottomans developed a unique style of arch that was characterized by its bold and elaborate decoration and its use of intricate geometric patterns. The arches were used to create a sense of grandeur and majesty, and they helped to give Ottoman architecture its distinctive style. The Ottoman architecture also features a number of other important elements, such as the use of tiles and ceramics, the use of domes and minarets, and the use of calligraphy and inscriptions. The Ottomans were skilled in the art of tile making, and they used tiles to create beautiful mosaics and designs that covered the walls and ceilings of their buildings. The domes and minarets were used to create a sense of height and grandeur, and they helped to give Ottoman architecture its distinctive silhouette. The calligraphy and inscriptions were used to convey important messages and to decorate the buildings with beautiful and meaningful words. The legacy of Ottoman architecture can still be seen and felt in the countries that were once part of the Ottoman Empire, and it continues to be admired and studied by scholars and architects around the world. The Ottoman architecture is a testament to the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman design, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of architecture in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The Muhammad Ali Mosque, also known as the Alabaster Mosque, is one of the most famous and important mosques in Cairo. It is located in the Citadel of Cairo, which is a massive fortress that was built by the Ottoman Empire in the 19th century. The Muhammad Ali Mosque was built by Muhammad Ali Pasha, who was the Ottoman governor of Egypt in the 19th century, and it is considered one of the most important examples of Ottoman architecture in Egypt. The Muhammad Ali Mosque is renowned for its impressive size and grandeur. It is one of the largest mosques in Cairo, and it features a massive central dome that is surrounded by 4 smaller domes. The mosque also features 2 tall minarets, which are decorated with intricate carvings and inscriptions. One of the most striking features of the Muhammad Ali Mosque is its use of alabaster. The mosque is built almost entirely of alabaster, which is a type of translucent stone that is often used in decorative arts. The use of alabaster gives the mosque a unique and distinctive appearance, and it helps to create a sense of grandeur and majesty. The Muhammad Ali Mosque is also renowned for its beautiful decoration. The interior of the mosque is covered with intricate carvings and inscriptions, which are designed to create a sense of beauty and harmony. The mosque also features beautiful calligraphy, which is used to convey important messages and to decorate the walls and ceilings of the mosque. The Muhammad Ali Mosque is a symbol of the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman architecture, and it serves as a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and craftsmen who built it. The mosque is a testament to the importance of architecture in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world, and it continues to be admired and studied by scholars and architects around the world. Today, the Muhammad Ali Mosque is one of the most important tourist attractions in Cairo, and it is visited by thousands of people every year. The mosque is a reminder of the rich and vibrant cultural heritage of Egypt, and it serves as a symbol of the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman architecture. The Bulaq district is one of the oldest and most important districts in Cairo. It is located on the banks of the Nile River, and it has played a major role in the economic and cultural development of the city for centuries. The Bulaq district is renowned for its role as a major trading hub, and it continues to be an important center of commerce and industry in Cairo. The Bulaq district was founded in the 15th century, during the Mamluk era, and it quickly became one of the most important commercial centers in Cairo. The district was located on the banks of the Nile River, which made it an ideal location for the storage and transport of goods. The Bulaq district was also located at the intersection of several important trade routes, which made it a major hub for the distribution of goods throughout Egypt and the Middle East. During the Ottoman era, the Bulaq district continued to grow and develop. The Ottomans recognized the importance of the Bulaq district as a center of trade and commerce, and they invested heavily in its development. They built new markets and warehouses, and they introduced new technologies and techniques that helped to improve the efficiency and productivity of the district. In the 19th century, during the reign of Muhammad Ali Pasha, the Bulaq district underwent a major transformation. Muhammad Ali recognized the importance of the Bulaq district as a center of trade and commerce, and he introduced a number of reforms that helped to modernize and develop the district. He built new roads and bridges, he improved the irrigation systems, and he introduced new technologies and techniques that helped to improve the efficiency and productivity of the district. Today, the Bulaq district is a major center of commerce and industry in Cairo. It is home to a number of important markets and bazaars, where traders from all over the world come to buy and sell goods. The district is also home to a number of important factories and warehouses, which produce and store goods for distribution throughout Egypt and the Middle East. The Bulaq district is a testament to the enduring legacy of trade and commerce in Cairo, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of commerce and industry in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The district is a symbol of the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman architecture, and it continues to be an important center of economic and cultural activity in Cairo today. The Alexandria Lighthouse, also known as the Pharos of Alexandria, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It was built in the 3rd century BC by the Ptolemaic kingdom, and it served as a guiding light for ships entering the harbor of Alexandria. The lighthouse was destroyed by an earthquake in the 14th century, and for many centuries it remained lost and forgotten. In the 20th century, a team of archaeologists began a search for the lost Alexandria lighthouse. They used historical texts and modern technology to locate the site of the lighthouse, and they began a campaign to reconstruct and restore it to its former glory. The reconstruction of the Alexandria lighthouse was a massive undertaking that required the skills and expertise of some of the world's best architects and engineers. The project took several years to complete, and it involved the use of modern construction techniques and materials to recreate the ancient structure. The new Alexandria lighthouse is a faithful reproduction of the original structure, with all of its original features and characteristics. It stands over 130 meters tall, and it is made of a mixture of concrete and granite, which gives it the appearance of the original structure. The lighthouse features a spiral staircase that leads to the top, where a powerful light is still used to guide ships entering the harbor. The restoration of the Alexandria lighthouse has been a source of great pride for the people of Alexandria and for the people of Egypt. The lighthouse serves as a symbol of the enduring legacy of the ancient world, and it is a testament to the skill and artistry of the architects and engineers who built it. Today, the Alexandria lighthouse is one of the most important tourist attractions in Egypt, and it is visited by thousands of people every year. The lighthouse is a reminder of the rich and vibrant cultural heritage of Egypt, and it serves as a symbol of the enduring legacy of ancient engineering and construction. The reconstruction and restoration of the Alexandria lighthouse is a testament to the enduring importance of historical preservation and cultural heritage. It is a reminder of the importance of preserving and celebrating the cultural treasures of the past, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of architecture and engineering in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The Alexandria Library, also known as the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, is one of the most important cultural institutions in Egypt. It was founded in the 3rd century BC by the Ptolemaic kingdom, and it served as a center of learning and scholarship for many centuries. The original library was destroyed in the 1st century BC, but in the 20th century, a new library was built on the site, thanks to the contributions of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire recognized the importance of the Alexandria Library as a center of learning and scholarship, and they made significant contributions to its reconstruction and restoration. In the late 19th century, the Ottoman Empire began a campaign to rebuild the library, and they invested heavily in its construction and development. The new Alexandria Library was designed by a team of architects and engineers, and it was built using the most advanced construction techniques and materials of the time. The library features a massive central atrium that is surrounded by reading rooms and study areas, and it is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and equipment that make it one of the most advanced libraries in the world. The Alexandria Library is not just a repository of books and manuscripts, but it is also a center of research and scholarship. The library hosts a number of academic and cultural events throughout the year, including lectures, seminars, and exhibitions. It is also home to a number of research centers and institutes, which conduct research in a variety of fields, including archaeology, history, and literature. The Alexandria Library is a symbol of the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman architecture and engineering, and it serves as a testament to the importance of scholarship and learning in shaping the history and culture of societies around the world. The library is a tribute to the vision and dedication of the Ottoman Empire, and it continues to be an important center of learning and scholarship in Egypt today. Today, the Alexandria Library is one of the most important cultural institutions in Egypt, and it is visited by thousands of people every year. The library is a reminder of the rich and vibrant cultural heritage of Egypt, and it serves as a symbol of the enduring legacy of Islamic and Ottoman architecture and engineering. The Alexandria Library is a testament to the importance of historical preservation and cultural heritage, and it continues to be a source of inspiration and learning for people around the world. The Ottoman Empire had a profound influence on Egyptian culture, including its cuisine. The Ottomans introduced new ingredients, techniques, and dishes to Egypt, which helped to shape the culinary traditions of the country for centuries to come. One of the most important contributions of the Ottomans to Egyptian cuisine was the introduction of new spices and herbs. The Ottomans brought with them a wide range of spices, including cinnamon, nutmeg, cardamom, and clove, which were used to flavor meat, vegetables, and sweets. They also introduced new herbs, such as parsley, mint, and dill, which are still used in many Egyptian dishes today. The Ottomans also introduced new techniques for cooking and preparing food. They introduced new methods of grilling and roasting meats, which helped to bring out the natural flavors of the food. They also introduced new techniques for baking bread and pastries, which helped to create new and delicious dishes. One of the most famous dishes that the Ottomans introduced to Egypt is koshari. Koshari is a popular street food that is made from rice, lentils, and pasta, topped with a spicy tomato sauce and fried onions. The dish is believed to have originated in Ottoman-ruled Egypt, and it continues to be a favorite among Egyptians today. The Ottomans also introduced new sweets and desserts to Egypt, including baklava, a sweet pastry made with layers of phyllo dough and honey, and Turkish delight, a sweet candy made with sugar and cornstarch. These sweets and desserts are still popular in Egypt today, and they are often served during special occasions and celebrations. The Ottoman influence on Egyptian cuisine is still felt today, and it is a testament to the enduring legacy of Ottoman culture and tradition. The Ottomans helped to shape the culinary traditions of Egypt, and their contributions continue to be celebrated and enjoyed by people all over the country. In summary, the Ottoman influence on Egyptian cuisine has been profound and enduring. The Ottomans introduced new ingredients, techniques, and dishes to Egypt, which helped to shape the culinary traditions of the country for centuries to come. The legacy of Ottoman cuisine is still felt in Egypt today, and it is a testament to the enduring influence of Ottoman culture and tradition on Egyptian society. The Ottoman Empire had a profound influence on the history and culture of Egypt, particularly in its cities. The Ottoman era, which lasted from the 16th century until the 19th century, was a time of great change and transformation for Egypt. The Ottomans brought with them new ideas, technologies, and traditions, which helped to shape the cities of Egypt into the vibrant and dynamic places they are today. One of the most enduring legacies of the Ottoman era in Egypt's cities is its architecture. The Ottomans introduced new architectural styles and techniques, which helped to create some of the most beautiful and iconic buildings in Egypt's cities. The Ottoman-style mosques, palaces, and other buildings are still admired and appreciated by people all over the world. Another important legacy of the Ottoman era in Egypt's cities is its culture. The Ottomans introduced new traditions, customs, and practices, which helped to shape the cultural landscape of the country. The Ottomans also supported the arts and literature, which helped to create a vibrant and dynamic cultural scene in Egypt's cities. The Ottoman influence on Egyptian cuisine is another enduring legacy of the Ottoman era in Egypt's cities. The Ottomans introduced new ingredients, techniques, and dishes to Egypt, which helped to shape the culinary traditions of the country. These culinary traditions are still celebrated and enjoyed by people all over Egypt and around the world. The Ottoman era in Egypt's cities was also a time of great progress and modernization. The Ottomans introduced new technologies and innovations, which helped to transform the cities of Egypt into modern and prosperous places. The introduction of new irrigation systems, for example, helped to increase agricultural productivity and improve the quality of life for people in rural areas. The Ottoman era in Egypt's cities was not without its challenges and difficulties, of course. There were periods of political instability and economic hardship, as well as conflicts with other powers in the region. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Ottoman era in Egypt's cities is a testament to the enduring influence of Ottoman culture and tradition on Egyptian society. In summary, the Ottoman era in Egypt's cities was a time of great transformation and change. The Ottomans brought with them new ideas, technologies, and traditions, which helped to shape the cities of Egypt into the vibrant and dynamic places they are today. The enduring legacy of the Ottoman era can be seen in the architecture, culture, cuisine, and modernization of Egypt's cities, and it is a testament to the enduring influence of Ottoman culture and tradition on Egyptian society. Chapter 11. The European Occupation, the Modernization of Egypt's Cities. The European occupation of Egypt, which lasted from the late 18th century until the early 20th century, was a period of great significance in the history of Egypt. The European powers, particularly Britain and France, played a major role in shaping the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt during this period. The European occupation of Egypt had a profound impact on the country's history and culture. It was a time of great change and transformation, as Egypt was forced to adapt to the new realities of the modern world. The European powers brought with them new technologies, ideas, and practices, which helped to shape the country into the modern and prosperous nation it is today. The European occupation of Egypt was also a time of conflict and struggle. The European powers competed with each other for control of Egypt, and this competition led to political instability, economic hardship, and social upheaval. The struggle for independence and self-determination was a defining feature of Egypt's history during this period. The European occupation of Egypt is a complex and multifaceted period in the country's history. It is a time of both progress and hardship, of both modernization and resistance. The legacy of this period continues to shape the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt to this day. In this essay, we will explore the significance of the European occupation of Egypt in more detail. We will examine the key events, trends, and developments of this period, and we will consider its lasting impact on the history and culture of Egypt. We will also examine the challenges and opportunities that this period presented for the people of Egypt, and we will consider the lessons that can be learned from this important chapter in the country's history. The French occupation of Egypt, which began with the expedition of Napoleon in 1798, was a significant event in the country's history. The French occupation had a profound impact on Egypt, both during the period of occupation and in the years that followed. The French expedition of 1798 was a bold and ambitious undertaking. Napoleon Bonaparte, then a rising star in the French military, set out to conquer Egypt with a force of over 30,000 soldiers. The French hoped to establish a foothold in Egypt and to use the country as a base for further expansion into the Middle East. The French expedition was successful in many respects. The French won a number of military victories against the Ottoman Empire and other regional powers, and they were able to establish control over much of Egypt. The French also made significant contributions to the study of Egyptology, and they helped to uncover many of the ancient treasures and artifacts that are still studied and admired today. However, the French expedition was not without its challenges and difficulties. The French faced significant resistance from the people of Egypt, who were fiercely proud of their independence and their heritage. The French also faced challenges from the harsh desert environment, which made it difficult to sustain their military operations and supply lines. Ultimately, the French expedition of 1798 proved to be short-lived. In 1801, a combined British and Ottoman force invaded Egypt and defeated the French. The French were forced to withdraw from the country, and their dreams of establishing a French empire in the Middle East were dashed. Despite the relatively brief period of French occupation, the impact of the French expedition on Egypt was significant. The French brought with them new ideas, technologies, and practices, which helped to shape the country's modernization efforts in the years that followed. The French also contributed to the study of Egyptology, which helped to uncover many of the ancient treasures and artifacts that are still studied and admired today. The French expedition also had a lasting impact on the political and cultural landscape of Egypt. The French occupation helped to pave the way for the eventual emergence of an independent Egyptian state, and it contributed to the growth of nationalism and anti-colonialism in the country. The French also introduced new ideas and practices in the areas of law, education, and administration, which helped to shape the modernization efforts of Egypt in the 19th and 20th centuries. In summary, the French occupation of Egypt was a significant event in the country's history. The expedition of Napoleon and the subsequent occupation by the French had a profound impact on the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt. While the French occupation was short-lived, its legacy continues to be felt in Egypt to this day. The French brought with them new ideas, technologies, and practices, which helped to shape the country's modernization efforts and contributed to the eventual emergence of an independent Egyptian state. The British occupation of Egypt, which began in 1882 and lasted until 1954, was a significant period in the country's history. The British played a major role in shaping the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt during this period, and the legacy of the British occupation continues to be felt in Egypt to this day. The British occupation of Egypt began in 1882, when the British intervened in a political crisis that had erupted in the country. The British initially claimed that they were intervening to protect their interests in the Suez Canal, which was a vital transportation route for British trade and commerce. However, it soon became clear that the British had broader ambitions for the country, and they began to exert greater control over the political and economic affairs of Egypt. The British occupation of Egypt was a time of great change and transformation. The British introduced new technologies and practices, which helped to modernize the country and improve its infrastructure. They also introduced new legal and administrative systems, which helped to create a more stable and predictable environment for business and investment. However, the British occupation of Egypt was not without its challenges and difficulties. The British faced significant resistance from the people of Egypt, who were fiercely proud of their independence and their heritage. The British also faced challenges from regional powers, particularly Turkey and Germany, who viewed the British occupation as a threat to their own interests in the region. Despite these challenges, the British occupation of Egypt was largely successful in achieving its objectives. The British helped to modernize the country and improve its infrastructure, and they contributed to the growth of the Egyptian economy. However, the British occupation also had a significant impact on the political and cultural landscape of Egypt. The British occupation helped to pave the way for the eventual emergence of an independent Egyptian state, but it also created deep-seated resentments and tensions that continue to shape the political landscape of the country. The British introduced new legal and administrative systems, but these systems were often criticized for being opaque and arbitrary. The British also introduced new cultural and social norms, which were often at odds with traditional Egyptian values and customs. In summary, the British occupation of Egypt was a significant period in the country's history. The British played a major role in shaping the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt during this period, and their legacy continues to be felt in the country to this day. While the British occupation helped to modernize the country and improve its infrastructure, it also created deep-seated resentments and tensions that continue to shape the political landscape of Egypt. The British occupation was a complex and multifaceted period in the country's history, and its impact on Egypt is still being studied and debated today. The modernization of Egypt, which began in the late 19th century and continued throughout the 20th century, was a period of significant change and transformation in the country's history. The modernization of Egypt was largely driven by the desire to catch up with the Western powers and to create a more prosperous and stable society. The Westernization of Egyptian cities was a key aspect of the modernization process. The Westernization of cities involved the adoption of Western technologies, practices, and values, which helped to improve the quality of life for people living in urban areas. The Westernization of cities also involved the construction of new buildings and infrastructure, which helped to create a more modern and prosperous urban environment. The Westernization of Egyptian cities was largely driven by the government, which saw modernization as a key priority. The government invested heavily in infrastructure projects, such as the construction of roads, bridges, and public buildings. The government also encouraged the growth of private enterprise, which helped to spur economic growth and create new job opportunities. The Westernization of Egyptian cities was also influenced by foreign powers, particularly the British and the French. The British and the French played a major role in shaping the urban landscape of Egypt, and their influence can still be seen in many of the buildings and infrastructure projects that were constructed during the modernization period. The westernization of Egyptian cities had a profound impact on the country's history and culture. The westernization of cities helped to create a more prosperous and stable society, and it contributed to the growth of the Egyptian economy. The westernization of cities also helped to create a more cosmopolitan and diverse society, which was more open to new ideas and perspectives. However, the westernization of Egyptian cities also had its drawbacks. The westernization of cities often came at the expense of traditional Egyptian culture and values, and it created deep-seated resentments and tensions between different segments of Egyptian society. The westernization of cities also had a negative impact on the environment, as new infrastructure projects often had a significant impact on natural habitats and ecosystems. In summary, the modernization of Egypt and the westernization of Egyptian cities was a significant period in the country's history. The modernization of Egypt helped to create a more prosperous and stable society, and it contributed to the growth of the Egyptian economy. The westernization of Egyptian cities helped to create a more cosmopolitan and diverse society, but it also created deep-seated resentments and tensions between different segments of Egyptian society. The legacy of the modernization period continues to shape the political, economic, and cultural landscape of Egypt to this day. The Cairo Opera House, located in the heart of the Egyptian capital, is one of the most iconic buildings in the country. The Opera House is not only a center of culture and arts, but it is also a symbol of the country's long and rich history. The Cairo Opera House was first constructed in 1869, during the reign of Khedive Ismail. The Opera House was built in response to the growing demand for culture and arts in Egypt, and it quickly became one of the most popular venues in the city. The Opera House hosted a wide variety of performances, including plays, operas, and musicals. In 1971, the original Cairo Opera House was destroyed by a fire. The fire was a devastating blow to the cultural community in Egypt, but it also served as a rallying point for the country's artists and intellectuals. The government of Egypt immediately began work on a new Cairo Opera House, which was designed to be even grander and more impressive than the original. The new Cairo Opera House was designed by the renowned Egyptian architect Hassan Fathy. Fathy's design was inspired by the traditional architecture of Egypt, and it incorporated many of the same elements that had made the original opera house so popular. The new opera house was constructed using traditional materials, such as brick and marble, and it featured a stunning domed roof that was designed to resemble the traditional Islamic architecture of the region. The Cairo Opera House quickly became a center of culture and arts in Egypt. The Opera House hosted a wide variety of performances, including operas, plays, and concerts. The Opera House also served as a venue for international performers, including famous musicians, dancers, and actors from around the world. The Cairo Opera House is not only a center of culture and arts, but it is also a symbol of the country's long and rich history. The Opera House is located in the heart of Cairo, which has been a center of culture and arts for centuries. Cairo has been home to many famous artists and intellectuals, including the renowned poet and philosopher Ibn Rushd and the famous artist Mahmoud Mokhtar. The Cairo Opera House has played an important role in the development of Egyptian culture and arts. The Opera House has helped to promote the growth of Egyptian music, theater, and dance, and it has provided a platform for Egyptian artists to showcase their talents to a wider audience. The Opera House has also served as a center of education and learning, hosting workshops and training programs for aspiring artists and performers. In summary, the Cairo Opera House is a remarkable building that serves as a center of culture and arts in Egypt. The Opera House is a testament to the country's long and rich history, and it is a symbol of the country's commitment to promoting culture and arts. The Opera House has played an important role in the development of Egyptian culture and arts, and it continues to serve as a center of education and learning for aspiring artists and performers. The legacy of the Cairo Opera House will continue to inspire generations of artists and performers in Egypt and around the world. The Alexandria Corniche is one of the most beautiful and historic waterfronts in the world. The Corniche is a long promenade that runs along the Mediterranean Sea, offering stunning views of the sea and the city of Alexandria. The Corniche has been a center of commerce, culture, and leisure for centuries, and it has played an important role in the development of Alexandria's economy and culture. The Alexandria Corniche has undergone many transformations over the years. The Corniche was first built in the early 19th century, during the reign of Muhammad Ali. The original Corniche was a simple road that ran along the waterfront, connecting the city's port with the surrounding countryside. The Corniche was an important transportation route, and it helped to facilitate trade and commerce in the region. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Alexandria Corniche underwent a major transformation. The Corniche was widened and paved, and new buildings were constructed along the waterfront. The new Corniche was designed to be a center of culture and leisure, with parks, gardens, and theaters lining the promenade. During the 20th century, the Alexandria Corniche continued to evolve. The Corniche became a center of tourism, with hotels, restaurants, and shops catering to visitors from around the world. The Corniche also became a center of political and social activity, with rallies, protests, and demonstrations taking place along the promenade. Today, the Alexandria Corniche is one of the most iconic waterfronts in the world. The Corniche is lined with palm trees, gardens, and fountains, and it offers stunning views of the Mediterranean Sea. The Corniche is also home to many historic buildings and landmarks, including the famous Alexandria Library, which is one of the largest and most impressive libraries in the world. The Alexandria Corniche has played an important role in the development of Alexandria's economy and culture. The Corniche has helped to facilitate trade and commerce in the region, and it has provided a platform for cultural and social activity. The Corniche has also played an important role in the development of tourism in Alexandria, attracting visitors from around the world to experience the city's unique blend of history, culture, and natural beauty. In summary, the Alexandria Corniche is a remarkable waterfront that has played an important role in the development of Alexandria's economy and culture. The Corniche has undergone many transformations over the years, but it has always remained a center of commerce, culture, and leisure. The Corniche continues to inspire visitors from around the world, offering stunning views of the Mediterranean Sea and providing a platform for cultural and social activity. The Alexandria Corniche is a testament to the city's long and rich history, and it is a symbol of Alexandria's enduring legacy as a center of culture, commerce, and innovation. The Cairo tram is one of the most iconic symbols of the city of Cairo. The tram has played an important role in the development of Cairo's transportation system, and it has served as a lifeline for millions of people in the city. The Cairo tram was first introduced in 1896, during the reign of Khedive Abbas Helmi II. The tram was originally designed to connect the city's main districts, and it was seen as a major improvement over the horse-drawn carriages and steam-powered trains that had been used in the past. The Cairo tram quickly became an essential part of the city's transportation system. The tram helped to connect the city's growing population, making it easier for people to travel to work, school, and other destinations. The tram also helped to reduce traffic congestion in the city, which had become a major problem due to the growing number of cars and trucks on the roads. Over the years, the Cairo tram has undergone many transformations. The original trams were steam-powered, but they were later replaced with electric trams. The trams themselves have also undergone many changes, with new designs and features being introduced over the years. Today, the Cairo tram is a modern and efficient transportation system that serves millions of people in the city. The tram runs on 7 main lines and covers a distance of over 90 kilometers. The trams are air-conditioned, and they are equipped with modern features such as automatic doors, digital displays, and onboard cameras. The Cairo tram has played an important role in the development of Cairo's transportation system, but it has also served as a symbol of the city's history and culture. The trams are decorated with colorful and intricate designs, reflecting the rich artistic heritage of the city. The trams also serve as a platform for cultural and social interaction, with people from all walks of life riding the trams and sharing their experiences. In summary, the Cairo tram is a remarkable transportation system that has played an important role in the development of Cairo's economy and culture. The tram has helped to connect the city's growing population, reducing traffic congestion and making it easier for people to travel to work, school, and other destinations. The Cairo tram is also a symbol of the city's history and culture, reflecting the rich artistic heritage of the city and serving as a platform for cultural and social interaction. The legacy of the Cairo tram will continue to inspire future generations of Egyptians, offering a glimpse into the city's past and a vision for its future. The British colonial architecture is a fascinating topic that explores the influence of British design on the cities of Egypt. The British colonial era in Egypt began in the late 19th century and lasted until the mid-20th century, and it was a time of great change and transformation in the country's architectural landscape. One of the most iconic examples of British colonial architecture in Egypt is the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. The museum was designed by the French architect Marcel Dourgnan, but it was built under the supervision of the British architect Francis Llewellyn Griffith. The museum's design features a blend of Egyptian and European architectural styles, with neoclassical and Art Deco elements. Another example of British colonial architecture in Egypt is the Old Cataract Hotel in Aswan. The hotel was built in the late 19th century, and it was designed to be a luxurious retreat for British aristocrats and wealthy travelers. The hotel's design features a blend of Victorian and Islamic architectural styles, with ornate decorations and elegant furnishings. The British also had a significant impact on the design of Cairo's urban landscape. The British colonial government was responsible for the construction of many new buildings and infrastructure projects in the city, including roads, bridges, and public buildings. Many of these buildings were designed in the neoclassical style, with grand facades and ornate decorations. One of the most iconic examples of British colonial architecture in Cairo is the Cairo Opera House. The Opera House was designed by the Italian architect Pietro Avescani, but it was built under the supervision of the British architect H.V. Lanchester. The Opera House's design features a blend of neoclassical and Islamic architectural styles, with grand columns, ornate decorations, and a dome that is reminiscent of Islamic architecture. The British colonial architecture in Egypt also had a significant impact on the country's cultural landscape. The British were responsible for the construction of many new cultural institutions in Egypt, including libraries, museums, and theaters. These institutions helped to promote education and cultural exchange in the country, and they continue to play an important role in Egypt's cultural life today. In summary, the British colonial architecture in Egypt is a fascinating topic that explores the influence of British design on the country's cities and cultural landscape. The British colonial era in Egypt was a time of great change and transformation, and it had a lasting impact on the country's architectural and cultural heritage. The legacy of British colonial architecture in Egypt continues to inspire architects and designers today, offering a glimpse into the country's past and a vision for its future. The Luxor Temple is one of the most iconic ancient monuments in Egypt, and it has played an important role in the country's history and culture for thousands of years. The temple was built in the 14th century BC, and it was dedicated to the god Amun. Over the centuries, the temple has undergone many transformations and renovations, reflecting the changing cultural and religious beliefs of the people of Egypt. In the 19th century, the Luxor Temple was in a state of disrepair, and it was in danger of collapsing. It was at this time that the European countries began to take an interest in the preservation of ancient monuments in Egypt. European scholars and archaeologists came to Egypt to study the country's ancient heritage, and they also played a major role in the restoration and conservation of the country's ancient monuments. One of the most important contributions that the Europeans made to the Luxor Temple was the restoration of the temple's statues and reliefs. The French archaeologist Auguste Mariette was one of the first to undertake a major restoration project at the temple, and he was followed by many other European scholars and experts. The restoration of the Luxor Temple was a massive undertaking, and it required a great deal of skill and expertise. The European restorers used a variety of techniques to repair and restore the temple's statues and reliefs, including cleaning, reassembly, and even the creation of new pieces to replace missing ones. The European restorers also made a significant contribution to the study of ancient Egyptian culture and history. Through their work at the Luxor Temple, they were able to gain a better understanding of the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. They also discovered many artifacts and treasures that helped to shed light on the daily life of the ancient Egyptians. Today, the Luxor Temple stands as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization, as well as to the contributions of the European scholars and archaeologists who worked to preserve and restore the temple. The temple is one of the most popular tourist attractions in Egypt, and it continues to inspire awe and wonder in visitors from all over the world. In summary, the Luxor Temple restoration is a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization, as well as to the contributions of the European scholars and archaeologists who worked to preserve and restore the temple. The restoration of the temple's statues and reliefs was a massive undertaking, requiring a great deal of skill and expertise. Through their work at the Luxor Temple, the European restorers were able to gain a better understanding of the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, as well as to discover many artifacts and treasures that helped to shed light on the daily life of the ancient Egyptians. The Luxor Temple continues to inspire awe and wonder in visitors from all over the world, serving as a testament to the enduring legacy of Egypt's ancient heritage. Throughout history, the cities of Egypt have been influenced by many different cultures and civilizations. However, one of the most significant periods of influence came during the European occupation of Egypt in the 19th and 20th centuries. During this time, European powers such as France and Britain exerted a great deal of influence on the country's cities, leaving behind a lasting legacy that can still be seen today. One of the most important legacies of the European occupation in Egypt's cities is the architecture. European architects and designers brought with them new ideas and techniques, which they used to create some of the most iconic buildings in Egypt. The neoclassical and Art Deco styles that were popular in Europe at the time were adapted to suit the Egyptian context, resulting in buildings that were both functional and beautiful. Many of these buildings still stand today, serving as a testament to the enduring legacy of the European occupation in Egypt's cities. Another important legacy of the European occupation is the cultural influence. European scholars and artists played a significant role in preserving and promoting Egypt's cultural heritage, and they also helped to bring new cultural ideas and practices to the country. European institutions such as libraries, museums, and theaters were established in Egypt, helping to promote education and cultural exchange in the country. The European occupation also had a significant impact on the development of infrastructure in Egypt's cities. European engineers and planners were responsible for many new infrastructure projects, such as roads, bridges, and public transportation systems. These projects helped to modernize the country and make it more accessible to people from all over the world. However, the European occupation of Egypt was not without its controversies and challenges. The European powers exerted a great deal of political and economic control over the country, which often led to tension and conflict. Many Egyptians were also opposed to the cultural influence of the Europeans, viewing it as a threat to their own cultural identity. Despite these challenges, the enduring legacy of the European occupation in Egypt's cities cannot be denied. The architecture, culture, and infrastructure that the Europeans brought with them continue to play an important role in the country's development and identity. They serve as a reminder of the rich and diverse history of Egypt, and of the many different cultures and civilizations that have contributed to its development over the centuries. In summary, the European occupation of Egypt had a lasting impact on the country's cities, leaving behind a legacy that can still be seen today. The architecture, culture, and infrastructure that the Europeans brought with them helped to modernize the country and make it more accessible to people from all over the world. They also helped to preserve and promote Egypt's cultural heritage and to bring new cultural ideas and practices to the country. While the European occupation was not without its challenges, its enduring legacy serves as a reminder of the rich and diverse history of Egypt and of the many different cultures and civilizations that have contributed to its development over the centuries. Chapter 12. The Enduring Legacy of Egypt's Cities. Egypt is a country steeped in history and culture, and its cities are some of the most iconic and fascinating in the world. From the ancient wonders of Cairo and Luxor to the modern metropolis of Alexandria, the cities of Egypt have played a significant role in the country's development and identity. Over the centuries, these cities have been shaped by many different cultures and civilizations, each leaving behind a lasting legacy that can still be seen today. From the ancient Egyptians to the Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Ottomans, each culture has left its mark on Egypt's cities, creating a rich and diverse tapestry of history and culture. In more recent times, the European occupation of Egypt in the 19th and 20th centuries had a significant impact on the country's cities, leaving behind a legacy that can still be seen today. European architects, scholars, and artists brought new ideas and techniques to the country, helping to modernize it and promote its cultural heritage. Today, Egypt's cities are still evolving, shaped by modern influences and changing global dynamics. However, the enduring legacy of the country's rich and diverse history can still be seen in the architecture, culture, and people of these remarkable cities. In this essay, we will explore the enduring legacy of Egypt's cities, from the ancient wonders of Luxor and Cairo to the modern metropolis of Alexandria. We will examine the impact of different cultures and civilizations on these cities, as well as the lasting legacy of the European occupation. Through this exploration, we hope to gain a deeper understanding of the rich and fascinating history of Egypt and its enduring legacy in the world today. The architecture of ancient Egypt is renowned for its grandeur, innovation, and durability. It is a testament to the ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians and their ability to create structures that have endured for thousands of years. The influence of ancient Egypt on architecture can still be seen today, both in Egypt and around the world. One of the most notable features of ancient Egyptian architecture is its use of monumental structures, such as temples, pyramids, and obelisks. These structures were built to last, using techniques such as massive stone blocks, precise engineering, and elaborate decoration. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is made up of over 2 million stone blocks, each weighing several tons. The engineering feat of creating such a massive structure is truly remarkable and has stood the test of time. Another hallmark of ancient Egyptian architecture is its use of symbolism and decoration. Hieroglyphics, murals, and carvings were used to convey stories and beliefs, as well as to decorate and beautify structures. Many of these decorations and symbols were tied to religion and the afterlife, reflecting the importance of these beliefs to the ancient Egyptians. The influence of ancient Egyptian architecture can be seen in many different styles and structures throughout history. The use of monumental structures and symbolism has been echoed in everything from Gothic cathedrals to modern skyscrapers. The ancient Egyptians were also pioneers in the use of columns and colonnades, which have been used in many different architectural styles throughout history. In addition to its influence on architecture, ancient Egyptian art and design has also had a significant impact on the decorative arts. The use of intricate patterns, vibrant colors, and symbolic motifs has been used in everything from textiles to pottery to jewelry. The influence of ancient Egyptian design can still be seen in modern decorative arts, as well as in fashion and jewelry design. The enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian architecture and design is a testament to the skill and creativity of the ancient Egyptians. Their structures have withstood the test of time and continue to inspire and influence architects and designers around the world. From the massive stone structures of the pyramids to the intricate hieroglyphics on tomb walls, the architecture of ancient Egypt is truly remarkable and continues to be a source of fascination and inspiration today. The art of ancient Egypt is renowned for its beauty, detail, and symbolism. It is a testament to the creativity and skill of the ancient Egyptians, and has had a profound influence on art throughout history. The influence of ancient Egyptian art can be seen in everything from classical Greek and Roman art to modern art and design. One of the most notable features of ancient Egyptian art is its use of symbolism and storytelling. Hieroglyphics, murals, and sculptures were used to convey stories, beliefs, and the power of pharaohs and gods. These depictions were highly stylized and often portrayed figures in profile with their most important features such as their eyes in full view. This style allowed for a high level of detail and expression, as well as a focus on the most important aspects of the subject. The use of symmetry and proportion is another hallmark of ancient Egyptian art. Figures and structures were often portrayed in a highly symmetrical and proportional way, which gave them a sense of order and balance. This style has been echoed in many different art forms throughout history, from classical Greek and Roman art to modern art and design. The use of vibrant colors and intricate patterns is also a notable feature of ancient Egyptian art. Colors were often chosen for their symbolic significance, with red representing life and vitality, blue representing the heavens and the Nile, and green representing growth and renewal. Patterns were often used to decorate clothing, pottery, and other objects, and were highly stylized and intricate. The influence of ancient Egyptian art can be seen in many different art forms throughout history. The use of symbolism and storytelling has been echoed in everything from Renaissance paintings to modern sculpture. The use of symmetry and proportion has been used in everything from classical architecture to modern furniture design. The use of vibrant colors and intricate patterns has been used in everything from textile design to graphic design. The enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian art is a testament to the creativity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. Their art has influenced and inspired artists and designers throughout history, and continues to be a source of fascination and inspiration today. From the grand statues of pharaohs to the delicate jewelry and pottery of everyday life, the art of ancient Egypt is truly remarkable and continues to captivate and inspire people around the world. The religion of ancient Egypt is one of the oldest and most complex in the world, and has had a profound influence on religion throughout history. The ancient Egyptians worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, each of whom had specific roles and associations. The religion was highly ritualistic, with offerings, prayers, and sacrifices made to ensure the favor of the gods. One of the most notable features of ancient Egyptian religion is its emphasis on the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul continued to exist after death, and that the body was necessary for the soul to live on in the afterlife. As a result, they developed elaborate burial practices and tomb decoration, such as the construction of pyramids and the creation of elaborate tombs with paintings and hieroglyphics depicting the deceased and their journey into the afterlife. The influence of ancient Egyptian religion can be seen in many different religions throughout history. The idea of a pantheon of gods and goddesses with specific roles and associations has been echoed in many different religions, from Greek and Roman mythology to Hinduism. The emphasis on the afterlife has been a key feature of many different religions, from the ancient Greeks and Romans to modern-day Christianity and Islam. The symbolism and mythology of ancient Egyptian religion has also had a profound influence on art, literature, and culture throughout history. The hieroglyphics and murals of ancient Egyptian tombs and temples depict the gods and their stories, and have inspired artists and writers throughout history. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, which was a guidebook for the afterlife, has also had a profound influence on literature and culture. The enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian religion is a testament to its complexity and influence. The worship of the gods and goddesses, the emphasis on the afterlife, and the rich mythology and symbolism of the religion continue to inspire and fascinate people around the world. From the construction of massive temples to the creation of intricate art and literature, the religion of ancient Egypt has left an indelible mark on human history. The ancient Egyptians were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time, with a deep understanding of science and technology. Their discoveries and inventions have had a profound influence on science and technology throughout history. One of the most notable achievements of ancient Egyptian science was their understanding of astronomy. The ancient Egyptians were able to accurately predict the movements of the stars and planets, and developed a sophisticated calendar based on their observations. They also developed a method for predicting the annual flooding of the Nile, which was essential for agriculture and the survival of the civilization. Another important area of ancient Egyptian science was medicine. The ancient Egyptians had a deep understanding of the human body and were able to perform complex surgical procedures such as brain surgery and amputations. They also developed a wide range of medicines, many of which were made from natural ingredients such as plants and minerals. The ancient Egyptians were also skilled engineers and architects, and were able to construct massive structures such as the pyramids and temples. They developed advanced techniques for quarrying and moving stone, and were able to create complex irrigation systems for agriculture. The influence of ancient Egyptian science can be seen in many different fields throughout history. The ancient Egyptians' understanding of astronomy and the development of the calendar has influenced modern astronomy and the study of the universe. Their knowledge of medicine has had a profound impact on modern medicine, with many modern medicines based on natural ingredients and plants. Their engineering and architectural achievements have inspired modern architecture and construction techniques. The enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian science is a testament to their skill and ingenuity. The discoveries and inventions of the ancient Egyptians have had a profound influence on science and technology throughout history, and continue to inspire and fascinate people around the world. From the study of the stars to the development of modern medicine, the ancient Egyptians have left an indelible mark on human history. The city of Alexandria, located on the coast of Egypt, was one of the most important centers of learning in the ancient world. It was home to the famous Library of Alexandria, which contained a vast collection of manuscripts from all over the ancient world. The city was also a center of philosophy and literature, with many great thinkers and writers living and working there. One of the most notable philosophers to come out of Alexandria was the Greek philosopher, mathematician, and astronomer, Ptolemy. Ptolemy was one of the most important scientists of his time, and his work on astronomy and mathematics had a profound impact on science and technology. He was also one of the first philosophers to develop a comprehensive cosmological theory, which was based on a geocentric model of the universe. The city of Alexandria was also home to some of the greatest writers and poets of the ancient world. The Greek poet Callimachus was one of the most famous writers to come out of Alexandria, and his work had a profound influence on literature and poetry. Callimachus was known for his lyric poetry, which was highly refined and elegant, and was admired by many poets and writers throughout history. Another notable writer to come out of Alexandria was the Greek historian and biographer, Plutarch. Plutarch was known for his biographies of famous Greeks and Romans, and his work had a profound influence on historical writing and biography. He was also a philosopher and moralist, and his work on ethics and morality has influenced many philosophers and writers throughout history. The influence of Alexandria on philosophy and literature can be seen in many different fields throughout history. The city's emphasis on learning and scholarship has inspired many great thinkers and writers, from the Renaissance to the present day. The works of Ptolemy, Callimachus, and Plutarch have had a profound impact on science, literature, and philosophy, and continue to inspire and influence people around the world. The enduring legacy of Alexandria is a testament to its importance as a center of learning and scholarship in the ancient world. The city's emphasis on philosophy and literature has had a profound impact on human history and continues to inspire and fascinate people around the world. From the development of modern science to the writing of great literature and poetry, the legacy of Alexandria is one of the most important and enduring legacies of the ancient world. The Islamic civilization had a profound influence on the cities of Egypt, shaping the architecture, art, culture, and society of the country for centuries. The arrival of Islam in Egypt in the 7th century AD marked the beginning of a new era, as the new religion brought with it a rich cultural and artistic heritage that would have a lasting impact on Egyptian civilization. One of the most notable contributions of Islamic civilization to Egypt was in the field of architecture. The Islamic architectural style, characterized by intricate geometric patterns, ornate calligraphy, and the use of domes and arches, can be seen throughout Egypt's cities. The Islamic influence is particularly evident in the mosques and madrasas, Islamic schools, that were built throughout Egypt, including the famous Al-Azhar Mosque in Cairo, which remains one of the most important centers of Islamic scholarship in the world. Another important contribution of Islamic civilization to Egypt was in the field of art. Islamic art is characterized by its intricate geometric patterns, calligraphy, and use of vibrant colors and gold leaf. This style can be seen in many of the mosques and other Islamic buildings throughout Egypt, as well as in the many works of Islamic art that have been produced in the country over the centuries. Islamic civilization also had a profound influence on Egyptian culture and society. The Islamic emphasis on education and scholarship led to the establishment of many madrasas and other educational institutions throughout Egypt, which played a key role in the spread of knowledge and the development of Islamic thought. Islamic civilization also brought with it a rich literary tradition, which has had a lasting impact on Egyptian literature and culture. The influence of Islamic civilization on Egypt's cities can be seen in many different ways. From the architecture of its buildings to the art on its walls, the Islamic influence is evident throughout the country. The emphasis on education and scholarship has also had a lasting impact on the country, shaping its culture and society for centuries. The enduring legacy of Islamic civilization in Egypt's cities is a testament to its importance and influence. The contributions of Islamic civilization to Egypt's architecture, art, culture, and society have had a profound impact on the country and continue to inspire and influence people around the world. From the intricate patterns of Islamic architecture to the rich literary tradition of Islamic scholarship, the legacy of Islamic civilization in Egypt is one of the most important and enduring legacies of the Islamic world. The influence of Europe on Egypt's cities has been significant and far-reaching, shaping the country's architecture, art, culture, and society in profound ways. The arrival of Europeans in Egypt in the 19th century marked a new era of interaction between East and West, as European powers sought to expand their influence in the region and Egypt began to modernize and westernize. One of the most notable contributions of Europe to Egypt's cities was in the field of architecture. European architects and designers brought with them new styles and techniques, which were used to build many of the country's most iconic buildings, including the Cairo Opera House, the Alexandria Library, and the Luxor Temple. European influence can also be seen in the many grand colonial buildings that were constructed during the British and French occupations of Egypt, which combined European design with local materials and techniques. Europe also had a significant influence on Egyptian art and culture. European artists and writers, inspired by the exoticism of the East, often depicted Egypt in their work, helping to shape popular perceptions of the country around the world. European art and literature also had a profound impact on Egyptian artists and writers, who drew on European styles and techniques to create new forms of expression that combined Western and Eastern elements. European influence can also be seen in the development of Egypt's cities, particularly in the areas of transportation and urban planning. The construction of the Cairo tram, for example, revolutionized transportation in the city, making it easier for people to move around and access different parts of the city. European urban planning techniques were also used to design new neighborhoods and developments in cities like Alexandria and Cairo, which helped to modernize and improve living conditions for many Egyptians. The enduring legacy of European influence on Egypt's cities can be seen in many different ways. From the architecture of its buildings to the art on its walls, the influence of Europe is evident throughout the country. The emphasis on modernization and westernization has also had a lasting impact on the country, shaping its culture and society for generations to come. However, it is important to note that the influence of Europe on Egypt's cities has not always been positive. The legacy of colonialism and imperialism is still felt in many parts of the country, as the effects of European domination and exploitation continue to be felt today. Furthermore, the emphasis on modernization and westernization has sometimes come at the expense of local traditions and cultures, leading to a loss of identity and a sense of dislocation for some Egyptians. In summary, the influence of Europe on Egypt's cities has been both significant and complex. From the architecture of its buildings to the culture of its people, the influence of Europe is evident throughout the country. However, it is important to recognize that this influence has not always been positive, and that the legacy of colonialism and imperialism continues to be felt today. As Egypt continues to develop and modernize, it will be important to strike a balance between preserving local traditions and embracing new ideas and influences from around the world. The legacy of modern Egypt is a rich and diverse one, with contributions to architecture and culture that are recognized around the world. From the towering skyscrapers of Cairo to the ancient ruins of Luxor, modern Egypt has built on its rich history and traditions to create a dynamic and vibrant culture that continues to evolve and grow. One of the most notable contributions of modern Egypt to architecture is the development of modern Islamic architecture. Drawing on traditional Islamic design principles and techniques, modern architects in Egypt have created stunning buildings that combine traditional elements with modern materials and technology. Examples include the Grand Mosque of Cairo and the Great Mosque of Alexandria, which have become iconic symbols of modern Islamic architecture. In addition to its contributions to Islamic architecture, modern Egypt has also made significant contributions to the field of urban planning. The construction of new cities like New Cairo and 6th of October City has transformed the landscape of the country, providing modern infrastructure and amenities for millions of Egyptians. These new developments have also helped to alleviate congestion in cities like Cairo, making it easier for people to move around and access different parts of the country. Modern Egypt has also made important contributions to the arts and culture. Egyptian cinema, for example, has a long and storied history, with Egyptian filmmakers producing some of the most acclaimed films in the Arab world. The country's vibrant music scene has also had a profound impact on the region, with Egyptian musicians and singers influencing popular music across the Middle East and beyond. In addition to its contributions to the arts, modern Egypt has also played a key role in the development of Arab literature. Egyptian writers have produced some of the most important works of Arabic literature, including the works of Nobel laureate Naguib Mahfouz. Egyptian literature has also helped to shape the broader Arab literary tradition, with Egyptian writers influencing writers across the region and beyond. Another important legacy of modern Egypt is its role as a leader in the Arab world. From the country's support for the Palestinian cause to its role in regional diplomacy, Egypt has played a key role in shaping the political and social landscape of the region. The country's efforts to promote Arab unity and cooperation have also had a significant impact on the broader Arab world, helping to foster closer ties between Arab states and promote greater cooperation and understanding. In summary, the legacy of modern Egypt is a rich and diverse one, with contributions to architecture, culture, and politics that are recognized around the world. From the development of modern Islamic architecture to the country's vibrant art scene, modern Egypt has built on its rich history and traditions to create a dynamic and vibrant culture that continues to evolve and grow. As Egypt continues to play a leading role in the Arab world, its contributions to the region and the world are sure to continue to be felt for generations to come. In summary, the enduring significance of Egypt's cities in global history cannot be overstated. From the ancient civilization of Egypt to the modern metropolises of Cairo and Alexandria, Egypt's cities have played a vital role in shaping the cultural, social, and political landscape of the region and the world. The ancient cities of Egypt, such as Memphis and Thebes, were centers of power and culture, with their towering monuments and temples serving as testaments to the ingenuity and creativity of the Egyptian people. These cities were not only important cultural and religious centers, but also played a crucial role in the country's economy, with the Nile River serving as a vital trade route for goods and people. The influence of ancient Egypt can still be felt in the architecture, art, and religion of the region and the world. From the pyramids of Giza to the iconic Sphinx, ancient Egyptian architecture and art continue to inspire and amaze people from all over the world. The ancient Egyptian religion, with its complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, has also had a lasting impact on the religious traditions of the region and beyond. The Islamic civilization that emerged in Egypt during the medieval period had a profound impact on the development of the country's cities. Islamic architecture, with its intricate geometric patterns and designs, can be seen in mosques, madrasas, and other buildings throughout the country. The Islamic civilization also made significant contributions to the fields of science, mathematics, and medicine, which had a lasting impact on the broader Arab world and beyond. The European occupation of Egypt, particularly during the 19th and 20th centuries, also had a profound impact on the country's cities. The development of modern infrastructure, such as the Cairo Opera House and the Alexandria Corniche, transformed the cities and helped to usher in a new era of modernization and development. European influence can also be seen in the country's cuisine, with French and Italian dishes making their way into Egyptian kitchens. Today, Egypt's cities continue to be centers of culture, commerce, and innovation. From the bustling streets of Cairo to the tranquil shores of the Red Sea, Egypt's cities are home to a diverse and dynamic population, united by a shared history and heritage. The country's modern cities, such as New Cairo and 6th of October City, continue to grow and develop, offering new opportunities and challenges for the people of Egypt. In summary, the enduring significance of Egypt's cities in global history is a testament to the creativity, ingenuity, and resilience of the Egyptian people. From the ancient civilization of Egypt to the modern metropolises of today, Egypt's cities have played a vital role in shaping the cultural, social, and political landscape of the region and the world. As Egypt continues to evolve and grow, its cities will continue to be a source of inspiration and wonder for generations to come. This has been Cities of Egypt. History of Cairo, Giza, Luxor, and Alexandria. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison, copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston, production copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Book 2, History of Egypt. Great Pharaohs, Pyramids and the Sphinx of Ancient Egypt, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1. The Land of the Nile, an Introduction to Ancient Egypt. It was the Nile that made Egypt great, for without this great river, the land would have been uninhabitable. This ribbon of water that runs from south to north and is the lifeblood of Egypt is more than a mere river. The Nile is a provider, a sustainer, and a bearer of life to the land of the pharaohs. In ancient times, the Nile was regarded as a god. It was known as Hapi, and its inundation was celebrated as an event of great joy and hope for the people of Egypt. For it was the annual flooding of the Nile that replenished the land with water and silt, making the soil fertile and capable of supporting crops. It was this natural phenomenon that allowed the ancient Egyptians to become the breadbasket of the Mediterranean world. The Nile is formed by two main tributaries, the White Nile and the Blue Nile, which join together in Khartoum, the capital of modern-day Sudan. The river then flows northward through the vast and arid Sahara Desert until it reaches the Mediterranean Sea. The journey from the source to the mouth of the Nile is a long and meandering one, spanning over 4,000 miles. Along the way, the river branches out into many channels, forming a fertile strip of land that is known as the Nile Valley. The Nile Valley is a narrow strip of land that is bordered on either side by deserts. To the west lies the Sahara, the largest hot desert in the world, and to the east lies the Arabian Desert. It is this strip of fertile land that was the cradle of ancient Egyptian civilization. Here, the early settlers of the Nile Valley learned to farm, to domesticate animals, and to build permanent settlements. It was in this region that the Great Pyramids were constructed, the hieroglyphic script was developed, and the first pharaohs rose to power. The Nile Valley is divided into two main regions, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Upper Egypt refers to the southern part of the Nile Valley, from the first cataract near Aswan to the region around the city of Memphis. Lower Egypt refers to the northern part of the Nile Valley, from the region around Memphis to the Mediterranean Sea. The distinction between Upper and Lower Egypt is not merely a geographical one, it is also a cultural and political one. The two regions had different traditions, different gods, and different rulers. In Upper Egypt, the Nile Valley is narrow and confined, with steep cliffs on either side of the river. The land is rich in minerals, particularly gold and copper, and it was from this region that the early pharaohs extracted their wealth. The cities of Upper Egypt were small and isolated, and they developed their own unique styles of art and architecture. The temples of Upper Egypt were built from stone, with massive columns and intricate reliefs. In Lower Egypt, the Nile Valley is wider and more open, with gentle hills on either side of the river. The land is fertile and well-watered, and it was from this region that the ancient Egyptians grew their crops. The cities of Lower Egypt were large and cosmopolitan, and they had a more international character than those of Upper Egypt. The temples of Lower Egypt were built from mud brick, with graceful columns and painted reliefs. The Nile Delta is the region where the Nile meets the Mediterranean Sea. It is a triangular-shaped area of land that is crisscrossed by many channels of the Nile. The delta is one of the most fertile regions in the world, and it was here that the ancient Egyptians grew their crops of wheat, barley, and flax. It is a truth universally acknowledged that Egypt is one of the most fascinating and enduring civilizations in human history. From its majestic pyramids to its complex hieroglyphic script, Egypt's prehistory and early dynastic period provide a window into the origins of this ancient and enigmatic culture. In this essay, we will explore the dawn of civilization in Egypt and the early dynastic period, tracing the evolution of this remarkable society from its humble beginnings to its emergence as a powerful empire. The prehistory of Egypt is shrouded in mystery and myth. According to Egyptian tradition, the land was created by the god Atum, who emerged from the primordial waters and brought order to the chaos of the universe. The Nile River, which flows through Egypt, was seen as a gift from the gods, providing the fertile soil and life-giving waters that sustained the people of this ancient land. Archaeological evidence suggests that the first inhabitants of Egypt were nomadic hunters and gatherers who lived in the region as far back as 500,000 years ago. These early humans left few traces of their existence, but some evidence of their tools and artifacts has been found in various parts of the country. The first known civilization to emerge in Egypt was the pre-dynastic culture, which existed from around 5000 BCE to 3100 BCE. During this time, the people of Egypt began to settle in permanent communities and develop a more complex social and economic system. They also began to cultivate crops and domesticate animals, which allowed them to build larger and more permanent settlements. The pre-dynastic period is characterized by a rich artistic tradition, including elaborate pottery, stone carvings, and intricate jewelry. These artifacts provide a glimpse into the lives of these early Egyptians, who were skilled craftsmen and artists. The early dynastic period of Egypt began around 3100 BCE, when the first pharaohs emerged as the rulers of a unified state. The first pharaoh was Narmer, who is credited with uniting the two kingdoms of Upper and Lower Egypt into a single powerful state. Narmer is depicted in artwork wearing the double crown of Egypt, a symbol of his authority over both regions. The early dynastic period was a time of great cultural and artistic achievement, as the Egyptians developed their own distinctive style of art and architecture. One of the most enduring symbols of ancient Egypt is the pyramid. These monumental structures were built during the Old Kingdom period, which began around 2686 BCE and lasted until 2181 BCE. The pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs and their consorts, and were built on a massive scale using the labor of thousands of workers. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for the pharaoh Khufu, is one of the most impressive engineering feats of the ancient world, standing at 481 feet tall and containing over 2 million blocks of limestone. The ancient Egyptians also developed a complex system of writing, known as hieroglyphics. This script was used for religious, administrative, and literary purposes, and was inscribed on everything from papyrus scrolls to the walls of temples and tombs. Hieroglyphics were a means of preserving the culture and history of Egypt, and allowed the people to communicate their beliefs and ideas across time. Religion played a central role in ancient Egyptian society, with the pharaohs serving as both political and religious leaders. The Egyptians believed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses who controlled the natural world and the afterlife. The pharaohs were seen as divine beings, with the power to communicate with the gods and intercede on behalf of the people. The Old Kingdom was a time of great accomplishment and power in the history of Egypt. It was during this period that the pyramids were built, the pharaohs became the god-kings of Egypt, and the civilization of the Nile Valley reached its pinnacle. The Old Kingdom is generally defined as the period from the 3rd dynasty to the 6th dynasty, spanning from around 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE. It was during this time that the pharaohs established a centralized government, a complex bureaucracy, and a state religion that would last for thousands of years. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom were considered divine, and they were regarded as the embodiment of the gods on earth. They were seen as the ultimate protectors of Egypt and were responsible for the maintenance of the Ma'at, the cosmic order that governed the world. The pharaohs were also the chief architects of their own grand tombs, which were built to ensure their safe passage to the afterlife. The most famous of these tombs are the pyramids, which were built during the Old Kingdom. The pyramids are a testament to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the ancient Egyptians. These massive structures, which were built to house the remains of the pharaohs, required the labor of tens of thousands of workers over the course of decades. The Great Pyramid of Giza, which was built during the reign of Khufu in the 4th dynasty, is the largest and most well-known of these pyramids. It was built from over 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing around 2.5 tons. The pyramid is over 480 feet tall, and it remained the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. The construction of the pyramids was a monumental task that required the careful coordination of many different groups of people. The laborers who worked on the pyramids were organized into gangs, each of which was responsible for a particular task. Some workers quarried the stone, others transported it, and still others were responsible for cutting and shaping the blocks. The construction of the pyramids required the development of new technologies, such as the use of the lever and the pulley. The ancient Egyptians were also skilled engineers, and they were able to design structures that could withstand the test of time. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom were also responsible for the construction of many other impressive structures. These included temples, palaces, and fortresses. The Temple of Karnak, which was built over the course of several dynasties, is the largest religious building ever constructed. The Temple of Abu Simbel, which was built during the reign of Ramses II in the New Kingdom, is one of the most impressive architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. The Old Kingdom was also a time of great cultural achievement. The art of the Old Kingdom is characterized by its attention to detail and its idealized representation of the human form. The famous statue of Khafra, which is housed in the Cairo Museum, is a testament to the skill of the ancient Egyptian sculptors. The Old Kingdom was also a time of great literary achievement. The pyramid texts, which were inscribed on the walls of the pyramids, are the earliest known religious texts in the world. They describe the journey of the pharaoh to the afterlife and provide instructions on how to ensure a safe passage. The collapse of the Old Kingdom is still the subject of debate among historians. Some attribute it to political instability, while others suggest that environmental factors, such as drought and famine, played a role. Whatever the cause, the collapse of the Old Kingdom marked the end of a golden age in the history of Egypt. The Middle Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from approximately 2055 BCE to 1650 BCE, was a time of reunification and stability after the upheavals of the First Intermediate Period. This era saw the rise of a new dynasty of pharaohs, who reasserted control over the country and initiated a period of cultural and artistic flourishing. In this essay, we will explore the Middle Kingdom period of Egypt, examining the political, social, and cultural achievements of this remarkable era. The Middle Kingdom period began with the reunification of Egypt under the pharaoh Mentuhotep II. Prior to his reign, Egypt had been divided into two rival kingdoms, with the north and south in constant conflict. Mentuhotep II, however, was able to bring the two kingdoms together and establish a new capital at Thebes. This reunification marked the beginning of a new era of stability and prosperity for Egypt. One of the most notable achievements of the Middle Kingdom period was the expansion of the Egyptian Empire. Under the pharaohs of this era, Egypt extended its influence into Nubia, the Levant, and Syria. This expansion brought new resources and wealth to Egypt and allowed the pharaohs to undertake ambitious building projects, such as the construction of the mortuary temple of Seneret III at Abydos. The Middle Kingdom period was also a time of great artistic and cultural achievement. The pharaohs of this era were patrons of the arts, commissioning elaborate tombs, temples, and other architectural marvels. The Temple of Karnak, one of the largest religious complexes in the world, was built during this time, as was the Temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri. These structures, along with countless other examples of Middle Kingdom art and architecture, are a testament to the creativity and skill of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to their artistic achievements, the pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom period were also known for their administrative and legal innovations. They established a system of regional governors, who were responsible for managing local affairs and collecting taxes. They also developed a legal code, which established guidelines for property rights, marriage, and other aspects of daily life. These advances in administration and law helped to establish a stable and orderly society in Egypt. Religion continued to play a central role in Egyptian society during the Middle Kingdom period. The pharaohs were seen as the embodiment of the god Horus, and were responsible for maintaining the balance between the forces of order and chaos. The cult of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, also grew in popularity during this era. The elaborate funerary rituals and tombs of the pharaohs, which had been a feature of Egyptian society since the earliest times, reached new heights of complexity and grandeur during the Middle Kingdom period. Despite the achievements of the Middle Kingdom, this era was not without its challenges. The pharaohs of this time faced repeated invasions from foreign powers, and were forced to rely on military campaigns to maintain their control over the empire. The Second Intermediate Period, which followed the collapse of the Middle Kingdom, saw a decline in Egyptian power and influence, as well as the rise of foreign powers such as the Hyksos. Nevertheless, the Middle Kingdom period remains a high point in the history of ancient Egypt. The stability and prosperity of this era allowed the Egyptians to develop a rich and distinctive culture, characterized by artistic excellence, administrative innovation, and religious devotion. The legacy of the Middle Kingdom, in the form of its architectural marvels, legal code, and artistic achievements, endures to this day, providing a window into the remarkable civilization that flourished on the banks of the Nile so many millennia ago. The New Kingdom was a period of great power and splendor in the history of Egypt. It was during this time that the ancient Egyptians reached the height of their power and expanded their empire beyond the Nile Valley. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were some of the most famous and revered rulers in the history of Egypt, and their achievements left a lasting legacy that can still be felt today. The New Kingdom is generally defined as the period from the 18th dynasty to the 20th dynasty, spanning from around 1550 BCE to 1070 BCE. It was during this time that the pharaohs of Egypt rose to the height of their power, conquering new territories and establishing a great empire that spanned from the Euphrates River in the east to the Fifth Cataract of the Nile in the south. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were ambitious and accomplished rulers, who sought to expand their power and influence beyond the borders of Egypt. They established diplomatic relations with other nations, and they engaged in military campaigns to conquer new territories. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were also patrons of the arts, and they commissioned some of the greatest works of art and architecture in the history of Egypt. One of the most famous of these pharaohs was Hatshepsut, who ruled Egypt from around 1478 BCE to 1458 BCE. Hatshepsut was one of the few female pharaohs in the history of Egypt, and she is remembered for her many great accomplishments. She commissioned the construction of many impressive temples and monuments, including the mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, which is one of the most famous temples in Egypt. Hatshepsut also sent a successful expedition to the land of Punt, which brought back many valuable goods, including myrrh, gold, and exotic animals. Another famous pharaoh of the New Kingdom was Ramses II, who ruled from around 1279 BCE to 1213 BCE. Ramses II was one of the longest reigning pharaohs in the history of Egypt, and he is remembered for his many great military campaigns and building projects. He commissioned the construction of many impressive temples and monuments, including the Temple of Abu Simbel, which is one of the most famous temples in Egypt. Ramses II also fought many great battles, including the Battle of Kadesh, which was one of the largest chariot battles in the history of the world. The art of the New Kingdom is characterized by its attention to detail and its idealized representation of the human form. The ancient Egyptians were skilled craftsmen, and they produced many beautiful works of art, including statues, reliefs, and jewelry. The tomb of Tutankhamun, which was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, contained many valuable treasures, including a golden mask, jewelry, and furniture. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom were also responsible for the construction of many impressive buildings and monuments. These included temples, palaces, and fortresses. The Temple of Karnak, which was begun during the Middle Kingdom and expanded during the New Kingdom, is the largest religious building ever constructed. The Ramesseum, which was built by Ramses II, is one of the most impressive mortuary temples in Egypt. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom also engaged in foreign trade, establishing diplomatic relations with other nations and importing luxury goods from all over the world. They also engaged in military campaigns to conquer new territories and expand their empire. The conquest of Nubia, which was completed during the reign of Thutmose III, allowed the ancient Egyptians to control the trade routes that passed through the region. The Amarna period, which lasted from approximately 1353 BCE to 1336 BCE, was a time of great change and upheaval in ancient Egypt. This era saw the rise of a revolutionary pharaoh, Akhenaten, who challenged the traditional religious and artistic conventions of Egyptian society. In this essay, we will explore the Amarna period of Egypt, examining the political, social, and cultural achievements of this remarkable era. The Amarna period began with the ascension of Akhenaten to the throne of Egypt. Unlike his predecessors, Akhenaten was not content to simply maintain the status quo. He was a visionary and a reformer, determined to upend the old ways of doing things and usher in a new era of creativity and spirituality. One of the most notable aspects of Akhenaten's reign was his rejection of the traditional Egyptian gods in favor of a monotheistic religion centered on the worship of the sun disk, Aten. This new religion, which emphasized the idea of divine unity and the power of the sun, represented a radical departure from the polytheistic beliefs of earlier Egyptian pharaohs. Akhenaten himself became the high priest of this new religion and built a new capital city, Akhetaten, now known as Amarna, to serve as its center. The Amarna period was also a time of great artistic innovation. Under Akhenaten's patronage, the traditional artistic conventions of Egyptian society were challenged and transformed. The so-called Amarna style, which was characterized by elongated figures, exaggerated features, and a sense of movement and vitality, represented a radical departure from the more static and formal art of earlier eras. One of the most enduring symbols of the Amarna period is the bust of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's queen. This exquisite sculpture, which is now housed in the Egyptian Museum in Berlin, captures the beauty and grace of Nefertiti in stunning detail. The bust is a testament to the artistic skill and creativity of the Amarna period, and remains one of the most iconic images of ancient Egypt. Despite its artistic and religious innovations, the Amarna period was not without its challenges. Akhenaten's rejection of the traditional gods, and his concentration of power in the hands of the Aten priesthood, alienated many of the traditional power centers in Egyptian society. The pharaoh's attempts to build a new capital city and promote his new religion, also drained the resources of the empire, leading to economic difficulties and social unrest. After Akhenaten's death, his successors attempted to restore the old religious order and suppress the memory of the Amarna period. The city of Akhetaten was abandoned, and many of the artworks and artifacts associated with the Amarna period were destroyed or defaced. The legacy of Akhenaten and his revolutionary ideas was largely forgotten, and it was not until the modern era that scholars and art historians began to appreciate the significance of this remarkable period in Egyptian history. In summary, the Amarna period of ancient Egypt was a time of great change and upheaval, marked by the visionary leadership of Akhenaten and the artistic innovations of his court. This era represented a radical departure from the traditions of Egyptian society, challenging the old ways of doing things and promoting new ideas and forms of expression. Although the Amarna period was short-lived and ultimately unsuccessful, its legacy endures to this day, providing a glimpse into the creativity and innovation that flourished on the banks of the Nile so many millennia ago. The Ramesside era was a period of great building and restoration in the history of Egypt. It was during this time that the pharaohs of the 19th and 20th dynasties rose to power, commissioning some of the most impressive works of architecture and engineering in the ancient world. The Ramesside pharaohs were ambitious and accomplished rulers who sought to establish a legacy that would last for eternity. The Ramesside era is generally defined as the period from the 19th dynasty to the 20th dynasty, spanning from around 1292 BCE to 1075 BCE. It was during this time that the pharaohs of Egypt continued to expand their empire, conquering new territories and establishing a great legacy that would last for thousands of years. The pharaohs of the Ramesside era were great builders and restorers. They commissioned the construction of many impressive buildings and monuments, including temples, palaces, and fortresses. The temples of the Ramesside era are characterized by their grandeur and their attention to detail. The Temple of Karnak, which was begun during the Middle Kingdom and expanded during the New Kingdom and the Ramesside era, is the largest religious building ever constructed. The Temple of Luxor, which was built by Amenhotep III and expanded by Ramses II, is one of the most impressive temples in Egypt. The pharaohs of the Ramesside era were also responsible for the construction of many impressive statues and obelisks. These included the famous Colossi of Memnon, which are two massive statues of Amenhotep III that stand on the west bank of the Nile near Luxor. They also commissioned the construction of many impressive obelisks, including the obelisks of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, which still stand in their original locations today. One of the most famous of these pharaohs was Ramses II, who ruled from around 1279 BCE to 1213 BCE. Ramses II was one of the longest reigning pharaohs in the history of Egypt, and he is remembered for his many great building projects. He commissioned the construction of many impressive temples and monuments, including the Temple of Abu Simbel, which is one of the most famous temples in Egypt. Ramses II also fought many great battles, including the Battle of Kadesh, which was one of the largest chariot battles in the history of the world. The pharaohs of the Ramesside era were also responsible for the restoration of many ancient monuments. They recognized the importance of preserving the heritage of their ancestors, and they took great care to restore the monuments that had fallen into disrepair. One of the most famous restoration projects was the restoration of the Sphinx, which was undertaken by Ramses II. He commissioned the construction of a massive temple in front of the Sphinx, which still stands today. The art of the Ramesside era is characterized by its attention to detail and its idealized representation of the human form. The ancient Egyptians were skilled craftsmen, and they produced many beautiful works of art, including statues, reliefs, and jewelry. The tomb of Tutankhamun, which was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, contained many valuable treasures, including a golden mask, jewelry, and furniture. The Ramesside era was also a time of great literary achievement. The literature of the Ramesside era includes many important works, such as the Story of Sanu and the Wisdom of Amenemope. These works provide insight into the beliefs and values of the ancient Egyptians, and they continue to be studied today. The Third Intermediate Period of Ancient Egypt, which lasted from approximately 1069 BCE to 664 BCE, was a time of decline, division, and foreign rule. This era saw the fragmentation of Egypt into a number of smaller kingdoms, as well as repeated invasions from foreign powers such as the Libyans, the Nubians, and the Assyrians. In this essay, we will explore the Third Intermediate Period of Egypt, examining the political, social, and cultural changes that occurred during this era of turmoil and upheaval. The Third Intermediate Period began with the decline of the New Kingdom, which had been the dominant power in Egypt for several centuries. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom had expanded the empire and established a period of stability and prosperity, but by the end of the 20th dynasty, the power of the pharaohs had begun to wane. This decline was exacerbated by a series of foreign invasions and internal struggles, which weakened the central authority of the pharaohs and paved the way for the fragmentation of Egypt. One of the most significant developments of the Third Intermediate Period was the emergence of a number of smaller kingdoms within Egypt. These kingdoms, which included the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd dynasties, were centered around various cities and regions of the country, and often competed with one another for power and influence. The pharaohs of these smaller kingdoms were often weaker and less influential than their New Kingdom predecessors, and were unable to maintain the unity and stability of the empire. The Third Intermediate Period was also characterized by repeated invasions from foreign powers. The Libyans, a group of North African tribes, were the first to invade Egypt, establishing the 21st dynasty and ruling over the country for several centuries. The Nubians, who lived to the south of Egypt, also established a powerful kingdom and invaded Egypt several times during the Third Intermediate Period. The Assyrians, a powerful empire based in Mesopotamia, also invaded Egypt in the 7th century BCE, sacking the city of Thebes and bringing an end to the era of the pharaohs. Despite the political and military challenges of the Third Intermediate Period, this era was not without its cultural and artistic achievements. The pharaohs of this time continued to build temples, tombs, and other architectural marvels, many of which have survived to the present day. The Temple of Karnak, which had been started during the New Kingdom, was expanded and renovated during the Third Intermediate Period, as was the Temple of Luxor. The pharaohs of this time also continued to commission works of art and literature, including poetry, religious texts, and inscriptions. Religion continued to play a central role in Egyptian society during the Third Intermediate Period. The pharaohs of the smaller kingdoms continued to promote the traditional gods and goddesses of Egyptian religion, and built temples and cult centers to honor these deities. The cult of Osiris, which had been popular since the earliest times of Egyptian history, also continued to thrive during the Third Intermediate Period, with elaborate funerary rituals and tombs dedicated to the god of the afterlife. In summary, the Third Intermediate Period of ancient Egypt was a time of decline, division, and foreign rule, characterized by the fragmentation of the empire into smaller kingdoms and repeated invasions from foreign powers. Although this era was marked by political and military challenges, it was also a time of cultural and artistic achievement, with the pharaohs of this time continuing to build architectural marvels and commission works of art and literature. The legacy of the Third Intermediate Period endures to this day, providing a window into the complex and fascinating history of ancient Egypt. The late period of Egyptian history was a time of great upheaval and transformation. It was during this period that Egypt was conquered by a series of foreign powers, including the Persians, Greeks, and Romans. These conquests marked the end of a long period of Egyptian independence, and they had a lasting impact on the culture, society, and politics of Egypt. The late period is generally defined as the period from the 26th dynasty to the 30th dynasty, spanning from around 664 BCE to 332 BCE. It was during this time that the pharaohs of Egypt struggled to maintain their independence in the face of foreign invasion and conquest. The Persian conquest of Egypt occurred in 525 BCE, when the Persian king Cambyses II invaded Egypt and conquered the country. The Persian conquest marked the end of the 26th dynasty, and it ushered in a new period of foreign domination in Egypt. The Persians were able to maintain control of Egypt for over 200 years, until they were finally expelled by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE. The Greek conquest of Egypt was led by Alexander the Great, who invaded Egypt in 332 BCE. Alexander was welcomed as a liberator by the Egyptian people, who were eager to be rid of the Persian yoke. Alexander founded the city of Alexandria, which became a great center of learning and culture in the ancient world. After Alexander's death, Egypt came under the control of one of his generals, Ptolemy I, who established the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic dynasty was a time of great cultural achievement in the history of Egypt. The Ptolemies were Greek in origin, but they adopted many aspects of Egyptian culture, including the religion, the language, and the administrative system. They commissioned many impressive works of art and architecture, including the Temple of Philae, which is one of the most beautiful temples in Egypt. The Ptolemies also sponsored many great scholars and thinkers, including Euclid, who wrote the Elements, and Eratosthenes, who accurately calculated the circumference of the earth. The Roman conquest of Egypt occurred in 30 BCE, when the Roman general Octavian, later known as Augustus, defeated the forces of the Ptolemaic queen Cleopatra. The Roman conquest marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and the beginning of Roman rule in Egypt. The Romans were initially welcomed as liberators, but they soon came to be seen as oppressors. They established a new administrative system, which was modeled after the Roman system, and they taxed the Egyptian people heavily. Despite the foreign conquests, Egypt continued to be a great center of learning and culture. The Library of Alexandria, which was founded by Ptolemy I, was one of the largest and most important libraries in the ancient world. The library contained hundreds of thousands of scrolls, which were used by scholars and thinkers from all over the world. The late period was also a time of great religious and philosophical experimentation. The rise of foreign religions, such as Christianity and Judaism, challenged the traditional Egyptian religion and led to a period of religious syncretism. The Egyptian religion evolved to incorporate elements of these new religions, and the traditional gods and goddesses of Egypt began to be worshipped in new ways. In summary, the late period of Egyptian history was a time of great transformation and upheaval. The conquests of the Persians, Greeks, and Romans marked the end of a long period of Egyptian independence, and they had a lasting impact on the culture, society, and politics of Egypt. Despite these challenges, Egypt continued to be a great center of learning and culture, and its legacy can still be felt today. The legacy of ancient Egypt is one of the most enduring and influential in human history. From its art and architecture to its religion and science, the civilization that flourished on the banks of the Nile for over 3 millennia has had a profound impact on the world we live in today. In this essay, we will explore the legacy of ancient Egypt, examining the art, religion, and science that have made this civilization so remarkable and enduring. One of the most notable legacies of ancient Egypt is its art and architecture. The pyramids of Giza, the Sphinx, and the temples of Karnak and Luxor are some of the most iconic and recognizable structures in the world, and have inspired awe and wonder for centuries. The art of ancient Egypt, with its stylized figures, intricate hieroglyphics, and elaborate funerary rituals, represents one of the most distinctive and recognizable styles in human history. The works of art and architecture produced by the ancient Egyptians have influenced countless artists and architects over the centuries, and continue to inspire and amaze people to this day. Religion played a central role in ancient Egyptian society, and its influence can still be felt in the modern world. The Egyptians believed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses who controlled the natural world and the afterlife. The pharaohs were seen as divine beings, with the power to communicate with the gods and intercede on behalf of the people. The elaborate tombs and funerary rituals of the ancient Egyptians were designed to ensure that the pharaohs would continue to rule in the afterlife. The concept of an afterlife and the belief in the need to prepare for it remains a powerful force in many cultures today. The scientific achievements of the ancient Egyptians were also remarkable. The Egyptians were skilled in a variety of fields, including mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. They developed a system of mathematics that included advanced concepts such as fractions, decimals, and algebra. They also developed a calendar based on the movements of the sun and the moon, which was remarkably accurate and allowed them to track the passing of the seasons. In the field of medicine, the ancient Egyptians were pioneers, developing treatments for a variety of ailments and performing complex surgical procedures. The legacy of ancient Egypt can also be seen in the modern world in the way we organize our societies and governments. The concept of a centralized state with a powerful ruler at its head can be traced back to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. The Egyptians developed a system of regional governors who were responsible for managing local affairs and collecting taxes. They also developed a legal code, which established guidelines for property rights, marriage, and other aspects of daily life. These advances in administration and law helped to establish a stable and orderly society in Egypt, and have influenced the development of modern governments and legal systems. In summary, the legacy of ancient Egypt is one of the most remarkable and enduring in human history. The art, religion, and science of this remarkable civilization continue to inspire and amaze people to this day, and have had a profound impact on the world we live in. From the pyramids of Giza to the elaborate tombs and funerary rituals, from the mathematical and scientific achievements to the legal and administrative innovations, the legacy of ancient Egypt continues to shape our world and our understanding of the past. Chapter 2. Gods and Goddesses, Religion in Ancient Egypt. In the midst of the vast and mystic lands of ancient Egypt, religion reigned supreme. From the humble peasant to the mighty pharaoh, all were immersed in a world of the divine, where gods and goddesses played a pivotal role in every aspect of life. The beliefs and practices of this ancient culture were as complex and intricate as the hieroglyphics that adorned their temples, and they continue to captivate the minds of scholars and enthusiasts to this day. At the core of Egyptian religion was the concept of polytheism, the belief in multiple deities, each with their own unique attributes and responsibilities. The pantheon of Egyptian gods was vast and varied, with more than 2,000 deities recorded throughout the millennia of their civilization. Some were regional or local gods, worshipped only in specific areas or cities, while others were recognized throughout the land and even beyond. The most important and widely recognized gods were those of the Aeneid, a group of 9 gods and goddesses who were believed to have played a pivotal role in the creation of the world. At the head of this pantheon was the sun god Ra, who was worshipped as the creator of all life and the source of all light and warmth. He was often depicted with a falcon's head, carrying the sun disk on his head and the scepter of power in his hand. Next in importance was the goddess Isis, who was revered as the mother goddess and protector of the pharaoh. She was also associated with magic and healing, and was believed to have the power to resurrect the dead. She was often depicted with cow horns on her head and a sun disk between them. Another prominent deity was Osiris, the god of the afterlife and the judge of the dead. He was often depicted as a mummified figure, holding the crook and flail of authority and presiding over the weighing of the heart ceremony. He was also the husband of Isis and the father of Horus, who would later become the pharaoh of Egypt. Horus, the god of the sky and kingship, was another important deity, who was associated with the pharaoh and the royal family. He was often depicted as a falcon or a man with a falcon's head, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He was believed to have the power to protect and guide the pharaoh, and to ensure the prosperity of the land. The goddess Ma, the personification of truth, justice, and balance, was also a significant figure in Egyptian religion. She was often depicted as a woman with a feather on her head, symbolizing the weight of truth and justice. Her role was to ensure that the universe remained in balance, and that the order of the world was maintained. The Egyptian gods and goddesses were not simply abstract concepts, but rather were believed to be living entities with their own personalities and preferences. They were believed to interact with mortals through a complex system of offerings, prayers, and rituals, which were carried out by priests and priestesses in the temples. One of the most important aspects of Egyptian religion was the cult of the dead. Death was seen as a transitional phase rather than an end, and the Egyptians believed that the soul would live on after the body had died. They believed that the soul needed the body to survive in the afterlife, and so they developed complex embalming techniques to preserve the body. The tombs of the pharaohs were grand and impressive structures, designed to protect the body and soul of the ruler in the afterlife. These tombs were filled with offerings and treasures, which were believed to provide the pharaoh with the resources he would need in the next world. The Egyptian civilization is a subject of wonder and awe to the modern-day world. The land of pharaohs, pyramids, and mummies has left an indelible imprint on history and culture. The Egyptians were a people who believed in the power of myth, and their creation story is an excellent example of the same. The Egyptian myth of the creation of the world is a narrative that speaks of the birth of the universe, the emergence of the gods, and the formation of the human race. The story begins with the presence of Nun, the great and infinite sea that engulfs the universe. In the beginning, Nun was the only force, and nothing else existed. From the depths of Nun, the primordial hill emerged. This hill was called Ben, and was the first solid land that appeared in the universe. It was on this hill that the great god Autumn appeared. Autumn was the god of creation, and he was responsible for the formation of the universe. Autumn was lonely, and sought to create beings that would keep him company. He began the process of creation by masturbating, and from his semen emerged two children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut were Autumn's first creations, and they were tasked with the job of creating the rest of the universe. Shu and Tefnut set out to create the world, and the first thing they created was the sky. The sky was a vast expanse that stretched over the universe, and it was held up by Shu. Tefnut then created the earth, and the two siblings placed it under the sky. The earth was an infinite expanse that was filled with deserts, mountains, and rivers. The next creation was the sun. The sun was called Ra, and it was the most important creation of all. Ra was the god of life, and he was responsible for the warmth and light that sustained all living beings. Ra was also the ruler of the universe, and was worshipped by all the gods. The final creation of Shu and Tefnut was the human race. They created humans in their image, and gave them the ability to think, feel, and create. The humans were tasked with worshipping the gods and maintaining harmony in the universe. The Egyptian creation story is a powerful narrative that speaks of the origins of the universe and the emergence of the gods. The story is rich in symbolism and metaphor, and is a testament to the creative imagination of the Egyptians. The story also reflects the Egyptian belief in the power of the gods and the importance of worship. The Egyptian creation story has left a lasting impact on the world. It has influenced the beliefs of many cultures and has been a source of inspiration for artists, writers, and thinkers. The story speaks of the power of creation and the role of the gods in the universe. It also speaks of the importance of harmony and balance, and the need to worship the gods. In summary, the Egyptian creation story is a powerful narrative that speaks of the origins of the universe and the emergence of the gods. The story is a testament to the creative imagination of the Egyptians, and reflects their belief in the power of the gods. The story has left a lasting impact on the world, and has been a source of inspiration for many cultures. The Egyptian creation story is a rich tapestry of myth and symbolism, and it continues to fascinate and inspire people even today. In the annals of ancient Egyptian religion, there is no deity more important or revered than Ra, the god of the sun. From the earliest days of the Old Kingdom through the height of the New Kingdom, and well into the late period, Ra was the supreme deity of the Egyptian pantheon, worshipped by all classes of society, from the lowliest peasant to the mightiest pharaoh. Ra was the creator of the world, the source of all life, and the ultimate symbol of power and authority. He was the personification of the sun, and was often depicted as a falcon or a man with a falcon's head, carrying the sun disk on his head and the scepter of power in his hand. Ra was not just a deity, but rather a multifaceted entity, with many different aspects and attributes. He was the sun at dawn, rising from the eastern horizon and illuminating the world with his radiant light. He was the sun at noon, at the height of his power and glory, shining down on the land with his scorching rays. And he was the sun at dusk, descending into the western horizon and disappearing into the underworld, only to be reborn the next day. Ra was also associated with many other aspects of nature, such as the sky, the water, and the crops. He was believed to be responsible for the cycle of the seasons, the flooding of the Nile, and the growth of the crops. He was also associated with the underworld, where he would make his nightly journey, battling the forces of darkness and chaos. The worship of Ra was ubiquitous throughout Egypt, with temples and shrines dedicated to his cult found in every major city and town. The most famous of these was the Temple of Ra at Heliopolis, which was said to have been built by the first pharaoh of Egypt, Menes. This temple was the center of Ra's cult, and was home to the most important rituals and ceremonies in his honor. The priests of Ra were among the most powerful and influential in all of Egypt, and were responsible for maintaining his cult and carrying out his rituals. They were divided into several different orders, each with its own specific duties and responsibilities. The highest order of priests, known as the prophets of Ra, were believed to have direct communication with the god, and were responsible for interpreting his will and carrying out his commands. The cult of Ra was not limited to Egypt, but spread throughout the ancient Near East and beyond. The Phoenicians, for example, adopted Ra as their own sun god, known as Resheph, and worshipped him in their own temples and shrines. The Greeks and Romans also recognized the importance of Ra, and identified him with their own sun deities, Helios and Sol Invictus. Despite the popularity of his cult, the worship of Ra was not without controversy. Throughout the centuries, there were many who challenged his supremacy, and sought to replace him with other gods and goddesses. In the Middle Kingdom, for example, the god Amun rose to prominence, and was often depicted as a fusion of Ra and another important deity, Ptah. In the late period, the cult of the god Aten became increasingly popular, and was even promoted by the pharaoh Akhenaten, who attempted to abolish the worship of all other gods in favor of Aten. This heresy was short-lived, however, and the worship of Ra was soon restored to its former glory. Today, the cult of Ra may be a distant memory, but the legacy of this powerful god lives on. His image can be seen in countless works of art, from the grandest temple reliefs to the smallest amulets and figurines. The ancient Egyptians were a people steeped in a rich tradition of myth and religion. Among their many gods, Osiris held a special place in their hearts. Osiris was the god of the dead and the afterlife. His cult played a significant role in the beliefs and practices of the Egyptians, and his story is a testament to their fascination with the concept of death and the afterlife. Osiris was the son of Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. He was born as a mortal, but his father made him the god of the dead after he was killed by his brother Set. Osiris became the ruler of the underworld, and he was tasked with the job of judging the souls of the dead. Osiris was depicted as a mummified man, with a crook and flail in his hands. His skin was green, a color that symbolized fertility and rebirth. He was also associated with the Nile River, which was the lifeblood of Egypt. The cult of Osiris was widespread in ancient Egypt. It was centered around the belief that the soul continued to exist after death, and that it could be judged by Osiris. The Egyptians believed that the soul was made up of three parts, the Ka, the Ba, and the Ak. The Ka was the vital essence of the soul, the Ba was the personality, and the Akh was the spirit that would go to the afterlife. The process of mummification was an essential part of the Osirian cult. The Egyptians believed that the soul needed a physical body to survive in the afterlife. Mummification was a complex and expensive process that involved the removal of the internal organs, the drying of the body, and the wrapping of the body in linen bandages. The mummified body was then placed in a coffin, which was often decorated with images of Osiris. The Book of the Dead was another important aspect of the Osirian cult. It was a collection of spells and prayers that was placed in the coffin with the mummy. The book was designed to help the soul navigate the dangerous journey through the underworld and reach the judgment of Osiris. The spells and prayers were written in hieroglyphics, and they were believed to have the power to protect the soul from harm and guide it to the afterlife. The cult of Osiris was also associated with the annual flooding of the Nile River. The Egyptians believed that the flooding was caused by the tears of Isis, the wife of Osiris who wept for her husband's death. The flooding of the Nile was a vital event in the life of the Egyptians. It brought water and fertile soil to the land, and it was seen as a symbol of the cycle of death and rebirth. The cult of Osiris was a central part of the Egyptian religion. It reflected their belief in the afterlife and their fascination with death. The cult provided a sense of hope and comfort to the Egyptians, as they believed that the soul could continue to exist after death. The cult also provided a way to maintain a connection with the dead and to honor their memory. In summary, the cult of Osiris was a significant aspect of the ancient Egyptian religion. Osiris was the god of the dead and the afterlife, and his cult played a vital role in the beliefs and practices of the Egyptians. The cult was centered around the belief that the soul could continue to exist after death, and that it could be judged by Osiris. Mummification, the Book of the Dead, and the annual flooding of the Nile River were all essential aspects of the cult. The cult of Osiris provided a sense of hope and comfort to the Egyptians, and it reflected their fascination with death and the afterlife. Of all the deities of the ancient Egyptian pantheon, few were more beloved or more influential than the goddess Isis. Known as the mother of the pharaohs, the protector of women and children, and the embodiment of magic and fertility, Isis was a figure of great power and importance in the religious and cultural life of ancient Egypt. The origins of Isis are shrouded in mystery, but it is believed that she was one of the oldest of the Egyptian gods and goddesses, dating back to the very beginnings of the civilization. In her earliest depictions, she was portrayed as a protective goddess, with a falcon's head and wings, and was associated with the sun and the sky. Over time, however, Isis evolved into a more complex and multifaceted deity, with many different aspects and attributes. She was the goddess of fertility and motherhood, worshipped by women seeking to conceive or to protect their children. She was the goddess of magic and healing, believed to possess the power to resurrect the dead or to cure the sick. And she was the goddess of divine protection, responsible for shielding the pharaoh and the people of Egypt from harm. One of the most enduring and popular myths associated with Isis is the story of her husband, Osiris, and his resurrection from the dead. According to this myth, Osiris was the ruler of Egypt, but was murdered by his jealous brother, Set, who cut his body into pieces and scattered them throughout the land. Isis, determined to resurrect her beloved husband, searched tirelessly for his body, collecting his scattered limbs and piecing them back together. Through her magical powers, Isis was able to breathe new life into Osiris, and he was reborn as the king of the underworld, where he would preside over the souls of the dead. The story of Osiris and Isis became one of the most popular and enduring myths of ancient Egypt, and was celebrated in countless works of art and literature. Isis was also associated with the cult of the dead, and was believed to have the power to protect and guide the souls of the departed. She was often depicted in funerary art, holding the Ankh symbol of life, and was believed to be present at the moment of death, to ensure that the soul of the deceased would pass safely into the afterlife. As the goddess of fertility, Isis was often invoked by women seeking to conceive or to ensure the safe delivery of their children. She was also associated with the Nile River, which was seen as a symbol of fertility and abundance, and was believed to have the power to control its flooding, which was essential to the survival of the Egyptian people. Isis was also the patron goddess of magic and healing, and was believed to possess the power to cure the sick or to resurrect the dead. Her magical abilities were often depicted in works of art, where she was shown with a pair of wings, holding the Ankh and the scepter of power, and surrounded by symbols of magic and protection. The worship of Isis was widespread throughout Egypt, and her cult was one of the most popular and enduring in the Egyptian pantheon. Her temples and shrines could be found in every major city and town, and her rituals and ceremonies were attended by people from all walks of life. The priests and priestesses of Isis were among the most respected and influential in all of Egypt, and were responsible for maintaining her cult and carrying out her rituals. They were often called upon to perform acts of magic and healing, and were believed to have the power to communicate with the goddess directly. The ancient Egyptians had a deep fascination with the concept of kingship, and their religion reflected this. Among the many gods they worshipped, Horus was a particularly significant one. Horus was the god of kingship, and his cult played a vital role in the religious and political life of ancient Egypt. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, and he was depicted as a falcon-headed god. He was often associated with the pharaoh, and he was believed to embody the divine authority of the king. The pharaohs were seen as the living embodiment of Horus, and they were tasked with maintaining the order and harmony of the universe. The cult of Horus was closely tied to the concept of kingship. The Egyptians believed that the pharaohs were divine beings who were chosen by the gods to rule over the land. The pharaohs were believed to be Horus on earth, and they were responsible for upholding the Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. The pharaohs were often depicted in art and sculpture with the symbols of Horus. They wore the double crown, which represented the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, and they carried the crook and flail, which were symbols of royal authority. They were also depicted with the uraeus, a cobra that was a symbol of protection. The cult of Horus was also closely tied to the idea of royal succession. The pharaohs were believed to pass on their divine authority to their sons, who would become the next pharaohs. The process of succession was seen as a continuation of the divine order of the universe. The son of the pharaoh was seen as the embodiment of Horus, and he was tasked with upholding the Ma'at. The cult of Horus played a significant role in the religious and political life of ancient Egypt. It provided a framework for the divine authority of the pharaohs, and it helped to maintain the order and harmony of the universe. The cult also provided a way to maintain the continuity of the royal line and to ensure the stability of the kingdom. The Egyptians believed that the pharaohs were essential for maintaining the order and harmony of the universe. They believed that the pharaohs had the power to communicate with the gods and to maintain the balance of the universe. The pharaohs were also responsible for the welfare of the people, and they were tasked with ensuring that the kingdom was prosperous and secure. In summary, the cult of Horus was a significant aspect of the ancient Egyptian religion. Horus was the god of kingship, and his cult played a vital role in the religious and political life of ancient Egypt. The pharaohs were seen as the living embodiment of Horus, and they were responsible for upholding the Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. The cult provided a framework for the divine authority of the pharaohs, and it helped to maintain the order and harmony of the universe. The cult also provided a way to maintain the continuity of the royal line and to ensure the stability of the kingdom. The Egyptians believed that the pharaohs were essential for maintaining the balance of the universe, and the cult of Horus reflected this belief. In the complex and intricate world of ancient Egyptian religion, few gods were more important or more influential than Thoth, the god of writing, wisdom, and science. Revered by scribes and scholars, Thoth was the patron of all forms of learning and knowledge, and was believed to have played a crucial role in the creation and ordering of the universe. Thoth was often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis, a bird associated with wisdom and knowledge. He was also sometimes depicted with the head of a baboon, which was associated with the moon and with fertility. Thoth was the scribe of the gods, responsible for recording the events of the divine realm and the deeds of the pharaohs. He was also believed to have invented writing, and was credited with the creation of the hieroglyphic script, which was used throughout Egypt for thousands of years. But Thoth was more than just a scribe or a scholar. He was also a powerful deity with immense magical powers. He was the god of the moon, and was believed to be able to control its phases and movements. He was also the god of wisdom, and was often depicted holding a papyrus scroll or a book, symbolizing his vast knowledge and understanding of the universe. One of the most important roles of Thoth was as the mediator between the gods and the mortals. He was believed to have the power to interpret the will of the gods, and to communicate their messages to the pharaoh and the people of Egypt. He was also responsible for carrying out the judgments of the gods, and was often depicted holding the scales of justice, used to weigh the hearts of the dead in the afterlife. Thoth was also associated with the cult of the dead, and was believed to have the power to guide the souls of the departed through the underworld. He was often depicted as a companion to the god Anubis, who was responsible for mummification and funerary rituals, and was believed to have the power to protect the souls of the deceased from harm. As the god of science, Thoth was associated with many different areas of knowledge, from astronomy and mathematics to medicine and engineering. He was believed to have invented the calendar, and was credited with the creation of many of the devices and tools that were used in everyday life, such as the plow, the saw, and the level. The worship of Thoth was widespread throughout Egypt, and his cult was one of the most important and enduring in the Egyptian pantheon. His temples and shrines could be found in every major city and town, and his rituals and ceremonies were attended by people from all walks of life. The priests of Thoth were among the most respected and influential in all of Egypt, and were responsible for maintaining his cult and carrying out his rituals. They were often called upon to perform acts of magic and healing, and were believed to have the power to communicate with the god directly. Today, the worship of Thoth may be a thing of the past, but the legacy of this powerful god lives on. His image can be seen in countless works of art, from the grandest temple reliefs to the smallest amulets and figurines. And his influence can still be felt in the many areas of knowledge and learning that he inspired, from the writing of literature to the study of mathematics and science. The ancient Egyptians had a rich and diverse pantheon of gods and goddesses, each with their own unique attributes and characteristics. Among these deities was Hathor, the cow goddess. Hathor was a goddess of love, music, joy, and motherhood, and her cult played an essential role in the religious life of ancient Egypt. Hathor was often depicted as a cow or a woman with cow's horns and ears. She was associated with the life-giving properties of cows, and she was seen as a nurturing and protective mother. Hathor was also associated with the sun, and was sometimes depicted as a solar disk with cow's horns. The cult of Hathor was widespread in ancient Egypt, and it was closely tied to the concepts of love and joy. Hathor was believed to be the patroness of love and romance, and her cult was often associated with the celebration of weddings and childbirth. She was also the goddess of music and dance, and her worship was often accompanied by music and singing. Hathor was also associated with the afterlife. She was believed to help guide the souls of the dead through the underworld, and to ensure their safe passage to the afterlife. Hathor was often depicted in tomb paintings, where she was shown welcoming the deceased into the afterlife. The cult of Hathor played a vital role in the religious life of ancient Egypt. It provided a sense of joy and celebration to the people, and it helped to maintain a sense of community and belonging. The cult also provided a way to honor and celebrate the important milestones of life, such as birth, marriage, and death. Hathor was also believed to have healing powers. The Egyptians believed that she could cure diseases and provide protection from harm. Hathor was often depicted in amulets, which were worn as a form of protection. Hathor was also associated with the pharaohs. She was believed to be the mother of the pharaohs, and her cult played a significant role in the royal ideology of ancient Egypt. The pharaohs were often depicted with the symbols of Hathor, such as the cow's horns and ears. The pharaohs were also believed to be the sons of Hathor, and they were seen as the protectors of the people. The cult of Hathor was also closely tied to the concept of Ma, the divine order of the universe. Hathor was seen as a force of balance and harmony, and her worship was believed to help maintain the Ma. The Egyptians believed that by honoring Hathor, they were contributing to the order and harmony of the universe. In summary, Hathor was a significant goddess in the ancient Egyptian religion. She was a goddess of love, music, joy, and motherhood, and her cult played an essential role in the religious and social life of ancient Egypt. The cult of Hathor provided a sense of joy and celebration to the people, and it helped to maintain a sense of community and belonging. The cult also provided a way to honor and celebrate the important milestones of life, such as birth, marriage, and death. Hathor was also associated with the pharaohs, and her worship was closely tied to the concept of Ma, the divine order of the universe. Hathor remains an important figure in the pantheon of Egyptian deities, and her story continues to fascinate and inspire people even today. In the ancient and mystical world of Egyptian religion, few deities were as important or as influential as Anubis, the jackal god. As the god of mummification and funerary rituals, Anubis played a crucial role in the process of preparing the dead for the afterlife, and was revered by people from all walks of life, from the lowliest peasant to the mightiest pharaoh. Anubis was often depicted as a man with the head of a jackal, a creature associated with death and the underworld. He was the son of the goddess Nephthys and the god Osiris, and was believed to have played a crucial role in the resurrection of Osiris after his death at the hands of his brother Set. One of the most important roles of Anubis was as the guardian of the dead. He was responsible for guiding the souls of the departed through the perilous journey of the underworld, and was believed to have the power to protect them from harm. He was often depicted in funerary art, standing at the head of the mummified body of the deceased, holding the crook and flail of authority. Anubis was also the god of embalming and mummification, and was believed to have taught the ancient Egyptians the art of preserving the dead. He was often depicted in funerary art, carrying out the various stages of the mummification process, from the washing of the body to the wrapping of the bandages. He was also responsible for the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the heart of the deceased was placed on one side of a scale, and the feather of truth on the other, to determine the fate of the soul in the afterlife. The worship of Anubis was widespread throughout Egypt, and his cult was one of the most important and enduring in the Egyptian pantheon. His temples and shrines could be found in every major city and town, and his rituals and ceremonies were attended by people from all walks of life. The priests of Anubis were among the most respected and influential in all of Egypt, and were responsible for maintaining his cult and carrying out his rituals. They were often called upon to perform acts of magic and healing, and were believed to have the power to communicate with the god directly. Today, the worship of Anubis may be a thing of the past, but the legacy of this powerful god lives on. His image can be seen in countless works of art, from the grandest temple reliefs to the smallest amulets and figurines. And his influence can still be felt in the many areas of knowledge and learning that he inspired, from the study of embalming and mummification to the understanding of the rituals and beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. The ancient Egyptian religion was a complex and diverse system of beliefs and practices that evolved over the course of several millennia. At the heart of this system was a pantheon of gods and goddesses who were revered and worshipped by the people. However, beyond this pantheon lay a vast array of minor deities, animal cults, and syncretic beliefs that played a significant role in the religious life of ancient Egypt. The minor deities of ancient Egypt were numerous and varied. They ranged from household gods such as Bes and Taweret, to regional deities such as Weepwavet and Serapis. The cults of these deities were often centered around specific rituals and practices, and they were often associated with specific professions or groups of people. The animal cults of ancient Egypt were also an important part of the religious life of the people. These cults were centered around specific animals, such as the cat, the ibis, and the crocodile, which were believed to possess divine qualities. The cults often involved the mummification of the animals and the construction of temples and shrines in their honor. Syncretism was another significant aspect of the ancient Egyptian religion. Syncretism involved the blending of different beliefs and practices, often resulting in the creation of new gods and goddesses. One notable example of syncretism was the creation of Serapis, a god who was a blend of the Greek gods Zeus and Hades and the Egyptian god Osiris. The cult of Serapis was widespread in ancient Egypt, and it reflected the influence of the Greek culture on Egyptian religion. Serapis was often depicted as a bearded man with a Greek-style cloak and a modius, a type of hat that was associated with the Egyptian gods. The cult of Serapis also incorporated aspects of the Osirian cult, and it was often associated with the afterlife. The cult of Isis was another example of syncretism in ancient Egypt. Isis was a goddess who was associated with motherhood, magic, and fertility. Her cult incorporated elements of the cults of several other goddesses, including Hathor, Neith, and Mut. Isis was often depicted with the cow's horns and solar disk of Hathor, and she was sometimes shown nursing the infant Horus, who was associated with the pharaohs. The syncretic beliefs and practices of ancient Egypt reflected the complex and diverse nature of the culture. They provided a way to incorporate new ideas and beliefs into the existing religious system, and they helped to maintain a sense of continuity and tradition. In summary, the minor deities, animal cults, and syncretic beliefs of ancient Egypt played a significant role in the religious life of the people. They provided a way to honor and worship specific aspects of the divine, and they helped to maintain a sense of community and belonging. The syncretic beliefs and practices of ancient Egypt reflected the complex and diverse nature of the culture, and they provided a way to incorporate new ideas and beliefs into the existing religious system. Beyond the pantheon of gods and goddesses lay a rich tapestry of beliefs and practices that continue to fascinate and inspire people even today. Chapter 3. Narmer and the Unification of Egypt. In the ancient and mystical world of the Nile River Valley, a civilization unlike any other in human history emerged over 5,000 years ago. The civilization of Egypt, which would endure for thousands of years, was built upon the fertile land and abundant resources of the Nile, and was shaped by the complex and intricate religious beliefs and practices of its people. The origins of Egyptian civilization are shrouded in mystery, but it is believed that the first settlers arrived in the Nile Valley around 6000 BCE, at the beginning of the Neolithic era. These early settlers were hunters and gatherers, and relied on the Nile for fishing and irrigation. Over time, the people of Egypt developed agriculture and began to settle in permanent villages, which grew into towns and cities. The Nile provided not only water for irrigation, but also a means of transportation and communication, and was the lifeblood of the civilization. The earliest period of Egyptian history, known as the pre-dynastic period, lasted from around 5000 BCE to 3100 BCE. During this time, the people of Egypt developed the basic elements of their civilization, including the hieroglyphic script, the calendar, and the early forms of religion. The religion of pre-dynastic Egypt was animistic in nature, and was focused on the worship of the natural world. The people of Egypt believed that everything in the world was imbued with a spirit, and that these spirits could be harnessed for good or ill. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the animals all had their own spirits, which were revered and worshipped. One of the most important religious practices of pre-dynastic Egypt was the cult of the dead. The people of Egypt believed that death was not an end, but a continuation of life in the afterlife. They believed that the soul of the deceased would journey to the afterlife, where it would be judged and given a place in the eternal realm. To ensure that the soul of the deceased would be protected in the afterlife, the people of Egypt developed the art of mummification. The process of mummification involved the preservation of the body, to prevent it from decaying, and the placing of the body in a tomb, along with the goods and possessions that the deceased would need in the afterlife. The people of pre-dynastic Egypt also developed a system of government and social organization, with a hierarchy of kings, priests, and officials. The kings were believed to be divine, and were responsible for the well-being of the people and the maintenance of order. The pre-dynastic period was also a time of artistic and cultural development. The people of Egypt created pottery, jewelry, and other works of art, which were decorated with intricate designs and symbols. They also developed a system of writing, using hieroglyphs, which would become one of the most important elements of their civilization. Today, the pre-dynastic period may be a distant memory, but the legacy of this ancient civilization lives on. The works of art, the religious beliefs, and the cultural practices of pre-dynastic Egypt have influenced countless generations, and have left an indelible mark on the history of humanity. And the Nile, the life-giving river that shaped and sustained this civilization, continues to flow, reminding us of the enduring power and beauty of the land of Egypt. The history of ancient Egypt is a rich tapestry of myths, legends, and historical events. At the heart of this history lies the Palette of Narmer, one of the earliest and most significant documents of ancient Egyptian history. The palette is a flat stone object that was used to grind and mix cosmetics, but it is also a work of art and a historical artifact that provides valuable insights into the early history of ancient Egypt. The Palette of Narmer was discovered in 1898 by British archaeologist James Quibble in the ancient city of Hierakonpolis. The palette is made of a dark green schist and measures approximately 63 centimeters in height. It is decorated with elaborate relief carvings on both sides, depicting scenes from the reign of King Narmer. King Narmer was the first king of the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, which was established around 3100 BCE. The palette depicts Narmer as a powerful and victorious king, with scenes of him hunting, leading his armies, and smiting his enemies. The palette also shows scenes of the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, which is believed to have been achieved by Narmer. The palette is divided into three main sections. The top section shows a bull's head, which is believed to be a symbol of the god Horus. The middle section shows King Narmer wearing the crown of Upper Egypt, holding a mace, and smiting his enemies. The lower section shows Narmer wearing the crown of Lower Egypt, with a group of bound prisoners at his feet. The reverse side of the palette shows a similar scene, with the addition of the goddess Hathor and a serpopod, a mythical animal that was associated with royalty. The significance of the palette of Narmer lies in its depiction of the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was a significant event in the history of ancient Egypt, as it marked the beginning of the dynastic period and the establishment of a centralized government. The palette provides valuable insights into the political and social structure of ancient Egypt, as well as the religious beliefs and practices of the time. The palette also provides important insights into the art and symbolism of ancient Egypt. The relief carvings on the palette are intricate and detailed, depicting scenes of war, hunting, and religion. The use of symbols such as the bull's head and the serpopod reflects the complex and sophisticated nature of ancient Egyptian art and culture. The palette of Narmer is a testament to the skill and craftsmanship of the ancient Egyptians. The palette is not only a work of art, but also a historical document that provides valuable insights into the early history of ancient Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, depicted on the palette, laid the foundation for the powerful and prosperous civilization that would emerge in the centuries to come. In summary, the palette of Narmer is one of the most significant documents of ancient Egyptian history. The palette provides valuable insights into the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, as well as the political, social, and religious structures of ancient Egypt. The intricate relief carvings on the palette reflect the complex and sophisticated nature of ancient Egyptian art and culture. The palette is a testament to the skill and craftsmanship of the ancient Egyptians, and is a valuable and enduring legacy of their civilization. In the ancient world of the Nile River Valley, the land of Egypt was divided into two distinct regions, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. These two lands, with their own unique cultures and traditions, would eventually be united to form one of the most enduring and powerful civilizations in human history. Upper Egypt, which lay to the south of the Nile, was characterized by its arid landscape and its powerful and independent rulers. The people of Upper Egypt relied on the Nile for irrigation and transportation, but also developed other means of survival, such as hunting and gathering. The rulers of Upper Egypt were known as the followers of Horus, and were believed to be the descendants of the god Horus. They were powerful and respected figures, who were responsible for maintaining order and protecting their people. They were also responsible for the construction of many of the grand temples and monuments that still stand in Egypt today. Lower Egypt, which lay to the north of the Nile, was characterized by its fertile landscape and its bustling cities and towns. The people of Lower Egypt relied heavily on the Nile for agriculture and transportation, and developed a sophisticated system of irrigation and navigation. The rulers of Lower Egypt were known as the followers of Set, and were believed to be the descendants of the god Set. They were also powerful and respected figures, who were responsible for maintaining order and protecting their people. They were known for their expertise in trade and commerce, and for the construction of many of the grand buildings and monuments that still stand in Egypt today. For centuries, the people of Upper and Lower Egypt lived in relative isolation from one another, each developing their own unique culture and traditions. But in around 3100 BCE, the two lands were united under the rule of the legendary king Menes, who was believed to have been a ruler of Upper Egypt. Menes, who was also known as Narmer, was responsible for unifying the two lands and establishing the first dynasty of pharaohs. He is believed to have accomplished this feat through a combination of military conquest and diplomacy, and to have established a centralized government and a system of taxation. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt was a watershed moment in the history of the Nile River Valley, and marked the beginning of one of the most enduring and powerful civilizations in human history. It paved the way for the development of a complex and intricate culture, characterized by its art, its architecture, and its religion. The art of the early dynastic period, which followed the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, was characterized by its stylized depictions of animals, humans, and the natural world. The architecture of this period was dominated by the construction of grand temples and palaces, which were decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs. The religion of early dynastic Egypt was centered on the worship of the gods and goddesses, who were believed to control the forces of nature and the afterlife. The pharaohs, who were believed to be divine, played a crucial role in the religious life of the people, serving as intermediaries between the gods and the mortals. Today, the legacy of the two lands of Upper and Lower Egypt lives on, in the art, the architecture, and the religious beliefs and practices of the people of Egypt. The unification of these two lands marked the beginning of one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in human history, and serves as a testament to the enduring power and beauty of the Nile River Valley. The ancient Egyptians had a complex and sophisticated system of government, with the pharaohs serving as both political and religious leaders. One of the most significant titles of the pharaohs was the Horus name, a symbolic title that was believed to embody the divine authority of the king. The Horus name was a component of the fivefold titulary, a set of 5 titles that were used to identify and distinguish the pharaohs. The 5 titles were the Horus name, the two ladies' name, the golden Horus name, the Nebeti name, and the prenomen. Each of these titles had a specific meaning and was used in different contexts. The Horus name was used as a symbolic representation of the pharaoh's divine authority. The name was written in a cartouche, a looped oval shape that was believed to enclose and protect the name. The name was often preceded by the title, the living Horus, which reflected the pharaoh's divine status. The Horus name was based on the god Horus, who was the god of kingship and the patron of the pharaohs. The name was often accompanied by the image of the falcon, which was the symbol of Horus. The Horus name was seen as a way to connect the pharaohs to the divine authority of the gods, and to reinforce their role as the protectors of the people. The Horus name was often associated with the concept of Ma, the divine order of the universe. The pharaohs were believed to be responsible for maintaining the Ma, and the Horus name reflected their role as the protectors of the divine order. The name was often used in religious rituals and ceremonies, where it was believed to invoke the power and authority of the gods. The Horus name also played a significant role in the royal ideology of ancient Egypt. The pharaohs were seen as the embodiment of Horus on earth, and their role as protectors of the people was believed to be ordained by the gods. The Horus name provided a way to connect the pharaohs to the divine authority of the gods, and to reinforce their role as the protectors of the people. The Horus name was also closely tied to the concept of royal succession. The pharaohs were believed to pass on their divine authority to their sons, who would become the next pharaohs. The process of succession was seen as a continuation of the divine order of the universe. The son of the pharaoh was seen as the embodiment of Horus, and he was tasked with upholding the Ma. The Horus name was a powerful symbol of the pharaoh's divine authority, and played a significant role in the religious and political life of ancient Egypt. The name provided a way to connect the pharaohs to the divine authority of the gods, and to reinforce their role as the protectors of the people. The name was also closely tied to the concept of Ma, the divine order of the universe, and reflected the pharaoh's role as the maintainers of this order. In summary, the Horus name was a significant title of the pharaohs in ancient Egypt. The name was a symbolic representation of the pharaoh's divine authority, and was closely tied to the god Horus, the patron of the pharaohs. The Horus name reflected the pharaoh's role as protectors of the people and maintainers of the Ma, the divine order of the universe. The name played a significant role in the royal ideology of ancient Egypt and was a powerful symbol of the pharaoh's divine status. In the early days of ancient Egyptian civilization, the land was divided into two distinct regions, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, each with their own rulers and traditions. But it was not until the reigns of two legendary kings, Narmer and Scorpion, that the two lands were finally united under a single ruler, and the first dynasty of pharaohs was established. Narmer, also known as Menes, was the first king to rule over a united Egypt and is widely considered to be the founder of the first dynasty of pharaohs. He is believed to have reigned during the late 4th millennium BCE and is remembered for his military conquests, his great public works, and his role in establishing the centralized government that would come to define ancient Egyptian civilization. Narmer was a skilled warrior, who is believed to have led a successful campaign against the people of Lower Egypt, ultimately subduing them and uniting the two lands under his rule. He is also remembered for his great public works, including the construction of the Temple of Horus at Nekhen and the establishment of the capital city of Memphis. Narmer is perhaps most famous for the Narmer Palette, a carved stone tablet that depicts his military conquests, and which is considered one of the earliest known examples of ancient Egyptian art. The palette, which is believed to have been used in religious ceremonies, is decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs, and is a testament to the skill and artistry of the ancient Egyptians. Scorpion, who is believed to have reigned during the early 3rd millennium BCE, is another important figure in the early history of ancient Egypt. He is believed to have been a king of Upper Egypt, and is remembered for his military conquests, his construction of fortresses, and his role in establishing the centralized government that would later become the hallmark of ancient Egyptian civilization. Scorpion is also remembered for the scorpion macehead, a carved stone artifact that is believed to have been used as a ceremonial weapon. The macehead is decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs, and is a testament to the skill and artistry of the ancient Egyptians. It is also a testament to Scorpion's military prowess, and to his role as a powerful and respected ruler of ancient Egypt. Together, Narmer and Scorpion played a crucial role in the early history of ancient Egypt, establishing the foundations of the first dynasty of pharaohs, and setting the stage for the development of one of the most enduring and powerful civilizations in human history. Their military conquests, public works, and artistic achievements are a testament to the enduring power and beauty of ancient Egyptian culture, and serve as a reminder of the greatness of this ancient and mystical land. The ancient Egyptian royal court was a complex and sophisticated system that played a vital role in the administration, religion, and culture of ancient Egypt. The royal court was made up of a diverse group of individuals, including high-ranking officials, priests, scribes, artists, and craftsmen. The court was responsible for overseeing the affairs of the state, administering the religious rites and ceremonies, and promoting the cultural life of the people. The administration of ancient Egypt was centered around the pharaoh and his royal court. The court was responsible for overseeing the collection of taxes, the organization of the military, and the maintenance of the infrastructure. The court also played a significant role in the establishment of foreign relations and the negotiation of treaties. The court was divided into various departments, each with its own specific duties and responsibilities. The Treasury Department was responsible for managing the finances of the state, while the Scribes Department was responsible for the documentation and record-keeping. The Military Department was responsible for organizing the army, and the Construction Department was responsible for the maintenance and repair of the public works. Religion played a significant role in the life of ancient Egypt, and the royal court was responsible for overseeing the religious affairs of the state. The court was responsible for the construction and maintenance of the temples and shrines, and it was also responsible for the appointment of the priests and religious officials. The royal court was closely tied to the cult of the pharaoh, and the pharaoh was believed to be the divine representative of the gods on earth. The court played a significant role in the religious rituals and ceremonies, which were seen as a way to maintain the Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. The court was responsible for the construction of the royal tombs and the organization of the funerary rites, which were seen as a way to ensure the pharaoh's safe passage to the afterlife. The court was also responsible for promoting the cultural life of the people. The court was home to a diverse group of artists, craftsmen, and writers who created works of art, literature, and music. The court was responsible for the patronage of these artists, providing them with the resources and support necessary to create their works. The court was also responsible for the construction of the monumental architecture that is now synonymous with ancient Egypt. The pyramids, temples, and other public works were all constructed under the direction of the royal court, and they reflected the complex and sophisticated nature of ancient Egyptian culture. In summary, the royal court of ancient Egypt played a vital role in the administration, religion, and culture of the state. The court was responsible for overseeing the affairs of the state, administering the religious rites and ceremonies, and promoting the cultural life of the people. The court was home to a diverse group of individuals, including high-ranking officials, priests, scribes, artists, and craftsmen. The court was responsible for the construction of the monumental architecture that is now synonymous with ancient Egypt, as well as the patronage of the arts and literature. The royal court was a complex and sophisticated system that reflected the power and prosperity of ancient Egypt. The unification of Egypt, which culminated in the establishment of the first dynasty of pharaohs, was a complex and multifaceted process that was achieved through a combination of military conquest and diplomacy. The two methods, warfare and diplomacy, were complementary and were used to achieve a common goal: the unification of the two lands of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. The earliest rulers of ancient Egypt, such as Narmer and Scorpion, were skilled warriors who used military might to subdue their enemies and establish their rule over the land. They were able to do this through a combination of strategy, tactics, and technology, which allowed them to overcome their enemies and secure their power. One of the most important tools in the arsenal of the early Egyptian warriors was the chariot, which was introduced to Egypt by the Hyksos invaders during the Second Intermediate Period. The chariot, which was pulled by horses, gave the Egyptians a significant advantage on the battlefield and allowed them to pursue and defeat their enemies with greater speed and efficiency. The early Egyptian warriors were also skilled in the use of weapons such as the bow and arrow, the spear, and the mace. They were able to use these weapons with great precision and skill, and were able to overcome even the most formidable opponents. In addition to their military prowess, the early rulers of Egypt also employed diplomatic tactics in order to secure their power and establish their rule. They used marriage alliances, gifts, and other forms of diplomacy to gain the support of neighboring rulers and establish alliances that would help them in their quest for power. One of the most famous examples of Egyptian diplomacy is the marriage of the pharaoh Amenhotep III to the Mitannian princess Tadukepa. The marriage was arranged in order to secure an alliance between Egypt and Mitanni, which was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the region. The marriage was a great success and helped to solidify the power of Amenhotep III, who was able to use the alliance to his advantage in his various military campaigns. The early rulers of Egypt also used religion as a tool of diplomacy, often portraying themselves as divine figures who had the power to protect and provide for their people. This strategy was particularly effective in convincing the people of the conquered lands to accept the rule of the pharaohs, as they saw them as representatives of the gods. Together, the strategies of warfare and diplomacy were used to achieve the goal of unifying the two lands of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt and establishing the first dynasty of pharaohs. The legacy of these early rulers can still be seen today in the grand temples, palaces, and works of art that they left behind, and in the enduring power and beauty of ancient Egyptian civilization. In the end, the methods of warfare and diplomacy used by the early rulers of Egypt were successful in achieving their goals. They were able to establish a powerful and enduring civilization, which would go on to shape the course of human history for thousands of years. And their legacy, which lives on in the works of art, the temples, and the religious beliefs and practices of the people of Egypt, serves as a testament to the greatness of this ancient and mystical land. The ancient city of Memphis, located on the west bank of the Nile River, was the first capital of United Egypt. Memphis played a vital role in the political, religious, and cultural life of ancient Egypt, serving as a center of power and influence for over 3,000 years. Memphis was founded around 3100 BCE, during the early dynastic period of ancient Egypt. The city was strategically located at the confluence of the Nile and the Fayum, a fertile oasis in the desert. Memphis quickly became a center of trade and commerce, with its location making it an important crossroads for merchants and traders. Under the First Dynasty of Egypt, Memphis became the capital of United Egypt. The city was the seat of power for the pharaohs, who established their court there and oversaw the administration of the state. The city also became the center of the cult of the god Ptah, who was worshipped as the patron of craftsmen and builders. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt made significant contributions to the city of Memphis. They constructed monumental architecture, including temples, palaces, and administrative buildings, that reflected the power and prosperity of the state. The most famous of these monuments is the Great Sphinx, which was constructed during the reign of the pharaoh Khafra. Memphis was also a center of cultural life in ancient Egypt. The city was home to a diverse population, including craftsmen, artists, and writers. Memphis was also the site of the famous Academy of Memphis, a center of learning and scholarship that attracted students from throughout the ancient world. The religious life of Memphis was closely tied to the cult of Ptah. The god was worshipped in a large temple complex that included several smaller shrines and chapels. The temple complex was the center of religious life in Memphis, and it played a significant role in the religious life of ancient Egypt. Memphis remained the capital of Egypt until the Middle Kingdom, when the pharaohs moved the capital to Thebes. Despite this, Memphis remained an important center of power and influence in ancient Egypt. The city continued to be an important center of trade and commerce, and it remained the center of the cult of Ptah. Memphis was also the site of several significant events in ancient Egyptian history. The city was the site of the Battle of Memphis, a naval battle that took place during the Persian invasion of Egypt in 525 BCE. The battle marked the end of the pharaonic period in Egypt and the beginning of Persian rule. In summary, Memphis was the first capital of United Egypt and played a vital role in the political, religious, and cultural life of the state. The city was the seat of power for the pharaohs, who oversaw the administration of the state and made significant contributions to the city's monumental architecture. Memphis was also a center of cultural life, with a diverse population that included craftsmen, artists, and writers. The religious life of Memphis was closely tied to the cult of Ptah, who was worshipped as the patron of craftsmen and builders. Memphis was an important center of power and influence in ancient Egypt, and remained so for over 3,000 years. In the early days of ancient Egypt, the land was divided into two distinct regions, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, each with their own rulers and traditions. But it was not until the reign of the legendary king Narmer, also known as Menes, that the two lands were finally united under a single ruler, and the first dynasty of pharaohs was established. Narmer's reign was marked by his military conquests, his great public works, and his role in establishing the centralized government that would come to define ancient Egyptian civilization. And one of the most enduring and celebrated symbols of Narmer's rule is the Narmer macehead, a carved stone artifact that commemorates his victory over the people of Lower Egypt. The Narmer macehead is a remarkable work of art, and is considered one of the earliest known examples of ancient Egyptian art. It is believed to date back to around 3100 BCE, and was discovered in the Temple of Horus at Nekhen, in Upper Egypt. The macehead, which is made of green siltstone, is carved with intricate designs and symbols that tell the story of Narmer's victory over the people of Lower Egypt. On one side of the macehead, Narmer is depicted wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, and holding a mace in one hand and the head of a defeated enemy in the other. On the other side of the macehead, Narmer is depicted wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt, and standing over a kneeling figure, who is believed to represent the defeated ruler of Lower Egypt. The scene is surrounded by intricate carvings and symbols, which are believed to represent the various deities and religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The Narmer macehead is a remarkable artifact, and is a testament to the skill and artistry of the ancient Egyptians. It is also a testament to the military prowess and political skill of Narmer, who was able to unite the two lands of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt and establish the first dynasty of pharaohs. The macehead is also significant for what it represents in terms of ancient Egyptian culture and beliefs. The carvings and symbols on the macehead depict various deities and religious beliefs, which were an important part of the daily life of the ancient Egyptians. They also depict scenes of warfare and conquest, which were a common feature of ancient Egyptian history. The Narmer macehead is a remarkable and enduring symbol of the early days of ancient Egypt, and serves as a reminder of the power and beauty of this ancient and mystical land. It is a testament to the greatness of the early rulers of Egypt, and to the enduring legacy of their achievements. And it is a reminder of the enduring power and influence of ancient Egyptian culture, which continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world to this day. The pharaonic state of ancient Egypt is one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in human history. The roots of this civilization can be traced back to the reign of King Narmer, the first king of United Egypt. Narmer's legacy can be seen in the administrative, religious, and cultural systems that would define the pharaonic state for centuries to come. Narmer was the ruler of Upper Egypt, a region that was historically distinct from Lower Egypt. Narmer is believed to have conquered Lower Egypt and unified the two regions under his rule, establishing the first dynasty of ancient Egypt. Narmer's unification of Egypt was a significant event in the history of the region, as it marked the beginning of the pharaonic state. The unification of Egypt under Narmer laid the foundation for the pharaonic state, which was characterized by a centralized government, a powerful military, and a complex religious system. The pharaohs were seen as the divine representatives of the gods on earth, with the responsibility of maintaining the Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. Narmer's legacy can be seen in the administrative systems of the pharaonic state. The pharaohs established a complex bureaucracy that was responsible for the administration of the state. The bureaucracy was made up of high-ranking officials, scribes, and other administrators who oversaw the collection of taxes, the maintenance of public works, and the organization of the military. The pharaonic state was also characterized by a powerful military, which was used to protect the borders of the state and maintain order within the country. The pharaohs established a standing army with chariots, archers, and other specialized units. The military was also responsible for the construction of the monumental architecture that is now synonymous with ancient Egypt. The religious system of the pharaonic state was complex and sophisticated, with a pantheon of gods and goddesses that reflected the complex nature of ancient Egyptian culture. The pharaohs were seen as the divine representatives of the gods on earth, and their role as protectors of the Ma'at was central to the religious beliefs of the people. Narmer's legacy can also be seen in the cultural systems of the pharaonic state. The pharaohs were patrons of the arts and literature, and they supported a vibrant cultural life that included architecture, sculpture, painting, and writing. The pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of the monumental architecture that is now synonymous with ancient Egypt, including the pyramids, temples, and other public works. In summary, Narmer's legacy can be seen in the administrative, religious, and cultural systems of the pharaonic state of ancient Egypt. Narmer's unification of Upper and Lower Egypt laid the foundation for the centralized government, powerful military, and complex religious system that would characterize the pharaonic state for centuries to come. The pharaohs were seen as the divine representatives of the gods on earth, with the responsibility of maintaining the Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. The pharaohs were also patrons of the arts and literature, supporting a vibrant cultural life that included architecture, sculpture, painting, and writing. Narmer's legacy is a testament to the enduring power and influence of the pharaonic state of ancient Egypt. Chapter 4. The Old Kingdom, Pyramids and Pharaohs. The first intermediate period in ancient Egyptian history is one of the most fascinating and enigmatic periods in the long and storied history of this great civilization. It is a period marked by political upheaval, economic uncertainty, and social unrest, as the old order of the early dynastic period began to give way to a new and more complex world. The first intermediate period, which lasted from around 2181 BCE to around 2055 BCE, followed the collapse of the Old Kingdom, which had been marked by a series of weak and ineffective rulers, economic decline, and growing social unrest. During this period, the central government of Egypt was weak and divided, and local rulers and elites began to assert their power and influence. Economic decline and social unrest also led to a breakdown in law and order, as banditry and piracy became more common, and the rule of law was increasingly disregarded. In this context of political and economic instability, a number of powerful local rulers emerged, each vying for power and influence. These local rulers, known as nomarchs, began to establish their own centers of power and to establish their own courts and bureaucracies. One of the most powerful nomarchs of this period was Mentuhotep II, who was the ruler of the southern region of Thebes. Mentuhotep II was a powerful and charismatic leader, who was able to establish his authority over much of southern Egypt, and to expand his influence through military conquest and diplomatic alliances. Under the rule of Mentuhotep II, Egypt experienced a period of relative stability and prosperity, as the southern region of the country was able to enjoy a measure of political and economic autonomy. Mentuhotep II was also responsible for the construction of many grand temples and monuments, which stand to this day as a testament to his power and influence. In around 2055 BCE, Mentuhotep II was succeeded by his son, Mentuhotep III, who continued the policies of his father, and further consolidated the power of the southern region of Egypt. Under the rule of Mentuhotep III, Egypt experienced a period of relative peace and prosperity, as the country was able to enjoy a measure of political and economic stability. The rise of the southern region of Egypt under the rule of Mentuhotep II and Mentuhotep III marked the beginning of a new era in Egyptian history, which would eventually lead to the establishment of the Middle Kingdom. This period was characterized by the emergence of a more complex and sophisticated society, in which the power of the central government was balanced by the power of the local rulers and elites. In summary, the first intermediate period in ancient Egyptian history was a period of great change and upheaval, in which the old order of the early dynastic period began to give way to a new and more complex world. It was a period marked by political and economic instability, social unrest, and the rise of powerful local rulers. But it was also a period of great creativity and innovation, as the people of Egypt began to develop new forms of art, architecture, and religion. And it was a period that set the stage for the rise of the Old Kingdom, and the emergence of one of the most enduring and powerful civilizations in human history. The Step Pyramid Complex at Saqqara, located on the west bank of the Nile River, is one of the most impressive and significant architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. The complex was built during the reign of King Djoser, under the direction of the architect Imhotep. The Step Pyramid Complex represents a significant advancement in the technology and architectural style of ancient Egypt, and is a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state. King Djoser was the second ruler of the third dynasty of ancient Egypt, which was characterized by a centralized government and a powerful military. Djoser was a significant patron of the arts and architecture, and he commissioned the construction of the Step Pyramid Complex at Saqqara as his funerary monument. The construction of the Step Pyramid Complex was a significant feat of engineering and architecture. The complex was designed by Imhotep, who was a high-ranking official and a skilled architect. Imhotep was responsible for the design and construction of the complex, which consisted of a large central structure, surrounded by smaller buildings and courtyards. The central structure of the complex was a step pyramid, which was a new architectural form in ancient Egypt. The step pyramid was a variation on the traditional mastaba, a flat-topped rectangular structure that was used as a tomb for the pharaohs. The step pyramid was constructed by stacking several mastabas on top of each other, creating a stepped structure. The step pyramid was an innovative and ambitious design, and its construction required significant advances in the technology and engineering of ancient Egypt. The complex was constructed using stone blocks, which were cut and shaped with great precision. The blocks were then transported to the construction site and assembled using a complex system of ramps and levers. The step pyramid complex at Saqqara was not only a significant achievement in architecture and engineering, but it also had important religious and cultural significance. The complex was constructed as a funerary monument for King Djoser, and it was believed to provide him with a safe passage to the afterlife. The complex was also the site of important religious rituals and ceremonies, which were seen as a way to maintain the Ma, the divine order of the universe. The step pyramid complex at Saqqara was a significant influence on the architectural style of ancient Egypt. The step pyramid was an innovative design that would inspire future generations of architects and builders. The step pyramid was followed by several other monumental tombs, including the pyramids at Giza, which were built during the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt. In summary, the step pyramid complex at Saqqara, built under the direction of King Djoser and the architect Imhotep, is one of the most significant architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. The complex represents a significant advancement in the technology and architectural style of ancient Egypt, and is a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state. The step pyramid was an innovative design that would inspire future generations of architects and builders, and its construction had important religious and cultural significance. The step pyramid complex at Saqqara is a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt and its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, and engineering. In the long and storied history of ancient Egypt, few rulers have left as lasting a mark as Sneferu, the pharaoh who reigned during the 4th dynasty. Sneferu is remembered for his military conquests, his great public works, and his role in establishing the Great Pyramids of Egypt. Sneferu is believed to have come to the throne around 2613 BCE, following the death of his father, the pharaoh Huni. From the beginning of his reign, Sneferu was focused on building grand public works that would establish his legacy and ensure his place in history. One of Sneferu's most famous accomplishments was the construction of the Bent Pyramid, which was the first true pyramid in Egypt. The Bent Pyramid is so named because it was originally built with a steep angle that had to be reduced midway through construction in order to prevent it from collapsing. Despite this setback, the pyramid is considered a remarkable feat of engineering and architecture, and stands to this day as a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians. Sneferu was also responsible for the construction of the Red Pyramid, which is considered one of the largest and most impressive pyramids in Egypt. The Red Pyramid is located in the ancient city of Dashur, and is believed to have been completed around 2600 BCE. But Sneferu's legacy is not just defined by his great public works. He is also remembered for his military conquests, which extended Egypt's influence and power throughout the region. He is believed to have led successful campaigns against the Nubians, the Libyans, and other neighboring peoples, establishing Egypt as a dominant power in the ancient world. Sneferu's legacy is also evident in the accomplishments of his son, Khufu, who would go on to build the Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the most famous and enduring symbols of ancient Egypt. Khufu was able to achieve this remarkable feat in large part due to the groundwork laid by his father, who had established the tradition of pyramid building and the use of innovative engineering techniques. In many ways, Sneferu was the father of the Great Pyramid, and his legacy can be seen in every stone and block of that great monument. He established the techniques and traditions that would be used to build the pyramids of Giza, and ensured that his son, Khufu, would have the tools and resources he needed to accomplish his great work. Sneferu is remembered as one of the most important and influential pharaohs in the history of ancient Egypt. His military conquests, public works, and engineering innovations established the foundations of a civilization that would endure for thousands of years and would go on to shape the course of human history. And his legacy, which lives on in the great pyramids and temples of Egypt, serves as a reminder of the enduring power and beauty of this ancient and mystical land. The Great Pyramid of Giza, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu, is one of the most impressive and enduring architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. The pyramid was built during the 4th dynasty, under the direction of the pharaoh Khufu, and it is the largest and oldest of the three pyramids at Giza. The Great Pyramid is a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state, and it continues to be a source of fascination and mystery for scholars and tourists alike. The construction of the Great Pyramid was a significant feat of engineering and architecture. The pyramid was constructed using millions of stone blocks, each weighing several tons, which were cut and shaped with great precision. The blocks were then transported to the construction site and assembled using a complex system of ramps and levers. The Great Pyramid was not only a significant achievement in engineering and architecture, but it also had important religious and cultural significance. The pyramid was constructed as a funerary monument for Khufu, and it was believed to provide him with a safe passage to the afterlife. The pyramid was also the site of important religious rituals and ceremonies, which were seen as a way to maintain the Ma, the divine order of the universe. Despite the enduring legacy of the Great Pyramid, there is still much that is not known about its construction and significance. One of the great mysteries of the Great Pyramid is how the ancient Egyptians were able to transport and lift the massive stone blocks that were used in its construction. Some theories suggest that the blocks were transported on sledges, while others suggest that they were transported on boats along the Nile River. Another mystery surrounding the Great Pyramid is its precise alignment and dimensions. The pyramid is aligned with great precision to the cardinal points of the compass, and its dimensions are remarkably consistent. Some theories suggest that the pyramid was constructed with astronomical knowledge, while others suggest that it was built using a system of ropes and pulleys. The Great Pyramid is also the subject of much speculation and myth. Some theories suggest that the pyramid was constructed by aliens or other supernatural forces, while others suggest that it was used as a repository for ancient knowledge or as a source of energy. These theories are largely speculative and have little basis in fact, but they continue to capture the imagination of scholars and the public alike. Despite the mysteries and speculation surrounding the Great Pyramid, it remains one of the most enduring and impressive architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. The pyramid is a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state, and it continues to be a source of fascination and wonder for people around the world. The Great Pyramid stands as a reminder of the remarkable achievements of ancient Egypt, and it continues to inspire awe and admiration today. The pyramid texts are a remarkable and enduring testament to the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. These texts, which are believed to date back to the Old Kingdom period of ancient Egypt, are the oldest known religious texts in the world and provide a fascinating window into the spiritual world of this great civilization. The pyramid texts were inscribed on the walls of the pyramids of pharaohs in the Old Kingdom period, and were intended to guide the soul of the pharaoh on its journey through the afterlife. The texts were believed to provide the pharaoh with the knowledge and guidance he needed to navigate the dangerous and treacherous journey to the afterlife, and to secure his place among the gods. The texts are written in a form of hieroglyphic script, and are arranged in a series of spells and incantations. These spells and incantations are designed to protect the pharaoh's body and soul, to ensure his safe passage to the afterlife, and to secure his place among the gods. The pyramid texts are a fascinating and complex set of religious texts, which are full of symbolism, metaphor, and hidden meanings. They contain references to a wide range of deities, religious practices, and beliefs, and provide a detailed and comprehensive view of the ancient Egyptian worldview. One of the most interesting aspects of the pyramid texts is their use of ritual language and incantations. The texts are full of spells and incantations that were believed to have the power to transform reality and to protect the pharaoh on his journey to the afterlife. These spells and incantations were often accompanied by detailed instructions on how they were to be performed, and were believed to have great power and efficacy. The pyramid texts also provide a fascinating window into the social and political context of ancient Egypt. They are full of references to the pharaoh's power, authority, and prestige, and provide a detailed view of the complex social and political hierarchy of ancient Egyptian society. In addition to their religious and social significance, the pyramid texts are also of great interest to scholars of linguistics and philology. They are one of the oldest known examples of written language and provide a unique insight into the evolution of the ancient Egyptian language over time. In summary, the pyramid texts are a remarkable and enduring testament to the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. They are the oldest known religious texts in the world and provide a fascinating window into the spiritual world of this great civilization. They are full of symbolism, metaphor, and hidden meanings, and provide a detailed and comprehensive view of the ancient Egyptian worldview. And their social, political, and linguistic significance makes them of great interest to scholars of ancient history, linguistics, and philology. The sun was an important symbol in ancient Egyptian religion and culture, and it played a central role in the beliefs and rituals of the people. The sun was seen as a source of light and life, and it was associated with a number of important deities, including Ra, Atum, and the cult of the sun disk. Solar religion was an important part of ancient Egyptian culture, and it was one of the key elements of the pharaonic state. Ra was one of the most important solar deities in ancient Egypt. He was believed to be the creator of the universe, and he was associated with the rising sun. Ra was often depicted with a falcon's head, and he was worshipped as the god of the sky and the sun. Ra was seen as a powerful and benevolent god, and he was believed to provide light and life to the world. Atum was another important solar deity in ancient Egypt. Atum was often associated with the setting sun, and he was believed to be the god of creation and the origin of life. Atum was often depicted as a human figure, sometimes with a serpent's head, and he was worshipped as a powerful and mysterious deity. The cult of the sun disk was another important element of solar religion in ancient Egypt. The cult was focused on the worship of the sun disk, a symbol of the sun's power and influence. The cult of the sun disk was established during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, who sought to establish a monotheistic religion centered on the worship of the sun disk. The cult of the sun disk was short-lived, but it had a significant impact on the religious and cultural life of ancient Egypt. Solar religion played an important role in the beliefs and rituals of ancient Egypt. The sun was seen as a symbol of life and renewal, and it was associated with a number of important deities and rituals. The pharaohs were often closely associated with solar deities, and their role as protectors of the Ma was closely tied to the power and influence of the sun. The belief in solar deities was also reflected in the art and architecture of ancient Egypt. The pyramids and temples were often designed to reflect the power and influence of the sun, and they were decorated with images of solar deities and symbols. The hieroglyphic script also included a number of symbols and signs that were associated with the sun and solar deities. In summary, solar religion was an important part of ancient Egyptian culture, and it played a central role in the beliefs and rituals of the people. The sun was associated with a number of important deities, including Ra, Atum, and the cult of the sun disk, and it was seen as a source of light and life. Solar religion was an important element of the pharaonic state, and it was reflected in the art, architecture, and hieroglyphic script of ancient Egypt. The enduring legacy of solar religion is a testament to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egyptian culture and religion. In the long and storied history of ancient Egypt, few rulers have left as lasting a mark as Khafra and Menkaure, the pharaohs who ruled during the 4th dynasty. These two great rulers are remembered for their military conquests, their great public works, and their role in building the most famous and enduring symbols of ancient Egypt, the Great Pyramids of Giza. Khafra, who is believed to have come to the throne around 2520 BCE, was responsible for the construction of the second largest pyramid in Egypt, which stands at a towering height of 143 meters. This pyramid, which is known as the Pyramid of Khafra, is one of the most famous and enduring symbols of ancient Egypt, and stands as a testament to the power and influence of this great civilization. The Pyramid of Khafra is also remarkable for its grand and imposing design, which is characterized by a complex system of corridors, chambers, and passages. The pyramid is also notable for the Sphinx, a grand monument of a lion with a human head that guards the entrance to the pyramid complex. Menkaure, who came to the throne around 2490 BCE, was responsible for the construction of the third and smallest of the pyramids at Giza. This pyramid, which stands at a height of 65 meters, is notable for its grand and imposing design and for the intricate carvings and symbols that adorn its walls. The pyramids of Giza, which were built by Khafra and Menkaure, are among the most famous and enduring symbols of ancient Egypt. They are a testament to the power and influence of this great civilization, and to the remarkable engineering skills and innovation of its people. But the pyramids are not just monuments to the power and prestige of the pharaohs who built them. They are also remarkable works of art and architecture, which have captured the imagination of people around the world for thousands of years. The pyramids are full of intricate carvings, symbols, and hieroglyphs, which tell the story of the pharaohs who built them and of the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. They are also remarkable for the innovations in engineering and architecture that were used to build them, and for the grand and imposing design that has captivated people for thousands of years. In summary, Khafra and Menkaure were two of the most important and influential pharaohs in the history of ancient Egypt. Their military conquests, public works, and engineering innovations established the foundations of a civilization that would endure for thousands of years and would go on to shape the course of human history. And their legacy, which lives on in the great pyramids and temples of Egypt, serves as a reminder of the enduring power and beauty of this ancient and mystical land. The Sphinx is one of the most iconic and enigmatic symbols of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx is a mythical creature with the head of a human and the body of a lion, and it was believed to be a guardian of the necropolis, the city of the dead. The Sphinx is one of the most enduring and fascinating mysteries of ancient Egypt, and its significance and origins continue to be debated by scholars and enthusiasts today. The Sphinx is located on the Giza Plateau, near the pyramids of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. The Sphinx is a monumental sculpture, measuring 73 meters in length and 20 meters in height. The Sphinx is made of limestone, and it is believed to have been constructed during the reign of Khafra, the fourth pharaoh of the fourth dynasty of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx was an important symbol in ancient Egyptian religion and culture, and it was believed to be a guardian of the necropolis. The Sphinx was associated with the solar deity, Ra, and it was believed to provide protection to the tombs and temples of the necropolis. The Sphinx was also associated with the pharaohs, who were seen as the divine representatives of the gods on earth. The Sphinx was also the subject of many myths and legends in ancient Egyptian culture. According to one myth, the Sphinx posed a riddle to travelers, and those who could not solve the riddle were devoured by the creature. The most famous riddle posed by the Sphinx was, what goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The answer to the riddle is man, who crawls on all 4s as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The significance and origins of the Sphinx continue to be debated by scholars and enthusiasts today. Some theories suggest that the Sphinx was constructed as a funerary monument for Khafra, while others suggest that it was constructed as a symbol of the sun god, Ra. Some theories suggest that the Sphinx was constructed during the earlier reign of Khufu, and was later modified by Khafra. Another mystery surrounding the Sphinx is the missing nose, which has been the subject of much speculation and debate. Some theories suggest that the nose was destroyed by Napoleon's troops during the French campaign in Egypt, while others suggest that it was destroyed by Muslim iconoclasts in the 14th century. Despite the mysteries and speculation surrounding the Sphinx, it remains one of the most enduring and fascinating symbols of ancient Egypt. The Sphinx is a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state, and it continues to be a source of fascination and wonder for people around the world. The Sphinx stands as a reminder of the remarkable achievements of ancient Egypt, and it continues to inspire awe and admiration today. In ancient Egypt, the mortuary temple was one of the most important and enduring symbols of the religious beliefs and practices of this great civilization. These grand and imposing structures were built to serve as the eternal home of the deceased pharaohs, and were believed to be the place where the pharaoh's spirit would reside after death. The mortuary temple was a grand and imposing structure, designed to awe and inspire the viewer. The temples were usually built on the west bank of the Nile River, where the sun set, symbolizing the end of the pharaoh's life and the beginning of his journey to the afterlife. The mortuary temple was also designed to be a place of worship and reverence. The temples were filled with grand and imposing statues, carvings, and symbols, which were intended to inspire awe and reverence in the viewer, and to remind them of the power and prestige of the pharaoh who had built the temple. The mortuary temple was also a place of religious ritual and ceremony. The temples were staffed by a large number of priests and officials, who were responsible for performing the religious ceremonies and rituals that were necessary to ensure the pharaoh's safe passage to the afterlife. The mortuary temple was also a place of administration and bureaucracy. The temples were home to a large number of scribes and officials, who were responsible for managing the vast estates and resources that were required to support the pharaoh's afterlife. One of the most important features of the mortuary temple was the causeway, which was a long and narrow pathway that led from the temple to the pyramid. The causeway was filled with grand and imposing statues and symbols, which were intended to guide the pharaoh's spirit on its journey to the afterlife, and to protect it from the dangers and obstacles that it might encounter along the way. In addition to the mortuary temple, the pharaoh's afterlife was also supported by a vast network of tombs, shrines, and other religious structures. These structures were intended to ensure that the pharaoh had everything he needed to live a happy and prosperous afterlife, and were staffed by a large number of priests and officials who were responsible for maintaining the pharaoh's estates and providing for his needs. The mortuary temple is a remarkable and enduring testament to the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. It is a grand and imposing structure, designed to awe and inspire the viewer, and to remind them of the power and prestige of the pharaoh who had built it. And it is a testament to the enduring power and beauty of this ancient and mystical land. The Old Kingdom of Ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE, was characterized by a centralized government, a powerful military, and impressive achievements in art and architecture. However, by the end of the Old Kingdom, the political, social, and environmental factors that had allowed it to flourish had begun to decline, leading to a period of instability and decline. One of the key factors contributing to the decline of the Old Kingdom was environmental change. The Nile River, which was the lifeblood of ancient Egypt, began to experience changes in its flow patterns and levels, which had significant impacts on agriculture and food production. Droughts and famine became more common, which led to social unrest and economic instability. The environmental changes also had significant impacts on the Nile Delta, which was subject to erosion and soil degradation, which further exacerbated the agricultural crisis. Another factor contributing to the decline of the Old Kingdom was political instability. The pharaohs, who had previously been able to maintain a centralized government and powerful military, began to face challenges from regional governors and other factions within the government. These challenges led to a weakening of the central government, which in turn led to a decline in the power and influence of the pharaohs. Social factors also played a role in the decline of the Old Kingdom. The pharaonic state was heavily reliant on a system of forced labor, which required the mobilization of large numbers of workers to construct the monumental tombs and temples of the pharaohs. The system of forced labor led to social unrest and discontent, as the workers were often subject to brutal working conditions and were not adequately compensated for their labor. In addition, the pharaonic state was also subject to growing economic inequality, as the ruling elite became increasingly wealthy and powerful, while the lower classes became increasingly marginalized and impoverished. This inequality led to social unrest and instability, as the lower classes began to demand greater political and economic power. The decline of the Old Kingdom had significant impacts on the culture and society of ancient Egypt. The decline of the centralized government and the pharaohs led to a period of fragmentation and instability, which lasted for several centuries. During this period, regional governors and factions vied for power, and the culture and society of ancient Egypt underwent significant changes. In summary, the decline of the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt was the result of a complex set of environmental, political, and social factors. Environmental change, political instability, and social unrest all contributed to the decline of the pharaonic state, and the decline had significant impacts on the culture and society of ancient Egypt. The decline of the Old Kingdom marked the beginning of a period of instability and change, which would ultimately lead to the rise of new dynasties and the enduring legacy of ancient Egypt. Chapter 5. The Middle Kingdom, Expansion and Stability. The end of the Old Kingdom period of ancient Egypt was marked by a time of great turmoil and upheaval, known as the First Intermediate Period. This period was characterized by political instability, economic decline, and social unrest, and was marked by the emergence of new religious movements, social classes, and cultural traditions. The First Intermediate Period is believed to have been caused by a number of factors, including the weakening of central authority, the breakdown of the traditional social and political order, and a series of environmental and climatic changes. These factors combined to create a period of great uncertainty and chaos, in which the people of Egypt struggled to adapt to new realities and new ways of life. One of the most significant developments of the First Intermediate Period was the emergence of new religious movements and cults. These movements, which were often led by charismatic religious leaders and prophets, offered new and innovative ways of approaching the gods, and were often critical of the traditional religious institutions and practices of the Old Kingdom period. The emergence of these new religious movements was also accompanied by the emergence of new social classes and cultural traditions. The decline of the traditional social and political order led to the rise of new elites and power structures, and to the emergence of new cultural forms and traditions that reflected the changing realities of life in Egypt. Despite the challenges and uncertainties of the First Intermediate Period, it was also a time of great innovation and creativity. The period saw the development of new artistic styles, new forms of writing and literature, and new forms of technology and innovation. These developments laid the foundations for the great achievements of the Middle Kingdom period, which would follow in the centuries to come. In summary, the First Intermediate Period was a time of great change and uncertainty in the history of ancient Egypt. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, and social unrest, as well as the emergence of new religious movements, social classes, and cultural traditions. And yet, despite the challenges and uncertainties of this period, it was also a time of great innovation and creativity, which would lay the foundations for the great achievements of the Middle Kingdom period, and for the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. The 11th dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2134 BCE to 1991 BCE, is one of the most significant periods in ancient Egyptian history. The dynasty was marked by the reunification of Egypt under the pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who is remembered as one of the most powerful and influential pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Mentuhotep II was the son of the pharaoh Intif III, who had been a powerful ruler in Upper Egypt. After the death of his father, Mentuhotep II ascended to the throne and began to expand his power and influence. Mentuhotep II was a skilled military leader, and he was able to establish control over much of southern Egypt, including Thebes, the ancient capital of Upper Egypt. The reunification of Egypt under Mentuhotep II was a significant achievement, and it marked the beginning of a new era in ancient Egyptian history. The 11th dynasty was characterized by a renewed focus on centralized government and strong military power, which allowed the pharaohs to maintain their power and influence over the region. The 11th dynasty was also marked by significant achievements in art and architecture. The pharaohs of the dynasty commissioned a number of impressive monuments and temples, which were designed to reflect the power and influence of the pharaonic state. One of the most significant monuments of the 11th dynasty is the Temple of Mentuhotep II, which was built at Deir el-Bahri near Thebes. The temple was a testament to the power and influence of the pharaoh, and it was decorated with impressive reliefs and sculptures. In addition to their achievements in art and architecture, the pharaohs of the 11th dynasty were also known for their administrative reforms. The pharaohs established a more centralized government, which allowed them to maintain control over the various regions of Egypt. They also established a system of taxation, which provided the pharaohs with the resources they needed to maintain their power and influence. The 11th dynasty also marked the beginning of a new era in ancient Egyptian religion. The pharaohs of the dynasty were associated with the god Amun, who was seen as the patron of Thebes and the ancient capital of Upper Egypt. The pharaohs of the 11th dynasty were able to establish Amun as one of the most important deities in ancient Egyptian religion, and they were able to use the power and influence of the god to further their own political and religious goals. In summary, the 11th dynasty of ancient Egypt was a significant period in the history of the pharaonic state. The dynasty was marked by the reunification of Egypt under the pharaoh Mentuhotep II, and it was characterized by a renewed focus on centralized government and strong military power. The achievements of the 11th dynasty in art, architecture, and administration continue to be admired and studied today, and the legacy of the dynasty continues to inspire awe and admiration among scholars and enthusiasts alike. The city of Thebes was one of the most important and enduring centers of power and culture in ancient Egypt. This great city, which was located on the east bank of the Nile River, served as the capital of Egypt during the Middle and New Kingdom periods, and was home to some of the most impressive and enduring monuments of ancient Egyptian civilization. Thebes was originally a small town, but it grew in importance and influence during the Middle Kingdom period, when it became the capital of a powerful and prosperous dynasty of pharaohs. The city continued to grow and develop during the New Kingdom period, when it became the center of a great empire that extended from Nubia in the south to the Euphrates River in the north. One of the most impressive and enduring monuments of Thebes is the Temple of Karnak, which is one of the largest and most complex religious structures in the world. The temple, which was dedicated to the god Amun, was built over a period of more than 1,500 years, and is a remarkable testament to the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. The Temple of Karnak is characterized by its grand and imposing design, which includes a series of massive pylons, great columns, and intricate carvings and hieroglyphs. The temple is also notable for its innovative engineering and architectural features, including its use of hypostyle halls, which allowed the temple to be supported by a series of massive columns. Another impressive and enduring monument of Thebes is the Temple of Luxor, which is located on the east bank of the Nile River. The temple, which was dedicated to the god Amun-Ra, is characterized by its grand and imposing design, which includes a series of massive pylons, great columns, and intricate carvings and hieroglyphs. The Temple of Luxor is also notable for its innovative engineering and architectural features, including its use of massive statues and obelisks, which were used to guide the pharaoh's spirit on its journey to the afterlife. In addition to these great temples, Thebes was also home to a number of other impressive and enduring monuments, including the Valley of the Kings, which was the burial place of many of Egypt's greatest pharaohs. The valley is characterized by its grand and imposing tombs, which are filled with intricate carvings and symbols, and which offer a fascinating glimpse into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The city of Thebes was also home to a number of other important cultural and artistic institutions, including great schools of writing, literature, and art. These institutions were responsible for training some of the greatest scribes, poets, and artists of ancient Egypt, and played a key role in the development of the rich and diverse cultural heritage of this great civilization. In summary, the city of Thebes was one of the most important and enduring centers of power and culture in the history of ancient Egypt. It served as the capital of the Middle and New Kingdom periods, and was home to some of the most impressive and enduring monuments of ancient Egyptian civilization, including the Temple of Karnak, the Temple of Luxor, and the Valley of the Kings. And it was also home to a number of important cultural and artistic institutions, which played a key role in the development of the rich and diverse cultural heritage of this great civilization. The 12th dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 1991 BCE to 1802 BCE, is often considered one of the most significant periods in ancient Egyptian history. The dynasty was marked by a period of stability, prosperity, and cultural achievement, which is often referred to as the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. The 12th dynasty was founded by Amenemhat I, who was a powerful military leader and a skilled administrator. Amenemhat I was able to establish a centralized government, which allowed him to maintain control over the various regions of Egypt. He also established a system of taxation, which provided the pharaohs with the resources they needed to maintain their power and influence. One of the most significant achievements of the 12th dynasty was the construction of a number of impressive monuments and temples. The pharaohs of the dynasty commissioned a number of impressive works of art and architecture, which were designed to reflect the power and influence of the pharaonic state. One of the most significant monuments of the 12th dynasty is the White Chapel, which was built by Senusret I at Karnak. The chapel was a testament to the power and influence of the pharaoh, and it was decorated with impressive reliefs and sculptures. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were also known for their administrative reforms. The pharaohs established a more efficient and effective system of government, which allowed them to maintain control over the various regions of Egypt. They also established a system of justice, which provided the people of Egypt with a fair and impartial system of law. The 12th dynasty was also marked by significant achievements in literature and culture. The pharaohs of the dynasty commissioned a number of impressive works of literature, including the Tale of Senu, which is one of the most famous works of ancient Egyptian literature. The pharaohs of the dynasty also patronized the arts, and they were responsible for commissioning a number of impressive works of art and sculpture. The 12th dynasty was also marked by significant achievements in religion. The pharaohs of the dynasty were associated with the god Amun, who was seen as the patron of Thebes and the ancient capital of Upper Egypt. The pharaohs of the dynasty were able to use the power and influence of the god to further their own political and religious goals. In summary, the 12th dynasty of ancient Egypt was a significant period in the history of the pharaonic state. The dynasty was marked by a period of stability, prosperity, and cultural achievement, which is often referred to as the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. The achievements of the 12th dynasty in art, architecture, administration, and religion continue to be admired and studied today, and the legacy of the dynasty continues to inspire awe and admiration among scholars and enthusiasts alike. In the heart of Middle Egypt lies the Fayum, a remarkable and enduring oasis of productivity and art that has played a central role in the history and culture of this great civilization. The Fayum is a fertile and productive region, characterized by its lush vegetation, its bountiful crops, and its remarkable and enduring artistic and cultural heritage. One of the most remarkable features of the Fayum is its vast system of irrigation canals, which allowed the ancient Egyptians to transform this once arid and inhospitable region into a fertile and productive oasis. The canals, which were built over a period of centuries, allowed the people of the Fayum to cultivate a wide variety of crops, including wheat, barley, vegetables, and fruits. The Fayum was also home to a thriving artistic and cultural community, which produced some of the most impressive and enduring works of art and literature of ancient Egypt. The Fayum is particularly famous for its distinctive style of portraiture, which was characterized by its remarkable realism and attention to detail. These portraits, which were often created using a technique known as encaustic painting, are remarkable for their lifelike depictions of the people of the Fayum. They offer a fascinating glimpse into the daily lives and experiences of the people of this great oasis, and serve as a testament to the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. The Fayum was also home to a number of important religious and cultural institutions, including the Temple of Sonopeos, which was dedicated to the worship of the crocodile god Sobek. The temple, which was built during the Ptolemaic period, is a remarkable and enduring testament to the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, and is filled with intricate carvings, symbols, and hieroglyphs that offer a fascinating glimpse into the spiritual life of this great civilization. In addition to these great monuments, the Fayum was also home to a number of important administrative and bureaucratic institutions, which played a key role in the governance and management of this productive and prosperous region. These institutions, which were staffed by a large number of scribes and officials, were responsible for managing the vast estates and resources of the Fayum, and for ensuring the continued productivity and prosperity of this great oasis. In summary, the Fayum is a remarkable and enduring oasis of productivity and art in the heart of Middle Egypt. It is characterized by its fertile soil, its bountiful crops, and its remarkable and enduring artistic and cultural heritage. And it is a testament to the enduring power and influence of this great civilization, which has left an indelible mark on the history and culture of the world. The coffin texts are a collection of funerary texts that were used in the Middle Kingdom of ancient Egypt, dating from around 2055 BCE to 1650 BCE. The coffin texts were written on the coffins and sarcophagi of the elite, and they were designed to provide guidance and protection for the deceased in the afterlife. The coffin texts are a significant example of the funerary literature that was produced in ancient Egypt, and they provide valuable insight into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The texts were written in a complex and highly symbolic language, and they were designed to be recited by priests and mourners during the funerary rites. The coffin texts cover a wide range of topics, including the journey of the deceased through the underworld, the judgment of the deceased before the gods, and the attainment of eternal life in the afterlife. The texts also include spells and incantations that were designed to protect the deceased from harm, and to ensure their safe passage through the various stages of the afterlife. One of the most significant aspects of the coffin texts is their emphasis on the importance of the individual in the afterlife. The texts focus on the personal journey of the deceased through the underworld, and they emphasize the importance of individual identity and selfhood in the afterlife. The coffin texts also place a significant emphasis on the power of magic and ritual, and they provide detailed instructions on how to perform the various rites and incantations that were necessary for the deceased to achieve eternal life. The coffin texts also provide valuable insight into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The texts demonstrate the central importance of the gods in ancient Egyptian religion, and they provide detailed descriptions of the various deities and their attributes. The texts also emphasize the importance of ritual purity, and they provide instructions on how to purify oneself before performing the various funerary rites. The coffin texts were an important influence on the development of later funerary literature in ancient Egypt, including the Book of the Dead, which was used in the New Kingdom. The coffin texts represent an important milestone in the evolution of ancient Egyptian funerary practices, and they provide a valuable window into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. In summary, the coffin texts are a significant example of the funerary literature that was produced in ancient Egypt during the Middle Kingdom. The texts provide valuable insight into the beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians, and they demonstrate the central importance of the individual in the afterlife. The coffin texts are a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian culture and religion, and they continue to be studied and admired by scholars and enthusiasts around the world. In the long and storied history of ancient Egypt, there were few rulers who left as indelible a mark on the world as Queen Sobneferu, the only female pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom. Sobneferu was a remarkable and accomplished ruler, who managed to govern Egypt with skill and intelligence during a time of great political and social upheaval. Sobneferu was born into a royal family, and was the daughter of the pharaoh Amenemhat III. She was appointed as his successor, and was crowned as pharaoh after his death in 1806 BC. Sobneferu was only the second female ruler in the history of Egypt, and her reign was marked by a number of remarkable achievements and innovations. One of the most significant accomplishments of Sobneferu was her successful campaign against the powerful and rebellious rulers of the Delta region. This campaign was a remarkable achievement, as it allowed Sobneferu to expand her influence and power, and to establish herself as one of the most powerful and successful rulers of the Middle Kingdom. Sobneferu was also known for her remarkable architectural and engineering achievements. She is believed to have built a number of great monuments and temples, including the Temple of Karnak, which was dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. Sobneferu is also believed to have built a number of other impressive and enduring structures, including a number of great tombs and pyramids. One of the most remarkable features of Sobneferu's reign was her commitment to the arts and culture of ancient Egypt. She was a patron of the arts, and is believed to have commissioned a number of important works of literature and art. These works, which include a number of impressive and enduring statues and carvings, serve as a testament to the enduring power and influence of this great ruler. Despite her many accomplishments, Sobneferu's reign was not without its challenges and difficulties. She faced a number of political and social upheavals during her reign, including a rebellion in the Delta region and a period of economic decline and social unrest. In spite of these challenges, Sobneferu was able to govern Egypt with skill and intelligence, and her reign was marked by a remarkable level of stability and prosperity. She was a remarkable and accomplished ruler, who left an indelible mark on the history and culture of ancient Egypt, and who remains a symbol of the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. In summary, Queen Sobneferu was a remarkable and accomplished ruler, who left an indelible mark on the history and culture of ancient Egypt. She was the only female pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, and her reign was marked by a number of remarkable achievements and innovations. She was a patron of the arts, a successful military leader, and a committed supporter of the great monuments and structures of ancient Egypt. And she remains a symbol of the enduring power and influence of this great civilization, and a testament to the remarkable achievements of its rulers and leaders. The Second Intermediate Period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 1650 BCE to 1550 BCE, was a period of significant political, social, and cultural change. The period was marked by the invasion of the Hyksos, a group of foreign invaders who were able to establish a powerful and influential kingdom in the Nile Delta. The Hyksos were originally from Asia, and they brought with them a number of new technologies and innovations, including the chariot and the composite bow. The Hyksos were able to use these new technologies to gain an advantage over the native Egyptians, and they were able to establish a powerful kingdom in the Nile Delta. The rise of the Hyksos was a significant challenge to the pharaonic state, and it marked the end of the Middle Kingdom of ancient Egypt. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom had been known for their strong centralized government and powerful military, but they were unable to resist the advances of the Hyksos. The Hyksos established a new capital at Avaris, in the Nile Delta, and they were able to exert their influence over much of Egypt. They also established a new culture and society, which was heavily influenced by their Asiatic origins. The Hyksos were known for their innovations in warfare and technology, and they were able to establish a powerful and influential kingdom in Egypt. The period of Hyksos rule in Egypt was marked by significant changes in culture and society. The Hyksos introduced a number of new technologies and innovations, and they were able to establish a new style of art and architecture. The Hyksos were also known for their worship of the god Seth, who was associated with chaos and disorder. The period of Hyksos rule in Egypt came to an end with the rise of the new kingdom, which was marked by the pharaoh Ahmose I. Ahmose I was able to unite Egypt under his rule, and he was able to drive out the Hyksos and establish a new period of stability and prosperity. In summary, the Second Intermediate Period of ancient Egypt was a period of significant political, social, and cultural change. The invasion of the Hyksos marked the end of the Middle Kingdom and the beginning of a new era in ancient Egyptian history. The Hyksos were able to establish a powerful and influential kingdom in Egypt, which was marked by significant innovations and changes in culture and society. The legacy of the Hyksos continues to be studied and admired by scholars and enthusiasts around the world, and their influence on ancient Egyptian history and culture cannot be underestimated. The ancient land of Nubia, located to the south of Egypt, played a critical role in the history and culture of the ancient Egyptians. The two civilizations were bound together by a complex and dynamic relationship that was marked by trade, diplomacy, and occasional conflict, and which left an enduring mark on the history and culture of both societies. Nubia was a land of great natural resources, including gold, ivory, and exotic animals, and was home to a vibrant and diverse culture that was marked by its unique religious beliefs, artistic traditions, and architectural styles. The Nubians were skilled traders and craftsmen, and were known throughout the ancient world for their remarkable ability to create beautiful and intricate works of art and architecture. One of the most enduring legacies of Nubia in Egyptian culture is its influence on Egyptian architecture and art. The Nubians were skilled architects and builders, and were known for their innovative use of stone and other materials in their building projects. The ancient Egyptians were quick to adopt many of these techniques and styles, and incorporated them into their own architectural and artistic traditions. Perhaps the most notable example of Nubian influence on Egyptian architecture is the construction of the Temple of Amen at Karnak. This great temple, which was built during the New Kingdom period, features a number of Nubian-style architectural features, including massive columns and arches and intricate carvings and reliefs. Nubia was also a critical source of natural resources for the ancient Egyptians, including gold, ivory, and other valuable materials. The Egyptians were quick to recognize the strategic importance of Nubia, and worked hard to establish diplomatic and trade relationships with the Nubian people. Despite occasional conflicts between the two civilizations, these relationships were generally marked by a spirit of cooperation and mutual benefit, and helped to strengthen the cultural and economic ties between Egypt and Nubia. Nubia was also a critical source of inspiration for the ancient Egyptians, and played an important role in shaping their religious beliefs and practices. The Nubians had a rich and diverse religious tradition, which included the worship of a wide variety of gods and goddesses, and which often incorporated elements of nature and the natural world. The ancient Egyptians were deeply influenced by these beliefs, and incorporated many of them into their own religious practices. They were particularly drawn to the Nubian belief in the power of the sun, and developed their own complex and sophisticated system of sun worship, which was based on the same principles as the Nubian belief system. In summary, the ancient land of Nubia played a critical role in the history and culture of ancient Egypt. The two civilizations were bound together by a complex and dynamic relationship that was marked by trade, diplomacy, and occasional conflict, and which left an enduring mark on the history and culture of both societies. Nubia was a land of great natural resources and cultural richness, and its influence on Egyptian art, architecture, and religion is still felt today. And it remains a testament to the enduring power and influence of this great civilization, and to the remarkable achievements of its rulers, artists, and thinkers. The Middle Kingdom of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 BCE to 1650 BCE, was a period of significant cultural achievement and artistic innovation. The legacy of the Middle Kingdom continues to be admired and studied today, and it provides valuable insight into the beliefs, practices, and culture of the ancient Egyptians. One of the most significant aspects of the legacy of the Middle Kingdom is its achievements in art and architecture. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom commissioned a number of impressive works of art and architecture, which were designed to reflect the power and influence of the pharaonic state. One of the most significant works of art of the Middle Kingdom is the seated statue of Seneret III, which is one of the most famous sculptures in ancient Egyptian art. The Middle Kingdom was also marked by significant achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Temple of Mentuhotep II at Deir el-Bahri, which is one of the most impressive temples in ancient Egypt. The Middle Kingdom was also marked by significant achievements in literature and culture. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom commissioned a number of impressive works of literature, including the Tale of Sanu, which is one of the most famous works of ancient Egyptian literature. The Middle Kingdom was also marked by significant achievements in religious literature, including the coffin texts, which provided valuable guidance and protection for the deceased in the afterlife. The Middle Kingdom was also marked by significant achievements in religion. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom were associated with a number of deities, including Amen, who was seen as the patron of Thebes and the ancient capital of Upper Egypt. The Middle Kingdom was also marked by significant innovations in religious practice, including the development of new funerary practices and the construction of impressive temples and shrines. The legacy of the Middle Kingdom continues to be studied and admired today, and it provides valuable insight into the beliefs, practices, and culture of the ancient Egyptians. The achievements of the Middle Kingdom in art, architecture, literature, and religion continue to be admired and studied by scholars and enthusiasts around the world, and they serve as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian culture and civilization. In summary, the legacy of the Middle Kingdom of ancient Egypt is a testament to the enduring achievements of the pharaonic state. The period was marked by significant cultural achievement and artistic innovation, and its achievements in art, literature, and religion continue to be studied and admired today. The legacy of the Middle Kingdom provides valuable insight into the beliefs, practices, and culture of the ancient Egyptians, and it continues to inspire awe and admiration among scholars and enthusiasts alike. Chapter 6. Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who ruled like a man. Hatshepsut was one of the most remarkable and influential figures in the history of ancient Egypt, and her reign as pharaoh was marked by a number of remarkable achievements and innovations. But before she rose to the throne, Hatshepsut had to navigate a complex and challenging path, marked by political intrigue, family rivalries, and a fierce determination to succeed. Hatshepsut was born into a royal family and was the daughter of the pharaoh Thutmose I. She was one of several children born to Thutmose and his primary wife, and was raised in a highly privileged and sheltered environment. As a child, Hatshepsut was given the finest education available, and was taught a wide variety of subjects, including literature, mathematics, science, and religion. She was also taught the art of statecraft and diplomacy, and was trained to be a skilled and effective ruler. Despite her many advantages, Hatshepsut faced a number of challenges and obstacles as she grew up. One of the most significant of these challenges was the intense competition and rivalry that existed between her and her half-brother, Thutmose II. Thutmose II was the son of Thutmose I and his secondary wife, and was therefore not considered to be a legitimate heir to the throne. However, after the death of Thutmose I, he was chosen as the new pharaoh, and Hatshepsut was forced to accept a secondary role in the royal court. Despite these setbacks, Hatshepsut continued to work diligently to advance her own career and influence. She became an important advisor to her brother, and played a key role in the administration and governance of the Egyptian state. Hatshepsut's early career was marked by a number of important accomplishments, including the construction of a great temple at Deir el-Bahri, which was dedicated to the worship of the god Amun. This temple was a remarkable and enduring achievement, and is still regarded as one of the most impressive and innovative structures of the ancient world. Hatshepsut's early career was also marked by a number of diplomatic and military successes, including a successful expedition to the land of Punt, which was a rich and fertile region located to the south of Egypt. This expedition was a remarkable achievement, and helped to establish Hatshepsut as a skilled and successful ruler. In summary, Hatshepsut's early life was marked by a complex and challenging path, marked by political intrigue, family rivalries, and a fierce determination to succeed. Despite these obstacles, Hatshepsut was able to advance her own career and influence, and to establish herself as one of the most skilled and successful rulers of ancient Egypt. And her early achievements in the fields of architecture, diplomacy, and military strategy helped to set the stage for the remarkable accomplishments that would mark her reign as pharaoh. Thutmose II was the fourth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, and he ruled from around 1493 BCE to 1479 BCE. Thutmose II was a powerful and influential ruler, who was able to expand the power and influence of the pharaonic state. Thutmose II was also known for his co-regency with his wife, Queen Hatshepsut, which was a significant innovation in ancient Egyptian politics. The co-regency of Thutmose II and Hatshepsut was a unique political arrangement, in which the two rulers shared power and influence. The co-regency allowed Hatshepsut to gain significant political power, and she was able to establish herself as one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history. The co-regency was marked by a period of stability and prosperity, and it allowed Thutmose II and Hatshepsut to maintain control over the various regions of Egypt. The reign of Thutmose II was marked by significant military campaigns, which were designed to expand the power and influence of the pharaonic state. Thutmose II was able to conquer a number of territories in Nubia and the Near East, and he was able to establish the pharaonic state as a major power in the region. Thutmose II was also known for his impressive building projects, including the construction of the Temple of Amun at Karnak. The temple was one of the most impressive architectural achievements of the ancient world, and it served as a testament to the power and influence of the pharaonic state. Despite his many achievements, Thutmose II's reign was marked by tragedy and turmoil. Thutmose II was known for his ill health, and he suffered from a number of serious illnesses during his reign. Thutmose II also suffered from a number of political challenges, including the rise of the Hittites, who were able to establish themselves as a major power in the Near East. Thutmose II's reign came to a tragic end with his death in around 1479 BCE. Thutmose II was succeeded by his son Thutmose III, who was just a child at the time of his father's death. The death of Thutmose II marked the end of a significant era in ancient Egyptian history, and it set the stage for the reign of one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history, Thutmose III. In summary, Thutmose II was a powerful and influential ruler, who was able to expand the power and influence of the pharaonic state. His co-regency with Queen Hatshepsut was a significant innovation in ancient Egyptian politics, and it allowed the two rulers to maintain control over the various regions of Egypt. Despite his many achievements, Thutmose II's reign was marked by tragedy and turmoil, and his death marked the end of a significant era in ancient Egyptian history. The legacy of Thutmose II continues to be studied and admired today, and it serves as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization. Hatshepsut, the fifth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, was one of the most remarkable and influential rulers in the history of ancient Egypt. Her reign, which lasted for more than 2 decades, was marked by a number of remarkable achievements and innovations, and was a period of great prosperity and cultural richness for the Egyptian people. Hatshepsut's reign was marked by a number of important accomplishments in the fields of architecture, art, and culture. She oversaw the construction of a number of great monuments and structures, including the famous Temple of Deir el-Bahari, which was dedicated to the god Amun, and which still stands as a testament to the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. Hatshepsut was also a patron of the arts, and commissioned a number of important works of literature and art during her reign. These works, which include a number of impressive and enduring statues and carvings, serve as a testament to the remarkable achievements of this great ruler, and to the enduring power and influence of ancient Egyptian culture. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of Hatshepsut's reign was her unique position as both king and queen of Egypt. As a woman, Hatshepsut faced a number of challenges and obstacles in a society that was dominated by men, and which had very few opportunities for women to rise to positions of power and influence. In order to overcome these obstacles, Hatshepsut adopted a unique and innovative strategy, which involved presenting herself as both a king and a queen. She dressed in male clothing, and adopted many of the traditional symbols and rituals of the pharaoh, including the wearing of the double crown and the holding of the royal scepter. This strategy was highly successful, and helped to establish Hatshepsut as a skilled and effective ruler, who was able to govern Egypt with skill and intelligence, and to establish herself as one of the most powerful and influential leaders of the ancient world. Despite her many successes, Hatshepsut's reign was not without its challenges and difficulties. She faced a number of political and social upheavals during her reign, including a rebellion by her own nephew, which threatened to undermine her position and power. In the end, however, Hatshepsut was able to govern Egypt with skill and intelligence, and her reign was marked by a remarkable level of stability and prosperity. She was a remarkable and accomplished ruler, who left an indelible mark on the history and culture of ancient Egypt, and who remains a symbol of the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. In summary, Hatshepsut's reign was a period of great innovation and accomplishment in the history of ancient Egypt. Her unique position as both king and queen of Egypt, and her commitment to the arts, architecture, and culture of the ancient world, helped to establish her as one of the most powerful and influential leaders of her time, and to set the stage for the remarkable achievements of the ancient Egyptian civilization. And her legacy continues to inspire and influence us to this day, as we seek to understand and appreciate the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. Deir el-Bahari, also known as the Temple of Hatshepsut, is one of the most impressive architectural achievements of the ancient world. The temple is located in the Valley of the Kings, near Luxor in Egypt, and it was constructed during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history. The Temple of Hatshepsut is a unique example of ancient Egyptian architecture, and it is known for its innovative design and impressive size. The temple is constructed of limestone, and it is built into the side of a cliff, which gives it a striking and dramatic appearance. The temple is divided into 3 levels, each of which is marked by a terrace and a series of colonnades. The first level is the entrance to the temple, and it is marked by a large courtyard and a number of impressive statues and columns. The second level is marked by a series of colonnades and a number of impressive reliefs, which depict the achievements and exploits of Queen Hatshepsut. The third level is marked by a series of chapels and shrines, which were dedicated to various deities and to the queen herself. The chapels and shrines are richly decorated with hieroglyphics and reliefs, which provide valuable insight into the religious beliefs and practices of the ancient Egyptians. The Temple of Hatshepsut is also known for its impressive and innovative architectural design. The temple was designed to reflect the power and influence of Queen Hatshepsut, and it was intended to be a monument to her achievements and accomplishments. The temple is also marked by a number of impressive innovations in engineering and construction. The temple was constructed using a number of advanced techniques, including ramps, pulleys, and cranes, which allowed the builders to move and transport the massive stone blocks that were used to construct the temple. The Temple of Hatshepsut is one of the most impressive examples of ancient Egyptian architecture, and it continues to be admired and studied by scholars and enthusiasts around the world. The temple is a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization, and it serves as a valuable window into the beliefs, practices, and culture of the ancient Egyptians. In summary, the Temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari is a unique and impressive example of ancient Egyptian architecture. The temple is known for its innovative design and impressive size, and it is a testament to the power and influence of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history. The Temple of Hatshepsut is also known for its impressive innovations in engineering and construction, and it continues to inspire awe and admiration among scholars and enthusiasts around the world. The legacy of the Temple of Hatshepsut serves as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian culture and civilization, and it provides valuable insight into the beliefs, practices, and culture of the ancient Egyptians. The expedition to Punt was one of the most remarkable and significant events in the history of ancient Egypt. Led by the pharaoh Hatshepsut, this great naval expedition marked a turning point in the history of Egyptian trade and diplomacy, and helped to establish the kingdom as a major player in the global economy and the international community. The expedition to Punt was not simply a military campaign or a diplomatic mission, but was rather a complex and multifaceted undertaking, involving a wide variety of different actors and interests. The primary goal of the expedition was to establish trade relationships with the people of Punt, who were known for their rich and valuable resources, including incense, myrrh, and other exotic and valuable commodities. The expedition was led by a team of skilled and experienced naval officers, who were charged with navigating the treacherous waters of the Red Sea and establishing contact with the people of Punt. The journey was long and difficult and involved a number of hazards and challenges, including storms, high seas, and the threat of hostile attacks from rival kingdoms. Despite these obstacles, the expedition was ultimately successful, and the Egyptians were able to establish trade relationships with the people of Punt, and to bring back a rich and diverse collection of valuable goods and commodities. These goods included incense, myrrh, ivory, exotic animals, and other valuable materials, which helped to establish Egypt as a major player in the global trade network and to increase its wealth and prosperity. The expedition to Punt was also significant from a cultural and historical perspective, as it helped to establish the Egyptians as a major power in the international community and to promote their unique cultural and religious traditions to the wider world. The expedition was marked by a number of important cultural exchanges and interactions, and helped to establish a lasting relationship between the Egyptians and the people of Punt. The expedition to Punt was not without its challenges and difficulties, however. The Egyptians faced a number of obstacles and setbacks during the course of the journey, including attacks by hostile tribes, the loss of valuable supplies and equipment, and the threat of disease and other health hazards. Despite these challenges, however, the Egyptians were able to navigate the hazards of the Red Sea and to establish a lasting relationship with the people of Punt, which helped to establish their position as a major player in the global trade network and to promote their unique cultural and religious traditions to the wider world. In summary, the expedition to Punt was a remarkable and significant event in the history of ancient Egypt, and helped to establish the kingdom as a major player in the global economy and the international community. The expedition was marked by a number of important cultural exchanges and interactions, and helped to establish a lasting relationship between the Egyptians and the people of Punt. And its legacy continues to inspire and influence us to this day, as we seek to understand and appreciate the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. Senemet was a chief minister and architect who served during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history. Senemet was known for his impressive achievements in architecture and engineering, and he was responsible for designing and constructing some of the most impressive buildings in ancient Egypt. Senemet was also known for his close relationship with Queen Hatshepsut, which has been the subject of much speculation and debate among scholars and enthusiasts. Some historians have suggested that Senemet and Queen Hatshepsut were lovers, while others have suggested that their relationship was purely professional. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, there is no denying the impressive achievements of Senemet during his time as chief minister. Senemet was responsible for the construction of a number of impressive buildings, including the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri, which is one of the most impressive and innovative buildings of the ancient world. Senemet was also responsible for the construction of a number of other impressive buildings, including the Temple of Hathor at Deir el-Medina and the Temple of Amun at Karnak. Senemet's innovative designs and engineering techniques allowed him to construct buildings that were both impressive and functional, and his work continues to be admired and studied today. Despite his many achievements, Senemet's relationship with Queen Hatshepsut remains one of the most intriguing and controversial aspects of his life. Some historians have suggested that their relationship was a romantic one, and that Senemet was the father of one of Queen Hatshepsut's daughters. Others have suggested that their relationship was purely professional, and that Senemet was simply a loyal and dedicated servant of the queen. The truth of their relationship may never be fully known, but there is no denying the impressive legacy of Senemet's achievements as chief minister and architect. Senemet's contributions to the field of architecture and engineering continue to be studied and admired today, and his work serves as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization. In summary, Senemet was a chief minister and architect who served during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most powerful rulers in ancient Egyptian history. Senemet was known for his impressive achievements in architecture and engineering, and he was responsible for designing and constructing some of the most impressive buildings in ancient Egypt. Senemet's relationship with Queen Hatshepsut remains a subject of much speculation and debate, but there is no denying the impressive legacy of his achievements as chief minister and architect. The legacy of Senemet serves as a testament to the enduring legacy of ancient Egyptian civilization, and his work continues to be admired and studied by scholars and enthusiasts around the world. The cult of Amun was one of the most important and influential religious movements in the history of ancient Egypt. This powerful and enigmatic god, who was associated with the sun and the life-giving power of nature, played a central role in the religious and political life of the Egyptian people, and was regarded as one of the most powerful and important deities of the ancient world. The origins of the cult of Amun can be traced back to the Middle Kingdom period, when the god was first associated with the sun and the life-giving power of nature. During this period, Amun was primarily worshipped in the city of Thebes, where he was regarded as the patron deity of the local rulers and the royal family. Over time, however, the cult of Amun began to spread throughout the kingdom and began to exert a powerful and influential role in the religious and political life of the Egyptian people. By the time of the New Kingdom period, Amun had become the most important and influential god in the Egyptian pantheon, and was worshipped throughout the kingdom by both the elite and the common people. The cult of Amun was characterized by a number of important features, including a complex and elaborate system of rituals, ceremonies, and offerings, which were designed to honor and appease the god. These rituals were performed by a specialized priesthood, who were responsible for maintaining the sacred temples and shrines of the god, and for carrying out the important religious and political functions associated with the cult. The political power of the cult of Amun was also significant, and played a key role in the governance and administration of the Egyptian state. The priesthood of Amun wielded significant influence and authority, and was able to exert a powerful and influential role in the decision-making processes of the kingdom. The cult of Amun was also associated with a number of important cultural and artistic achievements, including the construction of a number of great temples and shrines, which were dedicated to the worship of the god. These structures were remarkable feats of engineering and architecture, and are still regarded as some of the most impressive and enduring monuments of the ancient world. In addition to these architectural achievements, the cult of Amun also had a profound influence on the artistic and literary traditions of ancient Egypt. The god was associated with a wide variety of important myths and legends, and was often depicted in a number of important works of literature and art, including the famous Book of the Dead, which was one of the most important religious texts of the ancient world. In summary, the cult of Amun was one of the most important and influential religious and political movements in the history of ancient Egypt. This powerful and enigmatic god played a central role in the religious and political life of the Egyptian people, and was associated with a wide variety of important cultural and artistic achievements. And its legacy continues to inspire and influence us to this day, as we seek to understand and appreciate the enduring power and influence of this great civilization. Hatshepsut, the queen of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, is renowned for her many accomplishments, but perhaps none more so than her enduring legacy in the form of the magnificent monuments, statues, and inscriptions that bear witness to her greatness. Her reign was marked by unprecedented building projects, grand temple complexes, and awe-inspiring statues that to this day stand as a testament to her enduring power and influence. The monuments and buildings erected during Hatshepsut's reign are a true testament to her legacy. The most famous of these is the Temple of Deir el-Bahari, which she ordered built in the Valley of the Kings. This majestic temple was dedicated to the god Amun, and was constructed on multiple terraces that gradually ascended to the summit of the valley. Its grand facade features intricate carvings and hieroglyphics, which tell the story of Hatshepsut's life and accomplishments. The temple is still considered one of the most impressive structures of the ancient world. Another of Hatshepsut's greatest architectural achievements is the Red Chapel, a small shrine located in the precinct of the god Amun at Karnak. This structure is particularly noteworthy for its intricate decorations and reliefs, which depict the queen making offerings to the gods. The Red Chapel is a prime example of the artistry and skill of Hatshepsut's builders, and it stands as a lasting testament to her artistic and architectural vision. In addition to the grand buildings, Hatshepsut also commissioned a number of impressive statues and monuments. The most famous of these is the Colossi of Memnon, two gigantic statues that stand over 18 meters tall and weigh over 700 tons each. These impressive sculptures depict the queen in the traditional pharaonic garb, holding a scepter and wearing the double crown of Egypt. The colossi are notable not only for their size, but also for their remarkable preservation, which has allowed modern archaeologists to study and appreciate the fine craftsmanship of Hatshepsut's sculptors. Perhaps even more remarkable than her buildings and statues, however, are the inscriptions that Hatshepsut commissioned throughout her reign. These inscriptions, found on the walls of her temples and on the many obelisks and steles that she erected throughout Egypt, provide invaluable insight into the life and times of this remarkable queen. They offer a glimpse into Hatshepsut's ambitions, her religious beliefs, and her relationships with the gods. The most famous of Hatshepsut's inscriptions is the Speos Artemidos inscription, which tells the story of her journey to the land of Punt, a fabled region known for its riches and exotic goods. The inscription describes Hatshepsut's journey to Punt and the many gifts she brought back to Egypt, including frankincense, myrrh, and precious metals. This inscription is a testament to Hatshepsut's power and influence, as well as her role as a diplomat and trade negotiator. Hatshepsut's inscriptions also shed light on her religious beliefs and her relationship with the gods. One of the most notable of these is the Hatshepsut and Thutmose III obelisk, which describes the queen's dedication of a new obelisk to the god Amun. The inscription speaks of Hatshepsut's deep devotion to the gods and her desire to honor them through her many building projects and religious ceremonies. Overall, the legacy of Hatshepsut is one of great achievements and lasting monuments. Her reign marked a period of unprecedented building and artistic development, and her accomplishments continue to inspire and awe visitors to Egypt to this day. The reign of Hatshepsut, the fifth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, was marked by a number of remarkable and influential accomplishments, and was a period of great prosperity and cultural richness for the Egyptian people. Despite these achievements, however, Hatshepsut's reign was also marked by a number of challenges and obstacles, including the deliberate and systematic effort to erase her from history. The erasure of Hatshepsut from history was a deliberate and concerted effort by her successors to remove all traces of her rule and legacy from the historical record. This effort, which is known as Damnatio Memoriae, involved the destruction of statues, inscriptions, and other monuments that referenced Hatshepsut or her accomplishments. The reasons for this campaign of erasure are not entirely clear, but it is likely that they were motivated by a number of factors, including political ambition, religious conservatism, and a desire to reassert the traditional male dominance of the Egyptian state. The pharaohs who followed Hatshepsut, including her own stepson Thutmose III, sought to establish their own legitimacy and authority by erasing her from history, and by promoting a more traditional and conservative vision of Egyptian rule and religion. Despite this campaign of erasure, however, Hatshepsut's legacy has endured, and her achievements continue to be remembered and celebrated to this day. Her great monuments and structures, including the Temple of Deir el-Bahari, remain as a testament to her skill and intelligence as a ruler, and to the enduring power and influence of her reign. Moreover, Hatshepsut's legacy has inspired a number of important works of literature and art, including the famous novel The Splendor of Silence, which tells the story of a young woman who discovers the truth about Hatshepsut's reign and legacy and seeks to restore her place in history. In recent years, there has been a renewed interest in Hatshepsut and her reign, and a growing recognition of the importance of her accomplishments to the history and culture of ancient Egypt. This renewed interest has helped to promote a more nuanced and balanced understanding of Hatshepsut's rule and legacy, and to challenge the traditional narratives of male dominance and female erasure that have long characterized the study of ancient Egyptian history. In summary, the erasure of Hatshepsut from history was a deliberate and concerted effort to remove all traces of her rule and legacy from the historical record. This campaign was motivated by a number of factors, including political ambition, religious conservatism, and a desire to reassert the traditional male dominance of the Egyptian state. Despite this effort, however, Hatshepsut's legacy has endured, and her achievements continue to be remembered and celebrated to this day. And her legacy serves as a reminder of the enduring power and influence of the female pharaohs of ancient Egypt, and of the importance of a more balanced and nuanced understanding of this great civilization. In the annals of ancient Egypt, few figures have captured the imagination of modern scholars and enthusiasts quite like Hatshepsut. For centuries, the queen was something of an enigma, her reign overshadowed by the deeds of her male counterparts and her legacy largely forgotten by history. However, over the past century, a renaissance of interest in Hatshepsut has led to a newfound appreciation for her accomplishments and a reassessment of her place in the pantheon of great Egyptian rulers. The rediscovery of Hatshepsut began in earnest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when archaeologists began to explore the ruins of ancient Egypt in greater detail. These excavations led to the discovery of a number of inscriptions, statues, and other artifacts that shed new light on the queen's reign and achievements. However, it was not until the 20th century that a true reassessment of Hatshepsut began to take shape. One of the most important figures in this reassessment was the American archaeologist Herbert Winlock, who in the 1920s and 1930s led a series of excavations in the Temple of Deir el-Bahari, the grand temple that Hatshepsut had ordered built in the Valley of the Kings. Winlock's work was particularly important because it allowed scholars to examine the temple's many inscriptions and reliefs in detail, revealing a wealth of information about the queen's life and accomplishments. Winlock's work was followed by that of other prominent Egyptologists, including the French archaeologist Jean-Philippe Lauer and the British archaeologist Kenneth Kitchen. These scholars, working in the mid-20th century, helped to expand our understanding of Hatshepsut's reign, particularly her building projects and her role in Egyptian society. Perhaps the most significant moment in the modern reassessment of Hatshepsut came in the 1980s, when the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City organized a major exhibition on the Queen. The exhibition, entitled Hatshepsut, From Queen to Pharaoh, brought together a wealth of artifacts and information about the Queen, including many of the inscriptions and statues that had been discovered in recent decades. The exhibition was a critical and commercial success, drawing large crowds and earning widespread critical acclaim. The success of the Met exhibition helped to spur a new wave of interest in Hatshepsut, particularly among scholars and historians. In the years since, a number of important books and articles have been published on the Queen, exploring her life, her reign, and her legacy in greater detail than ever before. These works have helped to paint a fuller and more nuanced picture of Hatshepsut, revealing her as a complex and powerful figure who played a critical role in shaping the history of ancient Egypt. So what is it about Hatshepsut that has captured the imagination of modern scholars and enthusiasts? One factor is surely her status as a female ruler in a male-dominated society. Hatshepsut's reign was unprecedented in many ways, and her success as a ruler challenged many of the gender norms of ancient Egypt. Her story has resonated with modern audiences, particularly in light of the ongoing struggle for gender equality in many parts of the world. Another factor is the sheer scale and ambition of Hatshepsut's building projects. The Temple of Deir el-Bahari and the Red Chapel, two of her most famous structures, are among the most impressive examples of ancient Egyptian architecture and engineering. Their grandeur and intricacy are a testament to Hatshepsut's vision and her ability to marshal the resources of her kingdom to achieve her goals. Finally, Hatshepsut's reign is notable for its many accomplishments in the fields of trade and diplomacy. Chapter 7. Akhenaten and Nefertiti, the rebel pharaoh and his queen. The history of ancient Egypt is marked by a number of powerful and influential rulers, whose legacies have left an indelible mark on the course of human history. Among these, none are more notable than Amenhotep III, the 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Reigning over a period of unprecedented prosperity and stability, Amenhotep III was a gifted leader and a formidable warrior, whose exploits on the battlefield and in the halls of power continue to be studied and admired to this day. Born to the pharaoh Thutmose IV and his queen Mutemwia, Amenhotep III was destined for greatness from a young age. As a child, he showed a remarkable aptitude for learning and leadership, and was soon enrolled in the finest schools and academies of the land. Here, he studied the arts and sciences, as well as the strategies of war and diplomacy, and developed the skills and knowledge that would serve him well throughout his long and illustrious career. Ascending to the throne at the tender age of 12, Amenhotep III faced many challenges in his early years as pharaoh. The kingdom was beset by a number of threats, both internal and external, and the young ruler was forced to rely on the guidance and support of his trusted advisors and ministers. Despite these difficulties, however, Amenhotep III proved himself to be a capable and visionary leader, whose shrewd policies and bold initiatives transformed Egypt into a mighty and prosperous nation. One of the key achievements of Amenhotep III's reign was his success in securing the country's borders and expanding its territories through a series of military campaigns. Under his leadership, the Egyptian army marched into Nubia, Syria, and other neighboring lands, conquering new territories and extending the reach of the pharaoh's power. These victories brought immense wealth and prestige to the kingdom, and helped to cement Amenhotep III's reputation as one of the greatest military leaders of his time. But Amenhotep III's accomplishments were not limited to the battlefield alone. He was also a patron of the arts and sciences, and his court was renowned for its culture and sophistication. During his reign, some of the most magnificent buildings and monuments of ancient Egypt were constructed, including the Great Temple of Luxor and the Colossi of Memnon. He also commissioned numerous works of art and literature, many of which have survived to this day, and provide valuable insights into the rich and vibrant culture of ancient Egypt. Despite his many achievements, however, Amenhotep III's reign was not without its challenges and setbacks. Towards the end of his life, the pharaoh was plagued by health problems, and his long and eventful reign began to falter. Furthermore, his decision to marry his own daughter, Princess Sitamun, raised eyebrows among his subjects and caused controversy and unrest. In the end, Amenhotep III's reign came to a close with his death in 1353 BC, leaving behind a legacy that would shape the course of Egyptian history for centuries to come. One of the most notable legacies of Amenhotep III was his role in the founding of the Amarna period, a time of great social and cultural upheaval in ancient Egypt. His son and successor, Akhenaten, was a radical reformer who sought to overturn many of the traditional beliefs and practices of Egyptian society and establish a new monotheistic religion centered around the worship of the sun god, Aten. This revolutionary movement was deeply influenced by the teachings and ideas of Amenhotep III, who had long been a champion of progressive thought and innovation. In the annals of ancient Egypt, few reigns have been as fascinating and enigmatic as that of Akhenaten. This pharaoh, who ruled during the 18th dynasty in the mid-14th century BC, is known for his radical departure from traditional Egyptian religion and his adoption of monotheism in the form of the worship of the Aten, the sun disk. Akhenaten's reign was marked by profound religious and cultural changes, which have captured the imagination of historians and scholars for centuries. The early years of Akhenaten's reign were relatively unremarkable. He ascended to the throne in 1353 BC, succeeding his father Amenhotep III, and continued the policies of his predecessor. Like many pharaohs before him, Akhenaten embarked on a series of building projects, including the construction of a new capital city, which he named Akhetaten, meaning horizon of the Aten. This city, located in the middle of the desert, was designed to reflect Akhenaten's religious beliefs, with temples and palaces oriented towards the worship of the Aten. Despite these early achievements, it was not until several years into his reign that Akhenaten began to reveal the true nature of his religious beliefs. In the 5th year of his reign, Akhenaten changed his name from Amenhotep IV to Akhenaten, meaning effective for the Aten. This change of name was symbolic of the pharaoh's newfound devotion to the Aten, which he believed to be the one true god. Akhenaten's monotheistic beliefs were a radical departure from traditional Egyptian religion, which was polytheistic and involved the worship of many gods and goddesses. Akhenaten's religious revolution was not just a matter of belief, but also had a profound impact on Egyptian culture and art. The pharaoh ordered the construction of new temples and tombs, which were decorated with images of the Aten and the royal family. The style of art during Akhenaten's reign was highly distinctive, with elongated and exaggerated forms that were meant to convey the divine nature of the pharaoh and his family. The famous bust of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's wife, is a striking example of this style. The impact of Akhenaten's religious revolution was not limited to Egypt, but extended to the wider world as well. The pharaoh's decision to abandon traditional Egyptian religion and adopt monotheism was a bold and radical move, and one that had significant repercussions for the political and cultural landscape of the ancient Near East. The idea of a single, all-powerful God was anathema to many of Akhenaten's contemporaries, who saw it as a threat to their own religious beliefs and practices. Nevertheless, Akhenaten's monotheistic vision would continue to inspire future generations, both within Egypt and beyond. Despite his many achievements, Akhenaten's reign was not without its challenges. The pharaoh's religious policies were highly divisive, and many within Egypt's ruling class were hostile to his reforms. Akhenaten's decision to build a new capital in the desert, rather than in the traditional location of Memphis, also caused controversy. The pharaoh's policies towards foreign powers were similarly contentious, with many of Egypt's traditional allies feeling abandoned by the pharaoh's new monotheistic orientation. Akhenaten's reign came to an end in 1336 BC, after only 17 years on the throne. The exact circumstances of his death and succession are unclear, but it is clear that his policies were quickly reversed by his successors. In the annals of ancient Egypt, few figures loom larger than Akhenaten, the heretical pharaoh who sought to upend centuries of tradition and establish a new order based on the worship of a single god, the Aten. Born Amenhotep IV, the young ruler assumed the throne at a time of great upheaval in Egyptian society and embarked on a radical program of religious and social reform that would reshape the kingdom and leave a lasting impact on the course of human history. Central to Akhenaten's vision was the concept of monotheism, the belief in a single, all-powerful deity who controlled the universe and all that lay within it. Rejecting the polytheistic pantheon of traditional Egyptian religion, Akhenaten proclaimed the Aten as the one true God, and declared that all other deities were but shadows of this divine being. This radical shift in belief was accompanied by a host of other reforms, including changes to art, architecture, and even the very capital of Egypt itself. The new religion of the Aten was characterized by a profound sense of spiritual and intellectual freedom, with its followers encouraged to explore the mysteries of the universe and the nature of the divine through personal contemplation and introspection. This emphasis on individual experience and inquiry was reflected in the art and literature of the period, which featured naturalistic and emotive depictions of human figures and the natural world, as well as a new form of writing known as hieratic script, which was more accessible and easier to read than the traditional hieroglyphic language. At the heart of this new order was the pharaoh himself, who assumed the role of a high priest and intermediary between the Aten and his people. In this capacity, Akhenaten oversaw the construction of a new capital city, which he named Akhetaten, or Horizon of the Aten. Located in central Egypt, this city was designed to embody the principles of the new religion, with wide, sun-drenched streets and buildings oriented towards the east, where the Aten rose each morning. The city of Akhetaten was also home to some of the most magnificent architectural achievements of the period, including the Great Temple of the Aten and the Royal Palace, both of which were decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs that celebrated the pharaoh's new religion and the splendor of his court. The city was also renowned for its beautiful gardens and parks, which were meticulously tended and designed to provide a tranquil and idyllic setting for the residents of the new capital. Despite the grandeur and ambition of Akhenaten's vision, however, his reign was not without its challenges and setbacks. The radical nature of his religious reforms and the relocation of the capital city to a new and untested location met with resistance from some of the more traditional elements of Egyptian society, including the powerful priesthood and the military elite. The pharaoh's decision to elevate the status of his wife, Queen Nefertiti, and his children above that of the traditional gods and goddesses also caused controversy and unrest. Moreover, the new religion of the Aten was not without its flaws, and many of its followers struggled to reconcile the ideal of a single, all-powerful God with the realities of daily life. Some of the more traditional elements of Egyptian religion, such as ancestor worship and the cult of Osiris, continued to persist in the face of Akhenaten's reforms, and the pharaoh himself was forced to make compromises and concessions in order to maintain the stability of his kingdom. The reign of Akhenaten was not only a period of religious revolution, but also a time of remarkable artistic achievement. The art of this period, known as the Amarna style, was a radical departure from the traditional Egyptian style that had dominated for centuries. The Amarna style was characterized by a number of revolutionary features that reflected Akhenaten's unique vision of art and religion. The most striking feature of the Amarna style was its departure from the traditional proportions of Egyptian art. The figures in Amarna art were elongated and distorted, with exaggerated features and a distinctive, almost otherworldly appearance. This style was not just a matter of aesthetic preference, but was a reflection of Akhenaten's religious beliefs. The pharaoh believed that he and his family were divine beings, and the art of the period was designed to convey their godlike status. The elongated figures were intended to convey the ethereal and otherworldly nature of the royal family, who were seen as intermediaries between the Aten and the people of Egypt. Another important feature of the Amarna style was its use of color. In traditional Egyptian art, colors were used in a relatively restrained and limited way, with a focus on naturalistic hues such as brown, green, and blue. In contrast, the art of the Amarna period was characterized by the use of bright, vivid colors, with a particular emphasis on shades of red, yellow, and orange. This use of color was intended to convey the life-giving power of the Aten, which was seen as the source of all light and energy. The Amarna style was also marked by its departure from traditional subject matter. In traditional Egyptian art, the focus was on representations of the gods and goddesses, as well as scenes of everyday life, such as farming and fishing. In the art of the Amarna period, however, the focus was on the royal family and their activities. Scenes of domestic life, such as the royal family playing with their children or engaging in courtly rituals, were common. These scenes were designed to convey the idea that the royal family was not just a group of powerful rulers, but also a model for how the people of Egypt should live. The Amarna style also featured a number of technical innovations that reflected the creativity and skill of the artists of the period. One of the most notable of these innovations was the use of inlaid glass and precious stones to create intricate designs and patterns. This technique was used to great effect in the decoration of the royal tombs, which were adorned with exquisite and intricate designs. The use of inlaid glass and precious stones was a clear reflection of the wealth and sophistication of the Amarna period, and a testament to the skill and ingenuity of the artists of the time. Despite its many revolutionary features, the Amarna style was not universally popular. Many traditionalists within the Egyptian court and clergy saw the style as a departure from the established norms of Egyptian art and culture. There was also a feeling that the emphasis on the royal family was at odds with traditional Egyptian values, which placed a greater emphasis on community and the collective good. Nevertheless, the art of the Amarna period would continue to influence Egyptian art for centuries to come, with echoes of the style being seen in later periods such as the Late Period and the Ptolemaic era. The reign of Akhenaten was a period of great change and innovation, not just in the realm of religion, but also in the arts. The Amarna style was a reflection of Akhenaten's unique vision of art, and his desire to create a new, more expressive and dynamic style that reflected the divine nature of the royal family. Among the many legacies of the pharaoh Akhenaten, few are as enduring or as controversial as his radical new religion, which centered on the worship of a single god, the Aten. Born Amenhotep IV, the young ruler ascended to the throne of Egypt at a time of great change and upheaval, and embarked on a program of religious and social reform that would transform the kingdom and leave a lasting impact on the course of human history. At the heart of Akhenaten's vision was a belief in the Aten as the sole god of the universe, the creator and sustainer of all life. This new religion was characterized by a profound sense of spiritual and intellectual freedom, with its followers encouraged to explore the mysteries of the universe and the nature of the divine through personal contemplation and introspection. At the same time, the religion of the Aten was deeply grounded in the natural world, with its adherents encouraged to recognize the interconnectedness of all living things and to appreciate the beauty and wonder of the natural world. This emphasis on the natural world is perhaps best reflected in the Hymns to the Aten, a collection of religious texts that were composed during Akhenaten's reign and which are among the most remarkable and innovative works of literature to emerge from the ancient world. Written in a new form of writing known as hieratic script, which was more accessible and easier to read than the traditional hieroglyphic language, the hymns to the Aten were intended to be sung and recited by the pharaoh and his followers as they contemplated the nature of the divine and the mysteries of existence. At the heart of the hymns to the Aten is a celebration of the natural world and the life-giving power of the sun. The Aten is described as a radiant and benevolent god, whose rays bring warmth and light to all living things. The hymns also describe the cycle of life and death, with the Aten depicted as the source of all life and the force that sustains the universe. In one of the most famous passages, the hymn reads, "When you rise on the eastern horizon, you fill every land with your beauty. You create the seasons to bring happiness to all that you have made." This emphasis on the natural world and the life-giving power of the sun was also reflected in the art and architecture of the period. The new capital city of Akhetaten, which was designed to embody the principles of the new religion, featured wide, sun-drenched streets and buildings oriented towards the east, where the Aten rose each morning. The city was also renowned for its beautiful gardens and parks, which were meticulously tended and designed to provide a tranquil and idyllic setting for the residents of the new capital. At the same time, however, the religion of the Aten was not without its critics and detractors. Some of the more traditional elements of Egyptian religion, such as ancestor worship and the cult of Osiris, continued to persist in the face of Akhenaten's reforms, and the pharaoh himself was forced to make compromises and concessions in order to maintain the stability of his kingdom. Moreover, the new religion of the Aten was not without its flaws, and many of its followers struggled to reconcile the ideal of a single, all-powerful god with the realities of daily life. In the end, the legacy of Akhenaten and the religion of the Aten remains a subject of debate and discussion among scholars and historians. While some view the pharaoh as a visionary reformer and a champion of human freedom and enlightenment, others see him as a misguided and deluded figure whose radical beliefs and policies ultimately undermine the stability and prosperity of his kingdom. The reign of Akhenaten was marked not just by his radical religious beliefs and revolutionary artistic style, but also by the important role played by his family. The pharaoh was married to Nefertiti, who is often regarded as one of the most beautiful and influential women in Egyptian history. Akhenaten also had two important successors, Smenkhare, who may have been his brother or son, and Tutankhaten, who is better known as Tutankhamen. The family of Akhenaten played a crucial role in shaping the course of Egyptian history and influencing the development of Egyptian art and culture. Nefertiti was one of the most important and influential figures in the Amarna period. She was Akhenaten's chief wife and his queen, and her beauty and charisma were legendary. Nefertiti is often depicted in the art of the period, with her distinctive features and elongated form. She is often shown with her husband and their 6 daughters, who were all given names with the prefix Meritaten, meaning beloved of the Aten. Nefertiti played an important role in the religious and cultural changes of the period, and was closely involved in the construction of the new capital city of Akhetaten. Smenkhare, who succeeded Akhenaten, is a figure shrouded in mystery. His exact relationship to Akhenaten is not clear, and it is possible that he was either the pharaoh's brother or his son. Smenkhare's reign was short-lived, lasting only 2 years, but it was a period of important changes. He is often depicted with his queen, Meritaten, and their daughter, who was also named Meritaten. Smenkhare is thought to have continued Akhenaten's religious policies, and to have made some important modifications to them, but his reign was cut short by his untimely death. Tutankhaten, who later changed his name to Tutankhamen, is one of the most famous and enigmatic figures in Egyptian history. He was Akhenaten's successor, but he is thought to have been a minor figure in the court during the reign of his father and brother. Tutankhamen is known primarily for his tomb, which was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922. The tomb contained a treasure trove of objects, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamen. The discovery of the tomb has had a profound impact on our understanding of Egyptian history and culture, and has sparked a fascination with Tutankhamen that continues to this day. The family of Akhenaten played an important role not just in the history of Egypt, but also in the development of Egyptian art and culture. The art of the Amarna period, with its distinctive style and emphasis on the royal family, was in many ways a reflection of the unique character of Akhenaten and his family. Nefertiti's beauty and charisma, Smenkhkare's mysterious reign, and Tutankhamun's legendary tomb have all contributed to the enduring fascination with the family of Akhenaten. Despite their important role in Egyptian history, the family of Akhenaten is still shrouded in mystery and controversy. The exact nature of their relationships and the reasons for Akhenaten's religious and artistic revolution remain the subject of much debate among historians and scholars. Nevertheless, the impact of the family of Akhenaten on Egyptian history and culture cannot be denied. Their legacy lives on in the art and architecture of the Amarna period, and in the continuing fascination with their lives and reigns. One of the most intriguing and enigmatic aspects of the reign of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who sought to upend centuries of tradition and establish a new order based on the worship of a single god, the Aten, was his foreign policy. Despite the radical nature of his religious and social reforms, Akhenaten was a skilled and shrewd diplomat, who sought to maintain Egypt's position as a major power in the ancient Near East and forge alliances with neighboring states. In this regard, the correspondence between the pharaoh and the rulers of the Hittites and the Assyrians provides a fascinating glimpse into the complex world of international relations in the ancient world. One of the most significant diplomatic exchanges of the period was the correspondence between Akhenaten and the Hittite king Suppiluliuma I. At the time, the Hittites were a rising power in the Near East, and their growing influence threatened to upset the balance of power in the region. Nevertheless, Akhenaten recognized the importance of maintaining cordial relations with the Hittites, and the two rulers engaged in a series of diplomatic overtures that would help to shape the course of ancient history. The correspondence between Akhenaten and Suppiluliuma I was marked by a tone of mutual respect and cordiality, with both rulers acknowledging the importance of maintaining peace and stability in the region. In one of the most famous letters, Suppiluliuma I addresses Akhenaten as "my brother" and expresses his admiration for the pharaoh's efforts to promote a new and enlightened form of religion. The letter also contains a request for a statue of the pharaoh's daughter, who was known for her beauty and intelligence, in order to cement the bond between the two kingdoms. The exchange of letters between Akhenaten and the Hittite king was also notable for its attention to detail and protocol. Both rulers exchanged gifts and compliments, and took great care to ensure that their correspondence was couched in terms of mutual respect and deference. This attention to form and ceremony was a hallmark of ancient diplomacy, and reflected the importance of maintaining a sense of honor and prestige in the eyes of one's peers and rivals. In addition to his dealings with the Hittites, Akhenaten also maintained a lively and complex relationship with the Assyrians, another rising power in the Near East. Like the Hittites, the Assyrians were a source of both opportunity and threat for Egypt, and the pharaoh's efforts to maintain cordial relations with the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal I were marked by a similar combination of diplomacy and realpolitik. The correspondence between Akhenaten and Ashurbanipal I was less cordial than that between the pharaoh and the Hittite king, and was marked by a greater sense of tension and competition. Nevertheless, both rulers recognized the importance of maintaining good relations, and engaged in a series of diplomatic overtures and exchanges that helped to mitigate the risk of conflict and promote cooperation and mutual respect. One of the most significant aspects of the correspondence between Akhenaten and Ashurbanipal I was the pharaoh's request for a marriage alliance between the two kingdoms. In a letter to the Assyrian king, Akhenaten proposed that one of his daughters be married to the Assyrian prince, in order to strengthen the bonds of friendship and ensure the continued peace and stability of the region. The letter also contains a request for the Assyrian king to send a statue of the god Ashur to Egypt, as a sign of goodwill and respect. The Amarna period, which began with the reign of Akhenaten, was a time of great change and innovation in ancient Egypt. Akhenaten's revolutionary religious beliefs and artistic style marked a departure from traditional Egyptian culture and set the stage for a period of upheaval and conflict. Despite the many achievements of the Amarna period, it was ultimately doomed to failure. The death of Akhenaten and the eventual restoration of traditional Egyptian religion marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter in Egyptian history. The death of Akhenaten in 1336 BC was a major turning point in the history of Egypt. The pharaoh's religious policies and artistic innovations had been highly controversial, and his death left a power vacuum in the Egyptian court. Akhenaten's successor, Smenkhare, attempted to continue his policies, but his reign was cut short by his untimely death. The throne then passed to Tutankhaten, who would later change his name to Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun was a minor figure in the court during the reigns of his father and brother, but he would play a key role in the eventual restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. The heresy of Akhenaten, as his religious policies were known, was a radical departure from traditional Egyptian religion. Akhenaten believed in the worship of the Aten, the sun disk, as the one true God, and he had ordered the construction of new temples and tombs to reflect his beliefs. The heresy was not just a matter of belief, but had a profound impact on Egyptian culture and art. The art of the Amarna period, with its distinctive style and emphasis on the royal family, was a reflection of Akhenaten's unique vision of art and religion. The heresy of Akhenaten was not universally popular, however. Many within the Egyptian court and clergy saw the pharaoh's policies as a threat to traditional Egyptian values and beliefs. The construction of the new capital city of Akhenaten in the middle of the desert was also seen as a departure from established norms. The heresy of Akhenaten, with its emphasis on the royal family and its rejection of traditional Egyptian religion, was a divisive and controversial issue that would ultimately lead to the end of the Amarna period. The restoration of traditional Egyptian religion began with the reign of Tutankhamun. The pharaoh, who had been a minor figure in the court during the reigns of his father and brother, was young and inexperienced, and his reign was dominated by powerful advisors and courtiers. These advisors, who were themselves traditionalists, worked to undo the policies of Akhenaten and restore traditional Egyptian religion. The temples and tombs that Akhenaten had constructed were abandoned and fell into disrepair, and his monotheistic beliefs were gradually replaced by a return to traditional polytheism. The restoration of traditional Egyptian religion was not just a matter of belief, but also had a profound impact on Egyptian culture and art. The art of the post-Amarna period was characterized by a return to traditional proportions and subject matter, with a focus on the gods and goddesses of the traditional pantheon. The influence of the Amarna style gradually faded, and the art of the post-Amarna period reflected a return to the established norms of Egyptian art and culture. The end of the Amarna period marked the end of an era in Egyptian history. The heresy of Akhenaten had been a bold and radical move, but it ultimately proved to be unsustainable. The restoration of traditional Egyptian religion was a return to established norms, but it was also a necessary step towards the stability and continuity that characterized later periods of Egyptian history. The reign of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who sought to upend centuries of tradition and establish a new order based on the worship of a single god, the Aten, left an indelible mark on the course of human history. Despite the brevity of his reign and the controversies and setbacks that marked his rule, Akhenaten's legacy remains a subject of fascination and inquiry for scholars and historians to this day, particularly with regard to his influence on art, religion, and culture. Perhaps the most significant legacy of Akhenaten was his role in the transformation of Egyptian art and architecture. Under his rule, traditional forms of artistic expression were replaced with a new style that emphasized naturalism, emotional expression, and a more humanistic vision of the world. This new approach to art is perhaps best reflected in the famous Amarna period, a time of great social and cultural upheaval in ancient Egypt that was marked by the flowering of a new and innovative style of artistic expression. At the heart of this new style of art was a focus on the natural world and the beauty and diversity of life. The human form was depicted with a greater sense of realism and emotive power, with figures portrayed in naturalistic poses and with more attention paid to facial expressions and body language. The use of color and light also played an important role in the new style, with artists using vivid and striking hues to create a sense of depth and movement in their works. This new approach to art and architecture was not without its detractors, however. Some members of the traditional Egyptian priesthood and elite saw the new style as a departure from the traditions and values of their society, and accused Akhenaten of promoting a heretical and dangerous form of artistic expression. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Amarna period endures to this day, and remains a testament to the power and influence of Akhenaten's vision. In addition to his impact on art and architecture, Akhenaten's reign also had a profound influence on religion and spirituality. His rejection of the traditional polytheistic pantheon of Egyptian religion and his embrace of a new monotheistic faith based on the worship of the Aten was a radical departure from the norms and traditions of his society and paved the way for new forms of spiritual expression and inquiry. At the heart of Akhenaten's new religion was a belief in the unity and interconnectedness of all things, and a recognition of the beauty and majesty of the natural world. This new approach to spirituality emphasized personal contemplation and introspection, and encouraged individuals to seek out the mysteries of existence and the nature of the divine through their own experiences and insights. This focus on individual experience and inquiry was reflected in the hymns to the Aten, a collection of religious texts that were composed during Akhenaten's reign and which are among the most remarkable and innovative works of literature to emerge from the ancient world. Written in a new form of writing known as hieratic script, the hymns to the Aten were intended to be sung and recited by the pharaoh and his followers as they contemplated the nature of the divine and the mysteries of existence. Despite the radical nature of Akhenaten's new religion, however, it was not without its flaws and controversies. Some members of the traditional Egyptian priesthood and elite saw the new faith as a threat to their power and influence, and there were many who resisted Akhenaten's reforms and sought to undermine his authority. Nefertiti, the wife of Akhenaten and one of the most beautiful and enigmatic women in Egyptian history, has been the subject of fascination and speculation for centuries. Her life, death, and afterlife have been the subject of intense scrutiny by historians and scholars, and her image has been immortalized in art and archaeology. Despite the many theories and conjectures surrounding her life and legacy, the mystery of Nefertiti continues to captivate and intrigue us. Nefertiti's life is shrouded in mystery and controversy. She was the wife of Akhenaten, the pharaoh who led a religious and artistic revolution during the Amarna period. Nefertiti was known for her beauty and charisma, and she played an important role in the religious and cultural changes of the period. She was closely involved in the construction of the new capital city of Akhetaten, and she is often depicted in the art of the period with her distinctive features and elongated form. Despite her importance and influence, very little is known about Nefertiti's life after the death of Akhenaten. There is some speculation that she may have briefly ruled as pharaoh after her husband's death, but there is no definitive evidence to support this theory. Some historians have also suggested that Nefertiti may have been involved in the conspiracy to overthrow Tutankhamun, but this theory remains a matter of debate. The mystery of Nefertiti deepens with her death and afterlife. It is not known exactly when or how she died, and her burial place has never been definitively identified. Some historians believe that she may have been buried in a hidden chamber within the tomb of Tutankhamun, but this theory has yet to be proven. Others speculate that her mummy may have been destroyed or lost over the centuries. Despite the many mysteries surrounding Nefertiti's life and death, her image has been immortalized in art and archaeology. The famous bust of Nefertiti, discovered in 1912 by the German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt, is one of the most iconic images of ancient Egypt. The bust, which depicts Nefertiti with her distinctive features and elongated form, has become a symbol of the beauty and power of ancient Egyptian women. Nefertiti's image has also been immortalized in the art of the Amarna period. She is often depicted with her husband and their 6 daughters, who were all given names with the prefix Meritaten, meaning beloved of the Aten. Nefertiti's beauty and charisma were an important inspiration for the distinctive style of art that characterized the Amarna period, with its elongated figures and vivid colors. Despite the many theories and conjectures surrounding Nefertiti's life and legacy, the mystery of this enigmatic queen continues to captivate and intrigue us. The story of Nefertiti, with its many twists and turns, reflects the complexity and richness of ancient Egyptian history and culture. Her image, immortalized in art and archaeology, is a testament to the beauty and power of the women of ancient Egypt, and to the enduring fascination of the mysteries of the past. Chapter 8. Tutankhamun, the Boy King and his famous tomb. The reign of Tutankhamun, which began after the death of his predecessor Smenkhare, marked a return to traditional Egyptian religion and culture. The young pharaoh, who had been a minor figure in the court during the reigns of his father and brother, was the last of the 18th dynasty, which had been established by Ahmose I more than 2 centuries earlier. Tutankhamun's family, which included his parents and siblings, played a crucial role in the development of the Amarna period and the subsequent restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. Tutankhamun's father was Akhenaten, the pharaoh who led a religious and artistic revolution during the Amarna period. Akhenaten's monotheistic beliefs, which centered on the worship of the sun disk Aten, were a radical departure from traditional Egyptian religion. He ordered the construction of new temples and tombs to reflect his beliefs, and moved the capital city to a new location in the middle of the desert. Akhenaten's policies were highly controversial, and they set the stage for a period of upheaval and conflict. Tutankhamun's mother is believed to have been one of Akhenaten's lesser wives, and her identity is still a matter of some debate. Some historians have suggested that she was Nefertiti's sister, while others believe that she was a woman named Kia. Whatever her identity, Tutankhamun's mother played an important role in the development of the Amarna period and the subsequent restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. Tutankhamun had several siblings, including 2 sisters named Meritaten and Ankhesenamun, and 2 brothers named Smenkhare and Bekhetaten. Meritaten was the eldest daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, and she was married to Smenkhare after the death of Akhenaten. Ankhesenamun, Tutankhamun's half-sister, was his wife and queen. She played an important role in the restoration of traditional Egyptian religion, and she is depicted in many of the reliefs and paintings of the period. Smenkhare, who may have been Akhenaten's brother or son, succeeded him briefly before his own death. His reign was marked by attempts to continue Akhenaten's policies, but he was unable to establish a lasting legacy. Bekhetaten, who was the youngest of the siblings, is believed to have been a minor figure in the court during the reign of Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. The family of Tutankhamun played a crucial role in the development of the Amarna period and the subsequent restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. The reign of Akhenaten, with its monotheistic beliefs and emphasis on the royal family, was a reflection of the unique character of his family. The influence of Nefertiti, with her beauty and charisma, was an important inspiration for the distinctive style of art that characterized the Amarna period. The siblings of Tutankhamun, with their complex relationships and political maneuvering, played an important role in the eventual restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. Despite the many controversies and debates surrounding the family of Tutankhamun, their legacy has had a profound impact on Egyptian history and culture. The Amarna period, with its radical religious and artistic innovations, marked a departure from established norms and set the stage for a period of upheaval and conflict. The subsequent restoration of traditional Egyptian religion, led by the family of Tutankhamun, was a return to established norms and a necessary step towards the stability and continuity that characterized later periods of Egyptian history. The accession of Tutankhamun marked a major turning point in the history of ancient Egypt. The young pharaoh, who had been a minor figure in the court during the reigns of his father and brother, was thrust into a position of power and responsibility following the death of his predecessor, Smenkhare. Tutankhamun's reign was marked by a return to traditional Egyptian religion and culture, after the radical departures of the Amarna period. His accession was a pivotal moment in Egyptian history, and a testament to the resilience of the Egyptian people. Tutankhamun's accession to the throne was a result of a complex series of events. His father, Akhenaten, had led a religious and artistic revolution during the Amarna period, which was marked by the worship of the sun disk Aten and the construction of new temples and tombs to reflect this belief. Akhenaten's policies were highly controversial, and they set the stage for a period of upheaval and conflict. After his death, Smenkhare attempted to continue Akhenaten's policies, but his reign was cut short by his untimely death. Tutankhamun, who had been a minor figure in the court, was chosen as his successor. Tutankhamun's accession was a result of a careful balancing of political and religious interests. The powerful advisors and courtiers who dominated his early reign were traditionalists, who worked to undo the policies of Akhenaten and restore traditional Egyptian religion. The temples and tombs that Akhenaten had constructed were abandoned and fell into disrepair, and his monotheistic beliefs were gradually replaced by a return to traditional polytheism. Tutankhamun's coronation was a major event in Egyptian history, and it was marked by a series of important religious and political ceremonies. The pharaoh was crowned at the age of 9, and he was given the traditional regalia of the pharaoh, including the crook and flail, the symbols of royal power. The coronation was attended by the high priest of Amun, who was an important figure in the restoration of traditional Egyptian religion. The restoration of traditional Egyptian religion was a necessary step towards the stability and continuity that characterized later periods of Egyptian history. Tutankhamun's reign was characterized by a return to established norms and a focus on continuity and stability. He worked to restore the temples and tombs that had fallen into disrepair during the Amarna period, and he emphasized the importance of the traditional gods and goddesses of the Egyptian pantheon. Tutankhamun's reign was also marked by important political and military achievements, including the restoration of Egypt's influence in Nubia and the defeat of the invading Hittites. The accession of Tutankhamun marked the end of the Amarna period and the beginning of a new chapter in Egyptian history. The restoration of traditional Egyptian religion and culture was a necessary step towards the stability and continuity that characterized later periods of Egyptian history. The coronation of Tutankhamun was a major event in Egyptian history and a testament to the resilience of the Egyptian people. Despite the many challenges and controversies of his reign, Tutankhamun's legacy has had a profound impact on Egyptian history and culture. His accession stands as a testament to the power and creativity of the human spirit and the enduring legacy of the past. The reign of Tutankhamun was marked by a return to traditional Egyptian religion and culture after the radical departures of the Amarna period. Tutankhamun was a young and inexperienced pharaoh who had been a minor figure in the court during the reigns of his father and brother. His accession to the throne was the result of political maneuvering, and he was largely a puppet king, controlled by the powerful advisors and courtiers who dominated his early reign. The influence of the powerful advisors and courtiers in the early years of Tutankhamun's reign was significant. These advisors were traditionalists who worked to undo the policies of Akhenaten and restore traditional Egyptian